My father is a holy sword warrior, the war king of the north. My younger brother is a dragon knight, the proud son of heaven. And I was abandoned for 18 years, suffering extreme poverty and humiliation. Upon returning to the family, my father considered me a disgrace, and my stepmother criticized and insulted me in every possible way. Even the servants in the house mocked me as useless. After cutting off ties with my family, I successfully switched careers to become a summoner, and even obtained the divine talent Dark Descendants First Blood. After I fused the summoned beast with the dark bloodline, it successfully evolves into a dark creature. Bloodthirsty Bat plus dark bloodline equals Dracula. Blood red is my favorite color. Your fear is my most beautiful art. Nightmare plus dark bloodline equals Nightmare Dominator. The darkness and nightmares of eternal night will dominate everything. Ha ha, I am no longer a waste. I have endured hardships for 18 years just to find my family, but these so-called family members treat me like this. Deceive me, laugh at me, humiliate me. Ha 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 ha. In that case, then, at this time, inside the king's palace of the north, you mess, you've ruined the face of my family. In the oppressive hall, I listened to the angry voice in my ears, and a memory suddenly rushed into my mind. I crossed over to the eldest son of the royal family in the northern border of the alien world, but the memories in my mind show that he has been living in a remote border town called Lin City since he started remembering things. Due to being poor and having no support, he was always excluded and bullied by other classmates. The harder he tries, the more miserable life becomes. Under this kind of oppression, the previous mindset collapsed. In the previous month, a couple found him. Only then did he come to know about his own origins. The man in front of him is his father, Gu Qingfeng, and the woman with an air of nobility is his stepmother. As for his birth mother, she passed away shortly after giving birth to him. It was the same year when the abyssal aliens invaded the Xinxia Empire. At that time, Gu Qingfeng had military orders on him, so he could only leave the young him in the farmer's house in Lin City. But he did not expect that this delay would be 18 years. He only learned later that his father had a son with his stepmother, and that younger brother had been by their parents' side since childhood, and had now become a highly regarded prodigy. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the had no choice in his father's mouth sounded like a joke. Over the years, he has endured poverty and bullying, and his biological father actually knows all about it but remains unmoved. The eldest son was thrown to the farmers in the outskirts, and has been bullied for 18 years. The second son, on the other hand, was kept by his side, pouring countless efforts and resources into him, and changed careers to a rare profession. This kid is really a pitiful person. No wonder I crossed over. I sighed. After seeing this memory, I also felt a bit of empathy. The predecessor's lifelong anticipation of family love and care is a complete joke. Although recognized as a father, there is not a trace of care on this so-called father, but instead there is an undisguised cold eye and disdain. With a bang, Gu Qingfeng smashed the table in front of him with one palm. Rebel, why aren't you kneeling down? A roar, a terrifying breath blew over. I felt a strong wind blowing on my face, looked up at that majestic figure. I have guarded the frontier for half of my life, defending the deep abyss battlefield for 18 years as one, killing countless foreign enemies, and was honored as the war king of the north. And you? Causing trouble in school, even failing to awaken as a professional. What face do you have to be my son? Look at yourself, full of rogue habits. Where is even a bit of resemblance to me? You have disgraced my face. I frowned, and my face had completely darkened. Perhaps it was because I had digested the memories of my original self. In the face of Gu Qingfeng's scolding, a strong sense of anger suddenly surged in my heart. Just as I was about to argue, a series of information suddenly appeared in my mind. Ding! The job change system is loading, and you are about to enter the selection interface. Different choices can bring completely different careers to the host, so please choose carefully. Goldfinger? I was slightly surprised, quickly suppressing the anger in my heart. Can I still change jobs after failing at the transfer ceremony this morning, even though I was already in the third year of high school? Isn't it said that each person only has one chance to change jobs? Ding! Please choose your career path. Option 1, the prodigal son returns and apologizes to his father, gaining his father's understanding, and from then on works hard to start anew. Job change, hidden profession of the sword immortal in the mortal world. Can you really change jobs? My eyes lit up. But no, I won't choose. Abandoned for 18 years. In the end, I still have to apologize to him. Isn't this some serious illness? Option 2, endure the calm before the storm. Continue to be scolded by father. Silently endure the cold eyes and disdain. Change job, rare profession Ninja Turtle. Is this okay? My mouth twitched. Good Ninja Turtle. Can a good one turn into a turtle and not be rare? Isn't that Turtle Man? I have crossed over. The system has come. Properly cool text of the standard of the big male protagonist. can still be put aside here to suffer from the abuse of the gas of the text? No choice. No choice. Choice 3, today I know I am me, if the sky presses me. Split that day. If the earth detains me, crush that earth. Since you're ashamed of me, let's break off the relationship, and we'll never owe each other again. Transfer, randomly transfer to a common profession and gain a divine talent. Looking at the 3 choices in his sight, Guchen already had a decision in his mind. A man is born between heaven and earth. How can he live under others for a long time? 18 years have not suffered your Gu family half a point of benefit. Alone, at the mercy of others to bully, can be at the bottom of the survival is good. And in the end, you say I've embarrassed you? Row. Such a father is not to be recognized. The first son of the king of the Northern War. This identity I don't care. Who loves to be who? From now on, I won't serve. I'll take 3. Choose success. Currently, you can randomly transfer to a common profession. After transferring, you can obtain the divine talent. God-tier talent. Guchen's heart burst with anticipation. Even though it was only an ordinary profession, but with the blessing of a god-level talent, I thought that his future achievements would not be bad. Just as he was about to check it out, Gu Qingfeng's furious rebuke once again came from his ears. Asshole, you think I can't rule you if you don't talk? You are punished to kneel in the courtyard for a day and a night, and you are not allowed to get up without my permission. Chapter 2, he's not even in the family tree. Hearing this voice, Gu Chen raised his eyes to the figure, and a few more points of coldness were added to his gaze. Punish me for kneeling all day and night? Are you worthy? Gu Chen said with a cold face. You've never done your duty as a father for a single day with me, so don't put on your parental airs in front of me. Still talking about compulsion? The second son was brought around and nurtured with care, served with fine clothes and food, while the eldest son was just put out to pasture, not caring for 18 years. That's for my consideration? For my own good? Asshole. You. Gu Qingfeng looked furious, but was speechless. He didn't think that the boy would dare to disobey him. Even jealous of your own half-brother? Mouse-eyed and calculating. How could he, Gu Qingfeng, who had been a top-notch person all his life, have such an incompetent son? Gu Qingfeng's heart burned with rage. Asshole. Even so, that's no reason for you to degrade yourself. Look at you. You don't know how to get ahead in school. You spend your days hanging out with those unsavory scum, and now you're not even a professional. And you still have the nerve to compare yourself to your brother? In what way are you as good as him? Gu Chen smiled coldly. Yes, how golden he is. That's your son. Growing up with no worries about food and clothing, going in and out with guards, transferring to rare professions, and being admitted to the Shinjing Academy. Since your son is so good, what's he doing here looking for me again? As you can see, I'm just a peasant boy, covered in mud, self-absorbed, and only know how to spend my days hanging out with my fox friends. So why come to me when you've already set up another family? Hearing these words, Gu Qingfeng was so angry that he was breathing heavily. His face was filled with anger, and his heart was burning with rage. Seeing the father and son arguing more and more fiercely, Xinyun opened her mouth unhurriedly. Gu Chen, how can you speak to your father like that? Do you know how much he expects from you? Quickly kneel down and apologize to your father. After she said that, her eyes stared at Gu Chen, and a flash of hidden teasing flashed under her eyes. The firstborn son of the royal family has been unable to return to his home for 18 years, and has been subjected to poverty and bullying in a small town in the countryside, and has been reduced to the status of a rogue gangster. Everything is thanks to this stepmother. After all, the Gu family was the royal family of the north, and as long as this firstborn son existed for one day, her son would never have a day to get ahead, so she could only abolish Gu Chen, making this firstborn son of the royal family a lowly billet in the eyes of the nobles. Let him grow up in the countryside from a young age, hanging out with some unsavory people, with no tutelage, no manners, and tainted with all kinds of vices. She, on the other hand, was blowing pillow talk to Gu Qingfeng, euphemistically saying that she was sharpening her firstborn son's heart under such a grueling environment so that he could inherit the throne in the future. The point was, Gu Qingfeng was so busy with the war all day that he didn't even know what kind of life Gu Chen was leading, and he actually believed this kind of nonsense. Over the years, under Qin Yun's coquettish words, Gu Qingfeng gave all his care to his youngest son, not only bringing him around for careful cultivation, but also giving him all the resources he needed. Every day, food, clothing, housing and transportation are served by special people, excellent equipment and props to reach out to, and even kill monsters and upgrade are accompanied by royal commanders. No matter where you go or held up to the sky. Now not only did he transfer to a rare profession ahead of schedule, but he was also accepted into the empire's top-tier Shinjing Academy. The first son and the second son are two extremes of heaven and earth. High hopes for me? Oh, I think the one who really has high hopes is that little son of yours. Gu Chen smiled coldly. his face filled with disdain. What kind of attitude is that? Gu Qingfeng glared angrily. Disobeying your parents and disregarding your elders. What's the difference between you and those city hooligans? Talent is so poor that you fail to transfer. What face do you have to compare yourself to your brother? Which point are you better than him? Yeah, he's the pride of heaven. Where can I compare to him? Gu Chen said unflinchingly, from the first moment you saw me, you have despised me, and apart from accusations and abuse, you have never cared about me, much less asked me if I am living well. In your eyes, your son should be like him, a genius in every sense of the word, not a no-good loser like me. I'm just a countryside-grown, gangly pariah, unworthy of your noble status as the war king of the north. From now on you'll pretend you don't have me as your son, okay? When these words came out, the entire hall instantly fell into silence, and Gu Qingfeng's tiger eyes were filled with rage. A hint of satisfaction flashed under Qin Yun's eyes as she vociferously reprimanded from the sidelines. Gu Chen, who allowed you to speak to your father like that? Kneel down and apologize to your father right now. Looking at the teasing under Qin Yun's eyes, Gu Chen was indifferent. On your knees? This was to use the situation to suppress him in order to consolidate Qin Yun's position as the main mother. Once he knelt, it meant that he, the first eldest son, feared his stepmother, and from now on, even the subordinates would throw him a look. Ha ha, making me kneel? What kind of thing are you? Even if I can't get on the stage, I'm still the first eldest son of the Northern Realm's royal family. What qualifications do you have to tell me what to do? A concubine who married another? When these words came out, Qin Yun's face was suddenly gloomy, and the word pariah house was always a thorn in her heart. In all these years, no one had even dared to call her that. At this moment, being taunted by Gu Chen in public, the majesty of her royal consort was suddenly gone. Qin Yun's almond eyes glared roundly, and strong killing intent surfaced in her beautiful eyes, but with Gu Qingfeng beside her, she could only forcefully hold back the murderous intent and anger that filled her. Tatsu-chan, no matter what, I'm your stepmother, how can you dash? Enough, don't be a sycophant here. With an icy face, Gu Chen interrupted Qin Yun's words. You haven't looked at me squarely since the beginning, and now you're putting on a show of caring about me? Putting on a show for who? Asshole. Gu Qingfeng let out a furious cry and was about to reprimand. You asshole. Gu Chen went toe-to-toe without the slightest bit of cowardice. If you don't like me, you can just kill me. I'm a cheap life anyway. But remember, for 18 years you haven't raised me half as well as you should have. And even if I'm no good, you're not in a position to scold me. Since you think I've disgraced you, then from today onwards, I'll sever my ties with your Gu family and never have anything to do with it again. Die of old age. No more. Hearing this, a flash of surprise abruptly erupted from the bottom of Qin Yun's eyes, followed by ecstasy. Immediately afterward, her expression changed slightly, as if she had already made some kind of decision in her heart. Tatsu-chan. No. Qin Yun took a step forward and flopped down on her knees. Chen-er, Auntie is kneeling down for you. You're the firstborn son of the Gu family, and you'll have to inherit the Northern Realm royal clan in the future. So how can you sever your ties with the Gu family? Kneeling to his son on his mother's knees is treasonous. It is to set him up for injustice. If this matter were to spread out, his reputation would be completely stigmatized. Gu Chen coldly watched the scene, remembering the rumors he heard in his ears on the first day he came to the Gu family. In the entire solid North City, who doesn't say that little Qin is a top-notch stepmother? With this kneeling, there would be no more place for him in the Northern Realm's royal family. With this kneeling, the crown prince's seat will surely change hands. With this kneeling, he was completely alone. Anaconda sparrow swallows dragon. That's a python bird swallowing a dragon. The stepmother is python and Tweed is the genius brother. Gu Qingfeng's anger skyrocketed in his heart when he saw this scene. Reverse. Reverse. It's simply treasonous. Asshole. I'm your father and I can't scold you? Humiliate your stepmother in public? Cut off relations with my Gu family? Don't you know what you are? Without my protection, what are you? He, your shelter? Gu Chen scoffed. Don't worry, you're a prominent northern battle king. I wouldn't dare tarnish your reputation outside. With a cold smile, Gu Chen turned away without looking back. Roll, tell him to get lost. From now on, I'll pretend I never had this son. After Gu Chen had left, Qin Yun slowly stood up, a flash of smugness flashing under her eyes. By forcing Gu Chen away today, from now on, her son would be able to logically sit as the crown prince of the Northern Kingdom. Gu Qingfeng's anger enveloped the entire Gu family residence, and all the subordinates were silenced and trembling. The Northern Realm Battle King, with his ferocious reputation, even when the Abyssal Fae heard of it, they all had to retreat. After venting his anger, Gu Qingfeng finally calmed down. At the same time, his eyes became a complex. How did Gu Chen, the firstborn son, become what he is today? He just took a little more care of his second son, So what? He's going to disobey his father because his brother is better than him? Humiliate his stepmother? Rebel against the family? Humph. This rebellious son is foolish and ignorant. He doesn't know how to be grateful to his parents. I shouldn't have recognized him in the first place. Gu Qingfeng had an annoyed look on his face and looked at one of the underlings in the hall. Butler. Your Majesty, please command. From today, remove Gu Chun from the genealogy. At those words, the butler's expression changed slightly, and a difficult color spread across his face. What? You still want to plead for that rebellious son? The butler's body trembled and shook his head. No, Your Majesty. It's just what? It's just that young Master Gu Chen's name isn't even in the genealogy. Chapter 3. What is this talk of repayment? How come Gu Chen's name wasn't in the family tree? Gu Qingfeng was slightly stunned, and his face became a complex one. He had been so busy with the war over the years that he had forgotten to include his son's name in the genealogy. Forget it, there's no rush. The genealogy matter. Let's wait for a few days after that rebellious son admits his mistake and apologizes. Gu Qingfeng, however, did not know that at this time, Gu Chen had already boarded the train to leave Solid North City. He's going back to Lincoln because he's a senior at Lincoln First High School. The Empire's transfer ceremony would end within today, and starting at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the newbie copies would open uniformly in each city. Becoming a professional is only the first step for people from the bottom of the ladder who want to change their destiny. It's the test at the Higher Learning Institute that is the turning point of destiny. If he could enter the Empire's topmost Shangjing Academy, his future achievements would be absolutely unlimited. If you want to get good grades in the Higher Academy's examination, you have to enter the novice copy, gain experience by killing foreign beasts, and then level up. And the novice copy was only open for 10 days, so even if he missed a day, it would be an irreparable loss for Gu Chen. Therefore, the most important thing right now was to rush back to Lincheng First Middle School before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The Gu base city, where the Gu family was located, was the center of the 7 cities of the Northern Realm. The distance from Solid North City to borderland Lin City was tens of thousands of kilometers, and in the previous world, even if the high-speed train was traveling at full speed, it would take 2 or 3 days to arrive. It's a good thing that the trains in this world are powered by a high concentration of energy crystals, so I'll be able to get back to prosperity by the latter part of the night. If nothing else, inside the empty carriage, Gu Chen looked out the window. The setting sun was as vivid as blood, almost coloring half the sky red. This world is infested with foreign beasts, wars are constantly raging, and most of the land where humans live is in shambles. Only the most powerful can control their own destiny. Transmutation is the only way to become the most powerful. System, I want to transfer, Gu Chen murmured in his head. Among the options given by the system, he chose the third one. Randomly transferring to an ordinary profession. At this moment, it's finally time to start a career as a professional. Transferring you. You have changed your profession to summoner. How did you change your job to become a summoner? Gu Chen frowned slightly. As we all know, summoner is one of the most expensive professions, bar none. If Gu Chen hadn't broken with the Gu family, with Gu Qingfeng's status as the Northern Realm Battle King, he could definitely take out massive amounts of resources to cultivate him into a top-tier summoner. It was not impossible to be invincible even at the same rank. After all, a summoner's greatest reliance was the summoning beast. Only by obtaining a top-tier summoning beast, or a top-tier summoning skill book, can you maximize the combat power of this profession? And neither of those two are going to cost a fortune. For civilians, becoming a summoner profession is a complete dead end. Take the most common summoning skill book for example. After learning it, you can summon normal summoned beasts. The market price is usually $20,000 to start with. The qualifications of summoned beasts can be categorized into 6 categories: common, fine, excellent, rare, epic, and legendary. The higher the qualification, the rarer the summoned beast and the more powerful its potential. Granted, the cheapest summoning skill books only start at $20,000, and civilians can buy them if they bite the bullet. But how much battle power could an ordinary summoned beast exert? What's the future if you can't even beat a newbie copy? Gu Chen's heart was half cold. The reason why it was only half as cool was because he still had a godly talent. Activate the divine talent Dark First Blood. Darkborn First Blood, gain 1 dark bloodline per level to transform normal creatures into dark creatures. The highest talent to date is the SSS rank, and only one is known to exist. It was Xiao Nanfeng, the commander-in-chief of the Jin Yuan army, the number 1 person in the divine Xiao military, known as the Shura war god. This level goes down to SS, S, A, B, C, D, and E in that order. As for the god level, it's unprecedented. Dark First Blood. Level 1 gain a dark bloodline? It would be nice to have a summoned beast to try. The dark bloodline could transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures. and even though he had already transmuted to become a summoner, he couldn't summon them without learning the summoning skill. It looks like I'll have to find a way to buy a summoning skill book after I get to Pro City, but I'm only left with a little over 200 pieces. At over $200, you can't even afford the cheapest summoning skill book. Gu Chen leaned back in his sitting chair, his brows furrowed. It was already late at night when he arrived in Linchang, and he headed directly to Linchang No. 1 middle school and slipped into the teacher's apartment. After knocking on the door, a middle-aged man with an elegant face opened the door. Gu Chen's homeroom teacher. Gu Chen, it's you? Where have you been this month? Zhang Songhua hadn't fallen asleep yet, and a look of surprise and doubt passed through his expression. Teacher, I've switched to summoner, and I'm going to participate in the novice copy. Gu Chen opened the door. Summoner? Zhang Songhua was first slightly surprised, then with a despondent face, how did I pick summoner? Typically, students are given 2 or 3 careers to choose from when they go through the transfer ceremony. Gu Chen's awakening failed when he was in Solid North City, and that was literally not a single profession. This was one of the reasons that caused Gu Qingfeng to become furious. Although a powerful summoner is comparable to a combat squad, that kind of powerful combat power is piled up with money and resources. With no money and no resources, you can only bring the lowest level summoned beasts, and you can barely even beat the newbie copies. This knowledge has been taught many times in school. Haven't you listened to a single word? Zhang Songhua's tone revealed a few points of disappointment. The resources required for a summoner to grow were simply a bottomless pit, and other than some big powers, ordinary people would not choose this profession at all. I only have this one choice, Gu Chen said without any trouble. Okay. Zhang Songhua scat his tongue and looked regretful. I'll report the transfer. The novice copy will start at 7 tomorrow morning. Just don't be late. Thank you, teacher. Gu Chen nodded and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Zhang Songhua called out to him and took out a skill book from his carry-on space and sent it to Gu Chen. This is a fine-grade summoning book that has been unsold due to its poor quality, and now it's just cheap for you. Poor quality? It never sells? Gu Chen looked away, unimpressed. A fine-grade summoning book, put on the market would start at less than $50,000, and this could still not be sold? Gu Chen's eyes trembled slightly as he looked at Zhang Songhua with a grateful face. $50,000, and you just gave it to yourself? The teacher must have taken care of his pride to say that. Gu Chen heard a burst of sighing. I thought that after he turned summoner, the teacher has already given up on him in his heart. I did not expect. Teacher, this favor, I will definitely repay you in the future. What do you mean by repayment? In the future, if you are fortunate enough to enter an institution of higher learning, just listen carefully in class. Zhang Songhua bristled. I've talked about it in class before. People who turn summoners are basically nobles. In the eyes of the nobles, fine-grade summoning beasts can't be held at all, so this summoning book can't be sold at all in the market. Didn't lie to you? Really? Zhang Songhua increased his tone on the last 2 words. Chapter 4, Dark Bloodline. Dracula. It was after 0 hour when I got back to the dormitory. Since tomorrow is the day the novice copy opens, many of the students have already gone home after transferring. As a result, the dormitory building was virtually devoid of students tonight, except for the dormitory manager. Gu Chen was the only one left in the dormitory, and it was a clean fall. His gaze fell on the summoning skill book in his hand, filled with anticipation. Skill book, Bloodthirsty Bat Summoning. Rank, 1. Qualification, Excellent. Effect, sign a contract with a bloodthirsty bat. In general, the first summoned beast is very important, and noble summoners will commonly choose a rare or higher summoned beast. But in Gu Chen's own situation, this fine-grade bloodthirsty bat was the best choice at the moment. Even if it wasn't looked upon favorably by the vast majority of summoners, it would finally allow him to take his first step. Gu Chen's face straightened as he studied. A white light blossomed from the skill book, and then, Gu Chen felt a mysterious space connected to his spirit summoned beast space. A bat with a black body and ugly appearance appeared in the summoned beast space. You have successfully signed a contract with a bloodthirsty bat. Summoned animal, bloodthirsty bat. Qualification, Excellent. Rank, 1. Life value, 150. Attributes, Strength 5. Agility 4. Physique 4. Spirit 5. Talent, Bloodsucking. Skill, Sonic Attack LV. 1. Summoned beasts can wear equipment, and after the death of a summoned beast, there is a chance that the equipment will fall off. If a summoned animal dies in battle, it cannot be summoned again for 1 day. Scanning the attribute bar, a level 1 bloodthirsty bat had a lower life value than a level 1 mage and a sloppy attack. It's no wonder that fine-grade summoned beasts don't even make it into the eyes of the nobles. Zhang Songhua was right. With such a summoned beast, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to beat a novice copy. If one couldn't contract a high-level summoning beast, the summoner profession was still really dead. With that thought, Guchen opened the talent interface in his mind. Divine talent. Dark First Blood. Unleashed. In the next second, pitch-black light blossomed before his eyes, and a scarlet light shadow intertwined and twisted like a vein, appearing in front of Guchen. You have acquired Dark Bloodline, First Generation. Dark Bloodline Primordial, an incomparably pure dark bloodline that can transform ordinary creatures into primordial dark creatures, giving them unparalleled talents and abilities. First Generation Bloodline? Kind of interesting. Guchen looked at the summoning space and directly incorporated this dark bloodline into the bloodthirsty bat. The scarlet light surged, bright and blinding. Dark Bloodline, First Generation Fusion successful. Summoned Beast Advancement. Bloodthirsty Bat, fine. Dracula, epic. Dracula? An original vampire? Still epic. That's alright. Guchen's face was filled with shock. A dark bloodline had directly made the fine-grade bloodthirsty bat cross 3 levels and become an epic-grade Dracula. This is a god-level talent? It's almost as if the effect is counterintuitive. Level 1 a dark bloodline. Then the nobles still count for nothing. Even the civilian summoner can directly seal the god. This was still only a fine-grade summoning beast. If a dark bloodline was used to transform a legendary grade summoning beast, how far could it evolve? Is there a higher level of dark bloodline above the primordial dark bloodline? Excitement shot through Guchen's eyes as he hurriedly looked into the summoned beast space. One could only see a figure standing in a dark red gown, with an upright figure and elegant temperament. It was a young man with slim cheeks, a high nose, and deep, sharp eyes that glowed a wicked scarlet. His arms hung down naturally, and in each of his left and right hands he held a heavy black and bright silver pistol. These two guns are built exactly the same. Both are oversized caliber handguns and use bullets that are more powerful than the bullets in a typical handgun. This is Dracula? Guchen looked from top to bottom and nodded slightly. The image, it was similar to the vampires he remembered. With that, he opened the summoned beast panel. Summoned animal, Dracula. Qualification, epic. Rank, LV. 1. Life value, 1800. Attributes, strength 28. Agility 32. Physique 30. Spirit 29. Talent, blood instinct, epic. Skill I, deadly shot LV. 10, epic. Skill 2, scarlet feast LV. 10, epic. Epic talent. Full epic skill. Worthy of being an epic summoned beast. It really is as terrifying as it is. Summoned beast qualification is raised from fine to epic. Gaining attribute feedback. Summoner's full attribute plus 10. When a summoned beast's qualification gains a boost, the summoner will also gain a certain level of attribute boost. Only, there are very few such opportunities. Because summoned beast evolution consumes too much money and resources, it's better to just buy a summoned beast with higher qualifications. This phenomenon, therefore, is rare in reality. After obtaining plus 10 to all attributes, Guchen only felt a sense of indescribable relief all over his body. Open the character panel. Name, Guchen. Profession, summoner. Rank, LV. 1, 0 out of 100. Power, 17. Agility, 16. Physique, 18. Spirit, 19. Summoned beast, Dracula LV. 1, epic. Guchen's face showed excitement for a moment. It was important to realize that the highest average value of the four-dimensional attributes of all level 1 professionals who had just been transferred would not exceed 10. And he was a level 1 summoner with an average of four-dimensional attributes that was already close to 20. If this were to spread out, it would definitely leave the other occupiers with no place to hide. Moreover, in general, summoners hardly ever took direct action, and in the vast majority of cases, they commanded their summoned beasts to fight. Bringing an epic summoned beast into a novice copy. Isn't that just like playing? Tomorrow. Still looking forward to it. Early the next morning, Guchen arrived on time at the novice copy area of Linchangno. 1 middle school. Artificial replicas like this. Basically every key high school in the Divine Summer Empire had one, which was only open for 10 days a year, and only to transfer students within level 10. Although it is an artificial copy, the beasts in it are not different from those in the Abyss, and you will gain experience by killing them, and there is also a chance that equipment and props will be blown out. The most important point is that if you are killed by a Fae in a novice copy, you are really dead. However, the novice copy was after all a trial for students, so the school would give each transfer student a teleportation scroll so that they could leave the copy immediately if their lives were in danger. At this moment, at the entrance of the replica, a dense crowd of transfer students gathered here. Even though this was a novice copy of Linchang First High School, due to the resource constraints, transfer students from several non-key high schools around the area would also be placed here. Seeking a group. Level 1 warrior. Comes with a full set of newbie gear. Bought too many teleportation scrolls. Low price. Come here if you want. Have an archer or gunslinger. With equipment and skills preferred. Without the use of shielding props. Professionals are able to see each other's levels and professions. Gu Chen looked around, surrounded by some of the more conventional professions, basically looking for teammates to group up here, which was the most advocated way of clearing levels in the school. After all, a person's combat strength is also limited. Wait until the later stage. Almost all copies are to team up to complete. Rarely does any pro fight through a copy alone. At that moment, Gu Chen's presence caught the attention of several people. Look! Summoner! Ha! Really? Definitely a nobleman's son. Nonsense! Who would turn summoner without tens of millions of family money? Great God! Requesting a team. Requesting a belt. Chapter 5. This is not the way to use Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. In the crowd's conception, those who turned summoners were usually of the noble class and powerful. Therefore, as soon as Gu Chen appeared, almost everyone was looking at him with fiery gazes. However, soon, a few students from Linchang First Middle School recognized him. Isn't this Gu Chen? How did he switch to summoner? A commoner still dares to turn a summoner? It must be the garbage summoning beasts he brought with him. Che, what kind of summoner do civilians play? Bad luck. What a waste of joy. After a few words, the fire in the eyes of the crowd turned into contempt and disdain. When Gu Chen's civilian identity was exposed, no one wanted to team up with him anymore. A civilian summoner has almost no output ability and has to share a portion of his experience. Isn't that dragging himself to death? Poverty alleviation is no such thing. In fact, Gu Chen had no intention of forming a team, and was about to walk towards the entrance of the replica when a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Gu Chen! Hearing someone call out his name, Gu Chen turned his head to look, only to see a tall boy walk up to him. Lin Yuan walked up and tapped Gu Chen's shoulder with a surprised look. Hey, it's really you. Where have you been this month? Gu Chen didn't have many friends in school, and this Lin Yuan in front of him was considered one. Nothing, took care of some personal matters. Gu Chen pulled a random excuse. Lin Yuan looked at Gu Chen from top to bottom with a puzzled look on his face. I say, why did you switch to summoner for good reason? You can barely feed yourself and you still want to raise summon beasts? Lin Yuan switched to a swordsman, which was more dependent on equipment and focused on single attacks and bursts, and was considered a better profession among civilians. Gu Chen smiled. You can only choose a summoner. Lin Yuan sighed and didn't say anything, but on his face was an undisguised look of worry. Gu Chen then asked, why don't you make a copy? It's not that hard to group up in your profession, is it? Lin Yuan spread his hands. Why? It's not hard to form a group. It's just a pity that there's no good equipment. Focus on the class president Li Wenwei, you know. Today even wore a whole set of rare level night suit under the copy. I Lua go. That if under the copy, but not Gaga mess kill. The qualities of equipment and props are divided in the same way as the qualifications of summoned beasts. Rare grade, which is already considered upper middle quality. The novice set for the knight profession consists of 7 pieces, which are the knight longsword, knight shield, knight armor, knight shoulder guard, knight trousers, knight shoes, and knight gloves. Don't underestimate the 7-piece set, which the average family can't afford without eating or drinking for the rest of their lives. Lin Yuan took out an excellent grade heavy sword and carefully wiped it. This is the weapon I just exchanged with the teleportation scroll. Whether I enter the academy or the factory in the future, it all depends on it. Without the teleportation talisman, this meant that there was no way back after entering the copy. It's totally taking a life, but it can't be helped. Coming from the bottom, if you don't put up a fight yet, then there's really no chance of turning around. Lin Yuan slung his heavy sword on his back and inquired, why don't I take you? Gu Chen looked at Lin Yuan with a strange look in his eyes. With his battle power he still needed someone to lead him in playing a novice copy? However, on second thought, the novice copy limits the number of people to 5. And the more people there are, the higher the difficulty will be, and accordingly, the experience will also increase. In order to upgrade quickly, he had originally planned on soloing, but when you compare it this way, it seems that the experience gained from grouping up for a copy is a bit higher. You still have a team? Gu Chen asked unexpectedly. Well, Li Wenwei is the captain, and he only agreed to take me after I paid him $50,000 and made a deal to voluntarily turn in the props and equipment obtained in the duplicates. Wait a minute. I'll have Levon pull you into the group as well. Let him pull me? Don't worry. I'll tell him right now that if he doesn't pull you today, I'll just quit the team. Lin Yuan sent a message to Li Wenwei, requesting that the other party pull Gu Chen into the team as well. Soon, he received a reply to his message. Li Wenwei denied your request and removed you from the team. Grass. He kicked me. Wasn't that just pulling someone? In. Lin Yuan's face instantly fell. Gu Chen sighed. Expectedly. One was a swordsman with only one heavy sword, and the other was a civilian summoner, so it was already the limit for a normal team to take one in. If any team was willing to take the two of them in, The captain would have to be a Tonto generation at a high or low level. We'll recruit ourselves, Gu Chen then said. Let's say that the summoner brings 4 teammates to impact the SSS rating. Lin Yuan's face was stunned. You're teasing me? SSS grade evaluation. That was something that could add points in the academy assessment. Don't underestimate this extra point. The academy examination is 1,000 horses crossing the wooden bridge. 1 point can get rid of tens of thousands of people. If a team of transfer students could get an SSS grade evaluation, the success rate of the members of that team in the future to get into an institution of higher learning would absolutely skyrocket. There is even a chance of guaranteed admission to higher education institutions. It just so happens that there is a guaranteed place in Linchangno, one high school to go to the academy in Beijing. In the face of Lin Yuan's skepticism, Gu Chen smiled faintly. Just say whether you believe it or not. Lin Yuan's face was torn for a while, but he ultimately chose to believe Gu Chen, and then shouted to the surroundings. Summoner God is bringing 4 teammates to impact the SSS level evaluation. Those who want to bail out should come quickly. As the words fell, the crowd erupted. The Summoner God? Which one? Impact SSS rating? Since when does Lin Chang have this kind of genius? Zun de fake doo-doo? Inquired about it. It's a transfer student from Linchangno, one high school, a civilian summoner. Laughed to death. Put. That's all it takes to impact the SSS level evaluation. I'll stand upside down and myself if he passes. I'm afraid this person doesn't have any major illnesses, right? Does he have the battle power to impact the SSS rank? I guess he's too much of a rookie. No one is teaming up with him, and he's using this way to draw attention to himself. That's it? You'd have to be out of your mind to team up with him. There was a lot of chatter in the crowd, but not a single person came over to form a team, especially after inquiring about Gu Chen and Lin Yuan. Everyone didn't think highly of them. Some even jokingly refer to the two of them as the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Daisy, and the average team won't be able to graduate successfully if they get one of them. If any team had the help of the two of them, they wouldn't have to wait for the academy examination and would just enter the factory. Grass. This is a bit much. Listening to the sentence of mockery in his ears, Lin Yuan burst into a fit of anger. Before today, the term Crouching Dragon Phoenix was not used in this way. Lin Yuan glared around with an annoyed expression. Forget it, let's not waste time with these stupid dogs. Professional things should be left to the professionals. A professional? Gu Chen's eyes were puzzled. Chapter 6 Professionals make good money. I can only spend money to find an escort. I hope the other party won't ask for too much, Lin Yuan said, operating on his cell phone. Paying for an escort? Gu Chen was directly silenced by these dry words. Is it so easy to make money as a professional? He takes people upgrading and has to pay someone else? That's outrageous. He glanced around and all the students were at a distance from the two of them. Nice. They're isolated. Right now. It does seem like there is no way out of this situation other than paying for a chaperone. Lin Yuan moved quickly, and it didn't take long to send out a message on the forums before a bunch of people were chatting with him privately about the situation and the price. But when those chaperones learned that the captain was a civilian summoner, they didn't follow. Instead, one of the actors chatted privately to Gu Chen. That's right, actors. The kind of actor who just chats and farts the whole way through, never needing to get into combat from start to finish, and who can exit his copy at any time when he sees a bad situation. To put it bluntly, it's just not strong enough to spend money on dabbling in experience. The captain takes the lion's share of the experience for a single copy, and the actors only take a small portion, but that's still more than the benefits of soloing. So, it costs money to get an escort, and it charges money to get an actor. How much does the average novice copy charge to find an actor? Gu Chen asked Lin Yuan. Newbie copy actor. Not sure. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he thought for a moment. $4,000 or $5,000 a person. Gu Chen hummed and gave the other party an offer of $8,000 and waited for a counteroffer. I didn't expect that side to agree straight away, but the other side said there were two of them and asked that they both be brought along. Of course Gu Chen agreed. $8,000 for one person. 2 people would be $16,000, which was more than his living expenses for a year. Professionals make such good money. After the deal was made, Gu Chen pulled actress Lin Qingqing into the team, a female warrior. Then, Lin Qingqing pulled a female assassin named Su Ran. Warrior. This profession is very unfriendly to civilians. If you do not have good equipment, the early upgrade will be very painful. Also, by the time you get down to the official copy, the average warrior has to be 2 levels higher than the other professionals before anyone wants them. As for the other assassin profession, it's even less friendly to civilians. The defense itself is not high, more fragile. The output of the early stage is not as good as the mage or shooter, and the upgrade is slower than the warrior. No wonder they would rather spend money than join Gu Chen's team. It was no exaggeration to say that with these 4 people in the current team, if any one of them was taken out and stood in the replica square for a day, They wouldn't even receive an invitation to form a group, unless it's upside down. For Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, $8,000 each was a bit expensive, but at least it was a chance to clear the novice copy. Only Su Ran was still a bit uneasy. Qing Qing, are you really going to follow this team? I just heard from someone that this captain is actually a civilian summoner. With this, you still dare to say that you want to impact the SSS grade evaluation? Don't cause us to lose a teleportation scroll when the time comes. Lin Qingqing didn't have a clue in her heart either, but she really couldn't do anything about it. There's no money. All the other teams start at 15,000. Only this one is the cheapest. And the captain has already put out the word that he's going to hit the SSS rating. So there must be something to it. Try it or you really won't have a chance. They had already sent out dozens of applications to form a team, but all of them sank without a trace. No one would even team up with them unless they got a chaperone. But she couldn't afford to pay the market rate. Su Ran was filled with helplessness and said, "Alright then, let's gamble. Even if we lose the bet, we still have a teleportation scroll to save our lives. Although it is a novice copy, the death rate is not low, as the professional must be out of combat to leave the copy. Instead, the way to get out of the fight is to either pull away from the Fae for a long distance or to kill the Fae. If you miss, you will be entangled by the Fae and consumed alive. Because the actors don't have to join the fight the whole time, they can just quit when they see a bad situation. And with that convenience, $8,000 for a next copy is well worth it." After Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, another acquaintance joined the group. A boy with a tall and handsome image, still wearing an excellent level fighter's suit. "Squad leader, you're joining our team?" Lin Yuan was stunned. Gu Chen looked at the familiar face in front of him and was surprised. The tall and handsome fighter in front of him was Wu Ziyi, their class president. Wu Ziyi is a person who is usually a bit arrogant, and although he is from a civilian background, he looks down on civilians in his bones. His family wasn't bad, though not good enough for nobility. Although he was wearing an excellent grade fighting suit, the surface of the equipment was strewn with mottled battle marks, obviously plucked from the second-hand market. Hearing Lin Yuan's questioning, he said in a bashful tone, "That's good. I'm coming to your team to be an actor. But I'll say this up front. If I come across a situation that you guys can't handle, I'll step in, and I'm going to take 2/3 of the whole team's experience at that time." Hearing this, the corner of Gu Chen's mouth hooked into a smile. No wonder, Wu Ziyi so noble a person. How suddenly want to join his team as an actor? Feelings are to pick up the leakage. Although Wu Ziyi's suit was bright, it wasn't enough to support him to lead his team down the copy alone to enjoy the experience alone. So he aimed his gaze at Gu Chen. The reason why they joined was purely because they were betting that Gu Chen didn't have the ability to lead the team through the copy. See through it and don't say it. Gu Chen agreed to Wu Ziyi's conditions, and after discussing the price, numbly it's pulled into the team. Now the team members were finally coming together. A warrior, a swordsman, a fighter, an assassin, and a summoner, all still level 1. There are no output professions like shooters or mages, and no support professions like priests or paladins. All in all, this team configuration looks to be a bit of a burnout. Wu Ziyi also understood this, but he didn't care at all. He was just betting that Gu Chen, a civilian summoner, didn't have the strength to lead the team at all. When Gu Chen couldn't hold out in the copy, he only had to make a slight move to get 2/3 of the team's experience all to himself. Doesn't that smell better than going out there and splitting the experience equally among those 5-man teams? Moreover, even if he had misjudged and Gu Chen had really led the team through the novice copy alone, the worst that could have happened was that he had only lost $8,000. Nope, don't call it a loss of $8,000, but rather $8,000 to buy a trip to a single copy of the experience. It's not a loss. Check the status and enter the copy once the entire team is ready. Gu Chen said in the team channel. Lin Yuan, Swordsman LV. 1 ready. Lin Qingqing, Warrior LV. 1 ready. Su Ran, Assassin LV. 1 ready. Wu Ziyi, Fighter LV. 1-1. Gu Chen stood in front of the spatial vortex at the entrance of the replica, opened the options panel, and chose difficult mode. Immediately afterward, a brilliant blue light blossomed out from the spatial vortex and irradiated the 5 people. Seeing Gu Chen and the others disappear, the surrounding crowd burst into life. I'll go. That civilian summoner actually brought someone down to the copy. Isn't this a pit? It seems like he chose the hard mode. This is definitely a bad time. Impacting the SSS rating? Oh, consider how to survive first. Just watch. He'll never last more than 2 hours. I hope he doesn't come out a pile of broken meat. I've seen a lot of head irons, but this is the first time I've seen one looking for death. What a disservice. Chapter 7, I thought you were PUAing me. You have entered the newbie copy, Temple Ruins. Moss and vines crawled on the rubble around his feet, surrounded by broken walls and towering stone pillars, and the air was filled with an air of antiquity and mystery. Gu Chen stood in the middle of a ruin, his mind subconsciously recalling some information about the temple. According to history, the temple was the origin of the mystery of the pro's quest for transmutation, and it was believed that the path to a higher level of pro was hidden here. Only, nowadays, the place where the temple was located had been eroded by the abyss, where the foreigners were rampant, and only crumbling ruins remained. This newbie copy is a restoration of the real scene. This is the legendary temple? It's exactly like the history books. Lin Yuan took his heavy sword off his back and held it in both hands, his eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. Behind him stood a female warrior and female assassin. If she simply looked at her face, Lin Qingqing was a young girl with an innocent and cute appearance, but hers is all tendon meat, height close to 1.9 m, deservedly tower-like sister. Su Ran, on the other hand, was light and supple, following Lin Qingqing around in a bird-like manner, the two of them forming a strong contrast in their figures. Gu Chen signaled Lin Yuan to retrieve his heavy sword, then looked at the four people around him and said, "I'll be in charge of killing the monsters next, so you guys follow me and don't wander off. Don't grab the dropped items, and don't rob the monsters. These are actors' self-cultivation. Should be okay?" "No problem." Su Ran opened his mouth and asked, "It's just that you, a summoner, are actually going to impact the SSS rank evaluation? Seriously?" Gu Chen smiled faintly, and when he raised his hand, the contract spell formation automatically surfaced. An upright figure shrouded in dark red ceremonial robes appeared in the crowd's line of sight, and an icy and evil aura immediately spread out. Dracula bowed slightly to Gu Chen and performed a standard nobleman's etiquette, then his shadowy gaze swept over the others, ruling out threats before nodding faintly. Lin Yuan was astonished. This is a summoned beast? A humanoid one? Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were creeped out by the shadowy gaze and subconsciously took half a step backward. Only Wu Zi noticed the key point and said in a horrified tone, "Epic level." Surprisingly, it's an epic level summoning beast? He looked at his average attributes, and counting the equipment bonus it was only just over 15 points, and Dracula's average attribute was already almost 30 points, almost twice as much as his. Doesn't this mean that this summoned beast can already finish him off? Only then did Lin Yuan react and looked at the summoned beast's stats, silently slinging his heavy sword on his back with an incredibly complex expression on his face. What an epic summoning beast! In a small place like Linchang, it could already be considered a ceiling. Lin Yuan was in awe. "No, you're really going to impact the SSS rank evaluation?" Gu Chen turned his head. "What did you expect?" Lin Yuan smiled sarcastically. "I thought you were PUAing me." Lin Qingqing, "Me too." Saran, "Me too." Gu Chen. Just then, a burst of heavy footsteps suddenly sounded behind the broken gate. In the midst of the ruins, some corpses armed with long swords and wearing tattered armor came out. Fei, Sinking Guard. Rank, 1. Life value, 500. Attributes, Strength 9, Agility 7, Physique 9, Spirit 7, Skill, Pounding. These were the warriors who guarded the temple before the Abyss invasion, and after their deaths they suffered from the pollution of the Abyss and became what they are now. Although these were only the first wave of monsters with low attributes, their numbers were not to be underestimated, and 7 or 8 of them appeared at once, directly blocking their path. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and the others took a few steps backward in a sensible manner, distancing themselves from Gu Chen and entering battle-watching mode. Gu Chen's face was calm as he spoke blandly. "Kill." The twin guns in Dracula's hands were quickly loaded, the oversized black caliber aimed forward, and he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Deadly shot. Dracula's twin guns are loaded with high caliber, high explosive bullets that deal bludgeoning damage when they hit the target's vitals. Boo! High explosive bullets glittering with silver light instantly hit one of the frontmost guards. Snap! The head of the sinking guard was like a watermelon that had been smashed, directly bursting apart and spilling thick black blood all over the ground. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 1. Experience +8. WOJ. Seeing this scene, the always self-appointed Wu Zi directly exploded into foul language. Even though this sinking guard was only a level 1 monster, it wasn't something that a newcomer could just kill in seconds. As expected of an epic summoner, the damage is simply explosive. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran's faces were filled with surprise, and the two of them looked at each other with a knowing smile. "I've met a great god this time. That's $8,000 ahead. It's a blood moneymaker." The summoned beasts could kill the sinking guard with a single casual strike, so maybe this copy could actually get an S rank rating. Only by getting an S rank rating for the difficult copy would you be qualified to open the Hell copy, and only after clearing the Hell copy would you have a chance to get an SSS rank rating. Awesome! This shall not crunch and kill. Lin Yuan rolled up his sleeves in excitement. It seemed to them that Dracula had done such horrific damage with just a random shot, It was actually because of the deadly shot, skill damage that was able to kill the sinking guard in one hit. It's not that outrageous if you put it on a normal professional. The sinking guard itself was an undead creature with a high immunity to physical attacks, and with 500 blood and a full armor. It was not a character that newcomers could kill in seconds. The first wave of the sinking guards have a total of 13. The strategy suggestion is to use kite tactics, each time to pull 1 or 2 monsters over the edge of the retreat to fight. A wave down in about 40 minutes or so. But now, in just a minute, Dracula had already fired 3 shots, gunshot headshots, killing 3 sinking guards in succession. The first wave of monsters would have already been cleared if not for the existence of a cooldown on the skill. That's too much damage. Is this still a summoner? How can it be so powerful? Lin Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim in shock, only feeling that all 3 views had been completely turned upside down. Wu Ziyi skimmed his mouth and said in a nonchalant manner, "Normal. It's mainly the epic level summoned beasts that are powerful. If I were given an epic level suit, I could kill through the copy by myself." The implication was that Gu Chun had relied entirely on the summoned beasts to make it this far. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, came up with a cheap grin on his face. "So here's the question. Where's your epic set?" Wu Ziyi's expression stagnated and he didn't say anything. If he had an epic level suit, would he still be standing here? He gazed at Gu Chen's back, and a flash of doubt surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Epic level summoned beasts. That's worth a lot of money. Not to mention him, even Li Wenwei, the class president of the key class, couldn't afford it. How on earth did Gu Chen, a civilian, do that? On the other side, Dracula's figure was like a ghost, rushing forward without fear. The talent, Blood Instinct, not only brought him superb physical and recovery abilities, but also gave him sharp senses. In its eyes, the guards moved as slow as the speed of a tortoise, and even though it had fallen into a siege, none of the guards could touch the corner of its coat, and at such a close distance, each of Dracula's shots were able to hit the vitals with precision, and the shots struck hard. Every time a shot rang out, a guard had his head blown off. Kill sinking guard LV. 1. Experience plus 9. Kill sinking guard LV. 1. Experience plus 7. Kill sinking guard LV. 1. Experience plus 8. A few guards who leaned back had their heads blown off by high explosive bullets before they could get close enough. The last shot rang out. The ground was covered in sticky black blood, and the bodies of the guards littered the entrance to the ruins. Level up. Rank, LV. 2, 6 out of 200. Power, 27. Agility, 26. Physique, 28. Spirit, 29. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV. 2, Epic. Upgraded. A prompt appeared in front of his eyes, and Gu Chen's heart burst with joy. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Chapter 8 Bloodline Awakening. Kill Reset. Waiting for this, Gu Chen immediately activated his talent, and the familiar pitch black light blossomed before his eyes, followed by scarlet light and shadows that intertwined and twisted like veins, appearing in his line of sight. You have acquired Dark Bloodline Descendant. Dark Bloodline Descendant can transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures, or allow primordial dark creatures to receive a Bloodline Awakening. Bloodline Awakening? Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Even though this Descendant bloodline was not as good as the initial bloodline, it was still not disappointing after all. With that, he immediately incorporated this Descent bloodline into Dracula. Bloodline Awakening successful. Summoned Beast, Dracula, Epic. Level, LV. 2, follows Summoner level. Life value, 3,200. Attributes, Strength 38. Agility 42. Physique 40. Spirit 39. Talents, Blood Instinct, Epic. Bloodshot Rage, Epic. Skill I, Deadly Shot LV. 10, Epic. Skill 2, Scarlet Feast LV. 10, Epic. With 1 Bloodline Awakening, Dracula's life value was almost doubled, and his full attributes were plus 10. In addition, a new talent was added. Blood Shadow's Fury. Whenever Dracula uses a skill to kill a target, reset the cooldown of that skill. Nice guy. Hit reset. The cooldown can be reset as soon as the skill is used to kill the target. It's simply a divine technique. Wouldn't it be infinite firepower if you used it to fight low-level sunken guards? It's a long story, but it's really just a few breaths. At Gu Chen's behest, Dracula continued to drive forward, while Lin Yuan and the others followed closely behind. The temple ruins aren't particularly large, but the paths within are so intricate that a moment's inattention can lead to a time-wasting walk into the cutoff. After walking past a few badly damaged statues, the crowd came to a more open square. The plaza was in a state of disrepair, the flower beds broken beyond recognition, the black dirt covered with stray, dead grass, and the fountain in the center of it all dried up beyond recognition. Further back, there was a sculpture of a human being without a head, gray in color and with cracks all over its surface. Wu Ziyi surveyed his surroundings and spoke at the right time. The strategy guide mentioned that there is a level 4 guard hidden behind this sculpture. It's best not to start a war with it or it will attract more guards. Lin Yuan nodded. Although he was not used to seeing Wu Ziyi's pretentious posturing, he had read some copy guides before entering the novice copy. The wisest choice at the moment was not to alert that level 4 guard, otherwise the difficulty of passing the level would skyrocket. If you put it on a normal professional, you will definitely follow the strategy. But Gu Chun was no ordinary professional, especially when he heard that it would attract more guards. His eyes visibly glowed for a few moments. Dracula had just been given the gift of hitting reset, so how could he pass up this great opportunity? Only to see Dracula kick out at the sculpture of a human body, nearly 40 strength instantly breaking the sculpture into pieces. A dull low roar suddenly resounded from behind the rubble, followed by a huge black shadow stepping out from the stone pestle. Fey, sinking guard. Rank, LV. 4. Life value, 2400. Attributes, strength 38. Agility 20. Physique 40. Spirit 30. Skill I, sworn sword. Skill 2, final judgment. Dang, dang. Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, the level 4 sinking guard appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It was a huge corpse covered under pitch black armor, with a pair of muddy pupils revealed under the shadow of the helmet, and a dead silence in his eyes. It walked before the statue and drew out the long sword at its waist, the black as ink blade pointing straight up to the sky, a black halo like ripples swirling from the tip of the sword, spreading in all directions. Sworn sword, summon nearby sunken guards to attack the invaders. At the same time, movement came from all directions, and a dozen guards came out of the surrounding stone walls and corners. Lin Qingqing looked around, and her face turned ugly for a moment. Why have so many guards suddenly appeared? Su Ran hurriedly exclaimed. Not good. That level 4 guard is unleashing his skills. Lin Yuan's eyelids fluttered and he subconsciously gripped the heavy sword on his back, as if that would be enough security. Wu Ziyi, on the other hand, quickly retreated towards the open space at the back, moving away from the battlefield at the first opportunity. Such a scene was not at all something that he, a level 1 fighter, could cope with. Not even if he was wearing an excellent level fighting suit. A novice copy is already this hard. What will the abyss be like? As he spoke, Lin Yuan and the others followed and retreated backwards. No wonder none of them were willing to team up with us before. Now I know, even if 10 of me came in, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to beat that level 4 sinking guard, with a blood level of 2400, strength of 38, and the skill to shake people. This is something a level 1 professional can handle? Lin Yuan looked at the level 4 guard covered in cold armor and couldn't even raise a thought of resistance in his mind. It's horrible. Even if he explodes for maximum damage, he can only go up and scrape. Lin Qingqing nodded approvingly. If I had known that level 4 guards were this terrifying, I definitely wouldn't have entered your team. Lin Yuan smiled and said, yeah, if it wasn't for old Gu, I'm afraid we'd all be planted here today. Lin Qingqing sniffed. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and a wave of happiness ran through her heart. Su Ran didn't say anything, and there was also a glow in her beautiful eyes. Although the level 4 sinking guard was powerful, it was still slightly inferior to Dracula. Only to see the dark red figure weaving through a dozen or so guards like a ghost, black and bright silver heavy pistols spitting fire. Every time a gunshot rang out, a guard was killed by a bullet. Combined with the kill reset brought about by Blood Shadow's rage, there was no need to wait for the skill to cool down, and in just a few breaths, a large swath of low-level guards died, thanks to the fact that we have a summoner. If we were to replace it with an ordinary team of level 1 professionals, we would probably only be massacred by that level 4 sinking guard. Lin Qingqing said as she looked at the attributes of the level 4 guard. That's not so bad. Gu Chen's voice sounded beside her. As long as there are warriors and paladins in the party, plus an acolyte, it's still more than enough to fight a level 4 sinking guard. It's just that it'll take a bit more time. Lin Qingqing didn't care about Gu Chen's explanation and asked with an odd expression on her face, why did you come over as well? Gu Chen smiled. The fighting over there is too chaotic, so it's easy to be injured by mistake. Su Ran, who was on the side, followed and asked, aren't you going to be in charge of killing monsters? Gu Chen pointed at Dracula who was fighting a group of sunken guards. It's killing. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran exchanged glances, and the expressions on their faces became more and more odd. They were just actors, and it was normal for them to stay away from the battle area, but they didn't expect Gu Chen, who was in charge of leading the team, to come here as well. Su Ran revealed a clear and foolish look. So you're just commanding summoned beasts to kill monsters and not participating in combat? Gu Chen shrugged. Aren't all summoners like that? Well, that didn't seem to be a problem, and Su Ran nodded, but felt a little overwhelmed. A hard mode copy? This is too easy. Guchen sat very casually at the edge of the flowerbed and watched the battles in the square as his experience dawdled. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 1. Experience plus 8. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 1. Experience plus 9. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 1. Experience plus 9. After the upgrade, the damage of Deadly Shot had been significantly increased, and even if it didn't hit the head, it was still able to blow up the guard's body with a single shot and kill him outright. Coupled with the effect of the skill reset, within just a few dozen seconds, the dozen or so guards that had been summoned were all killed. Looking at the corpses of the guards all over the ground, that level 4 sunken guard finally struck. It let out a low cry, and the pitch-black longsword in its hand steeply bloomed with piercing black light. Skill, Ultimate Judgment, activated. The huge black sword blade descended from the sky like a black thunderbolt, slashing down towards Dracula's head. Chapter 9 Epic 1 Star. Talent Enhancement. Whoosh! Dracula's figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place, dodging the black sword blade that fell from the sky. In the next second, it appeared like a ghost in front of the level 4 guard. Raising his arm, the cold muzzle of the gun was aimed squarely at the level 4 guard's face, and he pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot exploded, and the bullet hit the guard squarely in the head. Although it failed to burst the guard's skull, it also directly knocked out nearly a third of its blood. Without a kill, the skill reset could not be triggered, and Deadly Shot went on cooldown. However, due to the high amount of damage hitting the guard's head, it triggers a direct stun effect. The level 4 guard leaned on the ground with his black longsword, his eyes dull and completely defenseless. How could Dracula pass up this great opportunity? Only a layer of scarlet light bloomed on its body surface, and blood-colored energy burst out from its body, sweeping towards the level 4 guard in a spiral. Scarlet Feast detonates the blood in the target's body, dealing high explosive damage to it, and if the target's life value is less than 50%, adding 30% of Dracula's maximum life value to it. Boom! A huge tremor ran through the level 4 guard's body, and a dense blood mist erupted from it as it stumbled, its bloodline dropping directly to a quarter of the way down. Immediately after that, another scarlet light bloomed on it. If the target's life value is less than 50%, add 30% of Dracula's maximum life value to his damage. The additional ruling takes effect. Damage burst. Boo! The level 4 guards directly exploded in place, spilling black blood and flesh all over the ground. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 4. Experience plus 75. Rank, LV. 2, 193/200. Experience skyrocketed, and another level 1 guard would be upgraded. Guchen was in a state of bliss at the moment. He had anticipated that the initial upgrades would be fast after entering the copy, but he hadn't expected it to be this fast. So it seemed that when the copy was cleared, he should be able to level up to level 5 without any problems, and then he could contract a second summoned beast. 2 skill kills on a level 4 guard. It's blowing up. Lin Qingqing's eyes stared as if she was dreaming. This is an epic level summoned beast. It's so damn perverted. Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the edge of the flower bed, slapped his thighs and stood up directly. 2 skills hitting a small 3000 damage. What was this, not a pervert? Such horrific damage. Even Li Wenwei from the key class couldn't do it, right? Wu Ziyi said with a complicated face. Be confident. Remove the bar. Can't you see that old Gu's last skill is already overflowing with damage? Lin Yuan had a smug look on his face. Li Wenwei is a punishment knight, focusing on burst and sustained output, let alone level 2. Even if he rises to level 4, it's impossible for him to deal a small 3000 damage with 2 skills. Lin Qingqing shook her head and said. Guchen did not comment on the discussion between these few people, based purely on damage. The skill, Deadly Shot, combined with Scarlet Feast, could only knock out at most 3/4 of a level 4 guard's blood. Trying to kill a level 4 guard outright is still a bit of a gap. The reason why they were able to directly kill it was because after Guchen's summoned beast had evolved several times, its life value was already as high as 3200. Which could almost be said to be a sweep of the same level. Now 30% of Dracula's max life is almost 1000. Enough to deal a high amount of additional damage. That's why it killed the level 4 guard straight away. Replacing it with a normal summoned beast of the same level would only have a life value of around 700 at most. And even with the additional damage it would only be able to greatly cripple a level 4 guard, and would not be able to do a direct kill at all. Therefore, the feat just now was still largely dependent on the epic summoning beast. After inspecting the battlefield to make sure that no equipment or props had been blown out, Guchen led the group onward into the depths of the temple ruins. Walking through the plaza, the crowd arrived at the inner courtyard. Dracula stepped forward and raised his hand, blazing a shot that killed one of the guards wandering the inner courtyard. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 1. Experience plus 8. Level up. Rank, LV. 3, 1/386. Power, 37. agility, 36, body mass, 38, spirit, 39, summoned beast, Dracula LV. 3, epic, talent 1 dark bloodline currently available. Seeing this prompt, a flash of excitement erupted from Guchan's eyes. Now just located between the square and the inner courtyard, there was no critical situation. He directly activated his talent and the familiar scarlet light appeared in his sight. You have acquired Dark Bloodline, first generation. Dark Bloodline Primordial can transform normal creatures into dark creatures, or allow primordial dark creatures to fuse their bloodlines for a single ascension. Starring a summoned beast is equivalent to a minor evolution. Guchen didn't hesitate and directly fused. Bloodline fusion successful. Summoned beast star upgrade. Dracula, epic, level, LV. 3, follows summoner level. Life value, 4,200. Attributes, strength 58, agility 62, physique 60, spirit 59. Talents, blood instinct, epic, blood shadow rage, epic. Skill I, deadly shot LV. 10, epic. Skill 2, scarlet feast LV. 10, epic. Talent, blood instinct, enhanced. Blood instinct, blood can bring more powerful physique and recovery ability to blood. Dracula can gain 10 points of permanent life each time he kills a target. Epic 1 star, plus 20 to all attributes. Life value breaks the 4,000 mark. Most importantly, the talent, blood instinct, was strengthened after the star ascension. Gaining 10 permanent life points for a single hit is literally enough to know how powerful it is. A flash of excitement erupted from the bottom of Guchan's eyes. Right now he was only level 3. When he waited until he was level 10. How terrifying would Dracula's blood count have to be? What about level 30? Also, the additional damage of Scarlet Feast is related to Dracula's maximum life. In other words, the higher Dracula's blood level, the higher the additional damage of this skill. Linked, it's just terribly strong. As you can imagine, this skill will continue to strengthen as Dracula grows, and there is no cap. When the blood grows to a certain height, even killing the boss in seconds is not impossible. After ascending the star, Dracula's power gains a boost, and his normal attacks can directly kill level 1 guards. If you use Deadly Shot, level 2 guards can also be killed in seconds straight away. If you encounter a level 3 guard, it's the turn of the Mozambique shooting technique. 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head, and the gods shake their heads when they see it. As for the level 4 guards, other than the one he had just killed in the square, he hadn't encountered any others. Pushing all the way across the inner courtyard, killing monsters ridiculously fast. Killing a level 1 guard gives you 8 experience points. A level 2 guard is 16 experience points. A level 3 guard is 35 experience points. And a level 4 guard is 72 experience points. This is just an average value, and the exact experience gained will fluctuate up and down this value, by a wide margin. It took almost an hour or so to kill from the inner courtyard to the end of the cloister. It was mainly the tedious running of the map, stopping and starting along the way, and the fact that it took time for the guards to refresh, which is why it took so long. Without these factors, it would probably be done in half an hour. At this moment, the crowd was already standing at the entrance of the main hall. It's finally time to fight the boss. With a straight face, Guchen pushed open the 2 heavy doors and walked into the hall. Chapter 10, Can you take me with you next? The main hall was the core area of the temple, with the most exquisite architectural style and decoration. It was a pity that it was now in ruins. The statues and idols enshrined inside had long since been destroyed, completely unrecognizable and dilapidated. As Guchen and the others walked into the hall, a layer of hidden black mist rose from all around, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps from the back of the main hall. Boom! Boom! The light became dim, and the ground appeared to tremble slightly as an unprecedentedly powerful aura was slowly approaching. Lin Yuan subconsciously climbed onto a bust and stood on one of the tattered half-shoulders, actively disengaging himself from the battlefield. The others saw this and climbed higher. The area of the main hall is large, but it's not guaranteed that guards will be swiped out somewhere. The first thing a competent actor does is to stay out of combat. Guchen wasn't idle either. His attributes had increased greatly now, and he easily climbed to the top of a column. From this position, you can look down just enough to get a good view of the whole place. At the back of the main hall, a tall figure of almost 3 meters was the first to rush out. Fei, Sinking Guard. Rank, LV. 5. Life value, 2,900. Attributes, Strength 48, Agility 29, Physique 48, Spirit 37, Skill I, Sworn Sword. Skill 2, Final Judgment. Level 5 guards with almost 3,000 blood. The huge body held a black longsword and charged towards Dracula. Dracula didn't hesitate to raise his gun. The bullets fired from normal attacks were not to be underestimated, hitting the guards' heads one after another. Bang! 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 Dracula's agility had reached 60, which was higher than the attributes of a level 5 assassin. In a single breath, he emptied 2 magazines, directly taking out a fifth of the guard's blood. Skill articulation. The high explosive bullets from Fatal Shot whistled out of the muzzle like a bright silver lightning bolt, instantly missing the guard's brow. No headshots, but the guard's blood level dropped right down to 1/2. As before, high damage hits the head, triggering a stun effect. The guard's form, which was charging forward, lurched and stopped in place. Dracula didn't hesitate and directly unleashed Scarlet Feast. Its body surface rose up with blood-colored energy and slammed into the guard's chest in a spiral. A burst of damage followed by a second burst of additional damage. Boo! The guard's body shuddered violently. His blood level emptied, and he directly exploded into a field of black flesh and blood. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 5. Experience plus 113. Awesome! Lin Yuan stood on the shoulders of a statue, his face filled with awe. This level 5 guard was also described in the guide, and the only way to fight it was to pull it. After all, the blood was almost 3,000 and the strength was close to 50. Once they were entangled, the entire team was doomed. However, it was easily taken away by Dracula with a set of pulse attacks plus skills, and he didn't even have a chance to put a skill on it. At this moment, what extreme positioning, what pulling tactics, were not worth mentioning in front of absolute power. Lin Yuan sighed in his heart. Epic level summoned beasts are really as terrifying as they are. Not to mention Li Wenwei from the key class. Even the best genius professionals in Lin Chang were afraid that they wouldn't be able to do this level. At this point, the level 5 guards had been killed, and the low-level guards that were supposed to follow the level 5 guards to refresh finally appeared. On all sides, in all sorts of unexpected corners, a corpse covered underneath the chilling armor stepped out. Boo! The first guard to appear had just taken a step when he was shot in the head. Boom! 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 Dracula was holding a double gun, standing among dozens of guards and constantly shooting. No guard was able to come close to his 3-meter range, and just as soon as he did, he was shot in the head. The kills are ridiculously fast and it's a total bloodbath. When all the guards were killed, an upgrade prompt appeared before Gu Chen's eyes. Level up, rank, LV, 4, 1/680, power, 47, agility, 46, body mass, 48, spirit, 49, summoned beast, Dracula LV, 4, epic, talent 1 dark bloodline currently available. Gu Chen's face showed excitement. Right now the first wave of monsters just happened to be cleared. There was no need to hesitate at all, and he directly launched his talent. You have obtained Dark Bloodline King's Blood. Dark Bloodline King's Blood can transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures, and can also perform a bloodline advancement for the first generation of dark creatures. It can advance the primordial bloodline. Good stuff. In that case, the King bloodline corresponded to the legendary level, the primordial bloodline corresponded to the epic level, and the descendant bloodline corresponded to the rare level. Gu Chen was planning to promote Dracula to a legendary summoning beast, but on second thought, it seemed a bit of a bad idea to do so. One more level up and he would have to contract a second summoned beast. If he used this king's bloodline now, in case he got a descendant bloodline at level 5, the qualifications of the second summoned beast would be greatly reduced. Instead, keep this king's bloodline for now, and even if you really only have a descendant bloodline at level 5, you can give the king's bloodline to a second summoned beast. When the time came, the first summoned beast was epic level, the second was legendary level, and the battle power skyrocketed. As for that descendant bloodline, it could also be used to perform a bloodline awakening on the summoned beasts, which was equivalent to a reinforcement, and the battle power would be even stronger. Thus, to be on the safe side, Gu Chen decided not to use this king's bloodline for the time being. Even so, this upgrade gives Dracula a significant boost. Dracula, epic, level, LV, 4, follows summoner level, life value, 5,620, attributes, strength 70, agility 74, physique 72, spirit 71. After level 3, Dracula has killed a total of 12 level 1 guards, 7 level 2 guards, 2 level 3 guards, and 1 level 5 guard. So of the 5,620 life points, 220 are life points gained from kills. It's a small amount, but it can add up to a lot. In addition to the increase in blood, this upgrade also gives you 12 full attribute points. After the attributes are raised, the general attack, skills, attack speed, etc., are all raised along with it. Now Dracula could kill level 2 guards with a casual shot. Deadly Shot directly killed level 3 guards, and Mozambique shooting technique had been used on level 4 guards. With the two skills articulated, a single breath could kill a level 5 guard. In the current copy, Dracula has become a well-deserved ceiling of combat power, terribly strong. A flash of wariness flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. and he was about to continue advancing when he realized that Dracula had already closed his hand. The main hall was empty. The first wave of monsters had been killed. At the same time, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and the others jumped down from the broken sculpture. Wu Ziyi stepped forward and said, "The first wave is over. Wait for another 15 minutes. The second wave of guards will come out with the boss. Just kill the boss and you'll be cleared." Although Wu Ziyi is a bit of a stinker, I have to say that he has really worked hard on the raiders. Lin Yuan asked with a big grin, "So now it's just a matter of waiting in place?" Wu Ziyi ignored Lin Yuan and instead looked at Gu Chen and asked, "When this copy is cleared, you'll be able to unlock the difficulty level, so you should just go for the hell level, right? There are 4 difficulty levels for newbie copies, in order: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. These 4 difficulties correspond in order to A, S, SS, and SSS. As a rule, you can only select SS and SSS levels after you have earned an S rating." Gu Chen nodded. "Well, don't bother tossing it. I'll pick the hell-ranked copy next time and get a direct SSS rating." Wu Zi hummed and asked cautiously, "Then, can you still take me next hand?" Gu Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not bringing it?" Wu Zi was a bit lost. "It's not good to say," Gu Chen said indifferently. Chapter 11, I'm the one who holds the most grudges. No good? What's that supposed to mean? Politely refused? Wu Ziyi said with a puzzled expression. What's so bad to say? Before Gu Chen could say anything, Lin Yuan's voice sounded next to him. What else can there be? That's a hell-level copy. The difficulty is against the heavens. So far no team of professionals has managed to clear it. And even if they're not careful, everyone will die in there. I'm not afraid, Wu Ziyi hastily stated. It's not a matter of being afraid. What's that? Gotta add money. Wu Ziyi thought about it for a moment. And at this time, saying that there was an increase in money was actually not excusable. After all, he and Gu Chen didn't have much of a friendship. Even though they had been in the same class for 3 years, the two of them had barely said a few words in those 3 years. To put it politely, before today, even if he had taken a picture on the road, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to greet Gu Chen. In this team, the only one who had a friendship with Gu Chen was Lin Yuan. It was certain that after this copy was cleared, Gu Chen's score would definitely set a new record for clearing a novice copy. At that time, there would definitely be a lot of people who wanted to team up with Gu Chen. Gu Chen would definitely continue to take Lin Yuan into the hell-level copies, but would he take him with him? That was going to be a question mark. So, to put it another way, a raise at this point in time is conversely an opportunity to make an early choice. If you wait until you're out of the copy, you probably won't have a chance to raise your money. How much to add? Lin Qingqing, who was on the side, asked directly. Hell-level novice copy, $100,000 a person. Gu Chen gave the offer, from 8,000 to 100,000. Wu Ziyi's eyelids jumped, almost suspecting that he had misheard. Not expensive. Lin Qingqing thought about it and immediately stated, take Su Ran and I with you. I'll go borrow money after we get out of the copy. Geez, $100,000? That's still not expensive? Su Ran lightly covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. It's true that $100,000 isn't a small amount, but think about it, an SSS ranked rating for a novice copy, plus a hellish first pass reward. Is it still expensive? Su Ran gave an oh-so-quiet whisper. But, we don't have any money. Borrow. Lin Qingqing thought about it and said, there are so many lending platforms nowadays. All you have to do is say you're borrowing money, and they'll scramble to lend it to you. Getting an SSS grade evaluation would give you extra points in the academy assessment. And with the hellish first pass reward for the novice copy, getting into the higher academy was basically a sure thing. It could be said that people like them, who couldn't even form a team standing in the replica plaza for a day, now only had to pay out $100,000, and they would be able to get into a higher education institution 10 days later. It's like pie in the sky. Wu Ziyi also made a decision. Take one of me. I'll transfer the money to you after I get out of the copy later. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran couldn't even afford to buy a professional set, but they agreed without hesitation. Wu Ziyi's family conditions were so much better than theirs that there was no reason not to agree. Gu Chen hummed, and it was considered a deal. Lin Qingqing, however, as if she was uneasy, urged again. It's already been said. You can't go back on your word when you're out of the copy. Gu Chen shook his head and said, don't worry, even if those people outside offer $1 million, I won't take them. Su Ran was surprised and said, why? Gu Chen was unapologetic. At that time, I was teaming up in the square, and they laughed at me, satirized me, and even banded together to isolate me. I'm going to make them regret it. I'm going to make them realize that belittling me in the first place was the biggest mistake they ever made. Since they can't see me, I'm sorry, but I don't want to play with them either. the SSS rating for the novice copy flew, and so did the Inferno level first pass reward. Those who harbor ill will towards me. I have never thought of repaying kindness with kindness. I, for one, am most vindictive. I, for one, am most vindictive. Just looking at the literal meaning of the word gives one the impression that the person is narrow-minded and will not become a great man. However, Gu Chen's straightforward utterance of these words added a sense of frivolity and spontaneity. Su Ran and Lin Xingqing listened and nodded vigorously, quite empathetic. They were raising their hands in agreement with Gu Chen's point just now. 15 minutes passed quickly amidst the talk and laughter. Within the main hall, a low hiss steeply erupted from the altar above, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps coming from the front. The boss appears, and with it, a large wave of sunken guards. Fei, black-robed deacon boss. Rank, LV. 7. Life value, 9,100. Attributes, strength 86. Agility 79. Physique 86. Spirit 81. Skill I, Curse of the Grey Mist. Skill 2, Darkness Attack. Skill 3, Damage Transfer. On top of the altar, a tall figure clad in a black robe, whose face could not be seen, stood out. Behind it, there stood 2 level 5 guards, 3 level 4 guards, 4 level 3 guards, and 18 level 1 guards. The black-robed deacon's figure was tall and slender, humanoid but not at all like normal proportions. It was shrouded under a black robe, completely unable to see its true appearance. Buzz! The black-robed deacon raised his hand, his wide-sleeve robe fluttering in the wind, and along with his movements, a grey mist appeared in the air. Silently, the entire space of the main hall was filled with grey mist, and as far as the eye could see, it was all deadly grey. Even though Gu Chen and the others were standing on high ground, they couldn't escape the grey mist. For a moment, everyone's vision was disturbed. Their brains were sleepy, and their limbs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Curse of the Grey Mist. This boss had only just appeared, and it couldn't wait to unleash its skills. Gu Chen didn't hesitate to bite through his tongue, and the sharp pain that drilled through his heart caused him to instantly wake up for a few moments. Although this black-robed deacon was only level 7, under the blessing of the boss trait, his 4-dimensional attributes were nearly 90, and his life value had broken through the 9,000 mark. This attribute, which was even stronger than the epic 1-star Dracula, was outrageously perverted. Fight the boss first, don't use your skills. Gu Chen immediately issued a command. With Dracula's speed, those guards couldn't even touch the corner of its clothes, so he ignored the group of low-level guards for now and let Dracula test the boss with his pummel attacks first. Bang! 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 Also being in the grey mist, Dracula was the least affected. Almost the instant the command was given, the cold muzzle of the gun spat out a tongue of fire, and a series of bullets were fired at the black-robed figure. Suddenly, a crystalline white light bloomed from the black-robed deacon's body. A barrage of bullets hit it. No injuries. The blood bar didn't move. The attack just now didn't do any damage to it. At the same time, a level 5 guard next to him suddenly received an inexplicable attack, and his blood bar instantly dropped by a fifth. Boss skill. Damage transfer. As long as there were sunken guards present around, the black-robed deacon would be able to transfer the damage he took to the guards. Chapter 12, Killing the Black-Robed Deacon. Wu Ziyi wasn't the only one who had studied the raiders. Gu Chen had also read the raiders carefully. The black-robed deacon's skill transfers damage to the guards, and the guards who take the damage don't actually die. And if the guard's blood level is cleared, they will be revived with full blood after a minute. And that 1 minute was the cooldown of damage transfer. It is this that causes the difficulty of the novice copy to skyrocket. Coupled with the black-robed deacon's 9,000 plus blood volume, the novice professional could only kill him while dodging the guard's pursuit and pulling to fight consumption. Even for some of the better configured novice teams, it would take 3 or 4 hours to kill the black-robed deacon in a drawn-out fight. And that was fast enough. There are plenty of people who spend 2 or 3 days clearing their newbie copy. Bang bang bang! Dracula shifted his stance and fired another series of normal attacks at the black-robed deacon. Injury transfer. No injuries. The blood bar is not moving. Only, the blood bar of the level 5 guard next to him was falling rapidly and was emptied in the blink of an eye. The level 5 guard falls to the ground and enters a false death state. On the black-robed deacon, the crystalline white light representing damage transfer then disappeared, and the skill entered cooldown. Roar! The black-robed deacon let out a low, angry roar and threw out his large sleeves, his thin, bony, gray-white arms pointing at Dracula. The guards around them seemed to be instructed and quickly rushed towards Dracula. Bang! 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 With a series of pummeling attacks plus skills, those guards were killed one after another just as soon as they got close. Facing the guard's siege, Dracula's eyes were as cold as steel as he walked, aimed, and fired. It was like an emotionless killing machine, traveling nimbly through the battle, and every time it struck, One of the guards would be blown away with a single blow to the head. Kill sinking guard LV. 3. Experience plus 31. Kill sinking guard LV. 4. Experience plus 75. Kill sinking guard LV. 1. Experience plus 8. Is this Dracula a summoned beast or a professional? Killing monsters is surprisingly no less than a gunsmith. That's a lot more perverse than a gunner. Let me just ask you, can a level 4 gunner one-shot a level 2 sinking guard? More than that, one-handed magazine change, anticipatory shooting, mobile shooting, multi-target switching shooting. It's already at full level of firearms proficiency? It's simply outrageous. Let's get Dracula to sell lessons to the gunsmiths. Cut a wave of leaks and make an absolutely solid profit. In the midst of the idle chatter, Dracula's figure flickered and appeared behind a level 3 guard. Fatal shot. Boo! The level 3 guard's head instantly exploded in seconds. Kill sinking guard LV. 3. Experience plus 29. It doesn't hesitate to shoot and fire, hitting a series of pummeling shots. Bang! 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 The black-robed deacon's bloodline rapidly dropped, dropping 1/5 in the blink of an eye. The black-robed deacon was furious and let out a hiss as his slender 5 fingers gently stroked in the void, and a crescent-shaped black light suddenly appeared. Buzz! There was a low tremor in the air. Skill. To darkness invasion. Only the crescent-shaped black shadow was hidden into the void and flashed away, arriving in front of Dracula without warning. Can't hide. It wasn't going to hide either. In the blink of an eye, the black crescent moon penetrated through his body, and Dracula's body trembled, directly dropping more than 1,600 life points. But the good thing was that Dracula had been strengthened a few times, and his blood level was already approaching the 6,000 mark. So eating this one skill hard was a bit painful for it, but it was bearable. Meanwhile, Dracula's attack was poised. It's going to change blood. Fatal shot. Launch. Almost at the same time, 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 bright silver bullets whistled out, piercing through the black fog and hitting the head of a level 5 guard in the blink of an eye. Kill sinking guard LV. 5. Experience plus 121. In a state not selected by damage transfer, guards can be killed outright. Now resolving a level 5 guard was equivalent to knocking out one of the black-robed deacon's blood packs. Skill kills. Cooldown resets. Without hesitation, Dracula continued to unleash his skills. Fatal shot. 2 more bullets whizzed out, almost at the same time missing the brow of a level 4 guard. Kill sinking guard LV. 4. Experience plus 75. In just a few dozen seconds, the level 4 guards were all killed, and only one level 5 guard remained. It's the one that was previously selected by damage transfer, and then had its blood level emptied into a false death state. The fake death state was immune to attacks, so Dracula's figure flashed and appeared directly beside the black-robed deacon. At the same time, its eyes erupted with a flash of scarlet light. Scarlet feast. Blood-colored energy rose from Dracula's body surface and swept towards the black-robed deacon in a spiral. Boom! There was a loud bang. The black-robed deacon's figure stumbled violently, and his blood level directly dropped by a large amount. But he hadn't been knocked down to half blood, and the additional damage determination couldn't take effect. Dracula's figure flickered, changing his stance once again while unleashing deadly shot. Dry. The moment the 2 bright silver bullets sliced through the black fog, the level 5 guard who had entered a state of false death abruptly opened his eyes, and a dark red light blossomed around his body. Resurrecting with full blood, the black-robed deacon let out a sharp hiss and unleashed his skill. Damage transfer. In the next second, the crystal and white light appeared on its body once again. The damage from deadly shot followed, hitting the black-robed deacon's body without doing any damage to it, and the level 5 guard next to it was miserable. As soon as he opened his eyes to full blood, he was instantly knocked down 2/3 of his life value again. Level 5 guards? Deadly shot is on cooldown, and Scarlet Feast is also on cooldown. Dracula dryly switched magazines and fired a series of normal shots at the black-robed deacon. Bang! 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 One breath, 2 magazines pouring out. All the damage was transferred, and the black-robed deacon didn't lose a single bit of his life value. Not only that, it unleashed supreme darkness erosion again. Above his head, a black crescent moon loomed. Dracula kicks a level 1 guard next to him, bullets loaded, and continues to shoot a flurry of pummeling attacks at the black-robed deacon. In the next second, the black crescent moon appeared in front of it. Dracula wasn't weak at all. Blood instinct gave it superb recovery abilities. That 1,600 or so life points that had been knocked out by supreme darkness infestation earlier had now recovered by almost half. So even if he ate another skill, he would still be able to endure. In an instant, the black crescent moon penetrated through his body, and Dracula's attacks poured out like rain, landing on the black-robed deacon's body. Only a slight crunching sound was heard, and the layer of crystalline white light on the black-robed deacon's body instantly crumbled. The level 5 guard was killed again. This time, for real, right after the effect of damage transfer was broken. Dracula shifted his stance once again. His double guns locked on, and 2 bright silver bullets whistled out. Deadly shot accurately hits the black-robed deacon's brow, dealing high damage without surprise. At the same time, due to the hit to the head, the black-robed deacon fell into a stunned state. Dracula rushed forward as a black shadow, surrounded by a dense blood-colored energy. Scarlet Feast, launch! The spiraling blood-colored energy struck the black-robed deacon, causing his life value to instantly drop by a large amount, and his bloodline had long since reached below half-blood. Immediately afterward, additional damage erupted as a dense scarlet glow bloomed on the black-robed deacon's body. Boom! The black-robed deacon's body directly exploded, shattering into a field of black flesh and blood. Chapter 13, Breaking Historical Records. Dracula's first wave of pummeling only knocked out a fifth of the black-robed deacon's blood. This was followed by a succession of outputs from the Pulse Attack and Scarlet Feast, and since no additional damage was triggered, it ended up just pulling the black-robed deacon's blood level above the half-blood line. When the cooldown is restored, punch, deadly shot, Scarlet Feast, and additional damage. With a set of continuous output, almost 6,000 damage was dealt, directly killing the black-robed deacon. At this moment, an eerie silence fell within the main hall. Lin Yuan and the others had very rich expressions on their faces, and even though they already knew that Dracula was an epic summoned beast, they were shocked beyond words by its performance just now. Close to 6,000 damage. Is this really something a level 4 summoner can hit? Even the dragon warrior knights who draw on the power of the dragon can't do it, right? A strong sense of unreality arose in the hearts of Lin Yuan and the others. With such terrifying damage, even if it was placed in a hell-level copy, I'm afraid it would be able to push everything across. The thought brought another knowing smile to the faces of the crowd. It seems that the SSS rating for the novice copy is secure, and so is the first pass reward for the Inferno copy. This time, it's met the Real God. Kill Black-Robed Deacon Boss. Experience plus 555. Loot. Black Deacon's Coat of Arms *1. Loot. Black Deacon's Robe *1. Level up. Rank, LV. 5, 505/1080. Power, 57. Agility, 56. Body mass, 58. Spirit, 59. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV. 5, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. You have cleared temple ruins, difficulty level, and have received the following rewards: Duplicate Treasure Chest *1, difficulty level. Professional experience plus 500. Successful clearance. Will leave copy in 60 seconds. 59, 58, 57. This, passed? Lin Qingqing's eyes still had a few moments of bewilderment in them. It was too soon. It had been just over 2 hours since entering the copy. They talked and laughed along the way and didn't feel any pressure or difficulty the entire time. Lin Yuan crossed his arms and laughed. Difficult level copies? Garbage. I'm going to challenge the hell level. Lin Qingqing looked over and was speechless. There weren't many people like Lin Yuan who hadn't been severely beaten by a copy yet. Gu Chen looked at the time, then looked at Lin Qingqing's trio and said, after you go out in a while, you guys grab some time to do your own business, and at 2 p.m., gather at the entrance of the replica. Good. Lin Qingqing, Su Ran and Wu Zi nodded. Normally, a professional has to maintain a highly concentrated state of mind at all times when going down a copy, which is a great drain on physical and mental strength. A copy of the game, running the map and fighting, exhausted. So, after finishing a copy, you will usually take a day off to make sure you have enough energy to make the next copy. But Gu Chen was different. He had been commanding the summoned beasts throughout the battle, and his own consumption was pitifully small. Really, the only thing I'd say was consuming was the dizziness and weakness I felt when I was in the midst of the Curse of the Grey Mist. Even this insignificant amount of consumption dissipated after the black-robed deacon was killed. Therefore, this copy had no consumption at all for Gu Chen. He could fight 10 more copies like this one. As for why he didn't enter the hell-level copy right away, firstly, he wanted to give Lin Qingqing and the girls some time to borrow the money, and secondly, he also needed time to choose his second summoned beast. After all, after killing the black-robed deacon just now, he had already risen to level 5. Soon, the 1-minute countdown ended, and Gu Chen and the other 5 were teleported to the duplicate square. It was just after 11 o'clock now, and the replica plaza was still crowded with people, even a bit more than in the morning, and the vast majority of them were here waiting to form a group. Look, a team has been teleported out. How did it happen so fast? The novice copy has only been open for more than 2 hours. It's impossible for anyone to pass it in such a short time. Well, based on previous year's records, the fastest would be 8 hours or more. Just over 2 hours? Doesn't that mean we haven't even entered the temple gates? That's right. They must have been unable to fight and sent out with a teleportation scroll. Look, isn't that Guchen? Ha ha ha, what did I say? So it's him, the civilian summoner. No wonder it came out in a little over 2 hours. It seems like it's really a dead end for civilians to pick summoners. What if they pass? First of all, he's a civilian summoner. And secondly, how can he pass the level in less than 3 hours out of the copy? It had become a consensus among all professionals that a civilian picking a summoner was a dead end. Just as everyone was laughing at Guchun, thinking that he couldn't beat the copy and was forced to teleport out, an announcement from the Novice Copy Management Office silenced the entire square. Congratulations to the Novice Professionals team for breaking the all-time record for the ruins of the temple, hard level. Time for this clearance, 2 hours, 35 minutes, 13 seconds. Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman. Lin Qingqing, Warrior. Su Ran, Assassin. Wu Zi, Fighter. Reward, Professional Experience plus 500. Personal Achievement plus 1. History Record Gift Box *1. Silence. The large replica square was plunged into a deathly silence, since Gu Chen's score had broken the all-time record. This announcement would appear in front of every novice professional's eyes. It's not really uncommon for records to be broken for newbie copies. After all, now that the development of the professional system was becoming more and more perfect, the abilities and battle power of new professionals were also increasing year by year. And basically every time a rare profession of the combat class appeared, the duplicate record would be refreshed. Only, this time the clearance time was simply outrageous. It was more than 5 hours faster than the fastest recorded. 2.5 hours to clear the novice copy. This achievement, even if all the novice professionals were to let their imaginations loose, no one would dare to think to this extent. In particular, the configuration of this team of professionals pulls crotch to the extreme. The captain is a civilian summoner, and the 4 players are a swordsman, a warrior, an assassin, and a fighter. You can't play any match at all with this career configuration. Speaking of cooperation, some people then remembered that Guchen couldn't find his teammates before, and was bringing actors down with him. In other words, this trip was the equivalent of a solo trip for him, a single brush. At the thought of this, the faces of the crowd became enriched. Soloing a copy, and at a difficult level at that, even some talented professionals couldn't do that, could they? For a while, the gazes of the crowd toward Guchen became fiery. Among them, the first to take a stand were the students of Lin Changno, 1 middle school, Brother Tatsu, breaking the record with a single brush. Congratulations, Brother Tatsu, you're my idol. Can you bring me along next time? Brother Tatsu, there's $100,000 in this card, just as a friend. Brother Tatsu, you've worked hard on this copy. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Gu Chen, I like you. Can I be your girlfriend? Chapter 14 Leveling Streak. Second Summoned Beast. Gu Chen turned a blind eye to the bows and flattery coming up around him, and walked straight toward the outside of the square. You guys didn't take me on before? Coincidentally, now I'm not taking you guys either. Gu Chen, as a person, was not narrow-minded, but he was definitely not a generous person. Repaying a grudge with kindness? How do you repay kindness? At that moment, a teenager in mage robes rushed up and directly blocked Gu Chen's path. Brother, you still remember me, right? I've switched to mage. How about we make a copy together next turn? Mage? Nothing, Gu Chen said with a disdainful face. No, I'm a mage, the main combat profession. How dare you look down on me? Is the mage very? I have a rare level staff that can kill a level 1 guard in 3 fireball spells. Do you see me? Not looking. Gu Chen was dismissive. The other man froze, the feeling of being ignored irritating him. Gu Chen, what are you being arrogant about? You've only cleared a difficulty level copy. Do you really think you're strong? I'm a mage. How many professionals are fighting to team up with me? How dare you refuse my invitation? You're wasted. You definitely won't be able to beat higher level copies in the future. You'll definitely regret it then. That's what this is all about? With a disdainful look on his face, Gu Chen walked toward the square beyond without looking back. Lin Yuan followed behind with an indignant look on his face. No, that guy is sick, isn't he? Isn't it just that you don't team up with him? That's why he's flipping out? Normal, Gu Chen said with a smile. In his opinion, it's an honor to team up with him, and it's me who's uneducated to float away when I have a little achievement, including those who came up to pull strings with me before. Don't see that they didn't react much on the surface after being ignored by me, but in fact, one by one, they couldn't see me as good from the bottom of their hearts. The better I am, the harder it is for them, but no matter how hard it is, they don't show it because they don't want anyone to know they regret it. Lin Yuan looked around at the crowd of people who were pointing at Gu Chen and said thoughtfully, to put it bluntly, You just can't afford to play. Is it that hard to recognize someone else's excellence? Guchen said unconcernedly. They're all just clowns. If I'm not as good as them, they'll step on me. And if I surpass them, they'll be jealous of me. So in the face of these people, there's no need to pay any attention at all. These people will really realize what they're missing out on when I get an SSS rating with you guys. Especially that mage just now who thought it was an honor to invite me to team up. Ha! When we walk out of the hell level copy next time, the regret in his heart will be infinitely magnified. And he will definitely blame himself for why he didn't treat me more politely just now. And why he didn't team up with me in the first place. But a miss is a miss. And if he could remain as hard-headed as he was before, I would still think highly of him. But for someone like this who bends over backwards to meet people and gets annoyed when he's ignored, I despise him from the bottom of my heart. That's it. Lin Yuan glanced at the figure behind him. He's taking us for granted if he doesn't bring us. And we're being insensitive if we don't bring him. 2A. What the hell? Leaving the replica plaza, Gu Chen went back to the school dormitory first, while Lin Yuan went straight to a stir-fry restaurant near the school to get food for the two of them. Wu Zi had put $100,000 into Gu Chen's account within a few minutes of coming out, and then took a car and left. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, on the other hand, were the first to go out and borrow money, and it was now less than 3 hours before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. $200,000 is still quite a lot of pressure on them. After returning to the dormitory, Gu Chen first collected the experience rewards that were handed out after his copy broke the record. Experience plus 500. Level up. Rank, LV. 6, 53/1880. Power, 67. Agility, 66. Physical fitness, 68. Spirit, 69. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV. 6, Epic. Talents currently have access to 2 dark bloodlines. After rising to level 5, the second summoning bit had been opened, which meant that he was now able to summon a second summoning beast. Moreover, I didn't expect to gain an additional 500 experience points after breaking the copy record, together with the experience accumulated from killing the black-robed deacon and the second wave of guards in the replica earlier. It was just enough to upgrade again, so now he could gain 2 dark bloodlines through his talent. However, Gu Chen wasn't in a hurry to activate the talent. After all, the summoning book was still pending. This time, when he cleared the difficult level copy, he obtained a difficult level copy treasure chest and a history record gift box respectively. Unlike treasure chests, which usually open random equipment or props, gift boxes have a high likelihood of opening items that correspond to the professional. It would have saved a lot of trouble to open a summoning book. After all, Gu Chen only had over $120,000 in his body right now, and even if Lin Qingqing and Su Ran borrowed money, his entire assets would only be over $300,000, which would only allow him to buy some lower-level summoning books. If you are able to open a good equipment, maybe you can take it to the exchange for a summoning book back. Thus, Gu Chen opened his carry-on space. Duplicate treasure chest, difficult level, open it to get a piece of equipment or props below excellent level. Historical record gift box, after opening, you can get a piece of equipment or props corresponding to the current profession. Gu Chen scanned it and opened both rewards. Open the duplicate treasure chest, hard level, and get the equipment Hurricane Warhammer *1, excellent level. Open the history record gift box and get summoning book *1, fine grade. Ouch. I can't believe the summoning book is out. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. What a thought. Skill book, Dream Demon Summoning. Rank, 5. Qualification, excellent. Effect, sign a contract with a Dream Demon. If Gu Chen gave up all of his belongings, he should be able to exchange an excellent grade summoning book back at the exchange. But on second thought, the poor qualifications of the summoned beasts were not a big problem for him. Even a fine-grade summoned beast was able to become epic grade after fusing with the dark bloodline, and could even feed him quite a few attributes. Moreover, dream demons had no entity and were super immune to physical attacks, making them rare energy body summoning beasts. If he fused the dark bloodline, he would definitely become extremely powerful. Just pick you. Gu Chen picked up the summoning book and studied it directly. The summoning book lit up with a brilliant light, forming a formation, and immediately afterward, a shadow of nothingness appeared within the summoning space. You have successfully signed a contract with the Dream Demon. Summoned animal, Dream Demon. Qualification, excellent. Level, 6, follows summoner level. Life value, 2,980. Attributes, strength 46, agility 56, constitution 43, spirit 58, talent, dreaming, skill, spirit binding LV. 1. Summoned beasts can wear equipment. And after the death of a summoned beast, there is a chance that the equipment will fall off. If a summoned animal dies in battle, it cannot be summoned again for 1 day. Dream demons are energy bodies, and of the 4-dimensional attributes, Strength is low and spirit is the highest, with almost no highlights other than being born with a super high immunity to physical attacks. A level 6 Dream Demon is not even close to a level 3 Dracula. After all, it's a fine grade, so you can't ask for too much. Guchen then opened the talent interface and unleashed his abilities, directly obtaining 2 Dark Bloodlines. You have acquired Dark Bloodline Descendant. You have acquired Dark Bloodline First Generation. Together with the Dark Bloodline King's Blood that he got at level 4, he had now accumulated 3 Dark Bloodlines. After careful consideration, Guchen decided to use the Primordial Bloodline to raise the Dream Demon's qualifications to the epic level, and then use the Descendant Bloodline to perform a Bloodline Awakening on it. As for the King's Bloodline, it was used on Dracula to advance him to a legendary summoning beast. Chapter 15 Blood Race Archon. Nightmare Lord. Dark Bloodline First Generation Fusion Successful. Summoned Beast Advancement. Dream Demon, Fine, Nightmare Master, Epic. As Guchen had expected, the Primordial Bloodline could allow summoned beasts to advance to the epic level. The original Dream Demon turned into a ghost-like eerie black shadow, like smoke and mist, flitting about. Among the dark shadows, a pair of icy eyes appeared at first with a cold aura, and his gaze penetrated the soul and went straight to the heart. Summoned Animal, Nightmare Juggernaut. Qualification, Epic. Rank, LV. 6. Life Value, 4,560. Attributes, Strength 68. Agility 76. Physique 62. Spirit 78. Talent, Unnameable, Epic. Skill I, Disillusionment Instant Kill LV. 10. Epic. Skill 2, Nightmare Haunting LV. 10. Epic. Epic talents with full epic skills. Guchen was so happy to see this that he started the Bloodline Awakening without saying a word. Dark Bloodline Descendant Fusion Successful. Summoned Beast Bloodline Awakening. Rank, LV. 6. Life Value, 6,580. Attributes, Strength 79. Agility 86. Physique 85. Spirit 90. Talent, Unnameable, Epic. Skill I, Disillusionment Instant Kill LV. 10. Epic. Skill 2, Nightmare Haunting LV. 10. Epic. Skill 3, Deep Dreaming LV. 10. Epic. After the Bloodline Awakening, the Nightmare Juggernaut's life value was raised to 6,580, which was almost 3,000 more blood than a level 6 Sinking Guard. Spirit was the most prominent of the 4-dimensional attributes, and combined with his talents and skills, he was practically a born spell spiker. Unnameable, the Nightmare Master's form is erratic and can travel between dreams and reality at will, and has a super high immunity to physical attacks. Disillusionment Instant Kill utilizes the dream world to approach the target unit, launching an attack to kill it and inflicting a high amount of damage to it. Nightmare Haunting, summon a Nightmare Servant for every 10 points of spirit, and the target attached to the Nightmare Servant will receive multiplied damage. Deep Dream, constructs a deep dream in an area, dealing high sustained damage to target units caught in it. Skill 1 is a single burst and Skill 2 doubles the damage. The target unit mentioned in Skill 3 is not an indiscriminate attack between the enemy and us. Only the enemy targeted by the Nightmare Juggernaut is called the target unit. Guchen looked at it, and the Nightmare Master could currently summon 9 Nightmare Servants. If all 9 Nightmare Minions are attached to a unit, that unit will take 9 times the damage when attacked by the Nightmare Master. Translated into damage values, the Nightmare Sovereign only needed to pair 2 skills together to directly kill the Black-Robed Deacon. That's a level 7 boss monster. This Nightmare Lord's burst damage was simply terrifyingly powerful. Just then, another prompt popped up. Summoned Beast qualification is raised from Fine to Epic, gaining attribute feedback. Summoner's full attribute plus 10. Guchen's heart was so happy that he only felt a wave of relief in his body, and his body was soothed. Summoned Beast attribute feedback. The increase in attributes was equivalent to letting him go up a level. This experience shouldn't be too pleasurable, but all is not lost. Guchen summoned the King's Blood lineage and incorporated it into Dracula's body, only to see that within the summoned beast space, Dracula's body blossomed with scarlet blood light around him, and a brilliant golden light was reflected in a rich blood color. Dark Bloodline King's Blood fusion successful. Summoned Beast advancement. Dracula, Epic, Archon of the Blood, Legendary. Summoned Beast, the Great Lord of the Blood. Rank, LV. 6. Life value, 8,600. Attributes, Strength 114. Agility 118. Physique 116. Spirit 115. Summoned Beast qualification is raised from Epic to Legendary, gaining attribute feedback. Summoner's full attribute plus 100. Talents, Blood Instinct, Epic. Bloodshade Fury, Epic. Wild Blood, Lore. Skill I, Deadly Shot LV. 10, Epic. Skill 2, Scarlet Feast LV. 10, Epic. Skill 3, Blood Legacy LV. 10, Legend. New talent, Berserk Blood, Legendary. New skill, Bloodline Inheritance LV. 10. Legend. Berserk Blood. When the Blood Archon's life value is below 30%, he can inspire the Rage bonus, which increases all attributes by 2 times for 1 minute. Blood Inheritance. The Blood Archon can spend his own life value to transform dead units into blood descendants. Awesome. Looking at the Summoned Beasts attribute panel, Gu Chen's heart was in a state of darkness. It's a level 6 Summoned Beast? Unbelievable. The 4-dimensional attributes all broke 100, and they were even higher than the level 7 Black-Robed Deacon. As for the life value, although it was a few hundred lower than the Black-Robed Deacon, it was mainly because the Black-Robed Deacon was a boss with a blood bonus. It didn't matter though. The current Blood Archon had only just reached level 6. When you rise to level 7, you'll definitely be able to crush level 7 bosses on all fronts. Gain 10 points of attribute feedback from Fine to Epic, and 100 points of attribute feedback from Epic to Legendary. Rank, LV. 6, 53/1880. Power, 177. Agility, 176. Body mass, 178. Spirit, 179. Summoned Beasts, Blood Grand Monarch LV. 6, Legendary. Nightmare Master LV. 6, Epic. The 4-dimensional attributes went to about 178. Gu Chen's face was slightly surprised, not realizing that he was now able to suppress the Black-Robed Deacon with just his own attributes. If he was given a set of equipment, he would be able to solo difficult level novice copies by himself. Speaking of equipment, Gu Chen opened his carry-on space again. After killing the Black-Robed Deacon, he obtained the Black Deacon Heraldry and the Black Deacon's Vestment, plus the Hurricane Warhammer that he had just opened from the duplicate treasure chest, 2 pieces of equipment, and 1 item of props. Black Deacon Coat of Arms. Quality, excellent. Effect, shielded from outside prying eyes. No one else can obtain the wearer's character information. Note, masking will be disabled if the difference in rank is too great. Black Deacon's Robe. Quality, excellent. Attributes, Spirit +5. Physique +5. Effect, the robe provides the user with a magic shield. The shield value is the user's spirit *10. They're both good things. The crest prevents prying eyes, and the vestments add a shield capable of resisting 790 damage. The point is, the shield value of the vestments can grow as my spirit improves, which is substantial. Gu Chen changed into the Black Deacon's vestments and pinned the coat of arms to his collar, then opened the professional's trading platform on his phone and put up that Hurricane Warhammer. The attributes of this weapon are good. In addition to the basic attribute bonus, it also comes with a defense skill, suitable for warriors, paladins, martial monks and other Warhammer proficient professions. As for the price, after all, it was an excellent grade weapon, and while it wouldn't fetch a big price, hanging on to $100,000 shouldn't be too expensive. Not long after the operation, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside, and Lin Yuan walked in with a stack of packing boxes in his hands. Lao Gu, come, let's have 8 dishes and 1 soup for lunch. Come and give us a hand. Afternoon. At 1:45, Gu Chen and Lin Yuan arrived at the square of the novice copy. The square was still surrounded by many students, the vast majority of whom hadn't found a good teammate waiting to form a team. Is there any big brother to make a copy? I'm a martial arts monk with fine-grade equipment, and I promise to listen. Recruiting archers or gunslingers, with equipment and skills preferred. Look, summoner. Ha, it's Gu Chen. He just cleared the difficult level copy this morning. Why is he here again? Ha, he's the god who took 4 actors solo? As Gu Chen walked towards him, the gazes of countless people were attracted in unison, and the crowd standing in front of him subconsciously stepped back to the sides, making way for a path. Summoner big guy, take me. I have a full set of warrior equipment. Great god Gu Chen, weren't you looking for teammates before? Can you bring me one? Brother Tatsu, we're old classmates. Take me on your team. Gu Chen had a bland face, directly ignoring the sound of a gesture from his side as he slowly walked to the entrance of the duplicate. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Gu Chen, originally I couldn't see you, but since you were able to prove yourself with a difficulty level copy, it's good to see that you're at least somewhat useful. Since that's the case, my team is still missing a spot, so prepare yourself right away and come down with us. Chapter 16, coincidentally, I'm also going down to the hell level copy. A voice filled with condescension and disdain resounded through the crowd. The faces of the people were stunned in unison, and then they turned their heads to look. Who the hell is that? How dare you talk to Gu Chen like that? At the same time, a handsome-looking teenager wearing a rare grade knight suit walked up to Gu Chen. Li Wenwei, the focus class president of Lin Chang No. 1 middle school, with a superior family background, and a switch to the rare profession of punishment knight. Whether it was his career, background, or money power, he crushed Gu Chen in all aspects. He came in front of Gu Chen with a haughty face, and he did indeed have the capital to be haughty. Although I'll allow you to join my team, don't get too happy too soon. If you play poorly and delay our progress in clearing the level, then I'm sorry, I'll simply pull the plug on you. Li Wenwei had a lofty posture, and his words were filled with an undisguised sense of superiority. It's said to be an invitation to team up, but it's really more of a handout, as if it's giving much of a favor. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows, and instead of getting angry, a few odd smiles appeared on his face. You're showing off your superiority in your own face? That's quite a look. Li Wenwei, the Lin Changli family, is from a large family. What does that mean? There's money in it. A fat sheep delivered to your door. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with a glint. If he didn't take the opportunity to slaughter him, he would be sorry for this arrogance of his. What are you waiting for? Follow me. Li Wenwei inclined his head, signaling Gu Chen to follow. Gu Chen, on the other hand, had a disdainful look on his face. No, man, I just soloed the difficulty level copy in the morning, and now I'm going to give you a hand job? Are you crazy or am I? Li Wenwei snorted coldly. What's a difficult level? I'm going to lead the team in a hell level copy now. Hell level. Understand? Hell of a level. Hearing these 3 words, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down, and the gazes of the people looking at Li Wenwei suddenly changed. So far yet, there hadn't been a clearance record for a hellish novice copy of Prosperity. With Li Wenwei's profession and background, since he dared to put out this word, I am afraid that this time it is a sure thing. For a time, countless gazes looked at Gu Chen, filled with jealousy and envy. That's a hell of a copy. Although Gu Chen had soloed the difficulty level, it was child's play compared to the hell level. Now being able to follow Li Wenwei down the copy was definitely picking up a great bargain. Yet Gu Chen was in a careless stance. In the entire Lin city, there are only a handful of teams that have the strength to go down to the hell level copies. So if you don't join my team, it's your loss. Got it? Coincidence. Gu Chen kindly smiled. I happen to be going down to the hell level copy as well. Just by you? Li Wenwei didn't believe it at all and said in a despicable tone. What? Don't believe it? Gu Chen said with disinterest. Since we're all hellish copies, why don't we make a bet? What's the bet? Whoever has the higher pass rating wins. Li Wenwei looked like he heard a joke. Ha ha ha, are you sure? I'm only afraid you'll lose badly. At this time, a follower beside Li Wenwei whispered. Young Li, Gu Chen must have something to rely on if he dares to say that. It's best not to bet with him. I would be afraid of him? Li Wenwei's eyes glared. A commoner from an ordinary class, who got lucky and soloed a copy just once, and really thinks he's a great god? Gu Chen had a look of impatience on his face. Less nagging. If you don't dare to bet, just say so. Who is Li Wenwei? He has a superior family background, a proud personality, and is known as a genius for switching to a rare profession. Can he stand this? I wouldn't dare. Joke. Li Wenwei drank coldly. I'm afraid you can't even afford the bet. Gu Chen had a calm demeanor. I'll bet you $500,000. Is that enough? What? $500,000? Li Wenwei frowned slightly, revealing a look of suspicion. How could you have so much money as a student in an ordinary class? He was a bit caught off guard. Although his rare grade night suit was worth millions of dollars, it was after all a family resource. He did save a few $100,000 himself, but it was for strengthening equipment and buying skill books after upgrading. If you lose. Just kidding. He was a rare profession discipline knight and had a rare grade night suit. How could he lose? Thinking of this, Li Wenwei showed undisguised contempt in his eyes. Fine. I'll bet with you, but you must go on the trading platform. Gambling fights were not prohibited between professionals. On the contrary, in order to promote this method, the trading platform had also developed a special system for gambling fights, just to prevent the loser from cheating. Li Wenwei proposed to go on the trading platform because he was worried that Gu Chen would be unable to afford to lose. Without any nonsense, Gu Chen took out his cell phone and logged into the trading platform, creating a betting match. He first transferred $500,000 in, then set up the betting method and judging criteria and sent it to Li Wenwei. Well, it's okay. Li Wenwei confirmed that there was no mistake and nodded in satisfaction, also transferring $500,000 to the platform. The bet arrives and the fight takes effect immediately. This time, there was no use regretting it. Gu Chen, you can't back out now. An open-mouthed grin surfaced on Li Wenwei's face. It was a surprise to think that he could still earn $500,000 by betting with a civilian. I'll go. These two are actually betting on it. A summoner betting against a knight of discipline. How dare he? Woohoo! Blind guess Gu Chen is going to lose. Don't forget, Li Wenwei's teammates are all top students from various high schools. Where's Gu Chen's teammate? Never seen it. I heard it's an actor. Ha! Actors? The crowd sang their praises, yet Gu Chen's face revealed an undisguised smirk. At this moment, His mood was the same as Li Wenwei's. He couldn't imagine that he could earn $500,000 from a single bet. Accident. It's just so unexpected. Just then, three figures appeared outside the replica plaza, and it was none other than Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Ziyi. Although Lin Qingqing's pretty face was flowery, but with that stout and domineering petite body, she hardly squeezed out a path in the crowd, with Su Ran and Wu Ziyi following closely behind. Before she got close, she caught a glimpse of Li Wenwei, who was standing with Gu Chen. No good. Lin Qingqing's face changed steeply. Why is Gu Chen standing with Li Wenwei? Could they be teaming up? Hearing this, Su Ran, who was following behind, suddenly revealed a look of panic. They had worked hard to borrow $200,000 and had transferred it to Gu Chen. Was Gu Chen going to join Li Wenwei's team? What about the money? That's $200,000. Wu Ziyi also saw the situation in front of him, and his brows furrowed slightly. Although the 100,000 pieces were valuable, what he cared more about was following Gu Chen into the hell level copy. If you miss out on this great god, the loss can be much more serious than $100,000. Come on, hurry over. Wu Ziyi had a grave expression on his face, and the three of them immediately accelerated their pace. Chapter 17, you'll have to fight to find out. The square, the entrance to the replica. After the bet took effect, Li Wenwei had a spring in his step. Gu Chen, at first I knew you were a summoner. It was from the bottom of my heart that I couldn't see you. After all, a civilian choosing a summoner is a dead end. But you proved yourself with your strength. That's why I'm planning to take you down to the hell level copy, as a way to let you grow up. After all, with a record of one hellish copy, even if you don't get into a higher education institution in the future, you'll be able to move in the direction of a chaperone, which is much better than going into a factory, isn't it? I was kind enough to take you, but you don't know any better. Li Wenwei spoke in a long and serious manner, and his tone of voice revealed a strong sense of contempt and condescension. As soon as Lin Qingqing's trio squeezed closer, they were amused by Li Wenwei's words, and the gravity on their original faces dissipated in a moment. Woohoo! False alarm. Laugh your ass off. Li Wenwei is taking Gu Chen down to the copy? Inverting the Big Dipper? He thinks that placing a copy with Gu Chen is letting Gu Chen grow up? Who on earth doesn't know better? Ha ha ha. I'm relieved that Li Wenwei is talking like this. With Gu Chen's temperament, he definitely won't team up with him. The three of them talked and laughed, breathing a long sigh of relief in their hearts, but now their future was completely tied to Gu Chen. As long as Gu Chen didn't leave, they had a promising future ahead of them. Ha ha ha. Old Gu, did you hear that? Li Wenwei is doing this for your own good. If you can't get into a higher education institution, you can still go and be a chaperone. Lin Yuan stood beside Gu Chen, listening to those dad-flavored sermons, and laughed outright with a piggy squeal. Did I allow you to laugh? Li Wenwei's face turned cold. Although you didn't give me permission to laugh, I just couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. The laughter on Lin Yuan's face wanted to grow. With Gu Chen around, he didn't even put Li Wenwei, the genius of the key class, in his eyes. So what if it was a rare profession? As long as Gu Chen released his summoned beast, he could directly kill it in seconds. Silly dog, condescending my ass. Lin Yuan crossed his arms and was spirited. Who dares to mess with us? As long as Gu Chen was around, any one of these people in the replica square would be trash in Lin Yuan's eyes. Have a good laugh. When I pass the hell level copy, there will be time for you to cry. Li Wenwei left behind a sentence and left with a gloomy face. His team was still one position short. He had to find a suitable professional as soon as possible before he could do so. At this moment, Lin Qingqing and the three of them also came to Gu Chen's side. Great God! The $200,000 for Su Ran and I have already been transferred to you. Lin Qingqing stepped forward and said. Lin Qingqing, Su Ran and Wu Ziyi paid Gu Chen a total of $300,000. At noon, after Gu Chen put up the Hurricane Warhammer on the trading platform, he put up the teleportation scroll as well, and the two items were sold for a total of $200,000. The front and back add up to the $500,000 for the betting fight. Gu Chen brought the four of them to the entrance of the replica, and in the replica interface, he chose the Temple Ruins Hell difficulty. Warning, the current selection is Hell difficulty. The challenger will enter the history of the temple. The difficulty is extremely high. The mortality rate is extremely high. Do you choose? Yes. The average level of the current team is too low. It is recommended to reorganize the team. No. We're entering the Temple Ruins Hell level copy. Please wait. A dark red glow bloomed from the spatial vortex at the entrance of the duplicate, and immediately afterward, Gu Chen and the others' figures disappeared in place. Those around them, on the other hand, looked dumbfounded, and the crowd was first quiet for a while, then directly exploded. I'll go. Gu Chen actually did enter a hell level copy. Are you crazy? There's no such thing as looking for death? Just clearing the difficult level and turning around to enter the hell level. That's too big a span, isn't it? Gu-chan is confused. He dares to solo the hell level. Who gave him the courage? Gu-chan is dead. Jesus can't even protect him. I say, if he makes it out alive, I'll livestream upside down diarrhea. Isn't that what you said last time? On the other hand, Lee Wenwei had also learned of Gu-chan's entry into the hell-ranked copy, but he wasn't half worried. Isn't it funny that a civilian summoner, with 4 actors, is going to paint a hellish copy? Brother Hui, we've recruited someone. The other party is a thunder mage, a rare profession like you, and is coming over. Alright, give him 3 minutes to prepare, and after 3 minutes, everyone will join me in the hellish copy. The corner of Lee Wenwei's mouth curled up into a cold smile. There were 2 rare professions in his team, and Gu-chan's team was 4 actors. How do you compare? No need to compare at all. Gu-chan is dead. Ha, what's with the fog? The gray fog? Dizzy and weak. This gray fog contains the power of a curse, being inflicted with a weakened state as soon as you hit the ground. This is a hellish copy? Standing at the gates of the ruins of the Hell-class temple, the air was filled with gray mist. Lin Yuan and the others were pale, and their bodies were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Hell-level copies were similar to real historical records, which meant that the environment the crowd was in now was the real temple ruins. As for the previously cleared hard-level copy, it was a weakened version at best. These gray mists resemble the skills of that black-robed deacon in the main hall, so I think they should be related to the Abyssal Fae, and it's likely that this temple is undergoing an abyssal invasion. Lin Qingqing surveyed the temple gate. Not very likely. This temple has been invaded by the Abyssal Fae. Wu Ziyi took over and said, combining the history books with the strategy guide, all the people within the temple have been contaminated by the power of the abyss, and the boss black-robed deacon that we encountered at the difficult level before is one of them. Even though it's now a hellish copy, it's still a good idea to re-enter the temple and go through the previous storyline again. After entering the main hall, not only do you have to kill the black-robed deacon, you also have to find a sealed heart. Then head to the sanctuary. You will encounter the Red Priest, the final boss of the Nightmare level copy. Kill the Red Priest, and then find the sealed blood to complete the Nightmare level copy. After clearing the sanctuary you have to head to the altar. As for what happens at the altar and which is the final boss, that's unclear. Wu Ziyi gave a rough idea of the next few nodes, which were information he had gotten through paid channels. True to form, the class president came to be an actor but did his homework on the subject ahead of time. Lin Yuan had a bit of a headache and rubbed his temples, saying, sounds like a bad mess. There isn't even a strategy when it comes to the final stage. Wu Ziyi nodded. After all, no newcomer would choose a hell-level copy, and even if they did, no one has ever cleared it. Su Ran blushed badly and subconsciously looked at Gu Chun. Great God, are you sure? Well, you'll have to fight to find out. With a bashful face, Gu Chun unleashed his summoning skill, and an upright figure in a dark red dress appeared out of thin air. For a moment, a strong sense of oppression emanated from the blood race Archon, and the evil aura poured out into the surroundings, causing one's mind to tremble and one's bones to creep out. Chapter 18, Killing 10,000 Blood Elite Guards. Archon of the Blood Clan. Old Gu, your summoned beast advanced? Lin Yuan looked at the dark red gown and was astonished. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing and the others looked sideways. This was just after a difficult level copy, and the summoned beast had advanced? Who would believe such an exaggerated growth rate? The crowd looked carefully, only to see in front of them is no longer the familiar Dracula. Posture is more upright and domineering. Around the body through a seeping heart and soul of the shadowy and cold. Just by looking at each other, an intense sense of fear came like a tidal wave, causing a suffocating feeling that was hard to resist. Wu Ziyi's gaze narrowed slightly, and the first thing he wanted to do was to check the Blood Archon's attributes. Yet all he saw were rows of question marks, because Gu Chen had set the summoned beast's information to not be released to the public. Outsiders who wanted to view it would only be able to see the name, level and blood bar, not even the specific life value. After all, the attribute information of a legendary summoned beast was too amazing. Only 6 levels. 4-dimensional attributes have broken 100. Blood nearly 9,000. Where is this summoned beast? Put into the novice copy as a boss. Facing the puzzled gazes of a few people, Gu Chen didn't bother to explain, and directly released a command to the Blood Archon, heading towards the temple gate. At the same time, the first wave of sunken guards came out from behind the gate. The legendary level Blood Archon possessed even stronger blood instincts, and almost at the same time as it took a step, it had already aimed at a figure in the depths of the gray mist and raised its hand to fire a shot. Boo! 1 hit kills. Damage breaks 3,000. The sunken guards in the gray mist had only just shown their heads when they were blasted with a single shot. Kill sinking guard LV. 5. Experience plus 113. Day. That's a level 5 guard. And it was killed in seconds? Lin Yuan was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. Just as Lin Yuan was shocked, a tall guard in heavy black armor with a huge golden sword in his hand walked out. This guard was over 3 meters tall as a hill, and the golden giant sword in its hand exuded a stern might, and by its side, it followed a group of level 5 guards. Fei, Sunken Guard Elite, rank, LV. 6, life value, 11, 500, attributes, strength 80, agility 73, physique 92, spirit 75, skill I, Curse of the Grey Mist, skill 2, Steel Guardian, skill 3, Sworn Sword, skill 4, Ultimate Judgment. Is there any mistake? Elite guards? Lin Qingqing's face was aghast. Oh my god, tens of thousands of blood. Is this really just a guard? Su Ran lightly covered her red lips, shocked beyond words. Wu Ziyi spoke up at the right time. The hell-level replica restores the real historical scene. So this elite guard with over 10,000 blood is just a gatekeeper? Hearing this, the crowd's eyelids jumped. Even the elite monsters were just gatekeepers. Then wouldn't the difficulty behind them be heavenly? At this time, the elite guards let out a roar and waved their golden giant swords in their hands, like a small mountain rushing towards the Blood Archon to kill him. The Blood Race Archon's eyes stared. Killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed, and he raised his hand to fire a shot. Boo! The bright silver bullets were deflected by the pitch-black heavy armor, and the elite guards took a pitifully small amount of damage, dropping only 300 life points, or 2% of their damage. Iron Guard, heavy armor resists 90% of the damage dealt to a Sunken Guard elite, and the total damage dealt may not exceed 50% of its own maximum life value. Good skill. It's a pity that the one he met was the Blood Archon. 50% of an elite guard's maximum life is 5,750. This amount of blood was tantamount to a blood cow to the other challenger teams, and even if the elite guards stood there and didn't fight back, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to break this skill. Normal challengers who want to kill elite guards can only rely on positioning to drain the duration of this skill and wait for it to go on cooldown. But for the Blood Archon, it would only take 2 shots to knock this heavy armor off. Without the slightest hesitation, only a bang was heard as the second bullet whistled and hit the elite guard's body. The elite guard's body shook, and cracks spread all over his heavy armor in an instant. Broken. After breaking through the heavy armor, the elite guard let out an angry roar. The golden giant sword in its hand pointed straight up to the sky, and a piercing golden light blossomed above the blade. Skill, Ultimate Judgment, activated. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the golden sword blade descended from the sky, chopping down towards the Blood Race Archon with a destructive force. The Blood Archon was after all a legendary grade summoned beast. Its keen senses had long captured the attack from the sky, and when the golden sword blade was about to chop down on top of its head, its silhouette retreated more than 10 meters like a ghost, easily avoiding this skill. Boom! The huge golden sword blade chopped down, and sand flew on the ground as a large amount of debris and dirt burst out in all directions. At the same time, the Blood Race Archon's attack arrived once more. Boo! After the heavy armor was broken, the shot directly knocked out more than 3,000 blood of the elite guard. Immediately after that, another bullet whistled, hitting the elite guard's brow with precision. Boo! High damage hits the head and triggers a direct stun effect. The elite guards stood still, losing their ability to resist for a moment. The opportunity was rare, and the Blood Archon frantically pulled the trigger, and the dense bullets poured out like rain, hitting the bodies of the elite guards as much as they could. It wasn't the center of the brow, and it wasn't vital, but with the power of the Blood Archon nowadays, even the damage of a general attack was frighteningly high. Bang! 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 The elite guard's bloodline fell rapidly, and after a few shots, the figure as tall as a hill collapsed, his blood level completely emptied. It was only 3 to 5 breaths before and after, and the elite monster with a blood volume of 10,000 was killed. The greatest threat had been lifted, and with a flash of his figure, the Blood Archon charged straight into the group of level 5 guards. It raised both hands, one black and one white heavy pistol shooting frantically. The sound of gunfire was as dense as rain, and the surrounding area was filled with corpses of the guards that had been blown up. In the space of a breath, the first wave of guards were killed without a single one left. Kill Sinking Guard Elite LV. 6. Experience plus 468. Obtained loot. Steal Heavy Armor *1. Get loot. Cure Potion *3. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 5. Experience plus 111. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 5. Experience plus 118. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 5. Experience plus 115. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 5. Experience plus 109. A blue light fell from the elite guard's corpse, and Gu Chen's gaze lit up. It's not easy, The first wave of monsters drop equipment. Pick up the steel heavy armor and look at it. Steel heavy armor. Quality, excellent. Restriction level, 6. Attributes, physique plus 30. Strength plus 5. Effect, heavy steel armor reduces the wearer's damage by 15%. A level 6 equipment. Excellent level. Adding 30 points of constitution, 5 points of strength, and resisting 15% damage is not bad. Heavy armor is usually worn by warriors or knights, and when it goes out and hangs on the trading platform, it should be able to fetch a good price as well. Chapter 19, Dreams Come True. Dream Space. Professionals make really good money. Once again, the idea sprouted in Gu Chen's mind. As far as he could remember, he had always suffered from poverty since he was a child, and even when he went to the Gu family later, he was still subjected to a lot of stigmatization. During this month in solid North City, although he lived in the Gu family residence, the glory and wealth had nothing to do with him at all. The only thing that made it easier for him was not having to worry about 3 meals a day. Thinking of the Gu family, a flash of coldness flashed under Gu Chen's eyes. Yesterday, Gu Qingfeng had decided that he had failed in his transfer, and in front of Qin Yun and a group of Gu family subordinates, he had reduced him to worthlessness, and even regarded him as a disgrace. Today, he became a summoner with a god-level talent, and his future was unlimited. Northern Warlord, Holy Sword Berserker, Imperial Supreme? Oh, it wasn't even worth mentioning in front of a god-level talent. One day, he would become an existence that Gu Qingfeng could only look up to, and that day can't be too far away. Storing the fine steel heavy armor into his carrying space, Gu Chen looked at another trophy. Healing Potion, quality, excellent. Effect, resist the Grey Mist Curse for 10 minutes after absorption. The Blood Archon's 4-dimensional attributes had already broken 100, and the Grey Mist Curse had a minimal effect on it. Gu Chen's 4-dimensional attributes were far superior to those of his peers, and would only be slightly and faintly affected, not to mention the fact that he wasn't participating in the battle. As such, the healing potion was not very useful at all in his hands, but that was only for him. For other professionals, healing potions were absolutely unrivaled treasures. With just 1 dose, you can ignore the Grey Mist Curse for 10 minutes and completely dispel the weakened state on your body. Carrying it is the equivalent of carrying a purification spell. This is crucial if put in a boss fight. Therefore, Gu Chen was sure that if this thing was listed on the trading platform, it would definitely fetch a good price as well, including the 3 healing potions in his carry-on space. At the same time, the Blood Archon finished clearing all the guards at the entrance of the temple. Level up. Rank, LV. 7, 32/2680. Power, 187. Agility, 186. Physical fitness, 188. Spirit, 189. Summoned beasts, Blood Grand Monarch LV. 7, Legend. Nightmare Master LV. 7, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Level 7 now. If this upgrading speed was spread out, I don't know how many people would die of envy. Due to the attribute feedback bonus, Gu Chen's full attributes were already approaching 200 points, which was more than double that of a professional of the same level. That's kind of awesome. If he went out to fight 1v1 against each other in the arena, even without relying on summoned beasts, he would be able to do a sweep of his class. Next, Gu Chen unleashed his talent to acquire the Dark Bloodline, and a dark red light blossomed before his eyes. Hopefully a King's Blood. If there was another King's Blood bloodline, both of his summoned beasts would become legendary grade, and this hell grade copy would definitely be a sure thing. You have acquired Dark Bloodline Descendant. Okay. Overthinking. It seemed that the King's Blood wasn't that easy to obtain. After all, it was a bloodline capable of advancing an epic summoned beast to legendary. Even in the entire Divine Summer Empire, there were only a dozen or so known legendary grade summoning beasts. Rarity was one thing, and another reason was that there weren't many professionals who turned summoners either. Dark Bloodline Descendant can perform a bloodline awakening for a first-generation dark creature, and an attribute enhancement for a dark creature of King's Blood. Without thinking about it, attribute enhancement didn't mean much to the Bloodline Archon, but Bloodline Awakening allowed the Nightmare Lord to gain a new talent or skill. Gu Chen directly integrated the Descendant Bloodline into the Nightmare Sovereign. Dark Bloodline Descendant Fusion successful. Summoned Beast Bloodline Awakening. Rank, LV. 7. Life Value, 7,950. Attributes, Strength 99. Agility 106. Physique 105. Spirit 110. New talent, Dreams Come True, Epic. Dreams Come True, Nightmare Master's skill cooldown is reduced by 50%. Skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effects are reduced by 80%. That's a gift. And a dream come true. Having the cooldown aside, all consumption and negative effects were directly reduced by 80%. and none of the legendary summoning beasts had such an exaggerated effect. It was also the fact that the Nightmare Lord itself was an energy body. If it were any other summoned beast, there would definitely be no such good thing. Next, the Blood Race Archon walked into the temple, with Gu Chen and the others following close behind. As soon as he stepped into the temple square, an even denser gray fog directly hit his face. The crowd's faces changed, only to feel the effects of the gray mist curse intensify, and the weakness status inflicted on their bodies directly doubled. Gu Chen frowned. His four-dimensional attributes had already broken 100, and his resistance was far superior to that of his peers. But under the influence of the gray mist curse, his full attributes had also dropped by 25%. As for Lin Yuan and the others, each one of them looked pale and breathless as they followed behind, as if they were missing half their lives. Right at this moment, Su Ran, who was walking beside Lin Qingqing, showed a pained look on her face. It seemed that she could no longer withstand the gray mist curse. Her eyes rolled upwards, and her slim and delicate body just collapsed in a straight line. Su Ran! Lin Qingqing rushed forward and helped Su Ran up, only to find that the latter had fallen into a coma. Gu Chen also walked up and checked Su Ran's status. The physique is too weak. He knew that the assassin's physique was weak, but he didn't expect Su Ran's physique to be so weak. He fainted because he couldn't withstand the sudden surge of the gray mist curse. At this moment, the difficulty of the hell level copy was unreservedly presented to the crowd. This ubiquitous gray mist curse is simply terrifying. If the challenger's physique wasn't up to scratch, he wouldn't even need the Fae to do anything. He would automatically burp after a few more steps. No wonder no newcomer has been able to clear a hellish novice copy for so many years. Is this something a newbie pro can afford? What to do? If they were placed in other teams, in Su Ran's case, they could only use a teleportation scroll to send her out. After all, she was already incapacitated. If the intensity of the gray mist curse continued to increase behind her, it would most likely kill her here. Great God, Gu Chen! I can carry Su Ran on my back. Can you let her continue to follow us? Lin Qingqing said in a pleading tone. She and Su Ran had borrowed $100,000 from outside in order to follow Gu Chen into the hell level copy. $100,000. That's totally astronomical for a civilian kid right out of high school. If you quit in the middle of the day, the only way out for Saran is to enter the factory, and it is estimated that you will have to play screws for several years before you can pay back the huge sum. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Gu Chen sighed. Seeing Gu Chen's attitude, Lin Qingqing's face was gloomy. However, in the next second, Gu Chen raised his hand and directly summoned a ghost-like figure of black mist, Nightmare Juggernaut, only to see the Nightmare Lord pull Su Ran, and with a flash, the space in front of him was like a mirror breaking, and Su Ran was pulled into the other side of that spatial rift. Dreamland. The Nightmare Master can travel through the dream world at will. By pulling Su Ran into the dream world, he would naturally not be cursed by the gray mist. Chapter 20 Use of Healing Potions. The dream world is a special space completely independent of the real world, completely isolated from reality, and nothing that happens in the dream world affects the real world. Therefore, when Su Ran entered the dream space, he quickly recovered from his weakened state. Where am I? Saran looked around blankly. Being in the dream world, he could clearly see the scene in the replica, yet the crowd in the real world couldn't see her. Where's Su Ran? Lin Qingqing was also at a loss. Hearing Lin Qingqing's voice, Su Ran answered and subconsciously walked over. Yet within a few steps, it was back where it had been before. Now, a trace of panic appeared on Su Ran's face. Without hesitation, she immediately activated the assassin's ghost dash and accelerated towards Lin Qingqing. However, the more she ran, the farther the distance between her and Lin Qingqing became. Gu Chen sensed the situation in the dream world through his connection with the Nightmare Master. Forget it, you guys go in as well. He waved his hand. In the dream realm, you won't be affected by the gray fog curse, and I'll release you when the gray fog dissipates. As soon as the words fell, the void in front of them suddenly shattered in large swathes, and a pitch-black crack extended almost as far as Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Wu Ziyi's eyes. Immediately afterward, a hideous hand coalesced from black mist stretched out from the shattering, and the arm split into three, pulling the three of them into the dream world at once. Everything in the dream world was no different from the copy scene. The only difference was that the four of them couldn't interact with Gu Chen. After all, it was 2 dimensions. The weak state has really disappeared? Lin Qingqing saw Su Ran as soon as she came in, both excited and surprised. Gu Chen said, this is a dream world? How did we get in here? Lin Yuan looked incredulously at the ghost-like black shadow. Nightmare Juggernaut. It's a summoned beast alright. I can't imagine that Gu Chen contracted a second summoned beast so quickly. Not only is it an energy body, but it's also a rare spatial system. Wu Ziyi subconsciously tried to check the summoned beast's attributes, but only saw a bunch of question marks. So, Dreamscape is a skill of the Nightmare Master? We're inside a skill? What skill can last this long? Although the Nightmare Master could travel between the dream world and reality at will, keeping the dream world open for a long period of time like this was a huge drain on energy. Putting it before, the Nightmare Lord would never be able to do it. However, after the Bloodline Awakening, its talent, Dreams Come True, could cause its own consumption to be reduced by 80%, which greatly increased the skill's range. After settling Lin Yuan and the four of them, the Blood Race Archon continued to open up the road, with Gu Chen and the Nightmare Lord following behind. As they continued to go deeper and deeper, the weakening effect from the Grey Mist curse grew stronger and stronger, and when they reached the square, Gu Chen felt that his full attributes had dropped by 30%. What kind of concept is that? Originally, his four-dimensional attributes were nearly 100, but now they had dropped to the early 70s, and his movements had obviously slowed down a bit. The same was true for the Blood Archon. The weakness state had a very serious effect on the battle power. The level 5 guards that could be killed in seconds with a single bullet now had to fire 2 shots to do so. As Gu Chen entered the square, a large number of sinking guards were refreshed from all directions, almost as if a few were refreshed every few steps. Moreover, every few times these guards were refreshed, there would be an elite guard, just at a different level. For example, the one encountered at the entrance of the temple was a level 7 elite guard, and just now, the Blood Maharaja had killed another level 8 elite guard, and now, right in front of Gu Chen, a level 9 elite guard was walking towards him. Fei, Sunken Guard Elite, rank, LV, 9, life value, 16,000, attributes, strength 80, agility 87, physique 122, spirit 95, skill I, Curse of the Grey Mist, skill 2, Steel Guardian, skill 3, Giant Axe Chopping, skill 4, Cyclone Bloodshed. This level 9 elite guard was like a small giant. The black heavy armor was full of majesty. Its own blood quantity was as high as 16,000, and its 4-dimensional attributes all broke 100. It could be said that this was by far the most powerful alien race that Gu Chen had encountered since entering the copy. As the level 9 elite guards came forward, the gray fog around them became denser and denser, and even the elite guard's facial features became blurred. It held a blood-colored giant axe in its hand. The end of the axe handle was connected by a pitch-black iron cable, and the rest of the cable was wrapped around the abnormally thick arm. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound rang out from the gray fog. Giant Axe Chopping. The huge blood-colored axe was thrown out without any warning, and the sharp blade of the axe cut through the air like a thick blood-colored lightning striking towards the Blood Race Archon at breakneck speed. The Curse of Grey Mist unleashed by the level 9 elite guard reduced the Blood Archon's full attributes by 40%. For a moment, the Blood Archon's speed lost its normal level, and before he could dodge, he was hacked on by the sharp axe blade. Thumbs up! Hideous wounds appeared on the Blood Archon's body, blood splattering and nearly cutting it off. It was a good thing that this elite guard was known for his physique, and his attack power wasn't very high in comparison, but even so, he had knocked out more than 4,000 life points of the Blood Archon in one go. After rising to level 7, the Blood Archon's life value had already broken 10,000. It could be said that one of the elite guard's skills had directly knocked out almost half of the Blood Archon's life value. Roar! The Blood Race Archon's face grimaced as he let out a pained roar. This is a level 9 elite guard. It's simply terrifying. Wu Ziyi looked at the Blood Archon's blood bar that was nearly half empty, and his eyes were filled with horror. This is the first time a summoned beast has taken such heavy damage. Hell-level copies are truly terrifying. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. The elite guards are surprisingly strong. Or else, let the Nightmare Master go up as well? Lin Yuan subconsciously looked towards the spectral black shadow. Within the dream space, the four watched the battle, their hearts almost in their throats. However, on the square, Gu Chen stood in place, his expression calm and unparalleled. Although under the influence of the Curse of Grey Mist, the Blood Archon's attributes dropped and he failed to dodge the elite guard's skills in time. But it's a blood. For the Bloods, any other injury can be recovered quickly as long as it is not fatal. It's not a skill, it's instinct. Only to see the Blood Archon stifle a grunt as he dislodged the huge axe embedded in his flesh. In the next moment, the blood at the wound had stopped flowing out, and even the hideous wound began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the twinkling of an eye, the lurid-looking wound had returned as good as new. If it wasn't for the dark red blood that still remained on its gown, it would be hard to imagine that a few seconds ago, it was nearly cut off by that huge blood-colored axe. The wound had recovered, but the blood bar was still at close to the half-blood line. However, under the blood instinct talent, its life value was also recovering rapidly. Seeing this, Gu Chen didn't want to waste any more time and took out a tube of healing potion from his carry-on space. Healing potion, absorbed to resist the Grey Mist curse for 10 minutes. The Blood Archon took the potion without any hesitation and swallowed it with the glass tube. In the next second, a layer of white energy blossomed on the surface of his body, and the weakened state instantly disappeared. Roar! The Blood Race Archon let out a roar, sweeping away his previous depression. Under the effect of the healing potion, its four-dimensional attributes along with its bloodline rebounded extremely quickly, and it returned to its peak state in the blink of an eye. Chapter 21 Dead Grammar Sphere. Bloodline Inheritance. Bang! Bang! Fatal shot. Two bright silver bullets sliced through the gray mist, hitting the elite guard's head at almost the same time. The elite guard stumbled and was knocked down by a small 7,000 life points, his blood bar instantly dropping to near the half-blood line. Bang! Bang! 2 shots in a row. Another fatal shot. Generally speaking, there was a cooldown mechanism for the skill and it could not be activated twice in a row, but after being promoted to the legendary level, Fatal Shot was strengthened. Before it was 1 bullet with a skill effect from that silver-white pistol, but now it was 6, or an entire magazine. 1 bullet did more than 3,000 damage, and after 5 shots, the elite guard was left with just a sliver of blood skin, and could be taken away with just 1 more shot. However, on the verge of death, the pitch-black heavy armor on the elite guard suddenly bloomed with a dark light. Skill activated. Steel Guardian. All of a sudden, the dying elite guards gained superb damage reduction with the help of their skills. Skill activated. Bloodshed Blade. After getting exempted from damage, the elite guards dragged their iron ropes and swung their giant axes in an attempt to unleash the strongest blow. However, at this time, the Blood Race Archon was already at his peak, so how could he possibly sit back and wait for death? Bang! 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 The black pistol hit 3 or 2 shots, instantly breaking the Steel Guardian's damage reduction. With that, it flickered and ghostly appeared behind the elite guards. The moment that blood-colored giant axe just flew out, a bright silver bullet precisely hit the back of the elite guard's head. Bang! Kill Sinking Guard Elite, LV. 9. Experience plus 795. Obtained loot. Dead Grammar Sphere *1. Dead Grammar Sphere. Quality, Rare. Effect, each kill or assist builds up 1 tier of Whisper of the Dead. Each tier of Whisper of the Dead provides a 5% bonus to all attributes. Note, the effect of the Grammar Sphere needs to be cast on its own initiative. The number of layers will be cleared after casting, and the effect of the full attribute bonus will last for 1 minute. Note, if the wearer dies, the number of layers will be zeroed out. Rare Grade Mana Ball Equipment. Each kill or assist accumulates a 5% bonus to all attributes. Unlike regular mana orbs, the effects of necrotic mana orbs need to be actively cast. That is to say, even if you have accumulated 20 layers and the full attribute bonus reaches 100%, if you don't actively cast it, you won't get the bonus effect. Moreover, the tiers are cleared to 0 after casting, and the bonus effect only lasts for 1 minute. Gu-chun thought for a moment and decided to have Nightmare Juggernaut equip on Dead Grammar Orb. For one thing, the Nightmare Master could travel between the dream world and reality at will, with greater survivability and less likely to die, helping to accumulate higher tiers. Secondly, Nightmare Juggernaut's Deep Dream can deal ranged sustained damage, which can be maximized within 1 minute of the spell's effect. After equipping himself, the Blood Archon continued to drive. After passing through the courtyard and killing a group of guards, Gu-chen arrived at the entrance to the main hall, pushing open the 2 heavy doors. In the middle of the main hall, next to the huge sculpture that had collapsed, a tall figure shrouded under a black robe appeared. Fey, Black-Robed Deacon Elite. Rank, LV. 13. Life Value, 35,000. Attributes, Strength 125, Agility 127, Physique 132, Spirit 135, Skill I, Curse of the Grey Mist. Skill 2, Darkness Attack. Skill 3, Damage Transfer. It's still the Black-Robed Deacon, only the rank has been raised. At level 13, the average 4-dimensional attribute was 130, and the blood quantity had soared to 35,000. Although the skills hadn't changed, the size was taller and shadier, and the Curse of the Grey Mist in the main hall had become more intense. Gu-chun could feel that the weakened state had suppressed his full attributes by 40%, and if he went into battle in this state, his battle power would be directly halved. It was a good thing that the Blood Archon had already used a healing potion and would be immune to the Grey Mist curse for 10 minutes, or else there would be no chance of winning if he went to kill monsters with a weakened state. Meanwhile, within the empty main hall, a single sinking guard refreshed from the surrounding corners. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 tall figures in armor appeared around Gu-chen. Within the dream realm, Lin Yuan and the others saw countless guards in all directions and their scalps went numb. This much? The main hall wasn't like this last time, Lin Xingxing said with a frown. Can't even count. It's simply horrible, Su Ran said. This is really a big trouble. Wu Ziyi had a grave expression on his face. What to do? So many monsters, even if we add the Nightmare Master. It's not enough, Lin Yuan frantically said. In the difficulty level copy, there were only about 20 guards around the black-robed deacon, and the highest ranked of them were just 2 level 5 guards. But now, the number of guards had directly doubled, with the lowest being level 5 guards, and there was no shortage of some level 7 and 8 guards. One should know that the black-robed deacon had the skill of damage transfer. These 50 or so sunken guards were not just beaters, but 50 or so blood packs. Level 5 guards have a blood level of 2,900 and level 6 guards have a blood level of 3,500. Level 7 guards are 4,200 and level 8 guards are 5,000. Just based on the fact that the average blood level of each guard was 4,000. The total blood level of all these guards put together was around 200,000 as well. In other words, the black-robed deacon's own blood level was 35,000, with a 200,000 blood pack attached. It's like a blood cow. No, blood cows aren't even that dramatic. It should be a blood bank. What can we do? Over 200,000 blood. This mustn't blow up the guns chamber? Lin Yuan said with a worried face. That's not so bad. A voice rang in his ears and Lin Yuan turned his head to see that Gu Chen had unexpectedly appeared in the dream world as well. Old Gu, why did you come in? Lin Yuan looked puzzled. The next battle is rather chaotic, and I'm afraid of accidental injuries. Gu Chen said indifferently. The next battle was more chaotic? Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the 4 of them turned their heads to look, only to see the blood race Archon's 5 fingers clasping in vain. 5 scarlet bloodlights flew out from his palm and instantly disappeared into the corpses of the guards outside the main hall. In the next second, the guard's corpse opened its eyes and blossomed with an evil bloody light as it slowly rose from the ground. Blood inheritance. The blood Archon can spend his own life value to transform dead units into blood descendants. The blood Archon consumed 5,000 life points to turn 5 corpses into blood guards, and his blood bar dropped above the half-blood line all of a sudden. The blood guards are at the same level as they were in life. 3 level 7s and 2 level 8s. The blood guards came behind the blood Grand Sovereign, their scarlet pupils staring deathly at the sinking guards in all directions, revealing a bloodthirsty and brutal appearance. Kill. The blood race Archon gently spat out a word, and the blood race guards took their long swords or heavy axes and frantically killed among the group of guards in front of them. Strong physique and recovery ability were the instincts of the blood race. If it was a normal confrontation, the blood guards should have the upper hand. However, under the influence of the curse of the Grey Mist, level 7 and 8 blood guards could only kill the lowest level 5 guards first. The blood Archon wasn't idle either. His eyes locked on a level 8 guard who was trying to attack the blood guard. Bang! 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 A series of silver bullets whistled like electricity, instantly hitting that level 8 guard's body. Kill sinking guard LV. 8. Experience plus 616. The 5 blood guards fought one against many, and the battle was fierce. And it didn't take long for one of the sinking guards to fall to the ground. Kill sinking guard LV. 5. Experience plus 113. Kill sinking guard LV. 5. Experience plus 113. Kill sinking guard LV. 6. Experience plus 234. Kill sinking guard LV. 6. Experience plus 234. Chapter 22, Star Upgrade. Skill Enhancement. Scratch that. I got an upgrade? In the dream realm, Lin Yuan, who was in battle watching mode, was suddenly startled, and then his face showed joy. Gu Chen looked over. Not only Lin Yuan, but Lin Qingqing, Su Ran and Wu Ziyi had also upgraded, all to level 5. He himself, on the other hand, is almost at level 8. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were ecstatic, knowing that it was only halfway through the copy. They had rushed to level 5 without doing anything along the way, something that would have been unthinkable in the past. I wonder what's going on with Li Wenwei. Lin Qingqing suddenly remembered Gu Chen's bet. It's definitely over. Lin Yuan spoke up. Li Wenwei cleared the difficult level copy in the morning. He's only level 4, and with a set of rare level night suit. With this he wants to pass the hell level copy? It's hard to say. Wu Ziyi analyzed from the side. Li Wenwei doesn't just have a rare grade set, he's also an A-grade talent possessor. And his team members, their occupational pairings are too much stronger than ours. He even has an A-rank talent? How come I didn't know? Lin Yuan was astonished. Normal. For civilians, many information channels are closed. Wu Ziyi's head lifted slightly. And how did you know that? Aren't you a civilian too? Me, HM. Civilians are different too. Just as a few people were chatting, Gu Chen used a life recovery potion to completely restore the blood Archon's life value. With that, blood inheritance was cast again, and 5 more corpses were transformed into blood descendants. 1 level 6 guard, 2 level 7 guards, and 2 level 8 guards. Why not convert more blood descendants at once? This was because the Blood Archon also had to fight the level 13 black-robed deacon, maintaining more than 50% of his life value in case an unexpected situation came up. As for the transformed ones, the Blood Guards retained the basic attributes of the Sunken Guards, but were also equipped with the instincts of the Bloods, and thus gained a great boost in battle power, with superb senses and speed, coupled with superb recovery ability. Almost every Blood Guard was able to go head-to-head against 1 to 2 Sinking Guards, and that was still if they were suppressed by the Grey Mist Curse. As the battle continued, the number of Blood Guards gradually increased, and the Sinking Guards began to fall into a disadvantage, leaving only a dozen or so guards struggling to hold on. At the same time, the Blood Race Archon's attacks were getting more and more violent, and after a few rounds, the Black-Robed Deacon's life value fell below the half-blood line, and there were only 6 Sunken Guards left in the main hall. 25 Blood Guards kill 6 Sinking Guards. Downwind game. Things are looking good. The long swords and giant axes kept chopping down, and the blood level of the Sinking Guards kept dropping, and soon, a Sinking Guard collapsed on the ground. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 9. Experience plus 521. Level up. Rank, LV. 8, 13/4850. Power, 197. Agility, 196. Physical fitness, 198. Spirit, 199. Summoned Beasts, Blood Grand Monarch LV. 8, Legend. Nightmare Master LV. 8, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. How refreshing. A flash of joy erupted from the bottom of Gu Chen's eyes. After the upgrade, the Blood Archon's life value went straight back to full. The Blood Inheritance was unleashed again. The Blood Archon's blood plummeted, and the 5 guard corpses stood up from the ground, bloodthirsty red auras erupting from their eyes. 35 vs 5 and the number of Blood Guards has increased again. Gu Chen, on the other hand, unleashed his talent to obtain the Dark Bloodline. You have obtained Dark Bloodline, First Generation. Dark Bloodline Primordial may perform a Star Rise for Primordial Darkness creatures and a Bloodline Awakening for Darkness creatures of King's Blood. Star Rising. After deliberating, Gu Chen incorporated this Dark Bloodline into the Nightmare Lord. Summoned Beasts start up successfully. Nightmare Juggernaut, Epic. Nightmare Juggernaut, Epic. Rank, LV. 8. Life value, 11,150. Attributes, Strength 119. Agility 126. Physique 125. Spirit 130. Gifts, Unnameable. Dreams Come True. Skill I, Disillusionment Instant Kill, Epic. Skill 2, Nightmare Haunting, Epic. Skill 3, Deep Dreaming, Epic. Skill, Nightmare Entrapment, has been strengthened. Nightmare Entanglement, summon a Nightmare Servant for every 10 spirit points. The Nightmare Servant can entangle the target in place for a short period of time, and the target entangled by multiple Nightmare Servants will receive multiplied damage. After the skill enhancement, Nightmare Entanglement has an additional control effect that can entangle the target in place for a short period of time. Also, by being entangled in 2 Nightmare Minions, the target takes twice the damage. 5 is 5 times, 10 is 10 times. Only, the source of the damage must be the Nightmare Master to produce multiple damage, otherwise it is ineffective. Kind of awesome. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Previously, this skill only allowed the Nightmare Servant to attach itself to the target and had no control effect, but now that it could entangle the target in place, it was a much different story. With a thought from Gu Chen, black mist rose around the Nightmare Lord, and 3 black shadows flickered and wrapped around the 3 Sinking Guards that were currently the only ones left. The control effect was then activated, and the 3 Sinking Guards were entangled by the Nightmare Servants, losing their ability to displace, and were hardened by the Blood Guards around them, hacking them to death in place. With that, 3 black shadows flew out of the guards' corpses and returned to the Nightmare Lord. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 8. Experience plus 235. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 9. Experience plus 518. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 8. Experience plus 230. Kill/assist ruling in effect. You have built up 3 levels of Deadman's Whisper. Awesome. That's the effect to have. The consumption of summoning the Nightmare Servant was not worth it, but it allowed the Nightmare Master to build up tiers for the Orb of Undead Grammar while opening the Dream Realm, which was a double whammy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't so much that he was lamenting the fact that Gu Chen had amassed 3 tiers of Undead Whisper in a single small maneuver, but rather he was deeply shocked by the corpses of the guards that were strewn about in the main hall. That's the equivalent of a 200,000 blood pack. It's just so hard to get dry scrapped. In that case, the black-robed deacon would be a piece of cake. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned, and suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have drifted a bit. That's a level 13 elite monster, with an average attribute of 130 and a blood quantity as high as 35,000. How could it be a piece of cake if he was allowed to go and couldn't die even if he held a heavy sword for a day? I didn't drink before entering the copy, so how did I get so drunk? At this point, all of the sunken guards had been killed, and the black-robed deacon could no longer deflect damage through minions. On the Blood Archon side, the healing potion had long since expired, and it suffered the effects of its weakened state as it engaged in a scorching battle with the black-robed deacon. Right at this moment, the Blood Race Archon suddenly gave up the fight and retreated at great speed. Instead, the blood guards in the arena rushed towards the black-robed deacon as if they had gone crazy. Undaunted, the first one to come to the black-robed deacon was a level 9 blood guard. Without saying a word, he just blew himself up. That's right, self-destruct. With a bang, it directly blew away the black-robed deacon's 2,000 blood. Immediately after that, a second blood guard came, then a third, and a fourth. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion was like a thunderous blast, causing the main hall to tremble. On the other hand, the black-robed deacon's bloodline dropped all the way down, falling off a cliff, completely clearing out in a few breaths. Underneath the blood-stained black robes, a tall body fell heavily to the ground, completely motionless. Chapter 23, Nightmare Juggernaut's debut. Kill black-robed deacon elite LV. 13. Experience plus 1573. Get loot. Summoner's skill book *1. Get trophy. Double doll *1. Get loot. Cure potion *3. Loot obtained. Life restoration potion *2. Summoner's skill book. What a blast of good luck. Gu Chen's face was delighted as he hurriedly opened his carry-on space. Skill book, total link. Profession, summoner. Rank, 5. Quality, rare. Effect, fully link your own state with the summoned unit. Share the gain effect. Share the loss effect. This skill was really good. One part of the consumption was shared with the summoned beasts, leaving 1/3, and one part of the gain was shared with the summoned beasts, making it 3. Although there was no equipment popped out this time, the rare popping out of a vocational skill book was considered rare. Learning skills. A layer of purple light blossomed above the summoning book, which then disappeared. You have learned new skills, full link. Finally a skill. Gu Chen spat in his mind. Summoner's skills were too scarce. There were no corresponding skill books for sale in small border towns like Linchang, so apart from the basic summoning skills, this was his first professional skill. Gu Chen then looked at another trophy. Doppelganger. Quality, rare. Effect, when activated, it can take 3,000 points of damage for the user. This value, which was equivalent to 3-4 times the maximum life value of an ordinary level 8 professional, but for Gu Chen, it was just a little over 2 times, a little bit less, but it's not bad as a shield. Gu Chen immediately activated the scapegoat doll and hung it on his body, and then put the rest of the loot into his carry-on space. At that moment, the Blood Race Archon seemed to have discovered something and handed Gu Chen a glass bottle covered in stains. What is it? Gu Chen looked over curiously and realized that the bottle was actually a heart, and it was still beating slowly. Quest item. Sealed heart. Looking at a cloudy gray-black dirty water in the bottle, Gu Chen was a bit physically uncomfortable for a moment. Sealed heart. Type, mission item. Description, a heart cut from a witch's body. Originally intended to be sacrificed to the gods in exchange for the power to defend against the abyss. Who knows? Quest item. Put it away for now. Gu Chen put the sealed heart into his carry-on space. After the black-robed deacon was killed, the gray mist curse became much thinner all of a sudden, and the weakening effect decayed drastically. Gu Chen found a clean place in the main hall and released Lin Yuan and the others from the dream world to rest a little. In fact, the main purpose was to let the Blood Archon recover his life value, and in the meantime, transform some more blood descendants out. After all, just now, in order to quickly kill the black-robed deacon, he had blown himself up 8 blood descendants at once. After more than an hour, the Blood Race Archon state had completely recovered. Behind it were 30 figures with thick blood chi wrapped around their bodies, which was the current limit of what a Blood Race Archon could transform. A level 13 blood deacon, 29 blood guards, of which 4 were level 9, 6 were level 8, 9 were level 7, and 10 were level 6. Transforms units below level 10 into blood descendants, consumes 1,000 life points, and self-destruct damage is 2,000. For units under level 20, it consumes 2,000 life points and self-destruct damage is 3,000. As for those below level 30, it's unclear at this point. After they were ready, Gu Chen summoned the Nightmare Master, and Lin Yuan's 4 entered the dream world again. With the blood descendant in front of him, Gu Chen quickly reached the end of the main hall and came under 2 heavy iron doors. Pushing through this door leads to stepping into the sanctuary, the final level of the Nightmare level replica. As long as you kill the boss inside and find a sealed bottle of blood, you can successfully clear the level. But now, after all, it was a hell level copy, and the sanctuary could only be considered an appetizer, and the altar further down the line was the main meal. A level 6 blood guard pushed open the door, and Gu-chan stepped inside the sanctuary under the protection of a group of bloods. As soon as he stepped in, the concentration of the gray fog increased once again, and the effects of the weakness states suddenly erupted, with Gu-chan's full attributes directly dropping by 35%. With such a terrifying gray mist curse, it's no wonder that no newbie professional has ever managed to clear a hell-level copy. Gu-chan's face visibly paled for a few moments. It was a good thing that Lin Yuan and the others were already in a dream world, or else they would definitely have had to lose half their lives to do so. At the center of the sanctuary stood a thin, bony, hunched figure shrouded in dark red clothing. According to the guide, this should be the sanctuary's boss, the Red Priest. Beneath the hood of the coat, the Red Priest's face was obscured by the shadows, revealing only a pair of eyes that glittered with a frenzied and cruel gaze. Its skin was as pale as paper, and it was covered with black lines, like an evil spell spreading across its skin. As the group of bloods walked into the center of the sanctuary, a deep purple aura bloomed steeply on the crystal ball in the red-robed priest's hand. Roar! The dense purple energy was like smoke and mist, forming a skeletal silhouette around the red-clothed priest, struggling and roaring in the void. Fey, Red Priest's Elite. Rank, LV. 15. Life value, 72,000. Attributes, Strength 140, Agility 147, Physique 162, Spirit 150. Skill I, Curse of the Grey Mist. Skill 2, Spirit Shock. Skill 3, Life Sacrifice. Skill 4, Death Echo. This is a real trip to hell. With an average attribute of 150, coupled with a blood volume of 72,000, and the weakness effect of the Grey Mist Curse, it was estimated that an ordinary professional would feel their scalp go numb just by looking at it. With such a thick amount of blood, it definitely wouldn't work in the Blood Archon's current state. At that thought, Gu-chan took out a healing potion from his carry-on space and used it on himself. The healing potion took effect and the weakness immediately dissipated. At the same time, Gu-chan unleashed his skills. Full Link fully links its own state with the summoned unit, sharing the gain effect and the detrimental effect. In the next second, the spirit of the Blood Race Archon and the group of Blood Race Guards, who were still in a weakened state, lifted, and their state quickly rebounded. With that, Gu-chan looked at the ghost-like figure beside him. Go on, it's your turn to make your entrance. The Nightmare Sovereign had also recovered his peak state, directly turning into a black mist to introduce into the void, heading in the direction of the red-clothed priest. In the center area of the sanctuary, the red-robed priest flung his big sleeve, and 3 grudge skeletons rushed up into the sky, directly offsetting the bullets shot by the Blood Race Archon. The several blood guards who rushed at the front had already arrived in front of the red-clothed priest, the long swords and heavy axes in their hands slashing down without mercy. However, in the next second, one of the spiteful skeletons that haunted the red-clothed priest rushed forward and directly turned the blood guard who had rushed at the front into a field of withered bones. Immediately after that, a few more spiteful skeletons flew out and rushed towards the remaining blood guards. Right at this moment, a large area of the void suddenly shattered, and dark, deep cracks instantly engulfed those few resentful skeletons. The Nightmare Lord revealed his form, surrounded by nightmare servants that were like black mist. In the next second, the Nightmare Servant transformed into a black shadow and flew towards the Red Priest. Nightmare Entanglement. Summon a Nightmare Servant for every 10 spirit points. The Nightmare Servant can entangle the target in place for a short period of time, and the target entangled by multiple Nightmare Servants will receive multiplied damage. 1, 2, 3. In a single breath, the red-clothed priest's body was entangled in 10 black shadows, and the damage multiplier reached its limit. The Nightmare Master's black fog flourished around him and he swiftly hid into the dream world. And in the next second, a ghostly figure appeared behind the red-clothed priest. Disillusionment Instant Kill utilizes the dream world to approach the target unit, launching an attack to kill it and inflicting a high amount of damage to it. Skill Activation. Disillusionment Instant Kill hits the target and instantly explodes with high damage. Immediately afterward, the 10 black shadows wrapped around the red-clothed priest's body trembled violently, and 10 times the damage of Nightmare Entanglement erupted with it. Boom! Underneath the red robes, the hunched figure stiffened for a moment, and like a lightning strike, it directly fell to the ground. 28,000. The Nightmare Juggernaut stacked the 2 skills and directly exploded with 28,000 damage. The red-clothed priest's blood bar instantly emptied by nearly half, and was knocked down by more than 40% in one go. Chapter 24, Burning. The Red Priest who sacrifices his life. *******. 28,000 damage. Lin Yuan let out a gasp of surprise. How is that possible? Wasn't the Nightmare Lord a summoned beast that Gu Chen just contracted? How is it even fiercer than the Blood Race Archon? Looking at the Red Priest's empty blood bar by a large margin, he was completely tense. This damage, as long as it doesn't target the boss, hitting anyone is a second kill. Lin Qingqing was also astonished. The Red Priest has 72,000 life points. It seems like it's not even enough for the Nightmare Juggernaut to kill. Wu Ziyi also found it unbelievable. The four people within the dream were all incredulous, with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. A freshly turned summoner had dealt 28,000 damage using a summoned beast. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have killed them to believe something so outrageous. Roar! The red-clothed priest suffered a heavy blow, and a terrifying might erupted around him. A dozen or so skeletal grievances lingered around it, letting out ghostly cries of misery as they flew towards the Nightmare Lord. Just then, the Blood Archon suddenly attacked, a series of bullets whistling and striking the Red Priest's head with precision. Bang! 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 A large amount of damage erupted across his brow, instantly knocking the red-clothed priest out of his stunned state. Those skeleton spirits that rushed towards the Nightmare Master suddenly stalled and lost control, and then they streaked around like headless flies, crashing into the surrounding walls and statues. Against an elite monster like the Red Priest, the stun is only 1 second, but it was enough for the battle at hand. Deep dreaming. Without hesitation, the Nightmare Master directly unleashed his strongest skill, constructing an area into a deep dreamscape with the red-clothed priest at the center. The Red Priest in the deep dream world let out a roar of agony as its form stretched, squashed, twisted, and disassembled like Play-Doh. Every second, it took a high amount of damage inflicted on it by the deep dream world. The blood level began to fall, although it wasn't an instantaneous drop of more than 40% like before, but it was better than steady, consistent, and it was dropping at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Roar! The Red Priest awoke from his dizziness and fled frantically, trying to leave the deep dream world. But how could the Blood Archon miss this opportunity? Although they were in the same deep dream realm, the Blood Archon was not affected in the slightest. With a flash of its figure, it appeared in an excellent shooting position. Deadly shot. Launch! A series of silver bullets whistled like electric light, and the red-clothed priest's blood level fell wildly, instantly missing 24,000 life points. Lin Yuan and the others' eyelids snapped, and they were directly silenced by the more than silent. The worldview was turned upside down. The Nightmare Juggernaut dealt 28,000 damage and the Blood Archon dealt 24,000 damage. What's going on? Do summoned beasts measure their damage in tens of thousands now? Didn't they say that a civilian picking a summoner is a dead end? Why is Gu Chen so perverted? Is it hard for a civilian to pick summoner as the strongest profession? The world has lied to us? The four men looked at each other with complicated faces. This is a level 8 professional? Which level 8 professional can deal 20,000 damage? It's not 20,000. It's 24,000. And the zeros you're ignoring would have killed you 10 times over. If this goes to the academy examination, what the hell is the Shinjing Academy? Not necessarily. Wu Ziyi suddenly spoke up, not really agreeing with this statement. The copy monsters all have a hate mechanism, so they'll stare at the summoner and keep attacking. But how should one fight against a summoner in a regular situation? Kill the summoner first. Lin Qingqing spoke. Not bad. When fighting against a summoner, kill the summoner first. If placed in a real test, the battle can be easily resolved by targeting the attack on Gu Chen. In the end, he's just a level 8 rookie professional. Lin Yuan let out a soft snort from his nose and laughed disdainfully. So what makes you think that you were able to get rid of the two summoned beasts, the Blood Archon and the Nightmare Lord, to appear by Gu Chen's side and kill him? Just find a tank teammate to distract the summoner. So the question is, what kind of tank is it that can resist 24,000 damage a second? Can you carry it if you're given an epic meat suit? Wu Ziyi turned his face away and didn't say anything. Lin Yuan smiled cheaply and didn't say anything else. There will always be some people who think it's okay for him to be on him, and that's a disease that needs to be cured. In the center of the sanctuary, the Blood Archon's twin lances spewed out tongues of fire, damage after damage, and the red-clothed priest was caught in a deep dream, his blood dropping rapidly. Soon, the battle was nearing its end, and the red priest's life value was only left at about 10%. Just as the Blood Race Archon was about to order a group of Blood Race guards to go up and blow themselves up, a terrifying energy fluctuation swept in all directions, forcing the Blood Race Archon to retreat back and forth. Roar! A strong evil aura rose around the red-robed priest, and the red clothes on its body were suddenly windless, its color becoming as bright as blood. In an instant, its aura rose around it, and it even directly broke through the bonds of the deep dream realm. The red-robed priest rose up in the air and stretched out his 5 fingers at the Blood Archon, holding them in the air. In an instant, countless dark purple grievances surrounded the Blood Archon, crazily eroding its body. Ah! A pained look appeared on the Blood Race Archon's face as his body was corroded by an intense light, his body dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its blood bar instantly dropped by a large amount, losing more than 3,000 life points in one fell swoop. Gu Chen's gaze froze, and he immediately had the Blood Archon withdraw from the center of the battle, while the Blood Guards rushed up to attract hatred, knowing that the Blood Archon was only at the beginning of 10,000 blood right now. That red-robed priestess raised her hand and killed over 3,000 of its life values in a single second. If the red priest lifted his hand twice more, wouldn't he just take the Blood Archon? A dozen or so Blood Guards rushed forward, yet they couldn't even reach the red-clothed priest before they were controlled in place by an invisible force. Immediately after that, the red-robed priest let out a mournful hiss, and the red clothes on its body fluttered and burned like flames. Those controlled Blood Guards around them followed suit and burst into flames, turning into pieces in a blinding light, and as if summoned, the lights flew towards the red priest and were drawn into his body. Thumbs up. Bathed in blinding light, the red-clothed priest was like a god, reborn in fire. The originally hunched and skinny figure became tall and upright, and the thin and bony limbs became strong and mighty, and the life value that was only 10% a moment ago skyrocketed to 60% in an instant. It was reborn and stronger. This is the red priest's skill. Life sacrifice. Gu Chen's face changed slightly as he ordered the remaining Blood Guards to retreat immediately. When the red priest's life level falls below 10%, it sacrifices itself and everything around it, gaining status restoration and multiplying its damage. And the red priest in this state would continue to unleash Death Echo, a domain-like skill. As long as they were within the range of Death Echo, they would receive super high bludgeoning damage, and the blood level of hostile units would fall off a cliff. The red-robed priest let out an earth-shattering roar, and with a flash, he charged directly into the group of Blood Guards that were retreating. Immediately after that, uncountable grievous spirits centered on it and attacked the surrounding Blood Guards. Boom! 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 The Blood Guards that were hit by the grievous spirits barely even let out a scream, and were instantly corroded into a field of withered bones. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 20 or so Blood Guards were killed. Descendants of the Blood, all destroyed. Chapter 25 Undead Grammar Orb. Attribute doubling. The first time the Blood Archon retreated, Gu Chen used a life recovery potion on it. After the sacrifice, the red-clothed priests were too terrifying, and as soon as the 20-odd Blood Guards entered the range of the Death Echo, they were instantly wiped out in their entirety. With this kind of damage, even if a Blood Race Archon went up there, he probably wouldn't be able to carry it. Make sure you don't get into its skill range. The most important thing now was to buy time for the Nightmare Master. The cooldown of the skill was tied to energy. As long as he could recover more energy, he could trap the Red Priest into the deep dream world. Roar! The red-robed priest let out a mournful howl, and immediately afterward, a figure suddenly appeared within the sanctuary as the temple guards refreshed once again. And, this time, it wasn't a dozen or 2 dozen, but a group. A large group. Too dense to count. The guards are out in full force. Hordes of temple guards rushed toward Gu Chen's direction as if they had gone mad, and mournful roars echoed in all directions. Retreat first. Without thinking, Gu Chen turned and ran with the 2 summoned beasts. In this situation, one could only pull and fight, or else when those temple guards blocked the road, and then the red-clothed priests got close, they wouldn't be able to run away even if they wanted to at that time. The red-robed priest had already set its sights on the Blood Race Archon, and it was so fast that it had already caught up with him almost in a twinkling of an eye. The Nightmare Lord turned back, and a black shadow flew out of it, quickly landing on the red priest's body and entangling it in place. The Nightmare Servant does not have a life value and is essentially just a skill form, so there is no such thing as being killed. It can only be dispelled using a skill such as Purify. Taking advantage of the red-robed priest being trapped in place, the Nightmare Servant and the Blood Archon struck down the surrounding guards and quickly retreated backwards with Gu Chen. To be honest, Gu Chen's back was already breaking out in a cold sweat, because the guards summoned by the red-clothed priests were simply too many, so densely packed that they almost surrounded the entire sanctuary. The Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Lord struck all the way down, and the ground was filled with the bodies of the guards, but they couldn't stop such a terrifying number. The 2 summoned beasts shielded Gu Chen in the center, retreating while launching attacks on the guards blocking the way. The Nightmare Juggernaut was surrounded by a black mist that burned like black flames, and between each stealthy appearance of his figure, he struck down a guard entangled in a Nightmare Servant. However, this killing efficiency was still too slow, and in the face of the crazy influx of sinking guards, its killing speed couldn't do anything at all. The Nightmare Sovereign's heart gave birth to a burning rage. This battle was its debut, and it was unexpected that it would end up in such a situation, with enemies on all sides. It was almost impossible to retreat. Okay, that's fine. Suddenly, Guchen stopped retreating and stopped his stance, letting out a long sigh of relief. What's better? Run for it. If you don't run, the red priests will catch up. When the four people in the dream world saw this, they revealed puzzled looks and were confused. Guchen, on the other hand, landed his gaze on the Nightmare Lord. To be precise, it was above the mana ball that surrounded the Nightmare Lord's side. From the moment the Nightmare Juggernaut killed the guards, Guchen was staring at the Tears of Undead Whisper. By now, it's just shy of 20 stories and topped out. Tier 1 Whispers of the Dead gives you a 5% bonus to all attributes, while Tier 20 gives you 100% and a 1x boost to all attributes. Guchen nodded, and the Nightmare Master didn't hesitate as he directly activated the spell effect. A burst of ghostly black light blossomed from the orb of undead grammar and shone down on the Nightmare Juggernaut's body. In the next moment, the Nightmare Sovereign's body was surrounded by black mist. His attributes skyrocketed, and his size directly doubled. Die! The Nightmare Master rose into the air and let out a roar as imperceptible pale gray energy spread out in all directions with Guchen at the center. Deep dreaming. Under the effect of the orb of undead grammar, the Nightmare Juggernaut doubled all of his attributes. His energy skyrocketed, and he once again constructed a deep dream. Around Guchen, several of the sinking guards who had rushed up suddenly turned into a field of debris like crumbling blocks. Dead grammar sphere effect activated. Nightmare Juggernaut gained a 100% full attribute bonus for 1 minute. It was only 1 minute, but it was enough for Nightmare Juggernaut. The guards caught within the deep dream world had no ability to resist, no matter if it was the lowest ranked level 5 guard or the highest ranked level 10 guard. All of them were crushed into pieces by the terrifying power of the dream world. The only difference is just a few seconds difference in how long it lasts. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 6. Experience plus 589. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 8. Experience plus 852. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 9. Experience plus 923. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 7. Experience plus 694. A series of kill prompts appeared in front of Guchen's eyes, and his experience bar rose like a rocket, and in just 10 seconds, it had skyrocketed by over 2,000. It's going to be level 9 soon. Looking at the large number of dead sinking guards, although Guchen was secretly pleased in his heart, it was clear that the Nightmare Juggernaut could only last for 1 minute. If you waste all your attacks on these minions, when the 1 minute time limit is up, the Red Priest will be incurable. Kill the Red Priest! Guchen immediately shouted. The Nightmare Master's body was surrounded by black mist, and one Nightmare Servant transformed into black shadows and instantly wrapped around the red-clothed priest's body. 1 black shadow was double the damage. 10 black shadows was 10 times the damage. This was the current limit of what the Nightmare Haunting skill could achieve. In the midst of a deep dream, the figure of the Red Priest began to distort and blur. After the Nightmare Master's full attributes were doubled, Deep Dream exploded with 10 times the sustained damage. The red-clothed priest's blood bar began to fall off a cliff at a rate visible to the naked eye. Its body was constantly being twisted, squeezed, and blurred, shattering into a field of red debris just like those sunken guards before it. Kill Red Priest Elite LV. 15. Experience plus 2,731. Acquired loot. Ritual Robe LV. 10. Rare. Acquired loot. Ritual Book LV. 10. Rare. Acquired loot. Sacrificial Trousers LV. 10. Rare grade. Level up. Rank LV. 9. 122/6900. Power 207. Agility 206. Body mass 208. Spirit 209. Summoned Beasts Blood Archon LV. 9. Legend. Nightmare Lord LV. 9. Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. At level 9. Another level up would be level 10. And you could contract a third summoned beast. Guchen didn't rush to unleash his talent. And just like at level 4, this Dark Bloodline wasn't used for the time being, leaving it as an alternative for the third summoned beast. He then looked at the 3 equipment he had acquired. Priestly Vestments, Priestly Spellbook, and Priestly Pants. 3 level 10 rare equipment. This was already considered upper middle quality, and it was still a set. So if it was placed on the trading platform, it would definitely speak above 1 million. And it's still the kind that gets killed in seconds as soon as you hang on to it. Chapter 26 Sealed Blood. Sacrificial Robes. Quality, Rare. Restriction level, 10. Attributes, Physical Fitness plus 35. Physical Defense plus 10%. Magic Defense plus 20%. Effect, Ritual Robe can provide a shield with full attribute *10. Sacrificial Set, Sacrificial Robe /Sacrificial Book /Sacrificial Pants. A shield with full attributes *10? Guchen's eyes lit up. His full attribute was now 830. which meant that the sacrificial robe could provide him with an 8,300 shield. With a single piece of equipment, it could provide over 8,000 shields, which was a cut above the blood level of even a normal level 8 sinking guard. Even if he was facing a level 15 Red Priest Elite, he could still resist 2 skills. Moreover, this equipment also increases 35 constitution, 10% physical defense and 20% magic defense, which can be said to be quite good. The key thing is that this equipment is one of the sets. Although the Red Priest is hard to beat, I have to say that it smells really good afterward. Look at the other 2 pieces of equipment. Sacrifice Act, quality, rare, restriction level, 10, attributes, spirit plus 30, energy recovery plus 25%, spell damage plus 30%, effect, when all skills of the wearer or his/her unit are on cooldown, she can replenish the energy of his/her unit once. Sacrificial set, sacrificial robe / sacrificial book / sacrificial pants. A grimoire that increases spirit, increases damage as well as energy can be excellent. All of the red-clothed priest's previous attacks had been cast through this spellbook, clearly providing it with a considerable increase in damage. Sacrificial pants, quality, rare, restriction level, 10, attribute, agility plus 15, effect, plus 25% movement speed, immune to one slowing effect. Sacrificial set, sacrificial robe / sacrificial book / sacrificial trousers =. Sacrificial trousers are average, mainly increasing movement speed and one slow immunity, but still can't do anything if you run into a nightmare servant type of entanglement effect. Also, this slowdown immunity can only be used on yourself, not on your own units, meaning it's insulated from summoned beasts. This makes the equipment effect another discount, but it couldn't be helped. After all, strictly speaking, the ritual set could only be considered mage profession equipment, not summoner profession. It would have been nice to have the ritual spellbook to replenish the energy of your units. With that, Gu Chen proceeded to look at the set effect of the 3-piece set. Sacrificial set, sacrificial robe / sacrificial book / sacrificial pants. Set attributes, physique plus 50, spirit plus 50, agility plus 50. Set effect, perform a sacrificial ritual on a target unit. The sacrificer will receive a damage multiplier of the number of sacrifices *10% for the next period of time. Cooling time, 24h. That can be a bit scary. In short, the greater the number of sacrifices, the greater the damage boost that follows. Gu Chen thought of the scene where the Red Priest's battle power had skyrocketed after sacrificing a dozen or so blood guards. No wonder it was able to kill all the blood descendants in seconds. It turned out that the skill had gained several times the damage bonus. If this were to be used by a blood race archon, it could definitely explode with unimaginably terrifying damage. After putting away these 3 level 10 sets, 1 minute had already arrived. Within the sanctuary, the layer of light gray boundaries that represented the deep dream gradually shattered, and Gu Chen took advantage of this time to pass through the countless sunken guards with the power of the dreamscape and arrived next to a one-person high picture frame. On the screen, a dark red liquid was flowing slowly and irregularly, looking like an animated presentation. Gu Chen reached out and removed the painting from the wall, then looked at the item information. Sealed blood. Type, mission item. Description: the blood drawn from the witch's body was sealed in this mural by the Red Priest using a special technique. Having obtained the quest item, Gu Chen didn't have the slightest delay and immediately ran towards the passageway leading to the altar. The Blood Archon and the Nightmare Lord followed behind, repelling the pursuit of a large group of sinking guards, as the 3 figures moved deeper and deeper within the corridor towards their final goal. The gray fog seems to have disappeared. Could the Red Priest be the source of the gray fog? Just now, he was only concerned about getting rid of the hordes of sunken guards behind him, and didn't even pay attention to this detail. And now that he had been traveling within the corridor for a while, Gu Chen felt as if his body was a bit different. After checking the status, indeed, the weakness was completely gone. Luckily, it's fortunate that the gray mist curse is gone. Otherwise I'm afraid this last level would be a bit of a long shot. Looking at the carry-on space, there was only 1 tube of healing potion left. The rest had been consumed in the battle with the red-clothed priest. If there's still a gray mist when you get to the altar, then it's going to be a tough fight next. The corridor was dimly lit, and along the way, another level 10 black-robed deacon was brushed out. The Nightmare Lord cooperated with the Blood Race Archon to strike, killing all of them in a crisp and clean manner. When he came to the end of the corridor, Gu Chen was surrounded by not only the Blood Race Archon and Nightmare Lord, but also 10 more level 10 Blood Race Deacons. Then, Gu Chen released the 4 Lin Yuan people from the dream world. Because the gray fog had completely dissipated, they also regained their freedom. Right now it's in the middle of the sanctuary and the altar. Just the right place to stop and take a little break. Finally out. I always felt all over the place in the dream world. Lin Yuan did stretching exercises by a wall. I kind of know how terrifying the hell level is. Just now that many as a hair sinking guards. If I had taken me along, I definitely wouldn't have been able to run out. Lin Qingqing sighed from the side. Now I can guarantee that Li Wenwei and the others definitely won't be able to pass the hell level copy. The red priests are simply terrifying. Ordinary professionals are definitely whoever goes there will die. Wu Ziyi said with a palpitating heart. Listening to Lin Yuan and the others talk, Gu Chen put the Blood Archon and Nightmare Lord into the summoned beast space, allowing the two summoned beasts to take a rest first, and he himself found a relatively flat slab of stone and lay down gracefully. Looking at the time, 3 hours had passed since the pass, and it was time to stop and slow down. He was fine, but the main reason was that the Blood Archon had been in the middle of a battle from start to finish, and although he could recover his life value through upgrades, his energy had been depleted a lot. There was also the Nightmare Juggernaut, which had first cast all of its skills and then used attribute doubling to unleash all of its skills again, and after the 1-minute effect was over, the drain on its energy was even worse than that of the Blood Archon. The mechanic of energy is not like life or attribute values that can be visualized through stats. So far, the energy drain can only be recovered slowly with proper rest. Gu Chen gazed towards the altar in the distance. The final boss of the Hell-ranked copy was over at the altar. To date, no newcomer has ever cleared a copy of Hell. Prior to this, all the newcomers who entered the Hell level copies almost never made it out alive. At this point, Gu Chen had completely set a new record for Hell level copies. He, the only one who saw the end. Chapter 27. It's not like we're betting on who'll last longer in the copies. Copy entrance. Since Gu Chen and Li Wenwei had entered the Hell-ranked novice copy one after the other, the plaza had been filled with more onlookers than the group of guards in the sanctuary. Although it was the right time to sprint for the academy examination, it would be fun to wait for 2 or 3 hours to see who actually failed first, Gu Chen or Li Wenwei. That's right, 2 or 3 hours. Although those challengers who had entered the Hell level copies in the past, the record for the longest time they had lasted was 6 hours and 43 minutes, which meant that they had rushed to the level of the Red Priest of the Sanctuary. But those were some level 9 or 10 transmogrification students, as the novice copy was only open to transmogrification students up to level 10. Those like Gu Chen and Li Wenwei, one level 5 and the other level 4, who dared to go down to the Hell level copies, didn't know what kind of madness they were in. So in the eyes of the crowd, 2 or 3 hours would be enough to separate the winners from the losers. People are curious, and everyone wants to see who will come out on top in the end of this $1 million betting match. It's been 3 hours, and both of the Hell level copies are actually running, so it looks like the battle is scorching. Because the novice copy is an artificial copy, to make it easier to view the copy will show the running status if the challengers have not all died. By this, it is possible to tell if the team that enters it is still in the pass. I guess Gu Chen won't be able to hold out much longer. Well, it's hard enough for a civilian with 4 actors to last this long. Li Wenwei should have already hit the main hall. After all, he's the class president of the key class, leading a team of top students. I think Gu Chen is already very strong. Whoever is an ordinary civilian could have lasted this long in a Hell level copy. It's hard to say. Maybe he's just hiding in a corner somewhere stalling. The crowd was talking feverishly, and the entrance to the replica was calm, without any movement. Another half hour had passed, and it had been close to 4 hours since Gu Chen and Li Wenwei had entered the Hell level copy. Both copies are still up and running, indicating that the battle inside is still going on. This made the crowd in the square more and more curious. It was obvious how difficult a Hell level copy was, and whether it was Gu Chen or Li Wenwei, it could be said to have shattered everyone's expectations by being able to last so long in there. Right at this moment, there was a sudden flash of light at the entrance of the replica, and immediately afterward, a silhouette was teleported out. Ha, how come there's only one? When the crowd saw this, their faces suddenly showed complex colors, regardless of which team it was. 5 people going in and 1 person coming out. It meant that the rest of the team had died inside, and the copy battle must have been grueling. Only to see that the light quickly faded away, and a frail figure stumbled and fell to the ground. The eyes of the crowd looked away, speculating. Who's out? It should be Gu Chen, right? That's right, those 4 actors are dead and he's the only one who made it out alive. Ugh, what a disservice. No, that's Li Wenwei. Why is he out? Surprise, how is that possible? Li Wenwei was covered in blood, and his rare grade equipment was covered in mottled battle marks. His face was pale, his appearance was wretched, and he looked as if he had only half a life left. However, when Li Wenwei stood still and looked at the surrounding crowd showing surprise at him, a strong sense of pride surged in his heart. I fought my way into the main hall and killed the level 13 black-robed deacon for over 20,000 blood. Who can be better than me? After more than 2 hours of fighting, the team he led managed to kill their way into the main hall. Only the black-robed deacon was after all a level 13 elite monster. And coupled with the more than 50 sinking guards that were refreshed at the same time, Li Wenwei's squad was ultimately killed and retreated. In the end, he framed that freshly recruited Thunder Mage as bait, using the entire squad to delay the black-robed deacon's attack, while he himself took advantage of the chaos to escape, and managed to get out of combat mode before teleporting himself out. Although abandoning my teammates is a bit despicable and shameless, at least I survived, and only by staying alive am I qualified to become the most powerful professional. Li Wenwei consoled himself in his mind. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, incredulous expressions appearing on every single face. Shouldn't the first one out be Gu Chen? How come it's Li Wenwei? Li Wenwei took in the expressions of the crowd, his head slightly raised like a triumphant general, taking it all as a shock and worship from the crowd. With that, he looked to the dogleg who had been waiting outside and asked, "What's the state of the copy on Gu Chen's side? Has he died inside?" The doglegger's face was slightly stiff. "Gu Chen he is still passing." "What?" Li Wenwei's smile instantly froze, and the expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. "Say that again?" Li Wenwei directly roared. "It's been close to 4 hours. How can he still be passing?" Li Wenwei had some difficulty accepting this for a while. His team had 2 rare professions within it, and it was many times stronger than Gu Chen's actor team. And just like that, it was still almost a total loss. Gu Chen's team had gone in earlier than him, so how could they still be in the pass? Maybe Gu Chen and the others are slower to kill monsters, Dogleg whispered. Li Wenwei was slightly stunned, and his face eased a few points. Makes sense. He had already hit the black-robed deacon inside the main hall, while Gu Chen and the others were probably still pulling against the sunken guards in the square. Gu Chen and him were not on the same level at all. Just as well, the betting is on the pass rating anyway, not on who lasts long in it. Dogleg, pitch my tent here. I'm going to wait for Gu Chen to come out and see with my own eyes how he loses. The surrounding people nodded their heads in agreement when they heard Li Wenwei's words. Yeah, it's a bet on the pass rating. Gu Chen holding on longer doesn't necessarily mean the rating is higher. I told you earlier, Gu Chen must be cowering in his copy and dragging his feet. Civilian summoner with 4 actors. It's unlikely they're even inside the temple gates right now. Hey, you don't say. It's possible. Li Wenwei laid down in his tent and opened his team's clearance record. Even though it didn't succeed in clearing the level, the copy system will still give a rating, just not at a high level. Class C? Seems a little low. Li Wenwei frowned. But this is a hell-level copy. Ordinary transmigrants would basically die in it. And not only did I make it out alive, but I also got a C-rank evaluation, which is already impressive. A smile appeared on Li Wenwei's face, as if he had already seen himself winning the $500,000 bet. Gu Chen, what rating would you be? D grade? Or grade E? Oh, I guess you should die inside. Chapter 28, Deep in the Altar. The Fallen Witch. Temple Ruins. After exiting the corridor of the sanctuary, Gu Chen laid down on a stone slab and closed his eyes. If the situation in the replica could be seen by the outside world, it would definitely be thought that he was stalling for time. Although Lin Yuan and the others were bored, they weren't idle, taking advantage of Gu Chen's efforts to rejuvenate the summoned beasts. The 4 of them got a little itchy and combined their efforts to kill a black-robed deacon who had fallen behind. The process of killing the monsters was not too bad, but it took a bit longer, taking more than 10 minutes. 4 people, normal level 10 monsters, more than 10 minutes, during which Wu Zi even hung up his colors. By now, they were deeply appreciating how terrifying Gu Chen's battle power was. After resting for more than an hour, both summoned beasts had recovered almost all of their energy, and Gu Chen summoned the Blood Archon and Nightmare Lord, who were in perfect condition. Looking ahead to the altar not far away, there, the end of the line that was not even mentioned in the guide. Go! The Blood Race Archon led 10 Blood Race Deacons in the front to open the way. Gu Chen, Lin Yuan, and the other 5 walked in the center. And lastly, the Nightmare Sovereign. When they came near the altar, an invisible pressure came over them, and Lin Yuan and the others were stagnant and subconsciously stopped in their tracks. What's wrong? Gu Chen noticed the difference in Lin Yuan and the others. It's nothing. It's just that I suddenly feel like I can't catch my breath. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Gu Chen looked at Lin Qingqing and the others again, and realized that the others were also in a somewhat off state, with obvious panic and heaviness visible in their expressions. It's spiritual pressure. Gu Chen's gaze went to the altar, from where it emanated. Lin Yuan's 4 had spiritual attributes of around 60, while that final boss inside the altar was definitely above 150, so as soon as they got close, they were affected. Your attributes are too low. Retreat to the periphery first. Gu Chen spoke to them, then continued forward with a group of summoned beasts. As soon as he arrived at the altar, a palpitatingly terrifying pressure erupted from it, and immediately afterward, the sky suddenly turned dark. Guchen subconsciously looked up. No, it wasn't the sky that darkened, but a vast purple-black light rose up into the sky and erupted from above the altar, seemingly devouring everything around it. With that, a rich and decaying aura erupted, accompanied by a purple-black light that rippled out. Wherever it passed, vitality decayed, grass and trees withered, and everything exuded an aura of death. Guchen didn't back off, but instead walked straight up. The situation in front of him couldn't be more obvious. He had activated the boss in the altar. You guys, why did you betray me? An icy voice rang out from his ears. A woman's voice, with a tone of intense resentment and unwillingness. The purple-black light that emitted a deathly aura continued to spread in all directions, and at the same time, a translucent gray shield appeared on Guchen. Black Deacon's robe effect. Provide the user with a magical shield with a value of the user's spirit *10. Current shield value, 8,300. Click, click, click. The purple-black light landed on the shield and burst into large black cracks. Crackle. The shield crumbled. A shield value of over 8,000 could only last for 2 breaths under that purple-black light. Guchen's face changed slightly, and he immediately took a step back, as a large piece of the void behind him suddenly shattered, bringing him into a dream world, narrowly avoiding the purple-black light. At the same time, a figure dressed in black robes stepped out from behind the altar, and noisy voices rang out from all around, with mournful sounds that made one's scalp numb. Guchen's brows suddenly furrowed. These black-robed deacons that walked out from behind the altar were all level 15. A level 15 black-robed deacon with over 50,000 blood, who could unleash Grey Mist Curse and damage transfer, was ridiculously powerful. If only 2 or 3 appeared, they could barely be dealt with. But now it's a bunch. At least a dozen black-robed deacons walked out from behind the altar, and the number continued to increase. Trying to kill the boss deep within the altar under the siege of these black-robed deacons was almost impossible. Nightmare Master, control those black-robed deacons. Archon of the Blood, attack the altar. Guchen's gaze was fixed dead center on the light shadow deep within the altar. Only by killing the boss deep within the altar could he successfully clear the level. A large black mist rose from the Nightmare Master's body. Its current spiritual attribute was 142, and it could summon 14 nightmare minions. In an instant, a black shadow shot out like black lightning, landing on those black-robed deacons who had just stepped out of the altar. At the same time, the 10 blood priests opened the way in front and rushed to the edge of the altar with the blood archon. Die! A black-robed deacon rushed forward and blocked the edge of the altar with his body. The blood archon grimaced and directly launched deadly shot. A series of bullets flashed with silver light and whistled out, sending the black-robed deacon back and forth, and his blood bar followed suit. A single bullet directly knocked out 24,000 blood, equivalent to half of the black-robed priest's life value. Looking at the half-empty blood bar, Guchen's face changed slightly. Doesn't that mean that the maximum life value of these black-robed priests was less than 50,000? He subconsciously looked around. The black-robed deacon had appeared for so long, and the gray mist had not appeared. Guchen's eyes lit up, and it occurred to him that the red priest was the source of the gray mist, and now that the red priest was dead, then the gray mist curse wouldn't reappear. Since there was no more gray mist curse, it was a good thing. Guchen took a long breath in his heart. Archon of the Blood, tear down the altar for me. The blood archon unleashed Scarlet Feast and instantly resolved the black-robed deacon in front of him. Kill, cooldown reset. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the blood deacons next to him fishtailed into the altar and killed them, confronting those black-robed deacons around them. With a flash of his figure, the blood race archon ghostly appeared deep within the altar, the twin spears in his hands firing frantically at the purple-black shadow of light. Boom, boom, boom. The bullets were as dense as rain, pouring out in a frenzy, but it was swept to the ground in an instant by an imperceptible shadow of light. Guchen's eyes narrowed slightly, only to see a withered woman's figure rise into the air deep within the altar. Her skin was dried out, her body as wrinkled as worn parchment, her skin clinging to her bones like a dry corpse. At her desiccated chest cavity, a hollow wound stood out to the eye, its edges jagged as if it had been roughly dissected by some evil force. She raised her eyelids, endless darkness welling up in her eyes, and an aura of decay and darkness spread out from her surroundings. Fae, Fallen Witch, Boss. Rank, 15. Blood, 158,000. Attributes, Strength 185. Agility 180. Physique 215. Spirit 220. Skill I, Withering. Skill 2, Damage Transfer. Skill 3, Spirit Shock. Skill 4, Life Sacrifice. Seeing the boss's attribute panel, Guchen's face sank. 158,000 blood. It's outrageous. Chapter 29, How to Fight Such a Horrible Boss. Fallen Witch. So this is the final boss of the Hell level copy. Despite being level 15, it had a blood volume of 158,000 and an average attribute of up to 200. This statistic alone, when laid out, is enough to discourage those talented professionals. The dry corpse was bathed in the altar's halo of light as it raised its slender arm. Its fingers, which were only bony, pointing remotely in the direction of where the blood archon was. Wow! Purple-black rotting breath coalesced into a hideous and twisted face, and they let out mournful screams as they madly rushed towards the blood race archon. Spirit shock, gathering spirits to cast a mental shock on the target, causing it to fall into a state of confusion. Confusion, units in confusion will lose control of their behavior and attack surrounding targets regardless of enemy or self. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came, and the shadow of the grudge spirit penetrated the body of the blood race archon, erupting with a strong spiritual impact. Boom! The blood archon's body trembled, and under the fallen witch's spiritual oppression of up to 220, he was directly knocked out of his chaotic state. Its body shook as it began to launch an indiscriminate attack on the surrounding area, and a few blood deacons who were close enough suffered instantly, being hit by a series of bullets. Confused state? Guchen's face changed slightly, but he didn't panic too much. He immediately took out a potion from his carry-on space and used it directly. Dispel potion, dispel your own abnormal statuses and gain immunity to abnormal statuses for 5 seconds. The unit price of this tube of potion was $5,000, which Guchen had bought on the trading platform before going down to the duplicate, originally intending to use it to deal with the Grey Mist curse. But then, after killing the elite monsters and obtaining the healing potion, he never took it out. It just came in handy now. The chaotic state was instantly dispelled, and the blood race archon's expression stagnated, and the luster in his eyes was suddenly restored. Immediately afterward, a touch of seeping murderous intent burst out from those pairs of narrow eyes. It's a blood grand sovereign, an existence standing at the top of the blood pyramid. How can its majesty be blasphemed like this? The blood archon, who had regained his sanity, rushed forward, and without saying a word, he pulled the trigger on the fallen witch on top of the altar and directly unleashed his skill. Fatal shot, Scarlet Feast, skill articulation and frantic output, yet the fallen witch didn't receive a single star of damage at all. Guchen frowned slightly. With an average attribute of over 200, the fallen witch's ability to sustain damage could be said to be one of the strongest bosses to date. But even so, it wasn't so bad that she didn't even take a single star of damage from eating 2 skills from the Blood Maharaja. Just then, Guchen suddenly realized that there was also a layer of imperceptible crystalline white light blooming on the fallen witch. Damage transfer. Guchen's face changed and he immediately realized the problem. Stand back. He issued his first command to the Blood Archon, yet he was still a step too late. Only a large area of purple-black light bloomed from above the altar, and a corrupted and decaying aura swept out in all directions like a wind swept through the clouds. The blood race archon, who was in the midst of retreat, was swept by a piece of purple light, and was instantly smashed to the ground as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. A scalp-numbing sound rang out as the body of the blood race archon began to rot and decay, the flesh and blood on his body rapidly rotting and falling to the ground piece by piece. Apocalypse unleashes the power of death to infest the target, inflicting a high amount of sustained damage to it. In a single breath, the blood race archon's blood level fell wildly, directly missing more than 5,000 life points. Half of its body had rotted and deteriorated, and black blood spilled all over its body. Without saying a word, Guchen immediately took out 2 bottles of life recovery potion and replenished over 4,000 blood. However, this skill was sustained damage, and as soon as the 4,000 of blood was replenished, it dropped another 3,000 after 3 seconds. Worthy of being a hell-level copy of the boss, the damage was simply explosive. Not only could he transfer the damage he received, but he also had such a terrifying damage skill. If that skill had landed on him, he would probably be dead by now. At that thought, Guchen immediately retreated, distancing himself from the battlefield once more. The summoner fights by taking control of the whole situation, and it's better to leave the fighting to the summoner, and if he dies, it's all over. This boss is a pervert. In the distance, seeing the blood race archon's blood bar that had all of a sudden emptied by a large margin, Lin Yuan directly cursed. Sustained damage can still be this explosive? Is this sure it's not a bug? Lin Qingqing was directly speechless. If I were to go up there, I would have to die 2 or 3 times a second before I could do so. No wonder there has never been a record of passing a hell-level copy. How do you pass such a terrifying boss? Su Ran said with a frown. The question is, what's next for such a terrifying boss? Wu Ziyi asked, the most concerned point in his heart. As the words fell, the 4 men looked at each other in silence. Along the way, Guchen's power had been revealed, but facing this final boss, the gap between the two was still apparent. For a while, Lin Yuan frowned, gritted his teeth, and his cheeks puffed out. Whether or not he could successfully pass the hell level copy, he no longer cared. His gaze landed on Gu Chen, and a few worried looks appeared on his face. I don't know if Gu Chen will be able to hold out. This time, he's really met a tough opponent. Gu Chen also felt the horror of the fallen witch. It was a bit tricky, but he was confident. Not much of a problem. Die. A seeping, icy voice echoed in the air as the fallen witch slowly stepped down from above the altar. Her body surrounded by an aura of decay, and the energy of death transformed into purple and black smoke surrounding her. Her body was like a withered dry corpse. The hollow in her chest was shocking. The wounds were hideous and gruesome, but there was not the slightest trace of blood. Her body was gray and dead. It was as if all the blood in her body had ceased to exist. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gu Chen frowned slightly, then recalled the quest item he had obtained earlier. Obviously, something unknown has happened in this temple. This witch had been drained of her entire body of blood and had her heart cut out, and her body, in turn, was buried in this altar, drawing blood and digging out hearts. Is that something the temple can do? Gu Chen wasn't sure. After all, he didn't know the full picture, but this witch must have suffered unimaginably in her lifetime. The fallen sorceress who stepped down from the altar had empty eyes, her pitch-black eyes looking around, her gaze sweeping over Gu Chen and the blood race archon in the distance before looking at the nightmare sovereign who was fighting a group of black-robed deacons. Immediately afterward, an intense wave of resentment erupted across her face. You, all of you, deserve to die. The icy voice vibrated through the air like thousands of dead souls hissing harshly. Chapter 30, It's not Gu Chen who's strong, it's the summoned beasts. A gust of death escaped from the fallen witch's side as she slowly left the ground with her feet and flew forward, aiming for none other than the Nightmare Lord. The Nightmare Master cast Nightmare Entanglement and resisted over a dozen black-robed deacons with his own strength, causing more black-robed deacons to be unable to come forward to support him. In its view, it had to get rid of the Nightmare Lord first before it could gather more power. Don't let it pass. Gu Chen cried out as he saw the fallen witch's intentions at first glance, and immediately gave orders to the few blood deacons. The blood deacons swarmed around and tried to stop them. However, the fallen witch was unmoved, and with a light and casual wave of her hand, she directly activated her skill. A piece of energy filled with the aura of death sprinkled down. Those blood deacons were hit by the skill. Their blood bars instantly cleared, and the flesh on their bodies rapidly melted like ice and snow, becoming a pile of skeletons glowing with black gas in the blink of an eye. Skill, withering. Previously, he had knocked out more than 4,000 blood of the blood race archon in a single breath, and now he had even killed 5 blood race deacons in seconds. The fallen witch was like stepping on an ant, not caring about the blood deacon at all as she continued to fly in the direction of the Nightmare Master. However, right at that moment, 5 black shadows appeared around her like ghosts. The fallen witch's figure slightly paused, but it was only a slight pause for a moment, not putting these 5 blood deacons in her eyes at all. Like these blood deacons, she could exterminate them with her hands, as she had already proved just now. However, just as she tried to continue casting her skills, boom, without even waiting for her to react, 5 blood deacons launched themselves around it at the same time. Blood-red explosions surrounded the fallen witch, engulfing her in an instant. While fallen witch can transfer damage to the minions around her, the skill does have a cooldown. As a result, the self-detonation of the 5 blood deacons directly blew up 5,000 of its life points. The aftermath of the explosion was not yet over, only to see a single black shadow flying at breakneck speeds, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped itself around the fallen witch's body. In an instant, the Nightmare Entanglement had stacked up to the 10th layer. The Nightmare Juggernaut strikes dryly, constructing a deep dreamscape centered around the fallen witch, and enemy units in it will take sustained damage. Coupled with the entanglement of the 10 Nightmare Servants, the damage received by the fallen witch directly skyrocketed tenfold, and her blood bar began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hematokizia, almost 10,000 plus blood reduction per second. This scene immediately caused a look of excitement to appear in Lin Yuan's eyes. This damage, who will dare to say that civilian summoners are weak in the future? It's not powerful anymore. It's perverted. I don't get it. How could he explode with such terrifying damage as a transfer student? A few people looked at the fallen witch's declining blood bar with both surprise and joy in their eyes. However, Wu Ziyi's face was not the slightest bit relaxed. Don't forget that the fallen witch's attribute panel has the life sacrifice skill, and she hasn't used it yet. Life offering. The crowd was vividly aware of how terrifying the red-robed priests had become after unleashing their sacrifices earlier. It would be unimaginable if the fallen witch also sacrificed once. For a while, the crowd fell into silence, with worried looks on their faces. Deep dreaming, the fallen witch who was trapped in it let out a mournful scream, and the intense power of death erupted from within her, surprisingly resisting the erosion of the dream world. Moreover, Along with the fallen witch's outburst of increasingly intense death power, there was a turbulence in the deep dream realm, and there was a hidden tendency for it to collapse. After all, the fallen witch was a level 15 boss, and the nightmare juggernaut was only just level 9. With the huge level difference, it was rare enough for Deep Dream to be able to trap it and deal huge amounts of sustained damage. The fallen witch's power of death grew stronger and stronger, and it looked like it was about to collapse the deep dream world and completely dislodge it. Gu Chen immediately spoke. Undead serve. The nightmare juggernaut would understand, and instantly activated the mana effect. After coming out of the corridor of the sanctuary, the effect of Whisper of the Dead had accumulated 8 layers. Just now, while the Blood Race Archon was killing the altar, the Nightmare Sovereign killed many more black-robed deacons. By now, the tiers of Whisper of the Dead had long since reached 20. Dead Grammar Sphere effect activated. Nightmare Juggernaut gained a 100% full attribute bonus for 1 minute. The Nightmare Juggernaut rose up into the air, its full attributes steeply doubling, the black mist on its body wildly fluttering about, like burning black flames flying uncontrollably. Roar! It let out a thunderous roar, and a powerful force erupted from its ghostly body, the mountain torrents pouring out irresistibly. In an instant, the power of death was contained as much as it could be, and the fallen witch was deadlocked in the deep dream world, unable to turn over a single wave. The attributes doubled, and the damage effects of the skills likewise skyrocketed, as the fallen witch's blood volume began to plummet crazily, losing more than 20,000 life values almost every second. Whoosh! Black shadows flickered as the Blood Archon appeared in the deep dream realm. It's here to make up for the damage. Fatal Shot, Scarlet Feast. 2 skills were released in quick succession, followed by pummeling bullets like a torrent of steel that poured onto the fallen witch's body without mercy. In an instant, the fallen witch's blood level instantly plummeted by more than 70,000 points. Awesome! Lin Yuan's cheeks flushed with excitement. I didn't expect the Blood Tribe Archon and Nightmare Sovereign to work together, but a set of skills had knocked out more than 70,000 blood, which was simply appalling if it was spread out. Not even 10 seconds later, the fallen witch was left with just over 30,000 blood. Pervert! What a pervert! How can Gu Chen be so perverted? I'm wondering now, which professional among the same level can resist such terrifying damage? The necromancy orb is only a rare grade equipment. How could it bring about such a terrifying increase? Wu Ziyi observed the battle in the arena and said in a deep voice, the undead grammar orb is only one aspect. The point is that Gu Chen's summoned beasts are too powerful. For example, when your attribute is 1, using the grimoire orb will only give you an attribute bonus of 1, but when your attribute is 100, the dead grammar orb gives you a 100 attribute bonus. To put it bluntly, the stronger the user is, the higher the increase in battle power will be. If the grimoire orb was for Gu Chen to wear, it definitely wouldn't have exploded with such terrifying damage. Wu Ziyi's gaze fell on the figures of the Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Sovereign, and a flash of jealousy flashed in the bottom of his eyes. So, it's not that the summoner is strong, or Gu Chen, but his summoned beasts are strong. Lin Yuan was quite agreeable at first, but when he heard this, he wasn't happy. To a summoner, doesn't the strength of the summoned beast represent the strength of the summoner? Wu Ziyi turned his head and his face steeply sank. No good. That witch, she's starting to make sacrifices. Chapter 31, Don't Stop Me, I Can Kill Back. Wu Ziyi's words caused the faces of the crowd to change in unison. With that, a fierce and furious aura of death erupted from around the fallen witch. Several black-robed deacons who were close suddenly let out dull hisses, and immediately afterward, it was as if their bodies were being burned by invisible flames, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into piercing light and entered the fallen witch's body. Once the sacrifice began, as if it had triggered a chain reaction, the bodies of the dozens of black-robed deacons around them dissolved at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, they were transformed into a bright light. The fallen witch's body was like a magnetic field, drawing those sacrificed black-robed deacons into her body continuously, and her body rapidly swelled, her dried-out flesh and skin filling up as if nourished by life, visible to the naked eye. So at the same time, her blood stopped collapsing and began to rise back up at breakneck speed. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. The recovery is incredibly fast. This was still in the middle of the deep dream realm. If there was no sustained damage from the skill, it was only to be feared that she would have recovered even more. Ah! After the fallen witch let out a shrill death cry, endless power of death emanated from her body, coalescing into an endless number of skeletal grudges that crazily impacted the dream realm barrier. Boom! The deep dreamscape began to tremble violently with a burst of disorder. The Nightmare Sovereign's body trembled, and the black mist that surrounded it was scattered, as if it had been subjected to some kind of strong shock. A burst of anger rose in its heart. and it was about to counterattack when a sense of weakness suddenly rose from within it and grew stronger. Time's up. The effect of the dead grammar sphere is only 1 minute. The nightmare juggernaut's full attributes plummeted as it began to lose its power, and in the blink of an eye, its figure returned to its normal size. Immediately afterward, with the crunching sound of a snap, the deep dream realm that imprisoned the fallen witch instantly collapsed like a bubble. The fallen witch is off the hook. In her sacrificial state, a raging death aura was wrapped around her, crazily sucking in the sacrificial light from the black-robed deacon, and her blood recovery speed suddenly skyrocketed. Above the altar, patches of black clouds tumbled and surged, and storms raged. The fallen witch waved her hand, and a haunting aura of death swept out in all directions with her at the center. The power of death coalesced into countless monstrous tentacles, frantically spreading outward in slapping. The nightmare master's figure flickered and came to Gu Chen's side, pulling him into the dream realm to avoid the black mist tentacles that covered the sky. Seeing this, the blood race archon also flew back, but he was a step too slow, and was slapped by a huge black mist tentacle on his body. Boom! Its body flew out backwards like a cannonball, and the flesh and blood on its body looked like it had been corroded, revealing white bones in an instant. 8,000. Just by being slapped by the black mist tentacles, the blood race archon's life value fell wildly by more than 8,000. The blood bar was about 60% empty all of a sudden. This would have been too dead for one more hit. Seeing this scene, a look of despair appeared on the faces of the outermost four. Seeing that the final boss was already greatly crippled, he didn't expect to burst out with such a perverted skill as sacrifice. Not only did his life value skyrocket, but even his battle power was terrifyingly powerful. A random black mist tentacle had a damage value of over 8,000. How could it be fought? Even the blood race archon was crippled by a single blow, and the nightmare lord lost the bonus from the undead grammar orb. How can a final boss in the sacrifice state be so terrifying? And who can beat this? At this moment, Wu Zi's heart began to waver. He was glad he wasn't in combat mode and could quit at any time. However, he didn't activate the teleportation scroll right away. After all, the situation at hand wasn't the last step. Don't say that. In fact, from start to finish it was only Gu Chen fighting the boss. It's already rare for him, a summoner, to be able to last until this point. Although Lin Xingqing said this, a flash of unwillingness flashed under her eyes. Hell of a level. This was a hellish novice copy, and so far, no one had ever managed to clear it. I can't fight the final boss when I see that I've already made a big wreck of it. Lin Xingqing sighed, a pang of bitterness on her face. Su Ran didn't say anything from the side, but a few points of loss clearly surfaced in his expression. She and Lin Xingqing had taken out a $200,000 loan in order to join the team. Originally, I thought that if I got the first pass reward in SSS level evaluation, I would be able to successfully enter a higher education institution, but now it seems that all of it has become a bubble. The fallen witch entered a state of sacrifice. Her blood level skyrocketed, and her battle power soared, having reached its peak, and the blood race archon was crippled by the blow and didn't dare to come any closer. The nightmare juggernaut had maintained a deep dream for too long with all of his attributes doubled, and his energy had almost run out. As for the blood descendants, they died out a long time ago. At this point, Gu Chen's defeat was finalized, and there was no possibility of turning the tide. Just one last shiver. No, I'm going to help Lao Gu. Lin Yuan shouted and charged straight out with his longsword. Come back, are you going to get yourself killed? Wu Ziyi pulled Lin Yuan back. Don't stop me, I can kill back. Lin Yuan yelled. Counterkill what? Can you kill the black-robed deacon or the fallen witch? You can only go up there and give away your head. Earlier, outside the altar, the four of them had combined their efforts to kill a black-robed deacon. Now Lin Yuan wants to fight back alone? Kill a chicken. I don't care. My brother is over there. Lin Yuan shouted. It's because he's over there that he's bought us a chance. Wu Ziyi's face was unprecedentedly grave. Gu Chen was in a combat state, so as long as he couldn't get away from the boss's attacks, he couldn't use the teleportation scroll. But they, the actors, never entered the battle from start to finish and were all able to leave using teleportation scrolls. If you charge up, you enter a combat state and can't use a teleportation scroll to leave. Lin Yuan, do you want to die? Don't want to. Lin Yuan looked back. But I don't have a ING teleportation scroll. Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed, the teasing in his eyes turning into a flash of determination as he lifted his longsword and charged up, as if he could really kill back. Like he said, his brother was there. Crazy. Grass. Wu Zi looked frantic and roared through clenched teeth. You'll die. You will die. However, in the next moment, he realized that Lin Xingqing was holding a battle sword in her hand, and her eyes were bursting with undisguised battle intent. Wu Zi frowned slightly. You're going to die too? Lin Xingqing grasped a black iron shield in her hands. Sending it to death? What if it really kills back? It'll kill you. You're really not going to back off? Lin Qingqing tilted her head to reveal a hint of a smile. Actually, I don't have a teleportation scroll either. With that, she grabbed her sword and shield and charged forward without hesitation. Wu Ziyi's eyes were suddenly complicated. He even thought he was hallucinating. Just these few people still want to counter-kill the final boss of a hell-level copy? That's not even a joke. Sighing, he looked at Su Ran next to him. Are you leaving? I have 2 teleportation scrolls. I can lend you one. Light flashed in Su Ran's hand. Coincidentally, I also have 2 teleportation scrolls. 2 scrolls were revealed. One for her and one for Lin Qingqing. Wu Ziyi was instantly confused and subconsciously swept a glance at Lin Qingqing's back. No, what's the point? If you have a teleportation scroll, why don't you use it and go up there to die? Su Ran didn't say anything else and put the teleportation scroll into his carry space, then took out another assassin's short blade. At the same time, her figure gradually faded into a state of invisibility. A breeze blew past, and Su Ran chased after Lin Qingqing's back. Wu Ziyi was completely frantic. Crazy. These people are crazy. One by one, they all went up to die. Nuts. Grass. You guys have to die. Don't you? I want to live. Only by staying alive can you become the most powerful professional. Wu Ziyi shouted in the direction where the crowd had left, desperately venting the pent-up frustration in his heart. Alive. Shouting out the last 2 words, as if he had used up all his strength, he flopped down and sat on the ground. He took out his teleportation scroll and activated it. No hesitation in leaving the copy. Chapter 32 Counter Kill. And the undercard. Don't be afraid, Lao Gu. I'm coming. Trust me. I can kill back. Lin Yuan held his sword in both hands, running and shouting as he slashed at the black tentacles condensed by the power of death. Lin Yuan. Stop it. Gu Chen's face tightened as he rushed forward with an arrow step, picking up Lin Yuan like a chicken and stopping the clumsy attack. Nice guy. Counterattack? You're here to give away your head, aren't you? With Lin Yuan's blood level, he would die on the spot if he was lightly grazed by a black tentacle. Gu Chen put Lin Yuan down, and at that exact moment, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran from the back rushed over. What are you guys doing over here? Gu Chen asked without a trace of anger. Help you, Lin Yuan said immediately. Help me? Aren't you unable to fight anymore? Lin Qingqing opened her mouth. Who? You. What's wrong with me? You can't beat it. Gu Chen instantly laughed in exasperation. Who said I can't beat it? Su Ran revealed those clear and foolish eyes again. Didn't you withdraw both summoned beasts? I'm dodging skills. Gu Chen was speechless for a while. The boss is in a state of sacrifice and its skills are enhanced. I can't just leave my summoned beasts over there to eat the damage. Can I? Gu Chen looked at the 3 people in front of him and realized that the numbers seemed a bit off. By the way, where's Wu Zi? Gu Chen asked. As the words fell, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran looked at each other. Wu Zi. How to say? Actually, it's not all our fault. Team information. Team member, Wu Zi fighter, has quit the team. At that moment, the crowd received an exit message from Wu Zi. So Lin Yuan told what had just happened. Forget it, just back off. It's his choice. Gu Chen didn't care, but turned his head to look at Lin Qingqing and Su Ran. Why did you stay? Lin Qingqing thought for a moment. You're acting too calm. It's not like you're in a desperate situation. I have a feeling that you still have cards. Oh, how does it feel? Lin Qingqing's gaze turned around and finally pointed at the Blood Race Archon who was already bloodied. That's it. In the past, after the Blood Race Archon was injured, you would be the first to add blood to him. But just now, the Blood Race Archon was beaten to a crippled blood, and you haven't cared about him until now. Can't figure out what kind of operation this is, but it's a bit counterintuitive and not like your style. Gu Chen's eyes revealed a flash of approval. Congratulations, you got it right. Lin Qingqing was keenly observant, and Gu Chen was intentionally keeping the Blood Archon in a bloodied state. After all, it was a legendary summoned beast, so it would be too crotch-pulling if it behaved the same way as this epic summoned beast, the Nightmare Sovereign. After advancing, the Blood Archon gained a legendary grade talent, Berserk Blood. Berserk Blood, when the Blood Archon's life value is below 30%, he can inspire the Rage bonus, which increases all attributes by 2 times for 1 minute. What do you understand by a 2-fold increase in all attributes? Blessed are those who are bad at math. In simple terms, it is 1 plus 2 times the full attribute, i.e., full attribute asterisk 3. This was Gu Chen's last card. The reason why the Fallen Witch was so powerful was just 3 things: high attributes, thick blood, and sacrificial status. And the average attribute of the Blood Archon was now close to 180. So give it another full attribute multiplied by 3, and the increase in battle power would skyrocket to a terrifying level. Even if the Fallen Witch was in a state of sacrifice, she could still crush it strongly. Snort! A toothsome sound rang out as the nightmare juggernaut was suddenly struck by a black mist tentacle. Although it was an energy body with a super high immunity to physical attacks, the tentacle was formed from black mist containing the power of death, which was elemental damage. Just as soon as the black mist tentacle touched the nightmare lord, it split into dozens of the same tentacles to entangle it in layers. The nightmare juggernaut was eroded by the power of death, and his blood level fell wildly, dropping 2/3 of his life value in an instant. Right at this moment, the great lord of the Blood Clan received Gu Chen's orders and rushed towards the fallen witch at the altar without hesitation. Wow! The aura of death came in like a tidal wave, and the figure of the blood race archon transformed into a dark red bloodlight, not flickering or avoiding, and rushed straight into it. Roar! The moment it came into contact with the death breath, the blood archon's blood level dropped below 30%. With that, the talent was unleashed, and bright blood light blossomed from the surface of its body as an unprecedentedly terrifying power surged out from the depths of its bloodline, filling every corner of its body. The bloody light quickly turned inward, and in the next moment, a humanoid figure with a hideous face and a burning blood flame around it appeared beside the nightmare lord. The black mist tentacles quickly lunged, yet as soon as they came into contact with the blood race archon, they were scorched by the blood flames on his body and instantly dissipated into nothingness. It wasn't that the blood flame restrained the power of death, but rather, it was absolute power crushing. The nightmare lord got a moment's respite, and his form flickered away, hidden in the dream world. The blood race archon then turned into a blood shadow and charged straight towards the fallen witch at the altar. A scornful look appeared on the fallen witch's face. Even though she was already in a state of sacrifice, the blood race archon at this moment made her feel a strong threat of death. Apoptosis. Grievous spirit shock. Perhaps it was the sacrifice edition. The fallen witch's skills seemed to have no cooldown time, and skill after skill wrapped in the intense power of death, mercilessly blasting towards the blood archon. Without dodging or avoiding, the blood race archon directly rushed forward and hardened himself against the damage. Change of blood. It's still as pugnacious and dominant as ever, and that's its fighting style. Skill after skill landed on the blood archon, and it did manage to deal damage. However, in the berserk blood state, its defense, constitution, and life recovery speed had all skyrocketed by leaps and bounds. It couldn't be done without injury, but all injuries could be recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bloodline went down and up and down, always staying around 30%. At the same time, the blood archon's arms were raised, and the two muzzles, one black and one silver, had locked onto the fallen witch in front of him. Bang! 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 A bullet covered in blood flames struck out, dense as rain, almost forming substance, like an angry dragon emitting a roar that shook the sky and cracked the earth, and exploded onto the fallen witch's body. Ah! The fallen witch let out a miserable scream as her blood level plummeted, and she would be knocked out of 30,000 to 40,000 life points in a second. Around the altar, the black tentacles formed by those death breaths had a hidden tendency to collapse. At this moment, Lin Yuan and the others were deeply shocked. Although the fierce and overbearing attack of the blood archon struck the fallen witch, it felt like it struck their hearts, causing the three to fall into a collective silence. What's going on? The less blood the blood archon has, the more ferocious he's become? One shot to save the nightmare lord, and then another shot to directly crush the fallen witch in her sacrificed state. It's a bit of a battle to watch. The three of them looked at each other in disbelief. Can't read it. Really can't. However, that didn't stop a gloating smile from appearing on their faces. Because, someone is going to regret it. Chapter 33, History of the Temple, Triggering Quest Props. In an instant, the altar was covered by intense firepower, and the damage erupted from the blood flame bullets continuously scorched the fallen witch's body. Her body was being hit with 1,000 holes, and her blood was collapsing like an avalanche, and she was about to be completely cleared out. Whoosh! She grabbed in the air, and several black-robed deacons around her were grabbed up, lining up as meat shields to try to resist the damage. However, it didn't work at all. The blood flame bullet was so powerful that it could blow up a black-robed deacon with a single shot, and the black flesh and blood spilled on top of the altar couldn't make any waves at all. The result brought about by the blood archon's twofold increase in his full attributes was one-sided suppression, hardening himself against the skills cast by the fallen witch while frantically outputting. Seeing the blood level drop to the decapitation line, the blood race archon pressed down with both of its spears. Two scarlet blood flames swirled continuously along its circumference, and unprecedented berserk power erupted with a roar. Scarlet Feast. The blood flame spiral was like a destructive storm, carrying the terrifying power of destroying the world. Charging straight at the fallen witch, the fallen witch had already been locked by the blood race archon and was unable to avoid facing this strongest strike. Boom! Her body continued to struggle in the storm of blood flames, her body surface exploding with fine cracks as her figure became more and more slender and elongated. The 158,000 life value had been emptied, yet she didn't die completely, instead revealing a hideous face and frantically struggling amidst the storm of blood flames. "You all deserve to die. It was you who betrayed me." "Ah!" the fallen witch roared in fury. Yet at that moment, she suddenly realized that she had lost control of her body. Guchan pressed the blood archon, and from the moment the boss's blood level cleared, the battle was completely over. What follows is history repeating itself. The storm of blood flames had completely subsided, and there was a flurry of light and shadows above the altar. Immediately afterward, a large group of familiar figures appeared with them. Guards, black-robed deacons, and red-robed priests, nearly 100 of them. The abyss has invaded and the contamination is spreading everywhere. Many have already been killed by the grey mist. Can someone save us? I don't want to die. Where are the gods? Where are our gods? Red priest, is it true when you say that drinking blood can break the grey mist? You're questioning the will of the gods as they come down? Only by drinking the blood of the Holy Virgin can we resist the grey mist, and only by sacrificing the heart of the Holy Virgin can we save the temple. Then what are we waiting for? The Holy Maiden is kind-hearted. She must be willing to sacrifice herself in order to save the temple. Cut the crap. All the guards come with me. We must find the Holy Maiden. The red-clad priest stood at the highest place, looking down on the crowd, with not a trace of emotion visible on his face. The faces of several black-robed deacons had been distorted, and it was not hard to see that they had lost their minds through those crazy eyes. The history of the temple continues to be recreated in light and shadow. In the middle of the main hall, a group of black-robed deacons escorted the Holy Maiden to the red-robed priest. "High Priestess, the abyss is affecting you more and more. You must be healed by purification." "No, Holy Maiden, you don't understand." The red priest revealed the side of his face like a withered bone, startling the holy woman. "It's not pollution. It's the power of the gods, and the abyssal fae are not invaders. They're here to help us follow in the footsteps of the gods." How? High Priestess, you've been tainted by the abyss. Come with me to, The red-robed priest grabbed the Holy Maiden's hair. His face was sinister, and an evil light flashed in his eyes. "I said, it's not pollution. The abyss is a divine guide. A miracle. High Priestess, the abyss is eating away at your sanity. Do not be dominated by evil." The red-robed priest's face twisted as he stared at the Holy Maiden, an evil light in his eyes. "Temple Holy Maiden, Jia, I want you to help me cultivate." "No, High Priestess, you have been contaminated. Someone. The Holy Maiden immediately asked the group of black-robed deacons for help, yet only numbness and insanity remained in those people's eyes. The scene shifts and an unclothed female corpse appears on the altar. This female corpse was all white and could not see the slightest bit of blood, and the chest was violently torn open by the eyes, and the hideous wounds did not see the slightest trace of blood. The red-robed priest stood next to the female corpse, a shadowy and maniacal look in his eyes. Behind him, nearly 100 black-robed priests and guards bowed and knelt with reverent eyes. The red-robed priest tilted his head towards the tall idol and mouthed a prayer. The group of people behind them gradually raised their heads and acted as if they were insane, not even realizing how absurd this practice was. Instead, their faces showed ecstasy. At the end of the ritual, the red-robed priest held up a glass vial in which was a full bottle of blood. The clergyman kneeling on the ground had frenzied eyes, treating that blood as a holy medicine, and their expressions were filled with intense longing. However, just at that moment, there was a sudden shocking noise, and the temple began to shake violently. The abyss has erupted, and the Fae have invaded the temple in force. Raging black mists appeared from all directions, transforming into the touch of death and continuously destroying the temple's complex. Outside the temple gates, black and red storms raged in the sky like it was the end of the world, as a raging army of foreigners came in from all over the sky. The scene dims as a terrible storm is approaching. You have successfully cleared the novice copy, Temple Ruins, Inferno level. The copy will end within 5 minutes. Or you can simply exit the copy. It's over? Just this? Lin Yuan revealed an expression like he had eaten a fly. So what kind of copy is this? The story of a bunch of perverts killing a woman? Lin Xingqing furrowed her brows. Even though it's cleared, why do I feel so stifled? Su Ran was very dissatisfied with the ending. Gu Chen was also a bit speechless at this ending. And just then, he suddenly thought of the 2 quest items he had obtained earlier. He took the 2 glass vials out of his carry space, one sealing the heart and the other the blood. Hint, trigger mission props, sealed heart. Option 1, return the heart to the fallen witch, and the virgin will briefly resurrect and sacrifice herself to end the abyssal invasion. Sealed blood. Option 2, by pouring blood into the altar, the temple will be cleansed of pollution and the clergy will gain the power to fight the abyss. If no choice is made, history will repeat itself. The abyss will invade the temple, and all will be brought to ruin. Make your choice. That's it? This time, it was Gu Chen's turn to show an expression like he had eaten a fly. If the heart is returned, the virgin will be briefly resurrected, but loses her power and can only end the abyssal invasion by sacrificing herself. If the blood is poured into the altar, the blood of the Holy Virgin will purify the temple of contamination and give the congregation within the temple the power to resist the abyss. Two choices either way. The invasion of the abyss would be stopped and those within the temple would survive. So, from start to finish, only one woman died in this copy? And an innocent woman at that. Damn. That ending? It's kind of a bummer. Chapter 34, After You Die. Who cares about the floods? Want to choose? Lin Yuan asked coldly from the side. Will the abyss be repelled? Or will history be made to repeat itself? Anyway, the copy is over. So it's better to just quit and let those deranged goddams face destruction head on. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran frowned slightly and turned their gazes to Gu Chen. After all, the choice was Gu Chen's. Feeling the gazes around him, Gu Chen twisted his head to inquire. What do you guys think? No choice. Lin Qingqing said directly. Let the temple be destroyed by the abyssal fae. Su Ran nodded in agreement. Those clergy are a bunch of crazies and perverts anyway. Gu Chen thought about it. Having come this far, it didn't seem right not to choose. So, there's still a choice to be made. He walked up to the altar and towards the fallen witch who was still breathing. His expression stiffened slightly as he looked at the cracked body and the shocking wounds. After a moment's reprieve, Gu Chen said in a low and indifferent tone, "Give you the heart and you can be resurrected briefly, and then you will have to sacrifice yourself to resist the abyss. Pour your blood into the altar and you will die completely. Yet bring the temple the power to resist the abyss." So, resisting the abyss, is it really that important? They drain your blood and cut out your heart, and all they ask for is to stay alive. Who in the entire temple really cares about resisting the invasion of the abyss? The fallen witch's body trembled slightly. The pitch blackness in her pupils faded a few moments. What are you trying to say? Gu Chen crouched down, a wry smile on his face. He returned the sealed heart to the witch and, later, the sealed blood as well. This move made the Lin Yuan trio on the side a bit puzzled. After doing so, Gu Chen let out a long breath. Well, what I'm trying to say is really simple. Who cares about the flood when you're dead? The heart will bring you back to life for a while. The blood will restore your strength. Take both. And in the last time you can choose to live for yourself once. Before the abyssal fae invade. Have your grudges avenged. Have your vengeance avenged. And make those who killed you pay. So they can die in despair and agony. Just like you did. By the way, it can also make those abyssal fae outside pounce. When they attack, the temple will already be played out. You've avenged your death and fooled the fae before you die. How good is that? There's such a thing? Only then did Lin Yuan's trio react, subconsciously nodding their heads in agreement, very satisfied with this ending. Playing a copy is hard enough, just don't be so stifled in the end, okay? Everyone loves a good read. Who wants to suffer through abuse? Gu Chen uncovered the seals on the two bottles, then stood up and walked towards the bottom of the altar with a leisurely gait. Although none of this was true, Gu Chen still wanted to give the fallen witch a chance to take revenge herself. He didn't care, and no one else would care, what the copy really ended up being. Everyone wants to see how they want it to end. And this, right now, was what Gu Chen wanted to see. Having obtained the heart and blood, the fallen witch's body radiated a glistening light, then swiftly turned into countless points of light and flew into the light screen above the altar. The screen shows a group of clergymen being horrified by the invasion of the abyss. Suddenly, the female corpse on top of the altar slowly floated into the air, and a fresh heart was beating in her heart, accompanied by blood vitality. An unprecedentedly powerful force erupted from her body. The holy maiden's eyes slowly opened, and they were filled with tyranny and resentment as she looked down on the crowd below, her voice transmitting an unstoppable and intense killing intent. Time is running out. I hope I can kill all of you before the abyssal fae overrun the temple. High priest, don't you fancy yourself a believer in God? I'll send you to God now. As the copy officially came to an end, a series of messages appeared in Gu Chen's line of sight. Kill fallen witch boss LV. 15. Experience plus 5,317. Level up. Rank, LV. 10, 1234/14500. Power, 217. Agility, 216. Body mass, 218. Spirit, 219. Summoned beasts, Blood Archon LV. 10, Legend. Nightmare Master LV. 10, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Congratulations. You have cleared Temple Ruins, Inferno level, and have been rewarded, Professional Experience plus 3,000. Copy Treasure Chest *1, Inferno level. Copy ends. Exiting current scene in progress? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Replica Square. Ever since Wu Zi came out, more and more people converged, because we all know that this copy bet is almost over. Everyone had an expectant look on their faces, just waiting to see the final face-punching moment, counting the time. Gu Chen is almost dead, right? I've long said that a civilian summoner who challenges a hell-ranked copy will absolutely die a horrible death. This is great. Not only did he lose his life, but he also lost $500,000. I say, Wu Zi has been out for so long. Why isn't Gu Chen dead yet? The surrounding area was filled with the crowd's murmurs. Li Wenwei had already put away his tent. After a period of rest just now, he had recovered more or less. At this moment, he stood at the entrance to the replica, the corners of his mouth constantly rising, unable to suppress it at all. Listening to the crowd's criticism of Gu Chen, Li Wenwei didn't say a word. In fact, at moments like this, all he had to do was to maintain a condescending stance, and if he went to disparage Gu Chen as well, he would instead be said to have no temperament. Still, he couldn't help but walk forward when he saw Wu Zi, who was standing outside the copy for a while, lost in thought. Seeing the smirk on Li Wenwei's face, Wu Zi raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Although I am a deserter, you are not qualified to humiliate me. Li Wenwei waved his hand. No, I don't have that kind of free time to make fun of you. I just want to know, where exactly did Gu Chen take you guys to fight? Wu Zi's face was unhappy. Does it have anything to do with you? Li Wenwei sighed and said in a deep voice. Forget it, let's make the question simpler then. You've been out for so long. Why isn't Gu Chen dead yet? These words caused Wu Zi's expression to steeply stiffen for a few moments. After he came out, he'd been so engrossed in a mental battle of self-loathing and self-exculpation that he hadn't even cared to realize how much time had passed. Now after Li Wenwei asked this, his heart suddenly thumped. Is it hard to believe that Gu Chen flopped? No way. Absolutely not. That was a hellish copy. And having fought to that point, Gu Chen's bottom card had already been spelled out. So how could he possibly flip the game? Right at this moment, above the entrance of the replica, a huge screen suddenly lit up. Great news, Temple Ruins, Inferno level, replica receives first pass. Clearance time, 5 hours, 27 minutes, 36 seconds. Passing team information. Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman. Lin Qingqing, Warrior. Su Ran, Assassin. Reward, Professional Experience plus 3,000. Personal Achievement plus 1. First Pass Reward Gift Box *1. Evaluation of this clearance, SSS. Chapter 35, Seeking Wu Zi's Mental Shadow Area. In an instant, the replica square fell into dead silence, and the image was as if it had stood still. Such a scene lasted for dozens of seconds before it was finally broken by a voice. Asterisk. Did I read that right? A hellish copy has actually been cleared? That's a first pass. How did he do it? Who's going to hit me? Ouch, you really hit? Because the announcement was posted the moment the final boss died, Gu Chen and the others were still in the copy at the moment. Everyone's faces were puzzled and shocked, even incredulous. Some rubbed their eyes desperately, questioning if they were seeing things, or if they were dreaming. But no one would doubt the veracity of this announcement. The announcement is tied to the duplicate system and there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. In other words, Gu Chen, a civilian summoner with 3 actors, had successfully cleared the hell-level novice copy. It's all an illusion. It doesn't scare me. A fat man in a jersey yelled grumpily. That's a hellish copy. How did he do it? Didn't they say that civilians choosing a summoner is a dead end? Did they lie to me? Alright, who was the one who said before that if Gu Chen managed to pass the level, he'd live-stream the upside-down diarrhea? Come on, show. Inverted diarrhea can be slowed down for a while. Whoever is better at math, help me calculate Wu Zi's current mental shadow area. No need to forget about it. I'm sure I regret it. Ha 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 ha. Pure and simple. A great breed of injustice. It's a long time to live. Who's to blame if he chose it himself? Put. The path one chooses. One must walk it even on one's knees. The murmurs, the jeers, there was no cover or scruples. These people did it on purpose. Gu Chen's success was certainly enviable, but Wu Zi's failure was only more full of joy. Especially like this one. Watching him raise a tall building and watching it collapse. It is most likely to be talked about. From the moment he fled the copy, the rewards of the hellish copy passed him by. SSS rating. Inferno level copy first pass reward. Either of the two would be a heavenly opportunity for the average transfer student. And the mediocre one managed to miss 2 at once. It was hard to imagine the size of his mental shadow at the moment. There was no need to doubt that Wu Zi was truly sorry. At the moment, his eyes were dull, and remorse and self-reproach were written all over his face. From the time he left the copy to the time the announcement was sent out, It was only about 15 minutes before and after. Yet this before and after was like going straight from heaven to hell for him. The string of rewards and achievements above the announcement seemed so blinding to him. 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes. The rewards and honors he was supposed to have all drifted away like smoke in the blink of an eye. Sinning. Snap. Wu Zi was so furious that he slapped himself violently and left with hatred in the eyes of the crowd's flirtation. And this crisp slap caused Li Wenwei, who was in a daze, to snap back to his senses. Gu Chen had cleared a hell-level copy, which seemed like a pipe dream to him, but there was no need for him to question it. The clearance information was clearly written in the announcement. 5 hours, 27 minutes, 36 seconds, SSS rating. This achievement, not to mention Lin Chang, even if it was placed in the entire northern realm, it was an extremely explosive existence. Can a civilian summoner really be this strong? With an SSS rating, this is a total crushing victory. I've come to my realization. In fact, we've been lied to all along. The civilian-turned-summoner is the strongest. Kill the coins. Good scolding. This is obviously Gu Chenxiang. So Gu Chen is the real great god. In the replica plaza, Gu Chen's popularity rating had changed drastically. How hard they were stomped on before. How high they're being held up now. Li Wenwei, who had previously been worshipped by the crowd, was reduced to a passerby that no one cared about. Li Wenwei's face was filled with bitterness. Although Wu Ziyi had been reduced to a laughingstock in the mouths of the crowd, he had only lost his face. He, on the other hand, is losing money. Real money, $500,000. Although he came from the Lin Changli family, he was not the heir to the Li family. $500,000 wasn't pocket money to him either. It was for strengthening his equipment after upgrading. A set of rare grade night suit is worth millions of dollars. That's not a big road product that can be thrown away after wearing a few grades, but an important trump card to get into a higher education institution. Now he's lost $500,000. If his dad finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll have to skin him. How good it would have been if he hadn't gambled with Gu Chen before. Strong regret grew and spread in his heart. Yet it was too late. The betting fight going through the trading platform was his own idea, and once the money was in the platform, the betting fight was official. Not to mention him, even if the head of the Li family came, he couldn't back out. Gu Chen didn't even need to talk to him. He was able to transfer the money into his account after a few operations on his cell phone. Gu Chen, I'm going to be killed by you. Just as Li Wenwei was filled with remorse, Gu Chen and the others finally came out of their copies. Once out of the replica, the first to greet them is a reporter holding a long gun. After all, it's turnaround season, and the major newbie replicas are one of the hottest strongholds for journalists. Talented professionals coming out of nowhere and breaking copy records is one of the easiest news to get young people's blood boiling. Student Gu Chen, I'm a reporter from the Evening Pros. Can you tell everyone how you feel about making your first pass through a hell-ranked copy? Student Gu Chen, this is Lin Chang TV. May I ask why you chose to become a summoner? Gu Chen, you've won the bet with Li Wenwei. May I ask what you intend to do with the $500,000 bet? Damn, your first day as a reporter? You're asking this kind of question? More than a dozen reporters and thousands of transfer students surrounded Gu Chen, causing him to have an incomparably real sense of what the phrase "all eyes on him" actually meant. The crowd of onlookers on the square is even more envious. This is a rare pretense, rarely a good opportunity to show the saint in front of people. Not to mention, as long as he catches this wave of traffic, being rich and famous will be as easy as eating and drinking for him. What a splash of riches! The gears of fate turned on Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen didn't want to waste any time with these reporters at all and directly pushed Lin Yuan over. Lin Yuan was also experiencing this kind of scene for the first time, but he didn't have stage fright at all. He cleared his throat, grabbed the nearest microphone as soon as he could, and, not caring if anyone else loved it or not, went straight to delivering his first pass message. Taking this opportunity to show his face and rubbing a wave of Gu Chen's hotspot, he would be considered half a celebrity in the future. With fame, making money isn't as easy as eating and drinking. Gu Chen, on the other hand, took this opportunity to just bolt. After the copy announcement was sent out, the bet was over, and Li Wenwei's $500,000 bet had been credited to his account. In the accompanying space, hellish treasure chests and first-pass gift boxes glittered. Gu Chen's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Open the box. Unboxing. Chapter 36, Fallen Orb. Stone Ghosts. Having risen to level 10, the third summoned beast's bitmap has been opened. However, Gu Chen wasn't in a hurry to open the treasure chest and gift box first. The newbie copy of the Inferno treasure chest must produce 5-star rare equipment. Inferno level first pass gift box must produce rare level props, and there is a high probability that the props are exclusive to this profession. Gu Chen opened the treasure chest with excitement. You have opened the duplicate treasure chest, Inferno. Acquired weapon, Fallen Orb. Quality, rare. Restricted level, 10. Restricted occupations, law professions. Attributes, spirit plus 150. Casting speed plus 50%. Skill damage plus 50%. Effect, each time you hit a target with a skill, it will generate a death tentacle next to the target for 2 seconds. Death Tentacle inflicts 3000 points of true damage to the target and applies a slowing effect. This mana orb is good. Not only does it come with skill damage, it also increases intelligence by 150. Guchen was pleasantly surprised and greatly satisfied. His spiritual attribute was 219, and the mana ball could surprisingly increase it by 150, almost doubling his spiritual attribute. Moreover, he had seen with his own eyes how terrifying the fallen witch's death tentacles were. To a summoner, the skill of a summoned beast is the skill of the summoner. The Blood Archon's deadly shot could shoot 6 bullets with skill effects at once, and when all the bullets hit the target, 6 tentacles would be generated next to the target. Nightmare Master's Nightmare Entanglement could now summon 14 nightmare minions to entangle the target, and in doing so, it could generate another 14 tentacles. In other words, Guchen only needed to have the 2 summoned beasts cast their skills once each to generate 20 death tentacles. 1 death tentacle could deal 3000 points of damage. 20 tentacles would be 60,000 points of damage. At the rate of 1 attack per second, this damage value would have to be doubled again. 120,000. Simply horrible. It was important to know that even the final boss of the Hell-level copy of the Fallen, which only had a maximum life value of 158,000, it was amazing that a mere spell with a skill attached to it could knock out 120,000 damage from the target. The Fallen Witch is straight up bloodied? Guchen felt that the current him was frighteningly strong. Mostly, this spell is just too good of a fit for his situation. The rare 5-star mana is only mid-range, and the skills that come with it are kind of middle of the road. If it was placed in the hands of other law professions, at most it would be a small increase in battle power. After all, most professions mastered at most 3 or 4 skills, but in Guchen's hands, the damage directly exploded. It's scary as hell. Guchen himself wanted to suck in a breath of cold air, placing the fallen orb into his equipment bar. Guchen couldn't wait to open the first pass gift box. You have opened the first pass gift box, Inferno. Props obtained, attribute fruit. Quality, rare. Restricted level, 10. Effect, full attribute plus 100. Level 10 attribute fruit with plus 100 to all attributes. Nice and cool. Attribute boosts bring bonuses in various ways, such as life value, energy consumption, skill cooldowns, and so on. And the higher the summoner's attributes, the more damage the summoned beasts can do. And it all rings true. So Guchen didn't hesitate and directly digested this attribute fruit. It's light and sweet in the mouth, like a peach. With that, a thick energy traveled through his limbs and bones. You have taken the fruit of attributes. All attributes plus 100. Guchen felt a burst of renewal in his body, and his body was filled with power, so much so that he could even punch out the stars with a single punch. Of course, this was just an illusion brought about by a sharp increase in attributes in a short period of time. He then changed out of the black deacon's vestments he was wearing and put on the ritual suit he had obtained when he killed the red-clothed priest, then opened his character panel. Name, Guchen. Profession, Summoner. Rank, LV. 10, 7234/14500. Power, 317. Agility, 316. Body mass, 318. Spirit, 469. Talent, Dark First Blood, Divine. Skill, Total Link LV. 5, Rare. Equipment, Fallen Orb. Ritual Set. Summoned Beasts, Blood Archon LV. 10, Legend. Nightmare Master LV. 10, Epic. Not bad. With Guchen's current 4-dimensional attributes, he could almost be described as invincible at the first rank, and even if he encountered a second-ranked professional, he still had the power to fight. It gave him another boost for his next foray into the wilderness. The newbie copy has been cleared, and if you access other copies next, you will have to pay a hefty usage fee. This is because all man-made replicas, except for the newbie replica, require payment. After all, the replica needed a high concentration of energy crystals to maintain and sustain it. And if they didn't pay, the replica would have been closed long ago. Guchen also had a small amount of savings now, but he didn't intend to enter a copy. Traveling to the wilderness and entering the abyss is the fastest way to level up. The abyss, located in the wilderness, is a form of alien invasion of this world. The duplicates were modeled after the abyss, and the vast majority of them were located within cities, which prevented professionals from traveling long distances through the wilderness in order to level up. Because the wilderness is infested with foreigners, there are many crises. If you are not careful, you may be killed by those ferocious foreigners. The degree of danger is even more horrifying than the hell level copies. Gu Chen had already made up his mind to enter the wilderness, but before that, he had to finalize his third summoned beast. Opening the profession trading platform, Gu Chen found 5 level 10 summoning skill books. They are the Unicorn, the Earth Devil Turtle, the Tree Spirit, the Stone Ghost, and the Zatoichi. Unicorns are mage-type summoning beasts. Earth Devil Turtles are tank-type. Tree Spirits are warrior-type. Zacian Eagles are assassin-type. And only Stone Goblins are support-type. And Stone Ghost isn't a common gainer assist, it's a detractor. It can't add shields, healing, damage, etc. to your own units, but it can add poison, curse, weakness, etc. to enemy units. The mention of weakness and the fear of being dominated by the Grey Mist curse is still fresh in my mind. A powerful mitigating status that simply seals the deal outright. The 2 summoned beasts now. The Blood Archon could carry in fight, and the Nightmare Juggernaut exploded to harvest. And if there was another mitigating aid, it would be even more perfect. That's you, Stone Ghost. After much deliberation, Gu Chen spent 150,000 on the Stone Ghost summoning book. Excellent grade, and at that price it's kind of a cabbage. There were too few high-quality summoning books, and even fewer of them flowed into the market, generally being internally digested between the big guilds. Gu Chen was not an aristocrat for one thing, and he hadn't joined a guild for another, so it would be strange for him to be able to buy a high-quality summoning book with the double buff stacked on top of it. But luckily, even though he couldn't buy a high-quality summoning book, he still had a god-tier talent that could be used to enhance the summoning beast's qualifications with his dark bloodline. Levels 9 and 10 gain the primordial bloodline, which can raise the third summoned beast directly to epic 1 star. That's good. Gu Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. Stone Ghosts fused with dark bloodlines are pretty screwed up. Chapter 37 Dead Wreck Demon Statue. Slaughtering Li Renjie. Professional trading platforms rarely deliver instantly. The seller of the Stone Ghost summoning skill book was not in Linchang, and it needed to be transferred off-site, and it was too late now. Next he bought some consumables that he might use out of town and waited for them to be delivered tomorrow along with the summoning book. Gu Chen then clicked into the short video platform. It had been thought that clearing the hell level copy would cause quite a stir in Linchang, and the short videos would surely be frantically reposted with information related to him. However, after swiping through several videos in a row, there was no information related to him at all, and he couldn't even find out about the first pass of the hell level copy. He was a bit puzzled by the fact that not only the short video platforms, but even the major media platforms seemed to be in a state of silence. What's going on? The internet cable was pinched? Gu Chen was a bit puzzled, but didn't pay much attention. Anyway, with the reward for clearing the hell level in hand and the SSS rating on his record, the false name was inconsequential. Next, just wait for the school to put a guaranteed spot in place for him. Day 2. Near noon, Gu Chen received a courier from the professionals platform. After taking out the summoning book and confirming that it was correct, he directly studied it. You have successfully signed a contract with a Stone Ghost. Summoned animal, Stone Ghost. Qualification, excellent. Rank, 10. Life value, 6,220. Attributes, Strength 85. Agility 90. Physique 94. Spirit 95. Talent, Stone Form, excellent. Skill, Petrification LV. 1, excellent. Next, Gu Chen incorporated all of the 2 primordial dark bloodlines into the Stone Ghost. Dark Bloodline, first generation fusion successful. Summoned Beast Advancement. Gargoyle, excellent. Wraith, epic. Summoned Beast startup successfully. Undead Demon Statue, epic. Undead Demon Statue, epic. Rank, LV. 10. Life value, 13. 500. Attributes, Strength 145. Agility 140. Physique 157. Spirit 158. Talent, Irresistible, epic. Skill I, Exhaustion to the core LV. 10, epic. Skill 2, Black Death Epidemic LV. 10, epic. Skill 3, Mordor Forbidden Domain LV. 10, epic. A stone goblin advances to the epic level of Undead Wreckage Fiend, initially with 1 epic level talent and 2 epic level skills. As for the third skill, it's gained after starring up. Irresistible, when the Undead Wraith is at rest, its defense is increased, its recovery is increased, and it is immune to all negative effects. Exhaustion, apply exhaustion status to nearby targets, reducing all attributes by 50% and increasing damage by 50%. Not immune. Black Death Epidemic, infects a target with a plague that reduces healing effects by 90% and causes a continuous loss of life. Not immune. Mordor Forbidden Zone, the dead skeleton demon statue will center itself on a forbidden zone, and all the consumption of the targets within the forbidden zone will increase by 10 times. As with Nightmare Juggernaut, the target mentioned in the skill is not the enemy. Only the enemy being targeted is considered the target. Clearly a benefit-reducing skill. Looking at Gu Chen's heart was blossoming. In particular, the third skill, Mordor Forbidden Domain, which was able to cause the enemy's consumption to skyrocket tenfold, was simply terrifyingly powerful. Imagine that the opposing mage had simply cast a skill, and the spirit was directly drained by half. Or the opposing warrior comes up and goes through the motions and gets tired and weak in the legs. There were even some powerful skills that could not be cast at all under the influence of 10x consumption, and the opponent could only stand in place and stare. This is awesome. After looking over the various skills and talents once more, Gu Chen closed the summoned beast panel with satisfaction, confident in his next trip to the wilderness. Just then, the cell phone rings. Pick up a look. Is the class teacher Jiang Songhua call? Gu Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Since it was Jiang Songhua calling, it should be related to the matter of being guaranteed admission to the Upper Beijing Academy. After all, he had already gotten an SSS rating in the Hell level duplicate, and there was only one guaranteed spot in Lin Changno, one middle school, which was surely going to fall on his head. However, as soon as the phone was connected, Jiang Songhua's cursing voice came from the receiver. Gu Chen, your guaranteed spot is being held down by those stupid pigs sitting in the office at City Hall. Let me ask you, what do you have in mind next? This imposing attitude caused Gu Chen's expression to stutter, directly making him laugh. It was his guaranteed place that was cancelled. How come it looks like Jiang Songhua is the victim? Oh yeah, if Gu Chen could be guaranteed admission to the Shangjing Academy, then Jiang Songhua, as the homeroom teacher, would receive a huge boost in terms of his status, position, and reputation. When you look at it that way, this classroom teacher is really a victim. Gu Chen then asked, Mr. Jiang, don't be angry for a moment. Why did City Hall card my guaranteed place? Jiang Songhua cracked. They think that summoners don't have much growth potential and aren't worth focusing on cultivating. It's all a bunch of self-righteous, stupid pigs. They don't even know anything about the difficulty of a Hell level copy. Not enough potential to be worth focusing on? This reason sounds a bit of a stretch. Gu Chen then asked, since I was rejected, who was the guaranteed spot given to? It's not going to be a turn, is it? If the turn is empty is some bull asterisk 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 asterisk. After all, the guaranteed places also belong to a resource issued from above. Every year is so fixed one. Do not use it as a waste. The guaranteed spot has temporarily fallen into the hands of the Li family. Temporarily landing in the Li family? Are you going to bail on Li Wenwei? What does temporarily mean? Li Wenwei is only a side branch. This place should be for the Li family heir. The Li family heir? Who? Li Renjie. Jiang Songhua took a deep breath on the other end of the phone and slowly said, he was sent to Solid North City since he was a child to receive the best resources in the North Realm, and he switched to the rare profession of spiritual numinous master, which is also considered a genius. But after all, Solid North City is the center of the North Realm, where geniuses gather, and with Li Renjie's strength, he simply couldn't squeeze into the guaranteed list, so the Li family wanted to take a guaranteed spot in Lin City. Gu Chen's eyes showed a few points of disdain, so it was a smelly beggar. Being bullied in Solid North City and unable to eat, he came to a small place like Lin City to beg for food? The key was that it even came to him. Gu Chen memorized the name and then asked, Mr. Jiang, just now you said that the guaranteed spot has temporarily fallen to the Li family? Well, that's what I heard from the principal, so don't spread the word. If Li Renjie can get an SSS ranked evaluation for the Hell ranked copy before the academy examination, this spot will materialize on his head, and vice versa. There's still a high possibility that this spot will be given to you. Or is that a strong possibility? Gu Chen smiled disdainfully. He didn't like that possibility. It's clearly his, so why make it sound like he's taking a handout from someone else? So, Mr. Jiang, you're making this call to tell me that my guaranteed spot has been stuck? No, I'm telling you that Li Renjie will most likely come to you for cooperation and give you some favors so that you can take him through the Hell level copies. I know, this is something I'm definitely not going to agree to. No. You don't. You're just a commoner. What are you doing stiffing the nobles? Can you stand up to the Li family? You have to promise him. Jiang Songhua sighed and said, I also know that you're holding back in your heart, but right now the situation is stronger than others. If Li Renjie goes to you, you'll ask him for more favors. As you know, the Li family the first big family in Lin Chang, the actual dog big family, you must take this opportunity to ruthlessly slaughter Li Renjie. Zai Li Renjie? Got it. Gu Chen nodded, remembering his mentor's advice in his mind. Just then, there was a rattling at the door. Immediately after that, the dormitory door opened from the outside, and it was Li Wenwei who opened it. Cousin, this is Gu Chen's dormitory, Lavan said, stepping aside to the side. A handsome-looking teenager wearing a vestment robe appeared at the door. The young man looked arrogant, and a sense of superiority that defied everything permeated his body. He crossed the threshold and surveyed everything in the dormitory with an air of superiority, finally landing his gaze on Gu Chen. I'm Li Renjie. You should have heard of me, right? Chapter 38, you can't afford it, and you don't have the life to take it. It doesn't matter if you've never heard of it. I'm just here to talk to you about a partnership. Li Renjie stretched out a finger and said with a condescending posture, take me through the hell level copy and take the SSS rating, and I can give you an epic level equipment. Gu Chen looked at the other party with interest. It was really a good calculation. Even if you pass a hellish novice copy, you can only open top-tier rare equipment from treasure chests. Li Renjie's first strike was epic equipment, which was not a small amount of money. If Jiang Songhua hadn't told him the inside story ahead of time, he might have really agreed. But now, wanting to exchange an epic level equipment for a guaranteed place at the Upper Capital Academy, the abacus beads had crashed onto Gu Chen's face. Seeing that Gu Chen was unmoved, Li Renjie looked at him with an unchanged gaze and extended another finger. 2. Worthy of being the number one family in Linchang, it's really a big dog family. Gu Chen sneered in his heart. Epic level equipment basically started at 10 million, which was the equivalent of taking more than 20 million in exchange for a place in the Upper Beijing Academy. Over $20 million. Is that a lot? For the average person, it's money that can't be earned in several lifetimes, but when compared with the Shangjing Academy, the highs and lows are immediately differentiated, not to mention the fact that the benefits gained from clearing a few copies of the Academy were far higher than that. Gu Chen smiled coldly, letting me take you to get an SSS level evaluation, and then squeezing out my guaranteed spot. This is the cooperation you're talking about? A flash of surprise flashed under Li Renjie's eyes. Gu Chen actually knew? Heck, it's good to know. No need to hide it then, Li Renjie said in a deep voice. 2 pieces of epic level equipment. This is the last chance I'm giving you. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Gu Chen was pleasantly unafraid and said, I'll give you a chance as well. Take out 2 pieces of epic equipment to make amends and apologize. Then get the hell back to Solid North City, and I can treat you as a fart and let you go. Li Renjie's gaze went cold as he angrily shouted, Gu Chen, you think that just because you've cleared the hell level copy, I'll be afraid of you? Ignorant. A level like yours doesn't even count as trash when you're placed in Solid North City. Li Wenwei, teach him a lesson. Ha? Li Wenwei looked stunned. Me? His eyes dodged. Gu Chen was a great god who had cleared a hell level copy, letting him teach him a lesson? However, against the stern look in Li Renjie's eyes, he could only harden his head and swing his fist towards Gu Chen's face. However, cannon fodder like him was no threat to Gu Chen at all, and he could easily take care of him even if he didn't call for a summoned beast. Boom! Gu Chen sent him flying out with just his own attributes. Li Wenwei screamed miserably and fell to the ground clutching his belly, in cold sweat from the pain. How dare you fight back? Looking for death. Li Renjie's eyes glared with anger. In Solid North City, he was obsequious, but in Lincoln, he's going to hit hard. Li Wenwei was his cousin, and a civilian dared to knock out a member of the Li family in front of him. What was this if not looking for death? Gu Chen, I advise you to be more sensible. Immediately kneel down and apologize to me, and then take me to get an SSS rating. If I'm happy, I can still spare your life. Otherwise, you're going against the Lin Changli family. Gu Chen had a disdainful look on his face. Lin Changli family? What kind of thing is that? A fury surfaced in Li Renjie's eyes. Unbridled. You seek death. The words just fell. Snap. Gu Chen backhanded a slap and stepped on his foot, the sole of his 43 stepping directly on Li Renjie's white face. Li Renjie's head was dumbfounded, and his anger surged. His eyes filled with humiliation. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free from Gu Chen's feet. Kid, you dared to step on my face? The Lin Changli family won't let you go. Li Renjie's killing intent skyrocketed in his heart. A country bumpkin from Lin Chang dared to humiliate him in this way. He wanted Gu Chen to die, and he wanted Gu Chen to die horribly. Gu Chen increased the force of his foot and stepped on Li Renjie's face, rubbing hard against the concrete floor. That white face instantly became a bloody mess. What about the Lin Changli family? If you want to pinch him as a soft target, then be prepared to splatter blood all over him. Stop. Li Wenwei hastily chimed in from the side. Do you want to be immortalized with the Lin Changli family? Gu Chen raised his eyes, and there was a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. A single look caused Li Wenwei's heart and mind to tremble, and a wave of coolness went straight to the sky from the back of his heart. This look. Gu Chen wants to kill someone? How dare he? No way. Absolutely no way. Li Renjie just wants your guaranteed spot. How dare you want him dead? It's not that bad, is it? Take out 2 pieces of epic equipment and I can let you die a painful death, Gu Chen said in a cold voice. That's right. Today he's going to kill someone. Kill Li to warn Li. The Li family's seizure of his guaranteed place on the basis of power is the nail in the coffin. Can this be tolerated? Just because Gu Chen didn't have power, he could be bullied by the nobles? You should be treated like an ant that can be crushed at will? Today the Li family wanted his place and he gave it. What about tomorrow when they want his life? In the eyes of the Li family, Gu Chen was a mole cricket that could be crushed at will. He wants your place because he looks up to you. If you don't agree, then you don't know what's good for you. If you dare to resist, then you have a way to take your death. Therefore, instead of being forced to die by the Li family like a frog in warm water, then it would be better to settle Li Renjie first and ruthlessly slap the Li family in the face. As for that guaranteed place, with his strength, even if he wasn't guaranteed a place, enrolling in the Upper Beijing Academy was a sure thing. Kid, I don't believe that you dare to kill me. If I die, you will definitely die an ugly death. The Lin Changli family won't let you go. Before he finished speaking, Gu Chen stomped on Li Renjie's throat. Li Renjie's eyes stared blankly, the life in his eyes rapidly receding in death. Until his death he couldn't believe that Gu Chen had actually dared to make a move. Cousin. Li Wenwei looked at the scene in front of him in shock, watching Gu Chen kill his cousin, the heir to the Li family. Moreover, after killing Li Renjie, Gu Chen, instead of stopping, even locked his eyes on him. Li Wenwei was instantly agitated, and his heart was remorseful. He had thought that Li Renjie, a transmigrated spiritual numinator who had grown up in solid North City, should be able to easily crush Gu Chen. He didn't expect Gu Chen to even use his summoned beasts, killing them with a slight strike. Gu Chen was not a murderous person and did not make a move against Li Wenwei. He shook off the blood on the bottom of his shoes and said with a disdainful face, "Go back and tell the Li family's principal, my things, you can't afford to take them, and you don't have the life to take them." After he said that, the void in front of Gu Chen's eyes shattered, and a large hand of black mist suddenly reached out and gently tugged on him. Gu Chen was taken away by the Nightmare Master, and the only bodies left in the dormitory were the stupefied Li Wenwei and Li Renjie. After about 10 seconds or so, Li Wenwei finally slowed down from his intense fear. Then, a mournful scream resounded throughout the entire dormitory building. Someone's dead. Li Renjie is dead. Someone come quickly. Chapter 39, Above the Wilderness. Not long after Gu Chen left, Li Wenwei's cries alerted the hostel teacher who was making routine inspections in the dormitory building. When the host teacher came here, the first thing he saw was the body on the ground, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Who killed the man? The host teacher immediately looked at Li Wenwei and asked. It's Gu Chen. Li Wenwei returned with a trembling voice. Gu Chen? Upon hearing the name, the host teacher's first reaction was disbelief. For this student, he can be too familiar. Parents died early. No support. Every year during the vacation period others have gone home. Gu Chen cannot afford to rent a house, so he can only sneak into the dormitory to live. At first, after he found out, he kicked Gu Chen out several times. Then after understanding the situation, he turned a blind eye. Whoosh! Just then, several middle-aged men dressed in black appeared in the dormitory corridor. The man in the lead's face was grave as he quickly came to Li Renjie's corpse, and after confirming the death, a strong killing intent emanated from his surroundings. Who did it? Who on earth did this? Daring to kill the heir of the Li family? I'll break him into pieces. Seeing this scene, a scornful look appeared on the host teacher's face. This person he recognized was none other than the Li family's butler, Wang Chongshan, level 29, a peak second-order assassin. I heard that Wang Chongshan had been famous earlier in his life, and then he was seriously injured in the abyss, and his battle power was greatly reduced, before he sought a housekeeper's job in the Li family. But even so, an assassin at the peak of the second rank was something no one dared to underestimate in a small place like Lin City. In the entire Lin Changno, one middle school, apart from the principal, I'm afraid that only the vice principal could suppress him. Unfortunately, both principals are away today. The host teacher retreated to the side. The one who died was the heir of the Li family. He couldn't control this kind of thing. When Li Wenwei saw Wang Chongshan appear, it was as if he had seen a savior, and he hurriedly walked up and told what had just happened. Gu Chen, a mere pariah. How dare you kill the Li family heir? I want you to die without a burial. After saying that, Wang Chongshan took out a carrying lamp from his carry-on space, and under the illumination of the light, a faint trace of energy was revealed, precisely in the direction that Gu Chen had left. Give chase. A freshly transferred student. He can't run far. Bring him back to me. I'll make him bury the young master with him. With a command, Wang Chongshan scurried out with a few men in black, following the indication of the pilot light and chasing after them. The other side. After leaving the school, Gu Chen stopped a car at a remote intersection and headed directly out of town. The cars here are powered by energy crystals, and the roads are carved out with special lanes for speed. 10 minutes later, Gu-Chen arrived near the city gates. According to the Divine Summer Empire law, professionals who hadn't reached level 10 couldn't leave the city alone. If you want to leave the city, you must be accompanied by at least another level 10 or higher professional along with you. The young guards guarding the city saw Gu-Chen's slightly tender face from a great distance and gloated. Another student who intends to blend out of the city. Let's see if I'm done catching you in a while. The captain of the city guards glanced in Gu-Chen's direction and slapped the young guard on the back of his head, cursing, "What's wrong with a student? People are already level 10 even if they're a student. You didn't even get into a higher education institution. And you've been in the army for so long before you've risen to level 9, and you're going to go get him?" Gu-Chen was wearing the Black Deacon's crest, and the city guard captain was a second-ranked professional, which was why he was able to tell his rank at a glance. Level 10? Impossible. The novice copies only opened yesterday and a student has risen to level 10 today? Is this still human? The other few young guards sniffed and turned their heads toward Gu-Chen, their eyes filled with envy. It was only the second day and he had already risen to level 10. An achievement that was unparalleled so far. If nothing else, this student's enrollment in the Upper Kyoto Academy is a foregone conclusion. This kind of genius, they can't even wait to flatter, go up to stop others, eat their fill? Gu-Chen walked through the city gates unimpeded. On the other hand, in the Li family estate, the head of the family, Li Snapdragon, also received the news that his beloved son, Li Renjie, had been killed in the dormitory building of the first middle school in Linchang. The living room was a mess, and the subordinates outside were on their knees, shivering. Li Snapdragon's face was as gloomy as water, his forehead veins bulging. Gu-Chen, how dare a mole like pariah kill my son? Mobilize everyone, dig 3 feet into the ground, and find him for me even if it means overturning Lin City. I'm going to kill that brat with my own hands as a sacrifice to my son's spirit in heaven. Li Snapdragon gritted his teeth, the cold light in his eyes raging, itching to tear Gu-Chen alive. However, at this moment, Gu-Chen had already left the city without any problems. Passing through the light blue curtain of light under the city gates, the originally sunny sky instantly became overcast. Gu-Chen looked around. As far as the eye could see was all black and gray mist. Visibility was very low. 5 meters away was a blur. 10 meters was already the limit. He subconsciously glanced back. The entire city was shrouded under a hemispherical, translucent curtain of light, and boundless black fog surrounded the city beyond, cut off by that curtain of light. This is the wilderness? It feels a little harsher than the textbooks tell us. Gu-Chen reached out and grabbed at the thin black mist in front of him, and the dark gray mist escaped from his fingers. No one knows how this dark gray mist was formed. It has existed since the day history was recorded. Of course, the abyssal fae also exist. It's always been there. When you get to the wilderness, you have to face the real abyssal fae, and the danger is multiplied. Not only do you have to maintain a high level of mental concentration at all times, but you also have to be wary of any attacks that may occur in the black mist. Therefore, it is important to be on top of your game. Gu-Chen took out a map and summoned the Blood Race Archon to lead the way in front of him, traveling in the direction of the abyss and soon disappearing into the black mist. It wasn't long before a low hiss came from the distance. He followed the sound, and as he gazed through the black fog, he could vaguely see the figures of some professionals who were fighting the foreigners. After a kilometer from the city gates, the wilderness began to be infested with more and more foreigners. Gu-Chen saw an alien figure wandering 5 meters ahead of him, and with that, a series of messages appeared before his eyes. Witch of Carrion, rank 10, life value, 11, 350, attributes, strength 93, agility 98, mental 65, physical 75, skill, biting. It was a level 10 Fae with a large portion of his body rotting away, his tattered clothes covered in patches of blood, and a mosquito and sickening stench lingering around him. Looking at the attributes, the carrion which is based on physical attack and defense, and his physique isn't too weak, with a blood count of over 10,000. Highest agility, even a bit higher than assassins of the same level. This also means that once you get caught up in it, it's a no-win situation. Facing this kind of demonic monster, ordinary professionals would easily not go to war if they did not have full certainty. But this concern didn't exist at all for Gu-Chen. Only to see the Blood Archon unleash his skills without saying a word. A series of silver glittering bullets hit the corrupted poisonous male witch, instantly emptying his blood level. Kill Carrion Witch LV. 10. Experience plus 626. Chapter 40 Dead Wreck Demon Statue. Comprehensively weakened. Killing the Carrion Witch for only 626 experience? That's too little. Gu-Chen froze for a moment, almost thinking he had misread the situation. Upon further inspection, normal monsters, oh, that's okay. After killing too many elite monsters in the hell level copies, this change to normal monsters was a bit of a shock. along with leveling up. More and more experience is required to upgrade. It took 500 experience points to go from level 10 to 11, and counting the experience overflow from killing the fallen witch, as well as the experience gained from the pass reward and the first pass reward, he still needed 266 experience points to upgrade now. In other words, he would have to kill 12 more carrion male witches before he could upgrade. It seems acceptable for now, but what about later? Is it hard to kill hundreds or thousands of fae in the wilderness just to move up a level? After passing through the hell level copies, ordinary foreigners couldn't even get into his eyes. Most of the wilderness is filled with ordinary foreigners, and the cost effectiveness of killing them is too low. It seems that we need to head to the Jinyuan army stronghold as soon as possible. The Jinyuan army, stationed in the wilderness, fighting against foreign races all year round and guarding the abyss, was the most elite army of the Divine Xia Empire. At the Jinyuan army stronghold, one could receive and release wilderness quests, and for professionals with strong battle power, they could even break the rules to join the Jinyuan army and enjoy special subsidies from the military. Gu Chen wasn't in it for the mission or the military subsidy, but entering the Jinyuan army stronghold allowed him to check the basic information of several nearby abysses and choose the one that was more suitable for him. Glancing at the map, he continued walking deeper into the wilderness. It wasn't long before a subtle cracking sound suddenly came from the black fog behind them. Gu Chen hadn't noticed it, or was it the Blood Archon who noticed it first? Someone is coming this way, and still approaching at breakneck speed. Could it be the Li family? So fast? Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. Almost as soon as that thought had risen, a shadow appeared not far from the edge of the black fog. Immediately after that shadow, 3 more black shadows appeared, and a powerful aura pressed down on him from the sky. Second-order professionals, 5 at a time. Gu Chen's face changed slightly, and a few moments of gravity appeared in his eyes. Gu Chen, how dare you kill my Li family's young master? Obediently bind your hands or I'll let you die without a burial place. Wang Chongshan's voice came from the black mist. At first it was still 10 meters away, but in the twinkling of an eye, it had already come close. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of the peak of the second rank caused Gu Chen to have no time to react, only to see a flash of black shadows in front of his eyes. Wang Chongshan appeared in front of Gu Chen. Immediately after that, 4 middle-aged men dressed in black followed. Wang Chongshan was a level 29 assassin, and beside him were 3 level 23 fighters with a level 22 priest. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth twitched. This lineup, it was perfectly capable of going to play a copy. Is this to treat him like a copy boss? Chasing you all the way from Lin Chang to the wilderness. How much do you guys take in a month at the Li family? Gu Chen, don't presume to resist. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you can't escape death. Honestly, follow us back to Lin Chang and you might still have a whole body. Otherwise, the Li family will definitely make your life worse than death. Cut the crap. With just 5 of you second-order professionals, you may not be able to kill me, Gu Chen said in a cold voice. The opponent's level was one big realm higher than his, and there was a prop like a guiding light, so there was no escaping. Instead of running for your life, you should focus on fighting to the death. Humph, arrogant and ignorant. I'll waste you first. Wang Chongshan shouted angrily. Whoosh! A series of dark weapons emitting a dark light cut through the black fog and shot directly at the vitals of Gu Chen's body. Just then, a huge figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Dead wrecked demon statue. His stout body was full of majesty, like a giant guarding Gu Chen. Its body was made of ancient stone blocks stacked together, with a ghostly blue icy flame burning at the stone joints. The limbs were thick and angular, and the surface of the stone was engraved with mysterious runes and marks, which looked full of mystery and indestructible. In the face of that series of concealed weapons, the undead skeleton demon statue did not move as if it was a mountain, and did not avoid it in the slightest. Bang! 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 The concealed weapon struck the rough stone body of the undead wreckage demon statue, erupting in a series of blinding sparks as its blood level plummeted by 30%. It hurt, but it was bearable. After all, this was a level 29 assassin skill, and the undead wraith was only level 10. When the undead wreckage demon statue was in a static state, defense was boosted, recovery was boosted, and it was already rare to be able to harden against this one attack without dying. Next, the blood level of the undead wreckage demon statue began to rebound at a speed visible to the naked eye, a speed that was no different even when compared to that of a blood race archon. Sparkling ghostly blue flames erupted around its body, and it let out an angry roar at the several black shadows in front of it. In the next second, 3 layers of black light erupted successively from its body. Exhaustion, apply exhaustion status to nearby targets, reducing all attributes by 50% and increasing damage by 50%. Not immune. Black Death Epidemic, infects a target with a plague that reduces healing effects by 90% and causes a continuous loss of life. Not immune. Mordor Forbidden Zone. The dead skeleton demon statue will center itself on a forbidden zone, and all the consumption of the targets within the forbidden zone will increase by 10 times. Facing a group of second-ranked professionals, Gu Chen immediately ordered that the undead wreckage demon statue's skills be turned on full blast. When the mitigating effect acted on Wang Chongshan and the others, the faces of several people were suddenly shocked. Not good. What kind of skill is this? It directly makes my full attribute waist cut. Ahem. Why am I sick and my blood is dropping so fast? Don't panic. Watch my great purification spell. Grass. These negative effects can't even be purified. Heal me. I'm losing blood like crazy. It's already healing. Can't you feel it? Day. The healing effect is only 10%? Wang Chongshan came with a few Li family bodyguards in a furious manner. But after the undead wreckage demon statue made its appearance, it instantly withered. Kill. Gu Chen stood behind the undead wreckage demon statue and gently spat out a word under his breath. In the next second, the Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Lord moved out in unison. A red and a black figure instantly arrived in front of the two warriors. A warrior's face changed drastically, and the shield in his hand was pushed forward in a blocking stance. The first time he put a shield of courage on himself. This is the most common defense skill used by warriors. As you get higher in level, the defense gets stronger. If a 6th rank warrior cast Shield of Courage, its defense was roughly equivalent to a piece of level 60 epic equipment. Almost as soon as the Shield of Courage was formed, a series of silver bullets whistled and hit the shield. Crackle! The Shield of Courage that made this warrior so proud lasted only a second before it was completely shattered. The Blood Archon's gaze was icy cold, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and the bullets were like a torrential downpour, crazily hitting this warrior. Shields shattered. Armor shattered. The bloodline is dropping extremely fast. Chapter 41, A Clean Slate 9999. Not even close. Under the effect of the undead wreckage fiend's skill, all targets' full attributes are reduced by 50%. Damage taken is increased by 50%. Healing effects are reduced by 90%. And their life values are continuously reduced. To top it off, their consumption skyrocketed tenfold. Although a level 23 warrior was a full 13 levels higher than Gu Chen, after the full attributes were reduced by 50%, it was equivalent to a level 14 warrior. And, under the influence of tenfold consumption, his entire energy was only enough for him to cast a most basic Shield of Courage. When he was about to cast his big move, he was shocked to realize that he was out of status. How is that possible? Bang! 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 Stunned, the warrior's head was struck by a barrage of bullets that exploded directly into flames. Puff! The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, not understanding why he couldn't release the skill until he died. At the same time, 10 nightmare servants wrapped around another warrior, and the nightmare master appeared behind him, silently launching an attack. Disillusionment instant kill, with a single burst and 10 times the damage. This warrior died directly on the spot before he could react. In one breath, 2 second-rank warriors became cold corpses. The only remaining warrior looked at the 2 corpses on the ground with unprecedented fear on his face. A Shield of Courage was placed over himself and he turned around and ran. However, he had just taken 2 steps when a dark shadow wrapped around his body, trapping him in place. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Blood Archon pulled the trigger one after another, his twin guns spewing out tongues of fire, and the bullets poured densely onto the man's back like rain. The last warrior, dead. 3 warriors died tragically one after another, and even though Wang Chongshan was at the peak of the 2nd rank, his face was pale with fear at this moment. However, he didn't dare to run away for fear of being killed by the 2 summoned beasts combining their efforts as soon as he turned around like the warrior just now. In the current situation, the only way to have a chance of survival was to fight to the death. A flash of determination appeared on Wang Chongshan's face as he brazenly unleashed his strongest skill, his figure instantly stealthily disappearing and launching a desperate attack towards Gu Chen at an unimaginable speed. As an assassin, he knew the weaknesses of all professions. When you fight a summoner, you have to kill the summoner first. Even with his full attributes cut by 50%, he was equivalent to a level 17 assassin, while Gu Chen was only level 10. With his current attributes, he could definitely kill Gu Chen on the spot if he used a surefire technique. Although the Li family head had ordered Gu Chen to be captured alive, he couldn't care less at the moment. Die! Wang Chongshan let out a bellowing cry and instantly appeared in front of Gu Chen, directly launching a desperate attack. A hideously shaped short sword suddenly appeared, blossoming with a harsh blood-colored light. This was his killing technique, and even though his attributes were now suppressed, he was still able to deal nearly 10,000 damage in one hit. A normal level 10 professional would only have 8,000 or 9,000 blood at most, and since Gu Chen was a legal profession, his blood would only be lower. The hideous short blade transformed into a sharp blade that pierced through everything. landing on Gu Chen without mercy. Minus 9,999. An exaggerated damage value jumped out. Wang Chongshan's face erupted with unprecedented excitement. A cut of 9,999. Damage explosion. A sardonic smile appeared on his face, as if he had already seen the scene where Gu Chen was cut down by his blow. However, on Gu Chen's body, the sacrificial robe was shining with a shimmering light, and that overwhelming blow just now didn't cause any damage to Gu Chen, but only hit the top of the shield. It didn't even break the shield. Sacrificial robes. Attributes: physical fitness plus 35, physical defense plus 10%, magic defense plus 20%. Effect: provide a shield with all attributes *10. What is Gu Chen's current full attribute? The 3-piece sacrificial set added a total of 80 points of attributes. The set effect added another 150 points of attributes, and the attribute fruits added a total of 400 points of attributes. Plus he already had 870 points of full attributes when he rose to level 10. In other words, Gu Chen's current full attribute was 1500, and that shield value was 15,000. Although 1/9999 was powerful, it was still inferior to Gu Chen. How can it be? Wang Chongshan's face revealed an intense look of horror. He's a level 29 assassin. Even if half of his full attributes were suppressed, there was no way he couldn't even defeat a level 10 newcomer. Even his strongest strike didn't even break the opponent's defense. This time, Wang Chongshan has broken a big defense. You're just working for the Li family. What's the point of playing with your life? Gu Chen's tone carried a bit of disdain. Wang Chongshan's eyelids jumped, and his first reaction was to launch his skill to escape. Ghost sprinting. Open. In the next second, his face changed abruptly. You can't open it? Energy bottoming out? At the same time, 10 black shadows instantly appeared on his body, winding him in place. Wang Chongshan instantly collapsed. You can't fight. You can't escape. He looked toward the contemptuous smile that hung on Gu Chen's face, and a strong fear steeply rose in his heart. At this moment, he came to his realization, and his heart was full of remorse. It's the Li family who died. He's just a stinking part-timer. What's the point of playing with his life? Gu Chen, please spare my life. I didn't mean to harm you. It's all because the Li family forced me to. He looked in Gu Chen's direction, knelt down and kowtowed, cried bitterly, and directly gave up resisting. Please leave me alone. As long as you spare my life, everything I have on me is yours. As soon as the words fell, his figure was enveloped by the black mist that the Nightmare Sovereign had transformed into. Disillusionment instant kill. In an instant, 10 times the damage exploded. Wang Chongshan's face carried intense fear and unwillingness as his body fell heavily to the ground. Kill you and everything you have is mine too. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with indifference. The battle was over, and the Blood Archon had successively consumed 15,000 blood, transforming all 5 corpses on the ground into blood descendants. The 5 second-order blood descendants not only maintained their rank and attributes from before they were born, but also had blood instincts. Moreover, the self-destruct damage of a second-ranked blood clan was as high as 5,000 points, so it was an excellent aid at critical moments. Next, Gu Chen ordered the blood descendant to pick up all the equipment that had fallen to the ground. Scepter of Healing LV. 20, excellent. Acolyte's Robe LV. 20, excellent grade. Hurricane Heavy Sword LV. 20, excellent. Hurricane War Armor LV. 20, excellent grade. Fong Blade LV. 25, rare. Except for a short blade for the assassin profession, which was of rare grade. The rest of the equipment was of excellent grade. It's understandable. After all, they're just a bunch of part-timers. How much money can they make with all their hard work? Rare level equipment all started at $1 million. They'd be damned if they could afford it. Other than that, it's just some props and materials. The vast majority of them were of little use to Gu Chen, but at least they could be hung up on the trading platform to sell for some money. So Gu Chen put all of them into his carry-on space. In the end, all that was left in his hand was a scroll that emitted a blue halo of light. First order skill scrolls. Quality, excellent. Effects, randomly obtain the first level skills of this profession, possibly obtaining the mastered skills. Chapter 42, Your Majesty. The young master he. First rank skill scrolls, sold for 100,000 on the trading platform. Gu Chen hadn't considered something like skill scrolls before. After all, they were more random, and it was easy to open low-quality skills as well as duplicate skills. Moreover, it was usually the rare professions and hidden professions that lacked high-level skill books that would require skill scrolls. Summoners were just ordinary professions, and using skill scrolls would be too cost-effective. But right now, since there's a free one, it's a waste of time to use it. He exerted his mental power, and as the scroll was activated, a brilliant burst of light bloomed before Gu Chen's eyes. Immediately afterward, He felt a strange energy turn into a gush of warmth and quickly sink into his body. You have acquired a new skill, displacement swap, excellent. Displacement swap, a summoner can swap displacements with a summoned unit, or have two summoned units swap displacements. A displacement skill. Summoning units are not only summoned beasts, but also blood descendants, so that the maneuverability of this skill is greatly increased. The next time you are attacked by an assassin in close quarters, you can immediately switch yourself with the blood descendant. Imagine when an assassin had gone through all the trouble of coming to Gu Chen's side, only to see his figure turn into a blood descendant in the next second. And then, boom! Self-explosion. The assassin must have been confused, his brain buzzing. A smile appeared on Gu Chen's face as he began to look forward to the next enemy that would attempt to assassinate him. Looking at the battle traces all over the ground, he ignored them and put the nightmare juggernaut and the undead wraith statue into the summoned beast space, and then took the map and looked around, continuing to walk deeper into the wilderness. The clue left by Wang Chongshan broke off here. Not long after, a group of Li family's guards chased after them. There are footprints here that go forward. It looks like they fled deeper into the wilderness. The depths of the wilderness? Could it be that Gu Chen is going into the abyss? So what do we do? Keep chasing? Continue chasing? The depths of the wilderness have been invaded by the abyss. There are countless foreign races in there. It's incredibly dangerous. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a 9 deaths and 1 life. Which one of you wants to go? Upon hearing this, the crowd shook their heads for a moment. The average guard gets paid a few $1,000s a month, and you're going to play for your life with that kind of money? Crazy? The family head gave a death order for us to take Gu Chen back. So what now? In that case, then send someone back to Lin Cheng to report to the family head, and say that Gu Chen has escaped into the depths of the wilderness, and that Wang Chongshan is in full pursuit with his men, so we'll stay on the periphery as a countermeasure. Good. Then, the group discussed for a moment and chose 2 people to rush towards Lin Cheng, while the others guarded the outskirts of the wilderness, closely monitoring the surrounding movements. 20 minutes later, Lin Cheng, Li Family Manor. Li Snapdragon received the news that Gu Chen had escaped Lin Cheng and had entered the depths of the wilderness. Wastes? It's all a bunch of wastes. A freshly transferred level 10 professional who escaped from Lin City and into the depths of the wilderness under the pursuit of the Li family? What are you guys doing for food? Li Snap was so angry that his anger surged, and his expression was filled with rage. The crowd of guards and subordinates under the stage were filled with shame, and deeply lowered their heads, not daring to speak. How dare a lowly pariah kill my son? It's simply too much of a bully. Everyone in the Li family is mobilized for me. I don't care what methods you use, alive or dead. You must bring that kid back to me. Also, issue me a territory-wide bounty, no matter who it is. As long as they can bring me the head of Hin Chen, I'll allow him to pick out a set of epic 5-star suits at random in the multi-treasure building. Li Snap gritted his teeth, almost word for word popping out of his mouth, his tone filled with intense hatred. At this moment, everyone realized that Gu Chen was definitely dead. Even if the Lin Chengli family poured out their nest, they even initiated a territory-wide bounty. In this way, even if a mosquito flew into the depths of the wilderness, I'm afraid that it would be caught out. It's an epic 5-star set, after all, worth hundreds of millions. With this handiwork, I'm afraid that not only Lin Cheng, but even the entire northern realm would be abuzz. As expected, after this heavenly reward was issued, it only took a few short minutes before it caused a firestorm of conversation in the 7 northern cities. The vast majority of professionals, even if they spent their entire lives going down copies and into the abyss, could not put together a set of epic 5-star suits. But now, just by catching a level 10 professional, one could get a supreme treasure worth hundreds of millions. This is the kind of opportunity that is simply unattainable. For a time, a large number of professionals traveled to the Lin Cheng wilderness in an attempt to find traces of Gu Chen in the depths of the wilderness. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away was the city of Gubei. Ever since Gu Chen severed ties with the Gu family and left angrily, the Gu family residents had fallen into an unprecedented silence. It was mainly Gu Qingfeng. After that day's drama, Gu Qingfeng was cold to Qin Yun, the concubine, and was unwilling to speak with her. He shut himself up in his study, drank away all his subordinates, ignored military affairs, ate and drank nothing, and refused all contact with the outside world. So far, it has been 2 full days and 2 nights. Nowadays, he no longer had the extraordinary aura of the past, and his body was permeated with a sense of disillusionment and loss. Recalling all the rebukes Gu Chun had given him that day, a pang of disorientation ran through his mind. The Northern Battle King, revered by the subjects of the Empire and a great hero in the eyes of the world, would actually fall out with his own son to the point of severing his relationship. It created a sense of frustration in him that he had never felt before. Gu Chen was the first son of the Gu family, The reason why he was so strict was just to let his son go through some more trials and tribulations. Was that wrong? The king. King? Butler Guhi's voice sounded outside the door. Didn't I tell you to put off all idle matters and leave me alone? Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed, and a flash of intense anger appeared on his face. Right now, he didn't want to bother with anything. No, Your Majesty, I have something important to report. The eldest young master. What happened to him? Before the words were finished, Gu Qingfeng violently walked out of the room, a slight tremor in his pair of tiger eyes. Could it be that Gu Chen has come home? He knows he's wrong and is coming back to admit it? Gu Qingfeng's face instantly changed from cloudy to sunny. After all, it was his own son. If Gu Chen was able to take the initiative to admit his mistake, how would he care about his previous angry words? Although Gu Chen was so stubborn and unambitious that he couldn't even become a professional. But as long as my son is willing to come back, what's the harm in raising him for the rest of his life as a father? Seeing Gu Qingfeng so eager, Guhi's heart trembled and he hurriedly opened his mouth. Your Majesty, we have just received news from Lin Chang that the eldest young master killed the heir of the Li family in Lin Chang, and then fled out of Lin Chang into the wilderness, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Chapter 43, Give the Li family an explanation. Will the Li family dare to take it? Your Majesty, the Li family has also issued a territory-wide bounty, promising a set of epic 5-star suits to anyone who can bring the head of the eldest young master back to Lin City. The eldest young master must have been hunted by the Li family and was desperate before he fled into the wilderness. You should go and take a look. If you are late, I am afraid. Guhi's voice carried an obvious tremor, not daring to continue at all. It's the wilderness. It's so dangerous that even if a professional goes in there, it's a 1 in 9 chance of survival. How could Gu Chen live after failing to transfer? Not even being able to become a professional, and fleeing into the wilderness under the Li family's pursuit? As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura abruptly erupted from Gu Qingfeng's body, directly toppling Guhi out. Gu Qingfeng's face instantly chilled to the extreme. His eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. A territory-wide bounty? To kill my son? Bastard! Is the Lin Changli family tired of living? How dare they do such a treacherous thing? Issuing a bounty in the Northern Realm to hunt down and kill the son of the Northern Realm's War King was tantamount to stomping the royal family's face hard on the ground. The killing intent in Gu Qingfeng's eyes skyrocketed. That was his son, being chased by the Li family, and forced into the wilderness? Even a first-ranked professional might not be able to survive in the wilderness, let alone Gu Chen, who was just an ordinary person. Outrageous! Gu Qingfeng's anger surged, and he couldn't wait to plunge the Lin Changli family into oblivion. Just as he was shaking with rage, a graceful figure walked over from the hall. Seeing the visitor, a flash of displeasure flashed across Gu Qingfeng's face, but he still spoke. The Lin Changli family is hunting Gu Chen? Did you know that? I just got the news too. Qin Yun looked calm, not caring about the other party's attitude. Gu Chen killed the heir of the Lin Changli family. This matter? I'm afraid I have to give the Lin Changli family an explanation. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's gaze turned cold. Within the Northern Realm, the Gu family is king. A merely family was an ant that could be crushed at any time in front of the royal family, and with just one word from him, the Li family could be annihilated. You're the Northern Battle King and you need to give an explanation to the Li family? It's a joke. Even if he gave it, would the Li family dare to take it? Gu Qingfeng looked at Qin Yun, the coldness in his eyes wanting to be even more. Is it the Li family who came to find you for a statement? No. Qin Yun shook her head and said, Gu Chen is, after all, the first son of the Gu family, and once word of his murder spreads, it will be detrimental to the majesty of the royal family, and this matter must be removed from influence as soon as possible. Your Majesty, the one who died was after all the heir of the Li family. If an explanation is not given for this matter, I'm afraid the behavior of the royal family will chill the Li family. Gu Qingfeng's face turned completely cold. Fine. The majesty of the royal family, right? My son is being hunted down by the Li family and his life and death are unknown. And you're talking about the majesty of the royal family here? Remember, the majesty of the royal family is something I killed on the battlefield of the abyss, not from apologizing. If the royal family's behavior will chill the heart of the Lin Changli family, then send the entire Li family into the inferno abyss. And this king would like to see if the inferno lords can warm up the Li family's heart. Gu Qingfeng glared at Qin Yun and reprimanded in a cold voice. If you really care about the majesty of the royal family, don't belittle yourself in the future. Kneeling to your son with your mother is the kind of thing that I don't think you can do. Qin Yun's eyes reddened slightly and she owed her body. Your Majesty, I just want to reunite the family and I don't want to see Chenner cut ties with the Gu family. Looking at the ice coldness in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, Qin Yun finally realized that she had taken things too far with that day's kneeling. At this thought, she hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I was confused before. Even if Chenner killed the heir of the Li family, Why do I need to answer to the Li family in the district? Since there's no whereabouts of Chen yet, that means he's safe for the time being. Let's immediately set out for Lin City. Make the Li family apologize, and make sure they hand Chen over. Gu Qingfeng's face eased for a few moments and nodded. Well, count on the fact that you still know the importance of lightness. Thereupon, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu He who was on the side and said in a deep voice, gather the royal family's personal guards and follow me to the Li family in Lin Chang. If my son is in any good shape or bad shape, this king will make his Li family be annihilated to the fullest extent. Yes. Gu He looked agitated, took a long breath, and quickly retreated to gather his personal guards. It's 1,000,000 miles from Gubei City to Lincheng, so I hope I can make it. Otherwise, not only the Li family, I'm afraid that the entire Lin City would be in for a bloody storm. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Lin Chang, a small border town, welcomed an unprecedented bustle of activity. A large number of far-flung professionals appeared in the city, inquiring about information related to Gu Chen through various channels before forming teams to leave the city and head out into the wilderness to search for Gu Chen's traces. So many professionals. It's the first time I've seen so many people on the streets of Lin City. They should all be coming for the Li family's bounty. I dare say Gu Chen is dead this time. Reward? What's going on? Aren't these people pulled in by the Lincoln Cultural Center? Are you a local? What kind of bear has the Lin Chang Li family been on fire? And you don't even know about it? Why? I just got out of my copy this morning. Hold on. I'll brush up on my video and eat a melon first. On the streets leading to the city gates, the small restaurants on both sides of the road were filled with ordinary people who love to watch, as well as a large number of professionals below the second rank. The wilderness is too treacherous for such groups, and they can only sit in the city and watch the steady stream of people pouring out of the city, enthralled with the details of the various events. Asterisk 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 whose ministry is it that the heir to the Li family was killed by a civilian? I heard that it's a transfer student from Lin Changno, one middle school without any background, named Gu Chen. As for why he wanted to kill Li Renjie, that's unclear. I remember that Gu Chen cleared the Hell level novice copy and got an SSS rating. The guaranteed spot in the Upper Beijing Academy is his. Why would he go and offend the Li family when he has a great future ahead of him? What? An SSS rating? You've been drinking too much, haven't you? So far, no hellish novice copy of Pro City has ever been cleared. You have nothing to do but look at the news more. I also like the video of Gu Chen getting an SSS rating. I'll look for. Scratch that. The video went down? It can't be. Let's see. It's really not searchable? Where's that coming from? I suspect you're working together to trick me. Listening to the conversations of some of the people in the neighborhood, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran's faces were covered with clouds of worry. Am I right? The fact that we got an SSS rank evaluation was suppressed, and aside from the transfer students who were present that day, almost none of the people in Prosperity knew that the Hell rank copy had been cleared. Even the locals of Linchang don't know. It's even more unlikely that the outside world would know, and the one who can have this kind of ability, besides the city hall, is the Li family, and we can't even rule out the two joining forces. Lin Qingqing guessed. I heard that Li Renjie didn't compete for a guaranteed spot in Solid North City, so it seems that the Li family had their eyes on Gu Chen's guaranteed spot from the start, which is why they suppressed the news of us clearing the Hell level copy. So many professionals have entered the wilderness in pursuit of Gu Chen. If he's caught, he'll definitely die. Let's go. Let's go look for it as well. We must find Gu Chen before the Li family does. Otherwise we'll be in big trouble. Lin Yuan made an immediate decision. Once Lin Yuan and the three of them agreed, they immediately moved in the direction of the city gates. There were more and more professionals entering the wilderness, and the danger was instead greatly reduced from before. Just then, there was a sudden clamor from the distant gates, followed by the shadow of a huge ship appearing in the sky, and a thunderous boom going straight up into the sky. Soon, a giant battleship appeared in the sky above Lin City, and on top of the battleship stood a multitude of black-armored warriors, and the Gu character King flag hunted in the strong wind. At the same time, a loud voice resounded over Lin City. The Battle King is approaching. Idlers avoid. Chapter 44, Brother of the Son of the War King of the Northern Realm. The War King is coming? Which War King? You're from the Abyss? What other Battle King could there be? Of course it's the Northern Realm Battle King Gu Qingfeng. What? You mean that Imperial Pillar? That's a legendary big shot. Why is he here? I'm not sure. Looking at the direction, it looks like it's heading towards the Li family. Floating battleship. Gu character King flag. Gu Qingfeng hadn't even shown his face, and the tens of thousands of people in Linchang below all boiled over. Excited. Thrilled. This is the king of the 7 northern cities. Surprisingly, he appeared in Linchang today, causing everyone present to feel a supreme honor. Soon, the floating warship stopped over the Li family. Under the king's flag, a group of warriors in black armor stood proudly like a pole of javelins, and their iron blood and murderous aura rose up to the sky, almost causing the crowd to not dare to look directly at them. Gu Qingfeng walked out of the command room and stood before a group of his personal guards, looking toward the Li family below. Beside him were Qin Yun and the butler Gu He. It's Gu Qingfeng, my god, it's actually the Battle King himself. What in the world is happening? Such a big shot would even come to Lin City? The floating battleship is parked over the Li family. It's coming towards the Li family? You guys, is there a possibility that Gu Qin is Gu Qingfeng's son? You think I'm from the abyss? Gu Qingfeng only has one son, Gu Shi, who not only awakened to a rare profession early, but was also admitted to the Shangjing Academy. So how could Gu Chen be his son? Forget it, there's no point in guessing. Just go to the Li family and take a look. At this moment, the Lin city could almost be said to be empty, with everyone leaning towards the direction of the Li family at a rapid pace. Outside the Li family manor, there was a sea of people rubbing shoulders. In the streets, on the trees, on the railings, on the eaves, on the roofs of the buildings. Those who could stand, those who couldn't, all were filled with people. The floating battleships covered the sky and drew almost half of Lin City. Lin Yuan, Lin Xingqing and Su Ran had also arrived near the Li family, and looking at the Gu character king flag that was flaunting recklessly in the wind, a bold idea suddenly popped up in Lin Yuan's mind. Gu Chen, Gu Qingfeng, could it be that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son? Under the shadows, the floating battleship was like a ferocious beast of steel, completely covering the Li family manor. At the same time, feeling the sudden and powerful oppression from the outside world, the distraught Li Snap walked out of the study and came into the courtyard. When he looked up, he happened to see a majestic figure walking down from the warship, stepping in the air and slowly falling down towards this side of the courtyard. At this moment, Li Snapdragon's eyelids jumped, only to feel that the blood in his body was going against the flow, and a shudder that penetrated deep into his soul caused him to go limp, flopping to the ground with a thud. War, King of War. Li Primrose was foolish enough not to know that the War King himself had arrived. Please forgive me. Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back and asked in a cold voice, Li Snapdragon, hand over my son. If I don't see my son today, I want your entire Li family exterminated. As the words fell, hundreds of black-armored warriors quickly flew down from above the floating warship, instantly surrounding the Li family manor. Gu Qingfeng's words were loud and clear, clearly saying that Gu Chen was his son. On the periphery, those who had previously speculated about Gu Chen's identity erupted into a burst of exclamations. It's so blown up. Surprisingly, I guessed right. Gu Chen? He's actually from the Northern Realm royal clan? Lin Xingqing turned her head and looked at Lin Yuan with an incredulous expression. Don't look at me. I was fooled by him too. I thought he was so poor that he couldn't afford to eat. But who would have thought that his father is the Northern Battle King? The expression on Lin Yuan's face was very complicated. He had actually been tricked by his best brother. We agreed to be civilians together. And you're the son of the Northern War King? This feeling. So cool. His brother, surprisingly, came from the most powerful family in the land. From this moment on, he will have a whole new identity. Lin Yuan, the brother of the son of the War King of the North. Doesn't this just take off? It's his turn to be rich. Finally, at the same time, a stormy aura enveloped the entire Li family manor, as if it was about to turn everything here into flying ash in the next second. Li Snapdragon was so scared that his heart and soul trembled, lying on the ground and trembling, begging for forgiveness. Your Majesty, there must be a misunderstanding. I dare to guarantee with my life that the prince is not in my Li family. Li Snapdragon couldn't figure out how Gu Qingfeng would start such a big battle to find him to ask for someone. Isn't Gu Qingfeng's son, Gu Shi, at the Shangjing Academy? Why did he come to the Li family to ask for someone? Although his Li family was the #1 family in Lin City, with his status, even if he rushed up to flatter Guru, the other party would not necessarily give him a chance. That young master is a heavenly identity background. Even if Li Snapdragon was given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to such a character. So how would he dare to make an enemy of him? Li Snapdragon, you've got big guts. I'm warning you, if my son is half damaged, your Li family will wait for your family to be copied and exterminated. Xinyan came down from the battleship and stood behind Gu Qingfeng, sternly rebuking him, looking as if he had been moved to real anger. Now that Gu Chen's life and death were uncertain, she didn't dare to play any tricks at this juncture. Gu Qingfeng stood on the side, his face turning blue. The whole thing was like a storm that could erupt at any moment. Solid North City and Linchang are tens of thousands of kilometers away from each other, and after receiving the news last night, they ran all the way to Linchang, and it was already daybreak when they arrived. In other words, his own son had been in exile in the wilderness all night. It's a wilderness out there. Crisis is everywhere. Alien races are rampant. If you are not careful and mistakenly enter the abyss, only. Gu Qingfeng's face was cold and hard, and the anger in his heart rubbed up. His own son, who was bullied to this extent in a small Linchang, was hunted down and fled into the wilderness, and is still unknown. The crowd on the periphery murmured, lamenting that the Li family had kicked the bucket this time. Gu Chen killed your son. You hunt down and kill, but also a territory-wide bounty, so that no one in the entire north knows. This is great. After messing with Gu Qingfeng, your Li family is definitely dead. Li Snap's body trembled tremendously, and Qingyun's words scared his face white. Qingyun was Gu Qingfeng's wife, and her words, to a certain extent, represented Gu Qingfeng's will. Li Snapdragon had no doubt that as long as Gu Qingfeng gave the order, those War King's personal guards outside would really kill his entire family without leaving a single person behind. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, his liver and guts were cracking, and every muscle in his body was trembling violently from fear. Fear. He was terrified, but Guru really wasn't at the Li family manor. Mr. and Mrs. Gu Qingfeng came to look for their son, and the entire northern realm knew that they only had one son, and that was Guru. Guru is not in the Li family. Really not. This is killing him. Your Highness, please forgive me. I dare to swear to God that the prince is really not in the Li family. I have never seen Prince Gujia. Please be clear about it. Your Highness, please, Your Highness, be clear. Asshole. Gu Qingfeng was furious when he heard this. Gu, who said he's here for Guji? After talking for half a day, this Li Primrose hadn't even realized who he was actually here for. Chapter 45 Gu Chen's Movements. Lin Yuan Pass. Seeing that Li Snap didn't understand the situation until now, Gu Qingfeng could no longer contain the anger in his heart and lifted his foot to kick out. Gu Chen was still being hunted and fled in the wilderness, and he didn't have the luxury of wasting time here. The Li family's pursuit of Gu Chen had to be stopped immediately. Otherwise, if Gu Chen died in the wilderness, even exterminating the Li family would not be enough to vent his hatred. Li Snap was kicked off and his body flew backward like a sandbag, crashing the main building of the manor into ruins. Amidst the broken bricks and stones, his body was in severe pain, and he couldn't even lift half of his strength. This was the strength of the Northern Realm Battle King, guarding the abyssal battlefield for 18 years. One man killing off 10,000 clans and sealing the king with battle. Facing this kind of supreme powerhouse, even though Li Snap was a fifth-order berserker, he was not capable of resisting in the slightest. Li Snapdragon, listen carefully. Gu Chen is my son. If anything happens to him in the wilderness, I'll not only have your Li family wiped out, but I'll also have all the people involved in the hunt buried with my son. As the words full of killing intent fell, inside and outside the Li family manor, everyone's faces were stunned in unison. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a good thing I'm not leveled up enough to take on the Li family's bounty quest. For the first time in my life, I think being low-ranked is a good thing. That was a close one. I was planning to go to the Li family in the morning to collect my quests. Luckily, I got up late today. Finished. I just collected the bounty. But I'm just doing it for the fun of it. Why do you want me to be buried with you? The crowd was completely abuzz. Part of it cracking up and laughing, and the other part of it looking ashen. Those professionals who had come for the bounty were completely dumbfounded. They had thought that Gu Chen was their chance, but they hadn't expected it to become a death-defying calamity. If something happened to Gu Chen, all the professionals involved in the hunt would have to die. They had only coveted the bounty of the Li family, but they didn't expect to lose their lives here. Snap Li, you pitiful thing. You deserve your son's death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If I don't die in a big way this time, I will definitely smash the Li family. Stop cursing. Hurry up and get out of the city to find someone. If Gu Chen has a slip-up, we'll all die. In the crowd, a large number of high-ranking professionals turned away and quickly rushed in the direction of the city's outskirts. No one would doubt Gu Qingfeng's words, and even more so, no one would dare to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. The one who had given the word was the king of the Northern Realm, and as long as he gave the order, all those who were after Gu Chen would become wanted criminals. Finding Gu Chen was the only hope for all of them. Meanwhile, when Li Snap heard the word Gu Chen, the expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be Gu Chen? He's just a farmer's son. His parents have been dead since he was young. How could he be Gu Qingfeng's son? Li Snap was expressionless, too shocked to say a word. His mind was a blank. The person he had initiated a realm-wide bounty to hunt down was actually the son of the Northern Realm War King. How is that possible? It's ridiculous. If he had known that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son, not to mention that Gu Chen had only killed his son, even if Gu Chen had killed all of the Li family, he wouldn't have dared to spit out a single word of disapproval. Li Snapdragon immediately turned ashen. The thought that it was Gu Qingfeng's son that he was chasing after caused him to feel an unprecedented fear. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him. Right at this moment, a silhouette hurriedly came from outside and squeezed into the Li family manor. Reporting to the family master, word has come from the wilderness that Gu Chen is fleeing in the direction of Lin Yuan Pass. Li Snap's body trembled violently, and a flash of light first erupted from his eyes, then quickly dimmed. Gu Chen is still alive, but why did he flee in the direction of Lin Yuan Pass? It had been invaded by the abyss, and the polluted land was filled with brutal foreigners. Menacing, a small first-ranked professional. If he mistakenly entered the polluted land and was surrounded by the foreigners, wouldn't that be purely looking for death? Immediately notify all the professionals who have received the bounty to stop the chase and rush at full speed in the direction of Lin Yuan Pass. Tell them to make sure they get Gu Chen back before he enters the polluted land. Li Snapdragon practically snarled out these two words, like a ferocious beast that had been driven into a corner. And when the people around them heard this news, each one of them felt as if they were seeing the end of the world coming. Lin Yuan Pass. The reason why it is contaminated by the abyss is because it is located near the Buried Bones dungeon. The Buried Bones dungeon, on the other hand, was the only first-order abyss in the wilderness of Linchang. First-order abyss. First order, doesn't sound high, but it's the abyss. It's a lot more treacherous than a hellish copy. How did Gu Chen end up in exile there? Even if he wouldn't mistakenly enter the abyss, there were foreigners entrenched around the Buried Bone dungeon. It's like 9 deaths. Even some well-prepared teams of first-order professionals would be completely wiped out, let alone Gu Chen being in exile there. It's over. Lin Yuan Pass is adjacent to the first-order abyss. Even a level 20 warrior wouldn't dare to enter alone. Is this the heavens trying to kill me? Don't ing bull. Hurry up and get out of the city. If you go early you might be able to pull that master back. Li Snapdragon. You ing wait for me. If I can come back alive this time, I will definitely overturn your Li family. Burial dungeon. First order abyss. Taking one out on its own is scary enough. Now it's a straight double buff stack. Scary as hell. Although he had gotten the news that Gu Chen was still alive, in the eyes of the crowd, the current him was tantamount to taking one step towards death. No, that's not right. The wilderness is surrounded by all directions. The closer we get to the Lin Yuan Pass, the stronger the foreign races become. Why would he flee in that direction? Isn't this asking for trouble? Lin Yuan took out a map from his carry-on space, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong. At that moment, Lin Qingqing also looked over, a puzzled look in her gaze. All the way to Lin Yuan Pass is not suitable for escape. He was obviously being pursued. Why would he choose to go in this direction? At this moment, Su Ran pointed at the Lin Yuan Pass on the map, then deviated downward at a slight angle. Great God, Gu Chen does things with a strong sense of purpose, and I have a feeling that he isn't fleeing or going to Lin Yuan Pass. A slender, white finger moved downward and landed on 4 small words. He's level 10. Is there a possibility that he's going to brush the first level abyss? The Buried Bone dungeon. Now, Su Ran's words caused Lin Yuan and Lin Qingqing's gazes to light up. The first order abyss, which could only be accessed by professionals below level 20. Hey, you don't say. Everyone thought he was being hunted. Even I almost thought he had fled into the wilderness in desperation. In hindsight, I didn't expect it. This kid, old Gu, is actually going into the abyss. Entering the abyss at level 10. Worthy of being a great god, Lin Qingqing said with a look of admiration. Go. Hurry up. Let's go to the teleportation array now. Lin Yuan instantly snapped out of it, pulling Lin Qingqing and Su Ran and squeezing them towards the crowd beyond. A first-order abyss. It's a splashy experience for them. Why don't you just hug Gu Chen's leg? Chapter 46. Did Gu Chen do all this? After squeezing out of the crowd, Lin Yuan's trio didn't head directly to where the teleportation array was located, but went to borrow money first. Teleportation also costs money. Especially a teleportation array to the abyss like this one was expensive. That's why many people would rather spend money on a copy in the city than enter the abyss. However, for the 3 of them, Lin Yuan preferred to head to the Buried Bones dungeon. After all, the teleportation array could send them directly to the plaza at the entrance of the abyss, avoiding the need to fight against the foreigners in the wilderness. As long as they arrived at the entrance to the abyss first, then they would definitely be able to squat Gu Chen. The risk of following Gu Chen into the abyss was close to 0, while the reward was horribly high. They had already experienced this kind of thing once, so how could they give it up so easily? Unlike the mood of Lin Yuan and the 3 of them, Gu Qingfeng's face was blue at the moment. When he learned that Gu Chen was fleeing towards Lin Yuan Pass, endless anger surged out from the bottom of his heart, almost causing him to lose his mind. Lin Yuan Pass, which had been invaded by the abyss as early as 50 years ago, had now been completely reduced to a polluted place. Next to the buried bone dungeon is even more vicious reputation. The mortality rate perennial high. The difficulty of passing directly crushed God's Empire 90% of the second order abyss. Back then, he didn't even dare to enter the buried bone dungeon when he was level 15. Let alone Guchen. Lee Snap, die for this king. In the midst of the violent rage, a holy sword light appeared beside Gu Qingfeng, as blinding as the red sun, carrying a destructive force to chop at Lee Snapdragon. No, Lee Snapdragon was penetrated by the holy sword's light shadow. His life value was instantly emptied, and along with it, the entire Lee family manor was reduced to rubble under the might of this sword. Lee Primrose's body fell heavily to the ground, dead. However, in the next second, blazing holy light emanated from his corpse. Resurrection Cross, resurrect in place after being killed and gain 30% of your own life. Selling for $10 million apiece on the traders platform. How could Lee Primrose, as the head of the Lin Changli family, not have this kind of life-preserving prop? The king has mercy. I am aware of my offense and beg for the king's mercy. As soon as Lee Snapdragon was revived, he rolled and crawled to kneel at Gu Qingfeng's feet, kowtowing frequently. At this moment, he didn't have the time to pay attention to the injuries on his body, and the fear of death caused his body to tremble violently. He just died once, and now he's freaking out. The resurrection cross could only take effect once in 24 hours, and if Gu Qingfeng came back with another sword, he would definitely be completely hiccuped. In desperation, Lee Snap could only say with a stiff upper lip, "Your Majesty, calm your anger. Prince Gu Chen is still alive now. Please give me one day. One day, my Lee family will come out in full force, and I will definitely make sure that the prince returns safely. Just you?" Humph. The holy sword in Gu Qingfeng's hand turned invisible, and his entire body rose up in the air and flew towards the floating battleship. Personal Guard Battalion. Guard the Lee family. No one is allowed to enter or leave without the king's word. This king has said that if my son makes a mistake, not only the Lee family, but all those involved will have to die. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng was like a volcano that would erupt at any time, speaking like thunderbolts, causing the hearts and minds of those present to tremble and their faces to turn white. Seeing this, Gu He and Qin Yun quickly flew onto the floating battleship, and the steel behemoth stirred the clouds and flew forward in the direction of Lin Yuan Pass, arriving at the edge of the sky in the blink of an eye. Gu Qingfeng left in a battleship, and warriors in black armor guarded the Li family, preventing those inside the manor from taking advantage of the opportunity to escape. The oppression of death receded like a tidal wave, and Li Snap stood up trembling, a face filled with despair. Thinking back to all that had gone before, his face grew paler and paler. At this moment, he didn't care about the pain of that loss anymore. If his son died, he could still have another one, but if he offended Gu Qingfeng, it would be a great crime to have his family exterminated, just for the sake of a place in the Upper Beijing Academy. The Li family had gone as far as with chasing Gu Qingfeng's son into the depths of the wilderness, and Li Snap was now regretting it to the point where his intestines were green. But if everything were to start over again, who would have thought that a farmer's son who had grown up in Linchang for 18 years would be Gu Qingfeng's son? If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son even if someone held a knife to his neck. Family master, what should we do now? Go to the shrine. What's in the shrine that's more important than the survival of my Li family? Go and offer a few more bets of incense to my ancestors of the Li family, hoping that the ancestors will bless Gu Chen and allow him to return safely from the wilderness. Lee Snapdragon didn't care about the injuries on his body and limped in the direction of the shrine. The War King's own guards are guarding the door. Run is not run away. Now can only hope that the ancestors bless the spirit of heaven can bless the Li family. Gu He, have you found out? What is the reason between Chenner and the Li family? Gu Qingfeng stood on top of the floating battleship and was distracted for a while. In his impression, Gu Chen was unthinking and stubborn, and had always been rotten to the core. But why was he so radical this time that he killed Li Renjie and went into exile in the wilderness? Is this an extreme way of forcing yourself to give in to him? Or, is there something else going on here? Your Majesty, it's been cleared up, and it all started because the Li family wanted to snatch young Master Gu Chen's guaranteed spot. A guaranteed spot? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Gu Chen wasn't even a professional. What guaranteed place did he have? Could it be that the principal of one of the higher learning institutions had learned that Gu Chen was unable to transfer and was attempting to ingratiate himself through such means? Not bad. Although the young master failed to transfer in Solid North City, for some reason, he actually succeeded in his transfer after returning to Lin City. Ha! There's actually such a thing? A flash of shock erupted on Gu Qingfeng's face. It wasn't that this kind of thing hadn't happened before, but there were only a handful of them, and it was unthinkable that it would happen to Gu Chen. What? Gu He? Now is not the time for jokes. Qin Yun's face instantly changed. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly at something she had never heard of before. Your Majesty, Your Highness. After young master switched to summoner, he entered the novice copy of the temple ruins with 4 of his teammates, rose to level 10 within a day, and cleared the hellish copy that no one had cleared for decades. He narrated the information he had gathered. Passing a hell level copy will result in an SSS ranked evaluation, and according to Lin Cheng's policy, students who receive an SSS ranked evaluation will be granted a guaranteed place in the Upper Beijing Academy, and that Li family heir, Li Renjie, since he failed to obtain a guaranteed place in the Upper Beijing Academy, he used the Li family's power to suppress the news of the young master's passage through the hell level copy, in an attempt to seize the young master's guaranteed place. The cause of death is also relatively simple. Li Renjie and Li Wenwei, the Li clan's collateral son, traveled to Lin Changno, 1 middle school, found the young master in the dormitory building, and coerced the young master to take them through the hell level copy. Unwilling to agree, the young master made a move to kill Li Renjie and then fled to the wilderness. Li Renjie is a level 13 spiritual numinator, a rare profession, but somehow he was easily countered by the level 10 young master. After listening to the butler Gu He, the annoyance in Gu Qingfeng's heart had been replaced by intense shock. The transfer was successful, and within a day, he had risen to level 10, cleared the hell level copy, gotten an SSS rating, and obtained a guaranteed place in the Shangjing Academy, and it also crossed over and killed a rare profession that was 3 levels higher than him. This achievement, not to mention in Lin City, even in solid North City, it would be able to crush the vast majority of talented professionals. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. All this is all Gu Chen's doing? His son, Gu Chen? Chapter 47, Just Being Alive. He's doing his best. Hearing Gu He's words, Gu Qingfeng looked down at the vast smoky clouds below the battleship, the shock in his heart unable to calm down for a long time. His son, a supreme genius? A touch of gloom appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with pain. If he had been more tolerant of his son, Gu Chen would not have ended up in exile. Is it hard to believe that? All along, you've been wrong? Seeing Gu Qingfeng's expression, Gu He sighed slightly from the side. The world knew that Gu Ji, the son of the Northern Battle King, was a genius. Not only had he transferred to a rare profession ahead of schedule, he had even been accepted into the Shangjing Academy. But who knew how much resources Gu Qingfeng had invested in Gu Ji's body? There were only 2 types of people who were able to switch to Dragon Warrior Knights. One had a dragon bloodline in their body, and the other was those who had been blessed by the dragon god. There wasn't any dragon bloodline in Guru's body, and in order for him to successfully transfer, the resources that had been consumed on him since he was a child were almost worth a year's worth of military expenses in the north. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if you piled all those resources on a pig, you could pile up 1,000,000 blood and boss. And Gu Chen? The only thing the Gu family had invested in him since he was a child was the living expenses for that month's stay at the Gu family home. Comparing the two, who is the real supreme genius? Sighing, Gu He continued, Your Majesty, haven't you always thought that the eldest young master was self-indulgent and rotten? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Why? Is there something else going on here? I have investigated that the eldest young master grew up in a peasant household, living in hardship and suffering from hunger and poverty, and was often bullied by some of the children of the powerful and noble. But even so, his grades have always been very good. It wasn't until after high school that the farmer and his wife died one after the other, leaving the young master with no one to turn to, and even basic living became a problem. So the young master had no choice but to run around from vendor to vendor, and he even had to skip school to go out and work for a few $100s a month. We all thought that he had deserted his studies and blamed him for being unambitious and self-indulgent, but we were wrong. It is not that he does not think of advancement, but that he cannot advance. You hated him before for degrading himself and deserting his studies? He's not stupid. He knows better than anyone that as long as he studies hard now, in the future, even if he can't change jobs or enter a higher education institution, he can still become a well-paid employee and lead a better life. But he can't. If he goes to school just one day, he will have one less day of income and will have to go hungry. The good life a few years from now is too far away for him. And if he doesn't go skipping school to make money, I'm afraid he'll starve to death in a week. Speaking of this, Gui's face revealed a complex color, feeling both pathetic and ridiculous at the same time. Gu Qingfeng's son, the first eldest son of the Northern Kingdom's royal family, would be reduced to almost starving to death. It was hard to imagine just how much he had suffered in these 18 years. Silence. Gu Qingfeng's expression stiffened and his entire body fell into an unspeakable silence. Earlier, he hadn't understood how Gu Chun, with such a cowardly character, could have killed Li Renjie. But now, he gets it. What would happen to a farmer's son who was targeted by the #1 family in Lin City? Suppressed, mastered, never to be seen again. The news of the passage of the hell level replica was completely blocked to grab the guaranteed spot. And this was the best example. In the face of this kind of bullying, even if his talent was high, he would not be able to break away from the Lee family's control. In this way, there were only two paths before him to follow. Either you bend down and become a slave, and from then on, you will willingly be a traitor to the Lee family. Either he tears his face apart and dies with the Lee family. Obviously, Gu-chun chose the latter. He wasn't pushing anyone in such an extreme way. He was just trying to survive, trying to grab the only, so little, gift that fate had left him. For him, simply being alive was all he could do. Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath, and his heart trembled violently, as if it had been pierced by thousands of steel needles. He couldn't believe that for the past 18 years, Gu-chun had spent every minute of his life living in the cracks. He had thought that suffering would be a kind of sharpening for Gu-chun, but he was wrong. Suffering was suffering, and it wasn't worth pursuing, not to mention that it wouldn't make Gu-chun better. No wonder Gu-chun chose to cut ties with the Gu family. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng realized his mistake. His heart was filled with grief and anger, and a surge of rage rose violently from the bottom of his heart. Good Lin Changli family, even my Gu Qingfeng's son dares to bully him. I'm going to wipe out your entire Li family. Gu Qingfeng turned to look at the misty sea of clouds beneath the battleship and looked in the direction of Lin Chang, with icy cold and piercing killing intent escaping from his eyes. Gu He, notify the royal family's personal guards and give me the Li family to be decimated, leaving no one behind. Yes. Gu He got the order and informed the commander of the personal guards without saying a word. The very moment the message was delivered, the hundreds of royal guards guarding the outside of the Li family and Lin Chang lit up their sharp long swords and rushed towards the Li family estate. Soon, all the Li clan members within the manor died a horrible death. This was only a small portion of the Li clan members. Most of them had already entered the depths of the wilderness. But it didn't matter. Those were the ones who had gone after Gu Chen and had long been included in the hit list. There was simply no way to escape. This was the northern realm, and anyone Gu Qingfeng wanted to kill would have a hard time escaping, even if they had their wings. Deep in the wilderness, just as Lin Yuan and the others had guessed, although Gu Chen was heading in the direction of Lin Yuan Pass, his destination was the Buried Bones dungeon south of Lin Yuan Pass. Look, brother Tatsu, if you follow this direction all the way, it's Lin Yuan Pass. 50 years ago it was invaded by the Abyss, and now it has become alien territory. Last year 5 teams went in successively to do quests. Basically all of them were 4th-ranked powerhouses, and in the end only 3 of them came out alive. In the midst of the black mist, a young man with honorable clothing and an extraordinary temperament walked beside Gu Chun. The teenager's name was Su Xia, whom Gu Chen had met at the Jin Yuan army stronghold. Unlike the other professionals on the wilderness, Su Xia hadn't come to the wilderness to kill the foreigners. He had appeared at the Jin Yuan army stronghold in search of a rare material. This material is only spawned by the second order abyssal buried bone dungeon, and is the core material for creating level 10 epic equipment. When he learned that Su Xiao wanted to build epic level equipment, Gu Chun knew that he had met another big dog. The two chatted for a few moments, and Su Xia said that if Gu Chun got that material, he would be willing to offer $800,000 for it. Su Xiao looked at the compass in his hand for a moment, then with one side of his body, he pointed at an area in the black fog. Brother Tatsu, that's the direction of the buried bone dungeon, and if we walk, it will take at least 3 hours or so to get there. Su Xia said and snapped his fingers. In the next second, there was a churning of black mist in front of them, and a smoothly styled dark blue sports car appeared on the ground next to them. But if you take this floating coupe of mine, it will only take half an hour at the most. Floating coupe. Looking at the luxury coupe in front of him, which was like a deep blue beast, Gu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. How did you get out of such a big car? Cars are neither equipment nor props, and carry-on space simply cannot accommodate them. By the way, what's your profession again? Space mage? Su Xia smiled. I failed to transfer. I'm just an ordinary person. Get on the bus. The buried bones dungeon will be here soon. With a slight movement of his eyes, Gu Chen noticed a hidden glint of light on Su Xiao's finger. It was a dark silver-colored ring, a space ring. Chapter 48, This is worse than killing me. The buried bone dungeon was located deep in the wilderness and was one of the few most difficult abysses amongst the first-rank abysses. But that didn't stop the abyssal square from being filled with professions who had come to challenge them. Whether it's a copy or an abyss, risk and profit are directly proportional. The higher the difficulty, the higher the mortality rate, and the more generous the rewards you will receive after clearing the level. The other thing is that, when well prepared, the abyss is significantly more cost-effective compared to a copy. After all, copies are charged on this basis, and usage fees are said to be sky-high. Let's take the example of the first-order hell-level copies in Pro City, where the rate per person per time was $3 million. this price could not be said to be high. On the one hand, the operation and maintenance of the replica needed to cost an exorbitant amount of money. On the other hand, the power that controlled the replica was also going to make a profit from it. Novice copies were the same, except that the laws of the Divine Summer Empire stipulated that transfer students had a 10-day free period for novice copies, which was considered the Empire's special care for the student population. At this moment, the Abyss Plaza was standing with a large number of professionals, and just like the replica plaza, most of them were recruiting players. At this moment, Lin Yuan, Lin Xingqing and Su Ran had arrived at the entrance to the abyss. There was no communication in the wilderness, and even they didn't know where Gu Chen was right now, but they were smart enough to guard the entrance to the abyss. In this way, anyone who entered the abyss would pass under the eyes of the three of them. Looking at the signs held high in the crowd, Lin Yuan, who was dozing off, suddenly seemed to think of something. Right, we only have 3 people now. Even if we wait for Lao Gu, that's only 4 people. Do we need to recruit another person? The more people in the group, the more experience bonus. If there is 1 less person, it is equivalent to 1 less experience. Yes. Let's recruit people first while the great god is still here. After all, it's not very easy to find actors for the First Order Abyss. Lin Xingqing spoke up. Not too good to find? I remember that there are quite a lot of actors for newbie copies. Why is it not good to find actors for the First Order Abyss? With the newbie copies being easier and the transfer students not having much combat power, they all want to rise to a higher level before the academy test, so there will naturally be more actors. But the First Order Abyss is different. A few strong professionals grouped together to clear the level is much more profitable than bringing actors. And Second Order professionals are experience grabbers in the abyss. Few people are willing to be actors. I see. You guys stay here and keep an eye on the entrance to the abyss. I'll go ask. Lin Yuan nodded with seeming understanding and looked towards a group of professionals who were looking for teammates, then walked over to a level 12 swordsman. We're all swordsmen, so maybe it's easier to talk. Dude, our team is missing a teammate. Get it? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, this swordsman turned his head and subconsciously glanced at Lin Yuan's rank, a flash of contempt flickering under his eyes. Level 6. Not even first rank. How dare you come to the first rank abyss? Isn't this a death wish? This swordsman didn't bother with Lin Yuan and said nonchalantly, "You're an actor, right? You're too low ranked. Call your captain to talk to me." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow when he heard this. Oh, my god. You've got a face, don't you? A level 12 swordsman and you've got a sense of superiority? If he hadn't been unable to beat his opponent, Lin Yuan would have drawn his sword by now. Hello, I'm the captain. What can I do for you? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind him, and Lin Yuan hurriedly turned around, his eyes bursting with intense joy. At the same time, the swordsman's gaze landed on Gu Chun, who was slightly stunned, then revealed undisguised contempt. Level 10? Summoner? You guys are having fun with me, aren't you? Gu Chen didn't care. What's the problem? A word of advice. Don't go down into the abyss. You'll die fast. The swordsman waved his hand with an impatient expression. Alright, step aside. This place is not for you high school students. Waste of time. After saying that, the swordsman walked off to the side, as if he was afraid of being pestered by Gu Chen. Old Gu, I can finally wait for you. Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Gu Chen's heart was also filled with surprises. Where there was a teleportation array he was able to restore communication. Originally he had wanted to send a message to inform Lin Yuan that they had come down to the abyss. I didn't expect to see Lin Yuan's figure just as soon as I arrived at the Abyssal Plaza, which saved me a lot of effort again. Old Gu, you've really done a great job this time. If it wasn't for Lord War King coming to Lin City, I wouldn't have known that you even dash. There's no need to mention him. I've already severed my ties with the Gu family. He had been walking in the wilderness for almost a day and a night, during which time he had encountered quite a number of professionals, and had learned from those people about what had happened in Linchang. He had even shown the way to a few professionals who had come after him. After all, the wilderness was filled with black fog, and his sight was poor, while he was followed by the Blood Race Archon with a group of Blood Race descendants. That battle, it didn't look like an exile in the wilderness by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, this was only an isolated case, and after coming out of the Jin Yuan army stronghold, he was still discovered by someone with a heart of gold. However, it was precisely because of this that Lin Yuan and the others guessed Gu Chen's intentions and came to the Abyssal Plaza in advance to wait. At this moment, Lin Yuan gave a sharp jolt as intense shock erupted from the bottom of his eyes. Lao Gu, you, Northern Realm Royal Clan, break off relations? Lin Yuan's mind went blank. His tongue felt like it was tied in knots, as if he had lost his prophetic function. That's the royal family. Do you know what a royal family is? Everyone else is licking their chops, and you cut them off? Looking at Gu Chen's serious look, Lin Yuan had an expression worse than tears on his face, his back teeth gnashing. That's the Northern Realm royal family. Old me could almost be the brother of a royal prince. A splash of riches. Terribly add up. This is worse than killing me. Gu Chen, by the way, is the team missing someone? I just happened to bring a friend. Gu Chen interrupted Lin Yuan's ghostly wailing and pointed at Su Xia beside him. Lin Yuan's expression instantly returned to normal and looked at Su Xia, a look that almost caused Lin Yuan to lose his expression management again. This Su Xia, surprisingly, was not a professional. No, dude, you're not even a professional and you dare to come to the First Order Abyss? Su Xia said unconcernedly. What? Are the requirements to come to your team as an actor so high? You still have to be a professional? Lin Yuan was so stunned by what was said that he couldn't refute it for a moment. Yeah, what difference does it make if an actor is a pro or not if they don't do anything on the team? Moreover, Su Xia was not a professional and would not share the experience, but his presence could bring about a bonus to the experience of a 5-member team. Thinking about this, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth were grinning up to his ears. Please do join our team. Chapter 49 Stud is a wisdom. Su Xia entered the line. Prior to this, there had never been a team of professionals who would take an ordinary person who had failed to transfer into the abyss, which was an act that was simply incomprehensible in the eyes of others. However, to Gu Chen, there was no difference between taking an ordinary person and taking a professional. And anyway, he was the only one who really worked, and everyone else just had to shout 666 from the side. And it's not like Su Xia is useless. He was from Wanchang, and the Buried Bones dungeon happened to be right on the border of Wanchang, which meant that if it came to familiarity with the abyss, Su Xia was instead the most knowledgeable amongst the crowd. However, he couldn't help but be taken aback when he realized that Gu Chen was trying to enter the Nightmare class abyss. Ha? Nightmare level? Su Xia was a bit unable to keep up with the reaction for a moment. Brother Chen, are you sure you don't want to start with the normal level first? Or the difficult level is fine too? Gu Chen froze, then thought that he had only said that he had entered the Buried Bone dungeon abyss earlier, and hadn't said whether it was normal or nightmare level. We are indeed entering the Nightmare class abyss. If you feel it's more dangerous, you can quit the party now. Of course, I can refund you the money, and if you swipe the materials later on, you can come to me to buy them as well. The big deal was to find someone else, and with so many people in the Abyssal Plaza, it wasn't like they couldn't find a single actor. Su Xia's face was torn, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to continue or not. Nightmare level abyss? The difficulty was even higher than a hell level copy. There wouldn't be that chance of escaping by immediately using a teleportation scroll when you saw the danger coming. More often than not, by the time you realize the danger, it's already too late. Many of the professionals had been killed by the abyssal aliens before they could even use their teleportation scrolls. The difficulty of the pass is several levels far above the copy. The replica, so to speak, is a sealed scenario, while the abyss is unmistakably real. Su Xia had a tangled face. Why do you have to choose the nightmare level? This is the abyss, Gu Chen said with a helpless face. Because the only way to unlock the hell level is to clear the nightmare level. Unlike the newbie copies, the First Order Abyss is much more open and allows you to choose the nightmare level directly, without the need to start unlocking it from the hard level. Su Xia's expression froze, and his brain was as if it had gone down. That tone, that look, what does it mean? If you didn't have the nightmare level restriction, would it be hard for you to go straight into the hell level? Are you sure you can really pass? Packed? So confident? I might quit in the middle of it. The last person who quit in the middle of the process may have regretted it. A tangled look appeared on Su Xia's face. For an ordinary person who had failed to transfer to enter the nightmare level abyss was simply unheard of, and could even be said to be looking for death. Initially, he just wanted the materials, but Gu Chen said that he could be given a chance to team up and enter the abyss, which was more than he could ask for. For someone who couldn't become a professional, the abyss was an unimaginable attraction. But nightmare level abyss is also extremely deadly. Actually, I just want a material. Su Xia's face was cloudy, and in the end, he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Okay, I'm with it. Lin Yuan stepped forward, smiled and patted his shoulder. Congratulations, stud is a kind of wisdom. Now that we're sure, let's get ready. Without further delay, Gu Chen walked over to the side of the abyss entrance, opened the interface, and selected the nightmare level. Warning, the current selection is nightmare difficulty. The challenger will face a near-real abyss, extremely difficult and high mortality rate. Do you choose? Yes. The average level of the current team is too low. It is recommended to reorganize the team. No. We're entering the Buried Bone Crypt, nightmare level, abyss. Please wait. The entrance to the abyss was similar to the entrance to the replica. only to see a blood-colored light blossom from the spatial vortex, followed by Gu Chen and the 4 people behind him disappearing into thin air. At the same time, all the professionals within the Northern Realm received a message pushed from the professionals platform at the first opportunity. Notice, Gu Chen, the winner of Lin Chang's SSS rating, has led a team of professionals into the buried bone crypt, nightmare level. A simple tweet directly blew up the entire Northern Realm. What the hell? Pro City? SSS rating? Gu Chen. The name is so familiar. Isn't this person the summoner that the Li family is after? The son of the Northern Battle King? Crazy? Gu Chen is only a level 10 summoner. How dare he go to a First Order Abyss? This is looking for death, isn't it? Even if he's the son of the Northern Battle King, there's no way he can clear the Nightmare level Abyss at level 10? No, don't you guys see the point? Gu Chen took Pro City's SSS rating? The people of Lin Chang said there was no such thing. Gu Chen did pass the Temple Ruins Hell level copy. His SSS rating is the real deal. I saw it with my own eyes. I've crossed over? Did Gu Chen pass the Hell level copy or not? Is the SSS rating real or not? Why ask me? If you want to ask the City Hall of Lin Chang. Quickly, call the City Lord's hotline and ask why they didn't report it when my great Lin City finally produced an SSS ranked evaluation recipient. Since the conversation has come to this, I suddenly want to ask, since Gu Chen has gotten an SSS rating, why did he have to fight the Li family to the death? Pro City Hall, City Lord's office. Su Lai was under a lot of pressure right now. As the Supreme Consul of Lin Chang, he had never fallen into despair like today since he started his political career. That's right, desperation. At first, he was ecstatic when he learned that an SSS rank evaluation recipient had appeared among the transfer students of Pro City. An SSS-rated evaluation not only represented a guaranteed place in the Shangjing Academy, but also meant that he was able to secure more resources from the north, which was an affirmation of his political achievements. Just as he was planning to report this matter to Solid North City, he received a request for an audience from the Li family. Li Primrose only made a very small request, which was to ask City Hall to submit the application process for a guaranteed spot a few days later. As for other things, all the Li family will operate. Of course Su Lai wanted to know what the Li family was going to do, but even as the city lord, he didn't want to easily offend the Li family. After all, it was the #1 family in Lin City, and from his point of view, as long as he could add a guaranteed place in the Upper Beijing Academy for Lin Chang, it wouldn't hurt at all whoever got this SSS rating. Delaying the workflow for a few days is common. It's not a violation of the rules, and it's indeed a trivial matter. So Su Lai readily agreed. The next day, Li Renjie was killed, and Su Lai was shocked but still able to sit still. However, today, when Gu Qingfeng came, Su Lai couldn't sit still at once. Next, Gu Chen's identity is revealed to be Gu Qingfeng's son. At that moment, Su Lai was completely flustered. He was a small pro-city lord, but he was stuck with a guaranteed place for a royal prince? Even killing him wouldn't cover this sin. Just now, he received another message that the Li family had been destroyed. At that moment, Su Lai's eyes went black and he seemed to have seen his end. He was so anxious in his heart that he almost broke down. But he suddenly realized that since all the Li family members were dead, that meant that he was the only one who knew about those things. In this way, as long as the guaranteed spot was realized on Gu Chen's head as soon as possible, he would have a smooth landing. At that thought, Su Lai immediately grabbed the phone on his desk. Secretary Li, go through the emergency procedures and immediately implement the guaranteed quota on Gu Chen's head, and make a big deal out of the fact that the Hell level novice copy was cleared. Quick! Move fast. It has to be fast. Su Lai shouted the word fast 3 times in a row, never having lost his temper so much. However, before his words even left his mouth, a striking message popped up on the monitor in front of him. Notice, Gu Chen, the winner of Lin Chang's SSS rating, has led a team of professionals into the buried bone crypt, nightmare level. Looking at the information in front of him, Su Lai's eyelids jumped and the expression on his face froze completely. Done. It's all over. With this news, his delay in the bonding process was completely hidden. Chapter 50, First Order Abyss, Bone Burial Dungeon. You have entered the first level of the Abyssal Bone Dungeon, Nightmare level. Please be safe and clear the level with caution. Accompanied by a slight sense of weightlessness, Gu Chen and the others appeared within a damp, dimly lit cavern, and the air was permeated with a fermented, sour rot that filled their nostrils for a long time. This odor, it's so sour. Lin Yuan cursed and hurriedly covered his mouth and nose. His stomach was already turning over. Gu Chen frowned slightly. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were shocked and dry-heaved, and the 2 women covered their mouths and noses at the first opportunity, with an unbearable expression on their faces. Just the pungent odor is not threatening, but it definitely affects the ability to fight. Among the crowd, only Su Xia could not see any difference, as he had put on a metal mask on his face at some point. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Su Xia then took out 4 masks of the same style from his spatial ring. Here, put them all on. This is the N99 respiratory mask I designed to purify the air in the dungeon, as well as talk. Night vision with auto capture. Breathing mask, type N99? Lin Yuan hastily took one and put it on his face. The sour odor in his nose was quickly filtered and replaced by refreshingly fresh air. For a moment, the whole world became beautiful. Gu Chen, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran also quickly put on their masks, and then let out a sigh of relief in unison. I remember that the newest mask on the market is the N98 model produced by the Yongsheng Group. What is this N99 model of yours? Lin Qingqing asked. The N99 model is an upgraded product of the N98 model, and it is planned to open for pre-sale at the new product launch of the Yongsheng Group in 3 months' time. Su Xia's voice rang out from the mask. What? This is the latest model of breathing mask? It's not on sale to the public yet? How did you get it? Yongsheng Group is the most cutting-edge technology group in the country, with the advanced weapons developed within the group sitting on large orders from the Jinyuan army, even overpowering several military-industrial groups. The Su clan, the actual controller behind the Yongsheng Group. Rumor has it that the Su clan has a core figure whose exceptional R&D capabilities have brought the Yongsheng Group tremendous technological advantages and commercial value, making it the Jinyuan army's hand-picked cooperative group. Wait, your surname is Su? Lin Qingqing's tone was filled with surprise. Could it be that you're that Su family genius? Developing a transcendent weapon to kill the Abyssal Fae, allowing the Yongsheng Group to successfully take a large order from the Jinyuan army. Genius dare not be, but the Jinyuan army is indeed more satisfied with my design, Su Xia said with a smile. This time, the gazes of the rest of the people looking at Su Xia quietly changed. Surprisingly, it's him. I heard that the Su family's security level for him was in accordance with the treatment of the family head. How could this kind of core person follow Gu Chen and run to the abyss? Gathering materials? What materials are so precious? And you had to have the core of the Su clan come in person? Although Gu Chen was curious, he didn't care too much about it. Everyone had their own secrets. We were just teaming up together to brush the abyss, resolving the unbearable sour smell. He then summoned the Blood Race Archon, traveling all the way from the wilderness to the Buried Bones dungeon. The Blood Archon was also very rewarding, only to see it let out a gloomy low roar, and densely packed blood-colored figures immediately appeared in the dungeon. A full 50 blood descendants. That was the limit of what could be transformed at the moment. The Blood Archon was already level 11. And the transformed blood descendants couldn't be more than 10 levels above their own level. And among these blood descendants, the highest level was level 21, and the lowest was level 15. Seeing the sudden appearance of a group of blood descendants, Lin Yuan and the others were really startled and almost thought that they had been ambushed by the foreigners. Don't be afraid. It's my skill. Gu Chen called back to the 4 people who were preparing to retreat. What? Su Xia was in disbelief. How can a summoner have so many summoned beasts? There's only one summoned beast. All the others are summoned units of summoned beasts. Gu Chen explained, then ordered the blood descendant to open the way in front. Soon, a low hissing sound came from the darkness, and a humanoid creature with a lizard-like appearance stepped out of the darkness. The tattered and ugly head was covered with bloodstains. A pair of scarlet eyes flashed with the color of brutality. The limbs were thick and short, severely disproportionate, and the body was covered with rotting flesh, with some places even revealing moory white bone ballast. Is this an orc? Never seen such a short, ugly orc. Almost without even needing Gu Chen's order, the Blood Archon had already unleashed his skills, and the bullets illuminated the pitch-black dungeon like lightning, crackling on that orc. The orc was known for its strength and physique, and moved swiftly, but the Blood Archon's skills were as fast as lightning, leaving no chance for it to dodge. In an instant, the orc's blood bar was emptied and he fell to the ground with a wail. Kill Beast Corpse Chimera LV. 13. Experience plus 1560. A level 13 Fae was directly taken away by a single skill from the Blood Archon. This scene caused an intense look of shock to appear on Su Xia's face. Within the nightmare level abyss, the foreign races were all fortified, not at all comparable to those ordinary foreign races in the wilderness. It was unbelievable to be killed by a summoned beast with a single skill despite being only level 13. After all, a level 13 Beast Corpse Chimera had nearly 40,000 blood, a skill that directly cleared almost 40,000 blood? It's outrageous. At this moment, Su Xia suddenly realized that with the strength of Gu Chen's, he might actually be able to pass the nightmare level copy. After the Beast Corpse Chimera died, 6 death tentacles coalesced from black mist appeared next to the corpse in. This is a collateral skill for Fallen Spell, and a death strike appears every time the skill is used to hit a target. Deadly Shot, can shoot 6 bullets with skill effects, so 6 death tentacles appear. Only, the duration of the death tentacles was only 2 seconds, or 1 breath, and the death tentacles dissipated into black mist. Beast corpse chimeras? That's such a mouthful of a name. Lin Yuan spat as he looked at the ugly alien corpse on the ground. Failed test subjects. Actually, Su Xia spoke. The Buried Bones dungeon used to be a place where dwarves carried out cruel punishments and countless dwarves died here. Then a voodoo shaman came here and fused dwarf corpses with orcs to make this half-corpse, half-animal chimera. With that, Su Xia distributed 4 antidotes to the crowd. The beast corpse chimera's attack carries corrosive poison damage. If you are unfortunate enough to be struck, you must use an antidote potion at the first opportunity. Otherwise you will enter a poison state and continue to lose blood. Gu Chen received a tube of healing potion. The green liquid was like an emerald shining and swirling. Antidote potion can quickly dissipate the poison state of the body after use. On the trading platform, the antidote potion was $3,000 a tube. Not exactly cheap. Thanks a lot. Gu Chen put the antidote potion into his carry-on space and ordered the Blood Clan to continue driving the road as he walked. I bought some cheats at the Town Abyss Army Stronghold. And the final boss of the Nightmare class Abyss is indeterminately located and very secretive, making it difficult to find. But one of the guides mentioned that in order to trigger the final boss, you have to kill all the Fae on these 3 levels, leaving no one behind. But where there is a single alien that is not killed, the conditions for the appearance of the final boss cannot be triggered. So, if you want to get the record-breaking reward after clearing the level, you'll have to fight for the speed of killing monsters. Chapter 51, Go to the main prison first. Kill the Beast Corpse Patriarch. The Nightmare class Abyss, though very treacherous and with a high mortality rate, had already seen a first-pass record decades ago. Therefore, if Gu Chen wanted to get a high reward after clearing the level, he would have to take the record-breaking reward. But this is the Abyss. Records are that easy to break? The current highest score for the Nightmare level Abyss was 6 hours and 47 minutes, and the record holder was named Liang Yi, the current Lord of Wan City. This was the record that Liang Yi and his team had hit at level 19. Which was already approaching the limit for ordinary professionals, and any faster would be impossible. But for Gu Chen, it certainly wouldn't stop there. Walking through the dungeon, a few beast corpse chimeras popped out of some dark corners every now and then. There was no danger to Gu Chen and the others. After all, a large number of blood descendants were scouting right in front of them. Boo! A shot was fired, directly hitting the beast corpse's head and dealing over 8,000 damage. Beast corpses were also considered an undead creature. After all, they were fused with the corpses of orcs and dwarves, and possessed a strong resistance to both physical and magical damage. Fighting a level 13 alien on the wilderness, the Blood Maharaja was able to do around 12,000 damage with 1 bullet, but hitting the body of the beast corpse, only 8,000 or so remained, and it had to be said that this defense was still considerable. Luckily, the Blood Archon's damage was high enough, and there was a hit reset, so as long as it wasn't an elite Fae, it basically ended up being killed by the Blood Archon in seconds. Gu Chen summoned the Nightmare Sovereign as well, and together with the Blood Race Archon, they were responsible for the kill. The Blood Descendants, on the other hand, were in charge of the search, traveling every area within the dungeon, not sparing any of the Beast Corpse chimeras hidden in the darkness. Although the Nightmare Master's basic attack wasn't as good as the Blood Archon's, with the aid of the Nightmare Servant, it could explode 10 times the damage and instantly kill a level 13 Beast Corpse chimera. Boo! The Blood Archon pulled the trigger and a series of bullets whistled, directly sifting the Beast Corpse chimera into a sieve. At the same time, the Nightmare Juggernaut flickered for a while, instantly completing a kill. Kill Beast Corpse Chimera LV. 13. Experience plus 1560. Kill Beast Corpse Chimera LV. 13. Experience plus 1573. The rate of growth in experience has accelerated significantly, compared to the foreigners on the wilderness that only had 500 or 600 experience. The experience gained from killing foreigners in the abyss was as much as 3 times the experience gained on the wilderness. Moreover, due to the presence of the blood descendants, the advancement speed, whether it was searching or killing, was also greatly improved, as the blood descendants continued to advance within the dungeon. Soon, Gu Chen and the others arrived at a wasteland littered with skeletons. The dead bones crunched under his feet as he made his way through. This is the first floor of the main prison? That fast? Wouldn't that be almost to the Patriarch's beast corpse? Su Xia looked around and quickly recognized this place. The buried bone dungeon had a total of 3 layers. The first layer of the main dungeon was the first difficult location. Here there was a high-level elite beast corpse. The corpse was a former dwarf clan chief, with a strong combat power that was difficult to deal with. Su Xia immediately said, "If you want to deal with the beast corpse patriarch, you must first kill all of the beast corpse chimeras in the periphery. Or else if you directly enter the main dungeon, you will easily be surrounded by beast corpse chimeras. That's not right. Even if we had 50 blood descendants to clear the way, we wouldn't have gotten into the main prison so quickly. What's going on? Lost? A puzzled look appeared in Su Xia's eyes as he looked at the few people around him and realized that Gu Chen's face was calm and did not show the slightest bit of abnormality due to his early entry into the main prison. Generally speaking, in the abyss one would try to kill the ordinary foreigners first as much as possible, leaving some elite foreigners for the end, so that the difficulty of killing them would be much lower. Therefore, the professionals who entered the buried bone dungeon before would first clean up the beast corpse chimeras in the periphery, and wait until all the ordinary beast corpse in the periphery were cleaned up before entering the main dungeon to kill the beast corpse patriarch. This makes it less difficult to kill in the first place, because the entire dungeon, the lowest level is the beast corpse chimera. The killing process can also eat experience to upgrade. After upgrading, then go to kill the beast corpse patriarch of the main dungeon. The difficulty will be much lower. Secondly, when the ordinary foreigners in the periphery were killed off, the beast corpse patriarch's battle power would also be drastically reduced, because the beast corpse patriarch had a skill of gathering monsters. As long as he was in a combat state, he could gather monsters infinitely, constantly converging the beast corpses from the periphery to the main dungeon. Once a professional was surrounded by an entire dungeon of beast corpse chimeras, there was nothing left but death. Therefore, ordinary professionals did not dare to prioritize entering the main prison. Gu Chen spoke up at this moment. The buried bones dungeon is rather special. All of the foreigners in the 3 dungeon levels must be killed in order to trigger the conditions for the appearance of the final boss. That is to say, but if we miss any of the Fae, we will have to consume a lot of time on finding monsters, and unless we kill all the beast corpses, we will never see the final boss. So I thought of another method, which is to come to the main dungeon first and utilize the beast corpse chief's monster gathering skill to gather all the normal beast corpses on the first floor of the dungeon, so that I can kill all of them in the fastest time possible. What? Su Xia's face changed drastically. You want to kill the beast corpse patriarch first? That way all the beast corpses in the periphery will pour in. How can we fight then? Don't panic. Fight what you need to fight. With a wave of Gu Chen's hand, the tall figure of the undead wreckage demon statue appeared in the middle of the main dungeon, and black light spread outward from its feet, applying exhaustion to the core, to all the beast corpses present. Immediately after that, the Nightmare Lord flew forward and constructed a deep dreamscape in the middle of the main prison, encompassing all the beast corpses present. As soon as the deep dreamscape unfolded, ear-piercing screams rang out from within the main prison, and the dream energy inflicted sustained high damage to all the beast corpses within the main prison. The life value of the beast corpses was dropping crazily, almost 10,000 blood drops every second that passed. Seeing such an exaggerated damage effect, Su Xia's eyelids jumped as a strong sense of unreality filled his mind. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, who were on the side, nodded with great satisfaction when they saw Su Xia's expression. Nice, that's the state. 3 parts doubt, 3 parts shock, 3 parts disbelief, and 1 part skepticism. Lin Yuan recalled the first time he had seen Gu Chen fight, and he had also displayed such an expression. Ranged explosive damage, although it is not a second kill, but 2 or 3 breaths can die a large number of people. It is completely a lawn-mowing game. The beast corpse chimeras in the main dungeon were also ordinary Fae, but they were all level 16 existences with tripled life values, and it was a bit unrealistic to want to be killed by deep dream in seconds all at once. And, in this main prison, that heavyweight beast corpse patriarch hadn't come out yet. Just then, a dull, heavy thud came from the darkness, and immediately afterward, the dungeon began to vibrate regularly. A powerful, tyrannical aura suddenly erupted and approached this way. A beast corpse, covered in black fur, short and stout, with carrion and animal skin all over its body, stepped out of the darkness. It was covered in large stitching scars, like a pieced-together corpse. Su Xia's face changed abruptly. It's out. It's the Beast Corpse Clan Chief. Chapter 52, Gathering Monsters Scary? It's just a moth to a flame. Fae, Beast Corpse Leader Elite, Rank, LV, 17, Life Value, 121, 500. Attributes, Strength 190, Agility 177, Physique 192, Spirit 170, Skill I, Animal Blood Boiling, Skill 2, Corpse Poison, Skill 3, Summoning Beast Corpse, Level 17 Elite Fae. Gu Chen's eyes shifted slightly, and a few shades of gravity appeared on his face. This Beast Corpse Patriarch was almost as good as the final boss of the Temple Ruins, the Fallen Witch. However, this was only the first level of the Buried Bones dungeon. Where did the human scum come from? How dare you barge into the Forbidden Land, looking for death? The Beast Corpse Clan Chief's face was hideously tyrannical. It roared angrily, and boiling tainted blood abruptly erupted within its body, and its powerful aura instantly swept across the entire main prison, surprisingly instantly counteracting the deep dream realm. At the same time as this, the numerous ordinary beast corpses in the periphery seemed to have heard the orders and frantically pounced towards Gu Chen and the others. Su Xia's face went pale as he watched this scene, and he even wanted to take out a teleportation scroll. As far as the current situation was concerned, Gu Chen didn't seem to have the means to be able to fight off so many beast corpses. Just then, Gu Chen's mind moved, and 3 layers of black light abruptly erupted above the undead wreckage demon statue. 2 black lights fell on the beast corpse patriarch, exhaustion to the core, and Black Death Epidemic. All attributes are reduced by 50% and damage taken is increased by 50%. The healing effect is reduced by 90% and sustains a loss of lifesteal. The third black light then transformed into a dark shadow, centering on the demonic statue itself and instantly spreading over the entire main prison. Mordokai. The consumption of all targets within the skill range skyrockets tenfold. All 3 skills come together in a comprehensive nerf. The might that the beast corpse patriarch had erupted was instantly wasted, and the deep dream realm once again cast a terrifying dream energy that began to disintegrate the group of beast corpses within the main prison. Even if the beast corpse patriarch had a high blood count, he would turn into a dead corpse under a full-scale weakening. Kill beast corpse chimera LV. 15. Experience plus 1957. Kill beast corpse chimera LV. 15. Experience plus 1960. Kill beast corpse chimera LV. 15. Experience plus 1952. Clicking a harvest, the experience value rose miserably, soaring like a rocket. The beast corpse chimeras died in pieces, and it didn't take long for Gu Chen's level to rise to level 12. Level up. Rank, LV. 12, 3234/21600. Power, 337. Agility, 336. Body mass, 338. Spirit, 509. Summoned beasts, Bloodlord LV. 12, Legendary. Nightmare Lord LV. 12, Epic. Skeleton Wraith LV. 12, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. No one shared the experience and this upgrade took off straight away. 5 people entered the abyss. The difficulty of the abyss increased, and accordingly, the experience increased, and almost 90% of the experience fell on Gu Chen's head. That's why he insisted on taking the actor into the abyss. This kind of killing speed was simply unimaginable when placed in the hands of other professionals. Just a wave of beast corpses rushing in from the periphery had directly raised a level. Ah! A mournful scream interrupted Gu Chen's thoughts, as more and more beast corpse chimeras were disintegrated into smithereens by the dream energy. The beast corpse patriarch erupted into a heavenly rage, dark red tainted blood gushing out from his body, filling the deep dream realm in an attempt to break through it. However, with the undead skeleton demon statue pressing down, all resistance was destined to be futile. No matter how much they impacted the deep dream realm, the beast corpse patriarch whose full attributes had been weakened by half simply couldn't get out of the deep dream realm's captivity. The dream energy continued to deconstruct its body, sustaining damage, dropping more and more blood. Seeing that his life value continued to fall and he was unable to break through the deep dream realm, the beast corpse patriarch let out a mournful roar and began to summon all the beast corpses to come to the main prison for assistance. And this was exactly the scene Gu Chen was expecting to see. The roar of the beast corpse patriarch echoed in the dark dungeon. Noisy shouts rang out from the darkness, and densely packed beast corpse chimeras emerged from all directions, frantically rushing towards within the main prison. As soon as these ordinary beast corpses stepped into the range of the main prison, they were enveloped by a layer of black light. Their full attributes were directly halved, and the effects of their injuries were increased by half. Next, there was no suspense at all, as pieces of ordinary beast corpses were torn to shreds by the dream energy, turning into valuable experience into Gu Chen's experience bar. The beast corpses died in large swathes, and they had no sanity to speak of, not even instinctive fear. Nearly frantic, he recklessly rushed into the main cell, and within a few steps was torn to pieces by the deep dreamscape. Is this the ability to gather monsters that scares professionals? In front of Gu Chen, it was just a moth to a flame. Seeing this scene, the beast corpse patriarch let out an earth-shattering roar and frantically lunged in the direction where Gu Chen was. Even with the full attributes weakened, the speed was extremely fast. However, the Blood Archon was on constant alert, always standing by Gu Chen's side, and even though he had a shield with a value of over 10,000, he didn't forget to let the summoned beasts protect him, only to see the Blood Archon raise his twin guns and pull the triggers at the charging beast corpse patriarch. Bang! 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 A series of bullets hit the beast corpse patriarch's body, but only knocked out over 30,000 blood. If this was replaced with a 40,000 blood beast corpse chimera, it would be a direct hit, worthy of being an elite fae. Even though his full attributes were halved, he only dropped 30,000 blood even though he hardened himself against a single skill of the Blood Tribe Archon. However, it wasn't over yet. The Fallen Spell skill took effect. Around the Beast Corpse Patriarch, 6 death tentacles grew rapidly, slapping mercilessly at the Beast Corpse Patriarch's body, causing his charge to slow down instantly. Crackle! Crackle! Death tentacles can only exist for 2 seconds and attack once per second. Each death tentacle could deal 3,000 points of damage to the target. 6 would be 18,000. 2 seconds down. 36,000. Coupled with the skill damage from just now. In just one breath, the Beast Corpse Patriarch had dropped almost 70,000 life points. Lin Yuan and the others looked shocked. Almost 70,000. This damage was too terrifying. This Beast Corpse Patriarch only had a total of over 120,000 life points, and the Blood Race Archon had reduced him to a crippled bloodline with a single strike. However, despite the fact that the blood bar was mostly empty, the Beast Corpse Patriarch didn't stop. It was like a ferocious beast, ignoring any attacks and rushing madly towards Gu Chen. After all, it was an elite Fae, and the Blood Archon's skills simply couldn't stop its onslaught even though it exploded with super high damage. Lao Gu. As they watched the Beast Corpse Patriarch rush towards Gu Chen, Lin Yuan and the others let out a tense cry. In their opinion, this was the first time Gu Chen had faced a foreign race head-on. As we all know, the biggest drawback of the summoner is his own lack of combatability. All the strength is concentrated in the summoned beasts. Both their own blood and defense are very fragile. Once the alien gets close, that's when the summoner dies. However, in the next second, a black shadow suddenly appeared and wrapped around the Beast Corpse Patriarch's body. That frantic rush suddenly stalled, and before it could even get 3 meters closer to Gu Chen, it was trapped in place by the Nightmare Servant's entanglement effect. At the same time, the entanglement of the 10 Nightmare Servants caused the sustained damage taken by the Beast Corpse Patriarch to steeply skyrocket tenfold. Boom! Himato Kizia. The Beast Corpse Patriarch was trapped in place, his remaining blood collapsing at an incredible rate. In a flash, the blood is cleared. Chapter 53, the second legendary level summoned beast. Within the main prison, the Beast Corpse Patriarch was disintegrated into a field of dark red debris, and all of the beast corpses that had been summoned died in the deep dream realm, leaving nothing but a field of broken pieces. Kill Beast Corpse Patriarch Elite LV. 16. Experience plus 5,725. Acquired loot. Dwarf King's Ring LV. 16. Rare. Acquired trophy. Secret Silver Armor LV. 16. Rare. Obtained loot. Enhancement Stone * 10. Rare. Level up. Rank, LV. 13, 1369/43200. Power, 347. Agility, 346. Body mass, 348. Spirit, 529. Summoned beasts, Bloodlord LV. 13, Legendary. Nightmare Lord LV. 13, Epic. Skeleton Wraith LV. 13, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. After rising to level 11 in the Wilderness, level 12 after killing the first wave of Fae in the Buried Bones dungeon, and now clearing an entire level of the dungeon, it's straight up to level 13. Abyss. It's true that high risk comes with high reward. Take a break here first. Gu Chen turned to Lin Yuan and the others and didn't continue deeper. Further on was the second floor, and the difficulty of the Buried Bone dungeon would undergo a great increase with each deeper level. After all, it was now a nightmare level abyss, so Gu Chen planned to reinforce a wave of summoned beasts first. Unleash the gift. You have obtained Dark Bloodline King's Blood lineage. A flash of ecstasy erupted in Gu Chen's eyes as it finally appeared. The first 2 times he got a descendant bloodline after upgrading, so he hadn't fused it to a summoned beast, and now that he got a King's Bloodline, it meant that he would once again get a legendary grade summoned beast. After careful consideration, Gu Chen decided to advance the Undead Wreckage Demon statue to legendary level, for no other reason than the full nerf effect really smells too good. If it advanced to legendary level, it was hard to imagine how powerful a suppressive effect the Undead Wreckage Demon statue would have on the opponent. As for the 2 descended bloodlines, they were given to the Nightmare Lord, who was also able to obtain 2 Bloodline Awakenings. Bloodline Awakening successful. Bloodline Awakening successful. Nightmare Juggernaut Epic. Rank, LV. 13. Life value, 21. 300. Attributes, Strength 179. Agility 186. Physique 185. Spirit 190. Skill, Disillusionment Instant Kill, has been strengthened. Disillusionment Instant Kill utilizes Dream World to approach the target unit, launches an attack and kills. Each time the target is killed, the damage of the next skill is increased by 1%. Note, if the summoned animal dies, the damage bonus will be zeroed. Skill, Deep Dreaming, strengthened. Deep Dream, constructs a deep dream in an area, inflicting high and sustained damage to targets caught in it, and for each dead target, all targets in the deep dream will be stunned for 1 second. A blood quantity of 21,000 was not as high as that of some elites and bosses, but it was already extremely rare. Because elites and bosses have a blood bonus, there are few existences that can match them in this aspect of blood. After awakening, in addition to the blood and 4-dimensional attributes being increased, the skills, Illusion Instant Kill, and Deep Dream, were also strengthened. After killing a target with Phantom Instant Kill, the damage of the next skill is increased by 1%, and as long as you don't die, the damage bonus is able to keep stacking. It's a pity, if the reinforcement was Deep Dream, where the skill damage increases by 1% for every target killed, then the Nightmare Master would have received a terrifying boost. After all, Deep Dream was a ranged damage skill that could kill a large number of people in a short period of time. Unlike Disillusionment Instant Kill, which also had to be named one by one. In comparison, the Deep Dreaming is less enhanced, with each death of a target within the dream inflicting a 1-second stun on the other targets. It's only 1 second, but if used properly, it will absolutely render all units caught in the dream world defenseless. Not bad, at least it would go a long way towards stopping the powerful Fae from breaking through the dreamscape. Next, Gu-chan bestowed the king's bloodline on the undead wrecked demon statue. Advancement successful. Undead Demon Statue, Epic. Undead Demon Statue, Legendary. Rank, LV. 13. Life Value, 26,700. Attributes, Strength 231, Agility 226, Physique 243, Spirit 244. Summoned Beast qualification is raised from Epic to Legendary, gaining attribute feedback. Summoner's full attribute plus 100. Summoned Beasts get talent and skill enhancement. Irresistible, Legend. When Undead Wraith is at rest, defense is increased by 1% per second, recovery is increased by 1% per second, and targets located within 10 meters of the Undead Wraith have their negative effects increased by 100%. Exhaustion to the core LV. 20. Legendary, applies exhaustion status to nearby targets, reducing all attributes by 50% and increasing damage taken by 100%. Not immune. Black Death Epidemic LV. 20. Legendary, infects a target with a plague that reduces the healing effect it receives by 90%. The plague is contagious. The more targets it infects, the more it continues to lose life points. Non-immune. Mordor Forbidden Domain LV. 20. Legendary, the Undead Wraith statue uses itself as the center to create a forbidden area. Damage to targets within the forbidden area skyrockets by 10 times, and all consumptions skyrocket by 10 times. Legendary talents, and full skills at full legendary level. The excitement on Gu-chan's face was overwhelming. The first is the talent boost. When the Undead Wraith is at rest, its defense and recovery are boosted by 1% per second, which means that the Undead Wraith's mobility must be given up in order to boost its status to its strongest. But it was impossible for the Undead Demon statue not to follow the group's movements, and it was impossible to attract all the Fae to where the Undead Demon statue was. If placed before, Gu-chan wouldn't have been able to maximize the use of this talent at all. But don't forget that Gu-chan had learned the displacement swap skill from the primary skill scroll after killing Wang Chongshan and his party. Not only does it allow him to swap displacements with summoned units, but it also allows summoned units to swap displacements with each other. In this way, the Undead Wreckage Fiend can stay somewhere to stack its status first, and when it enters combat, simply swap its position with the Blood Descendant in combat. Moreover, targets located within 10 meters of the Undead Wreckage Demon statue would also receive a 100% boost in negative effects, so that the advantages of displacement swapping became even more obvious. Displacement swap was only an excellent level skill, but when paired with a legendary level summoned beast, it exerted a frighteningly powerful battle force. As for the other 3 skills, they each gained a different degree of enhancement. The damage of Exhausted to the core has gained a 50% bonus. Black Death Epidemic gains contagiousness, doesn't need to be cast one by the Undead Wraiths, and the more targets it infects, the more sustained damage it does. Mordor Forbidden Domain had changed the most. Before it was 10x consumption, now it had 10x more damage, so that as long as the target was in the range of the skill there was basically no way to live. It's done. Looking at the 3 summoned beasts beside him, Gu-chan's heart was full of vigor. Alright, let's continue on to the second floor of the dungeon. We'll have to speed things up next in order to get the record-breaking reward. Gu-chan said this and ordered the Blood Descendant to drive forward, while Lin Yuan and the others nodded and quickly followed. Nightmare level abyss? For the sake of breaking records, that would be a speed pass. Chapter 54, Giving Up the Dwarf King's Ring. How do I get to the second floor of the Buried Bones dungeon? Lin Yuan asked. There is a maze behind the main dungeon. And the entrance to the second floor of the dungeon is at the end of the maze. Su Xia spoke. That means you have to go through a maze to get to the second floor of the dungeon? And puzzle games? What a headache. Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head. Well, the guide has listed 5 routes through the mazes, and each time you enter the abyss, you encounter a different maze, so you have to try them one by one. Although Su Xia had never entered the abyss, as a Wancheng man, he was familiar with the Buried Bones dungeon. After all, it was the abyss at his doorstep. It's too much of a waste of time. Gu Chen then shook his head. I want to use another method. What method? I read on a guide that there is a stone statue at the entrance of the labyrinth, and by putting the Dwarf King's ring on the finger of the statue, we can reach the second floor of the dungeon directly. Indeed, a stone statue that has obtained the Dwarf King's ring will be temporarily resurrected, but the entrance to the second floor of the dungeon will only appear if you defeat the stone statue, Su Xia said in a hurry. After killing the Beast Corpse Patriarch, 2 pieces of rare-grade equipment were exploded, one being the Dwarf King ring, which was very impressive in terms of both attributes and effects. The other was secret silver armor, warrior profession equipment, which Gu Chen intended to hang up directly on the profession platform when he got out. Dwarf King's ring, quality, rare, rank, LV. 16. Attributes, strength plus 30, agility plus 30, physique plus 30, spirit plus 30. Effect, increased damage dealt to dwarf units by 100%. The Fae in the Buried Bones dungeon are basically made from dwarven corpses and orcs, meaning that by wearing the Dwarven King's ring, it will deal 1x attack power to all the Fae that come next. Full attributes plus 30, damage boost, 1x. This boost could be said to be unprecedentedly powerful, so almost 99% of the professionals would rather go and try the labyrinth over and over again than hand over this ring. But to Gu Chen, since he wanted to get the record-breaking reward, he absolutely couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. A Dwarf King ring was just a ring. 30 full attributes were dispensable to him. And as for the damage dealt to dwarves being increased by 1x, it wasn't unbreakable. After all, the undead wreckage demon statue had already advanced into a legendary summoning beast, and the boost it brought was certainly not something that could be compared to a Dwarf King ring in the area. The difficulty of the Buried Bone dungeon increases dramatically with each deeper layer, and the Dwarf King's ring has a 1x damage bonus, which is a very important tool for clearing the level in the later stages. Su Xia persuaded from the side. Moreover, the one that was awakened by the Dwarf King's ring is a level 20 stone statue, with unrivaled power and even more terrifying damage. Earlier, a 60,000 blood paladin was killed by it in a second with a single skill, and no one could even resist such terrifying damage. Gu Chen didn't say much and showed his thoughts with practical actions as he walked straight to a stone wall behind the main prison. A square hole has opened up in the stone wall, the entrance to the labyrinth, and next to it is a stone statue of a Dwarf King in armor and a crown, with a large stone hammer at his waist. Gu Chen didn't think much about it and directly put the Dwarf King ring on the finger of the stone statue, and a flash of light flashed on the stone statue, and its limbs began to move, as if it had come to life. Immediately after that, the stone statue of the Dwarf King bellowed and came forward with a huge hammer. Challenger, you're the one who wants to duel me? The stone statue of the Dwarf King stared at Gu Chen with a pair of big copper bell eyes. Seeing this scene, Su Xia's face immediately revealed a scornful look. Alien, stone statue of the Dwarf King, rank, LV. 20, life value, 85,200, attributes, strength 310, agility 177, physique 192, spirit 170, skill, Warhammer Blast, level 20 common Fey, 85,000 blood. Take the pinch. Gu Chen didn't say anything, and with a thought, 2 streaks of black light erupted from the undead wreckage demon statue, instantly landing on the Dwarf King stone statue. Stone statues are not lifeforms, and the Black Death epidemic fails outright. However, under the effect of exhaustion to the core, the Dwarf King stone statue's full attributes were suddenly halved, and the damage it took was increased by 100%. The stone statue of the Dwarf King sensed its own negative status, and anger erupted from its rough face as the huge stone hammer in its hand blossomed with golden light. Warhammer Blast. The huge golden stone hammer slammed down towards Gu Chen. Looking at the attack that was smashing down at breakneck speed in front of him, Gu Chen did not have the slightest intention of dodging it. Su Xia, who was watching the battle from the side, had a shocked expression on his face and let out a cry of surprise. Just then, Gu Chen's figure instantly disappeared, and in its place, the Nightmare Lord appeared in front of the Dwarf King stone statue. Boom! The golden warhammer smashed down, and the black mist on the Nightmare Juggernaut's body churned for a while, and since it was an energy body, physical attacks inflicted pitifully little damage on it. Immediately afterward, the black mist spread. 10 black shadows instantly wrapped around the Dwarf King, and the dense black mist enveloped the stone statue of the Dwarf King in a twinkling of an eye. Disillusionment, instant kill. The Nightmare Juggernaut directly cast the skill, stacking 10 times the damage, and then stacking the exhausted to the core S1x damage bonus. The Dwarf King stone statue instantly took 20 times the skill damage. Boom! A heavy wailing sound echoed in the middle of the dungeon. The Dwarf King stone statue couldn't see any damage on the surface, but 85,000 blood was instantly emptied. In the next second, the light on the surface of the stone statue receded and stood back up to its previous position. Dueling victory, defeat stone statue of Dwarf King LV. 20. Experience plus 3,687. The stone statue turned around, and the stone hammer in its hand suddenly erupted with golden light, slamming into a nearby wall. The wall shattered, revealing a huge hole, and inside were deep stone steps leading all the way down. The dwarf stone statue put away its stone hammer and turned back to its original position, while the Dwarf King ring on its hand disappeared. Looking at the stone steps that led to the second floor of the dungeon, Gu Chen had a smile on his face. Yet Su Xia, who was on the side, had not yet slowed down. A duel with a stone statue of the Dwarf King, and that's the end of it? The legendary stone statue of the Dwarf King, who killed a 60,000 blood paladin with a single hammer, was killed by the Nightmare Juggernaut with a single damage? Su Xia's feeling at the moment was like a dream, but when he thought of the image of Gu Chen leading the crowd to rush into the first floor of the main prison, the three summoned beasts crunching and slaying indiscriminately, and powerfully bursting through the Beast Corpse Patriarch in the midst of the Beast Corpse frenzy. I can't imagine that the summoner is as powerful as this. No wonder he's so confident that he challenged the Nightmare class Abyss right off the bat. Su Xia looked at Gu Chen with a complex expression. Although he was not a professional, he truly felt Gu Chen's power. This kind of power completely overturned his perception of previous professionals. Shocked? That's not even close. Lin Yuan walked forward and patted Su Xia's shoulder. Let's go. Go to the second floor of the dungeon. The real battle is still to come. A large number of blood descendants poured into the cave entrance, stepping into the stone steps and advancing toward the darkness below. Gu Chen looked at the time. It had been exactly 1 hour since he entered the abyss. At this rate, the record-breaking reward is definitely secure. With a wave of his hand and 3 summoned beasts following behind him, Gu Chen led Lin Yuan and the others towards the second floor of the dungeon. Chapter 55. What to do if you can't get up. The second level of the dungeon was even more menacing than the first level of the dungeon. And the alien here was no longer a failed experiment like the Beast Corpse Chimera, but an evolved body with sanity and more power. After walking for some distance on the second floor of the dungeon, a group of beast corpses in armor spotted Gu Chen and the others. The beast corpse at the head held 2 giant axes and formed an attack formation with the beast corpses behind them, stopping them in their tracks. Humans, get out of our crypt. You are not welcome here. As he spoke, the attribute information of the group of beast corpses then appeared. Alien, Orc Warriors, rank, LV, 17, life value, 62, 500, attributes, strength 180, agility 173, physique 192, spirit 175, skill, battle formation charge. A 17th level common fey is the Beast Corpse matriarch of the articulated dungeon floor. The level 20 Dwarf King stone statue just now wasn't a regular copy plot. It could only be considered as a choice node. Looking at the dozen or so Beast Corpse warriors in front of him, Su Xia's face turned a little white. Brother Tatsu, it's best to make a strategic retreat first. I'm familiar with these Beast Corpse battle soldiers. The greater the number, the greater the damage of the battle formation charge. If they really fight, this team of Beast Corpse warriors is capable of erupting a combat power that far exceeds their own by several times. Gu Chen nodded, but had no intention of retreating at all. And with a roar from the undead demon statue on the side, 2 negative statuses were placed on the group of Beast Corpse warriors. The war axe of the leading Beast Corpse warrior was raised high, and a low roar came out of his mouth. How dare you make a move against us, human? You're looking for death dash. Before the words fell, a series of bright silver-colored bullets appeared in the dungeon at first glance, accurately hitting the head of that Beast Corpse warrior. Snap! The head exploded and a headless body fell heavily to the ground. Kill Beast Corpse warrior LV. 17. Experience plus 2,299. At the same time, 6 black mist-like death tentacles emerged and attacked the rest of the Beast Corpse warriors. The battle was imminent, yet the remaining Beast Corpse warriors did not show the slightest bit of confusion. Instead, they quickly formed up and charged towards Gu Chen's side. It was worthy of being a war soldier. Well trained, unlike the Beast Corpse chimeras that just relied on instinct to pounce. But it's not enough, only to see the Nightmare Sovereign's body surrounded by black aura. More than a dozen black shadows flew out and instantly wrapped around the body of that team of Beast Corpse warriors. Battle formation charge. The more Beast Corpse warriors you have, the more damage you do? So the question is, if you can't punch up, is the damage still high? A dozen or so Beast Corpse warriors were entangled in place and continued to lose blood under the plague state. The Blood Race Archon and Nightmare Sovereign were even more unlikely to let go of this good opportunity, and directly rushed into that group of Beast Corpse warriors as if they were tigers entering a flock of sheep. Bullets whistled, black mist filled the air, and one after another, the Beast Corpse war soldiers fell to the ground. Kill Beast Corpse Warrior LV. 17. Experience plus 2236. Kill Beast Corpse Warrior LV. 17. Experience plus 2250. Kill Beast Corpse Warrior LV. 17. Experience plus 2247. In just 3 to 5 minutes, a dozen or so Beast Corpse battle soldiers fell to the ground horizontally. Level up. Rank, LV. 14, 2267/89500. Power, 457. Agility, 456. Body mass, 458. Spirit, 649. Summoned Beasts, Blood Archon LV. 14, Legendary. Nightmare Lord LV. 14, Epic. Skeleton Wraith LV. 14, Legendary. Due to the previous progression of the Undead Wreckage Demon statue from Epic to Legendary, it allowed Gu Chen to gain 100 points of full attributes. As a result, his average attributes had now reached over 500. And even if he was placed at the 3rd rank, he would be able to crush the vast majority of professionals. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. The old rule is that a level 14 Dark Bloodline is reserved for a level 15 summoner as an alternative. On the other side, Su Xia's pupils were shocked to the point of trembling. He had thought that the Beast Corpse warriors on the 2nd floor of the dungeon would be a considerable resistance, but he hadn't expected that a pair of Gu Chen summoned beasts would directly become a pile of dirt. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, on the other hand, were watching with excitement. Although they weren't hung, they very truly felt the joy of being hung by hugging Gu Chen's thigh. Upon rising to level 14, the Blood Archon's life value skyrocketed to 56,340 and could transform 80 blood descendants. With that, it unleashed its skill and consumed 24,000 blood, transforming all the corpses on the ground into level 17 blood descendants. Because Gu Chen wanted to brush up on his records, and the blood descendants' combat power wasn't particularly outstanding, he hadn't allowed them to join the battle, and had only acted as a pathfinder. However, don't let that underestimate them. Except for only a few that are level 20 plus, the rest are level 10 plus. Self-destruct damage is 5,000 for blood descendants above level 20, and 3,000 for those above level 10. Therefore, these 80 blood descendants could explode for 250,000 damage in a split second if they blew themselves up at the same time. That was Gu Chen's idea, to give the final boss a big one. Next, the path continued to be opened by the blood descendants as Gu Chen led the crowd forward. The terrain of the 2nd floor of the dungeon was even more complicated than the 1st floor, crisscrossed with so many passages that even though Gu Chen had the intention of trying to find the main dungeon on the 2nd floor, he almost got lost in it. Luckily, there's Su Xia. It wasn't that Su Xia was so familiar with the route. In the 2nd floor of the dungeon, he was also a wayfarer. But the good thing is that he has a black technology, something like a scanner, which he also worked out. A holographic map can be generated by scanning the map and then scanning the environment you are in. The holographic map shows the current location and also generates the optimal path, effectively avoiding getting lost in the middle of complex terrain. Get ready to go. It's 10 kilometers and will take about 45 minutes. The black tech is starting to navigate. This time is generated at the average speed of a level 14 professional, so there may be an error, but the difference won't be too great. But anyway, 10 kilometers is still a bit far. So the next step is to speed up the road. Why don't I have one of the summoning units carry you? Gu Chen looked at Su Xia and asked. With navigation, the next step was to start rushing. Su Xia was just an ordinary person who hadn't been transformed and couldn't keep up with the crowd at all. No, I can keep up. As he spoke, Su Xia took out a set of mechanical devices from his spatial ring and put them on his body with skillful movements. The unit is a dark gray color with some silver and white lines, and has a hard, smooth shape that fits the contours of the human body. Shoulders, chest and legs covered with armor, equipped with power plant, support structure at waist and hip, back with cooling fins and antennae. This scene made Lin Yuan's eyes go straight. Asterisk. Old Su, you wear a mecha? No, this is battle armor. Number Mark 1. Click. Su Xia began to warm up, moving his joints and limbs, a series of mechanical turning sounds emanating from his battle armor. As he took a step, his entire body was like an agile cheetah. scurrying out as far as 8 or 9 meters in a single breath. I purposely didn't load the weapon systems to save weight, and I'm a lot faster on foot. Let's go! We should be able to reach the second floor of the main prison in 45 minutes. Chapter 56, Queen of the Beast Corpses. The 80 blood descendants were in a frontal formation to open up the road in front, with Gu Chen and the others following behind, turning on the hasty marching mode. Along the way, many Beast Corpse warriors arranged themselves into attack formations and charged towards the crowd. Gu Chen didn't want to waste time here, so the method of dealing with these Beast Corpse warriors was simple. When the Beast Corpse warriors charged up, have the Nightmare Master summon Nightmare Servants to entangle all of the Beast Corpse warriors charging at the front row in place. In doing so, the Beast Corpse warriors behind them fell over one after another, and by the time they regrouped in formation to prepare for the chase, they had already lost sight of Gu Chen and the others. From the entrance of the second-level dungeon to the main dungeon, even if you took the shortest distance, it was still 10 kilometers. If it wasn't for Su Xia's black tech navigation, there might be many more days of circling around this intricate dungeon. It was also because of the complexity of the dungeon that many professionals had to go through quite a few wrong paths in it even if they brought along cheats and maps. The condition for the appearance of the final boss was that it required the deaths of all ordinary Fae, so the record for a copy of the Buried Bone Dungeon was always difficult to break. 45 minutes later, Gu Chen and the others arrived outside the main prison on the second floor. After resolving the group of war soldiers that had been attracted to the area, the group walked into the main cell. From the surface alone, there was no difference between the main dungeon and the rest within the dungeon, but the interior was much wider and accompanied by a strong icy aura. This should be the place. Su Xia surveyed the surroundings and said, inside the main prison on the second floor is also an elite Fae. That voodoo shaman stitched together the corpses of the orc and dwarf queens and managed to create a beast corpse queen that combines both strength and sanity. Just as Su Xia spoke, a gust of black wind blew around him, low hissing sounds resounded around him, and a rough figure walked out from the depths of the main prison. The Beast Corpse Queen appeared, covered in dirty beast hair and colorful scales, with an exaggerated size that was barely humanoid. The shape was even uglier than the Beast Corpse Patriarch, like a single monster stitched together from several types of beastmen and dwarves. Fae, Queen of the Beast Corpses Elite, rank, LV, 18, life value, 151,500, attributes, strength 210, agility 197, physique 212, spirit 190. Skill I, Berserk Rush. Skill 2, Acid Poisoning. Skill 3, Orc Berserking. Skill 4, Gathering of Corpses. A level 18 elite Fae with a blood count of over 150. 000 was even more terrifying than the Dwarf Clan Chief. This Beast Corpse Queen seems to be a bit fierce. Gu Chen immediately had the summoned beasts launch an attack. The Blood Archon's figure flickered as he rushed forward with his twin guns in hand, and a series of bullets poured out like a torrential downpour. Bang! 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 The Beast Corpse Queen's body exploded into fist-sized bloody holes. Ah! The Beast Corpse Queen let out a sharp, piercing scream as she took damage. With that, it spewed out a large purple-black smoke from its mouth, which was highly poisonous and ranged damage. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, Su Ran and Su Xia were all enveloped by the poisonous mist and their blood levels dropped rapidly. Luckily, Lin Yuan and the others had followed Gu Chen through a hell-level copy, and not only had their attributes improved, but they had also opened good equipment from the copy treasure chests and first-pass gift boxes. This makes their defense much higher, blocking a portion of the damage. But Su Xia wasn't so lucky. Just by the black mist floating head-on, he was left with only a trace of blood skin, and the reason why he didn't die was because he used an invincibility scroll at the first opportunity. Su Xia, who had only a trace of blood left, turned pale and immediately took out a life recovery potion to give himself back blood, and in his heart, he couldn't help but be glad that he had reacted in time just now, or else he would have been dead by now. Xu Xia must have more than one life. As the core figure of the Forever Living group, he must have props like the Resurrection Cross, but even if there are resurrection props, they are not unlimited to use. There will be a cooling limit, and after using it once, you certainly can't use it for a second time in a short period of time. Now that the Buried Bone Dungeon abyss wasn't even halfway through, if a resurrection prop was wasted right here, how would it be possible to get through it at a later stage? You guys retreat first, Gu Chen immediately said to the crowd. Almost the instant the words fell, the sound of mechanical rotation rang out from the Mark I battle armor. In the next second, Su Xia pulled out his legs and ran without the slightest bit of lingering. It was only at this moment that he reacted to the fact that a place like the abyss really wasn't something that he, an ordinary person, could dabble in. Earlier, after watching Gu Chen slaying his way through a layer of dungeons, even the level 20 Dwarf King stone statue was killed in a single hit. He subconsciously let his guard down. So much so that Guchen easily killed the first wave of Beast Corps warriors on the second floor of the dungeon, causing him to not be able to help but treat these foreign races with contempt. Yet now it dawned on him that he was just an ordinary man, and that any random foreigner in this abyss could take his life. So what qualification did he have to be gullible? Perhaps because Su Xia, who had become a great cripple, was too conspicuous. The Beast Corps Queen erupted a wave of black air around her body, and her body was like a cannonball as she catapulted directly towards Su Xia. Frenzy rush. Su Xia was frightened by this scene. This was the skill of the Beast Corps Queen. If the Beast Corps Queen rubbed on it, it would definitely be a life lost. He hastily took out his instant scroll and almost grazed the Beast Corps Queen's charge and instantly moved out, missing by a fraction of a second. Whoosh! Su Xia's figure appeared behind Guchen, and at the moment, his legs were weak and his clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. It was only a matter of time before he was killed again by the Queen of the Beast Corpses. After 2 brushes with death in a row, Su Xia had been honest, cowering and shivering between Lin Yuan and the others. At the same time, outside the main prison, a large number of Beast Corps battle soldiers came raging over to kill. Human, how dare you kill my clan? Seek death. Guchen didn't even talk and directly launched his skills. Displacement interchange. In the next second, the figure of one of the blood descendants closest to the Beast Corps Queen flickered and suddenly turned into a tall and lofty undead demonic statue. Due to level restrictions, summoned beasts couldn't leave Guchen's 3-kilometer range, so the undead wraith statue had already been stationary somewhere in the dungeon 3 kilometers away for 10 minutes. In other words, the defense and recovery of the undead wreckage demon statue had been stacked 6 times. Buzz! A dense black light blossomed from the tall demonic statue, and the bodies of a group of foreigners, including the Beast Corps Queen, trembled in unison, instantly being inflicted with exhaustion to the core and Black Death epidemic. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Guchen spoke indifferently. For ordinary professionals, the Beast Corps Queen in front of them and the Beast Corps warriors rushing to kill them were simply irresistible. And if they were able to stay alive in such a battle, it would already be considered a blessed life. However, right now, these foreign races were nothing but dirt in Guchen's eyes. All attributes are halved, damage taken is doubled, and life continues to drop while in the plague state. What is there to fear from such a foreigner? Even the elite Fae were killed as they were. The Blood Archon and Nightmare Lord immediately joined the battlefield. Bullets whistled, black mist filled the air, and the Beast Corps warriors were harvested like leeks in a frenzy. The Beast Corps Queen's hideous eyes flickered with a grim color, and instead of leading a group of Beast Corps warriors to charge into battle, it looked towards the tall and powerful undead skeleton demon statue by its side. Surprisingly, it's a mitigating summoning beast, so I'll kill you first. With a low gulp, the Beast Corps Queen directly unleashed her skills and charged towards the undead demon statue. Chapter 57 Beast Corps Warlord. Strong control skill. The Beast Corps Queen was a level 18 elite Fae, and when it cast Berserk Rush, it was expected to kill the level 14 undead wraith statue outright. However, the skill landed on the undead wreckage demon statue, only causing it to lose over 800 life points. The Beast Corps Queen's expression stagnated as she looked at the pitifully small amount of damage, and for the first time, a few moments of bewilderment appeared in her tyrannical eyes. After the undead wreckage fiend ascends to level 14, its life value is 32,600 points. 800 or so damage is almost negligible. Even in this moment of stupefaction, the life value that had just been knocked out recovered right under the eyes of the Beast Corps Queen. The Beast Corps Queen was confused, not knowing how to fight. Looking at the undead skeleton demon statue that loomed like a mountain in front of it, it had never felt such despair before. The Beast Corps warriors on the second floor of the dungeon had already gathered dozens of them, almost forming a closed circle, yet the Beast Corps Queen was tingling in her scalp, only to see that the Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Lord had already killed their way into the group of Beast Corps war soldiers, and even the Blood Race descendants who hadn't moved much had joined the battle. The scene was also clear, almost a one-sided massacre. The Blood Race Archon was frantically sweeping in the center, while the Nightmare Sovereign was killing at point-blank range in the periphery, and the 2 summoned beasts, one of which was legendary and the other epic, were simply not something that this group of ordinary foreigners could deal with. The attributes of most blood descendants were comparable to those of a level 17 Fae, but with a combination of blood instincts, speed, strength, and recovery that exceeded those of the same level. As a result, the main prison at the moment was like a large slaughterhouse. The Beast Corps Queen was instantly enraged at the sight of this scene, and with a violent shout, a circle of purplish-red blood light erupted under her feet. A ray of blood shot out at a rapid speed and landed on the surrounding beast corpses, and those beast corpses let out a roar, with a bloodthirsty color in their eyes, and even their body size swelled up by a circle. This is the skill of the Beast Corps Queen. Beast Corps Berserking. which allows all Beast Corps warriors to enter a state of berserking and gain a 30% damage bonus. Su Xia reminded Gu Chun, who stood behind Lin Qingqing's burly, petite body, not even daring to risk his head. A 30% damage bonus was already considered rare for the average professional, and could even play a role in turning the tide of battle in some battles. But give a bunch of weaklings a 30% enhancement and it's still a bunch of weaklings. It won't change anything at all. At best, it slows down their deaths just a little bit. After fighting for about 3 minutes, under the stormy attack of the summoned beasts, more than 40 Beast Corps battle soldiers had already died on the ground side by side. For his part, the Blood Race Archon didn't stop for a moment and turned around to kill the Beast Corps Queen, who was still in a dead heat with the undead skeleton demon statue. The Beast Corps Queen was the most sensible existence on the second floor of the dungeon, yet its performance was a bit of a mouthful. Call it irrational. It knew from the moment the battle started that it had to kill the undead wraith statue first. Call it sensible. It spent the entire time scraping for the undead wraith statue, not paying the slightest attention to the front battlefield. A little bit of sanity, but not much. This was Gu Chen's assessment of the Beast Corps Queen. Accompanied by a mournful wail, the Beast Corps Queen, covered in black tainted blood, died under the Blood Race Archon's twin spears. Kill Beast Corps Queen Elite LV. 18. Experience plus 7,268. Acquired trophy. Mirror Ring LV. 18. Rare grade. Acquired loot. Amulet of Fate LV. 18. Rare. Obtained loot. Enhancement Stone * 10. Get loot. Life Restoration Potion * 5. Level up. Rank, LV. 15, 2212/162400. Power, 467. Agility, 466. Body mass, 468. Spirit, 669. Summoned Beasts, Blood Archon LV. 15, Legendary. Nightmare Lord LV. 15, Epic. Skeleton Wraith LV. 15, Legendary. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Another upgrade. Level 11 to enter the First Order Abyss. One person enjoys the experience of 5 people exclusively. This upgrading speed is simply not too good. Gu Chen glanced at the experience bar. The experience required for the next upgrade had skyrocketed to 360,000. The next upgrade should be slowing down. The Beast Corps Queen burst out 2 pieces of equipment. A ring and an amulet. Mirror Ring. Quality, Rare. Rank, LV. 18. Occupational Limit, Summoner. Attributes, Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 10. Effects, generate 2 mirror images of summoned beasts. The mirror image has all the talents and skills of the main body, and has 80% of the full attributes. And the damage received is increased by 50%. Effects, generate 2 mirror images of summoned beasts. Surprisingly, it was a summoner exclusive equipment. The 50% increase in damage taken by the mirror image also dooms it to not being around for too long. But that's only for normal summoned beasts. For a Blood Archon, the ability to recover was not normally strong. After all, it was a legendary summoned beast, and even if the mirror image could only possess 80% of the body's full attributes, it was enough to offset this drawback. In this way, it was equivalent to having 2 more powerful helpers. Thus, Gu Chen equipped the mirror ring on the Blood Archon's body. He then looked at the second piece of equipment. Amulet of Destiny. Quality, Rare. Rank, LV. 18. Occupational restrictions, none. Attribute, Physical Fitness plus 15. Effect, binds a friendly unit so that if its life value falls below 30%, the damage taken will be borne by the friendly unit. This is a life-saving artifact. Without much thought, Gu Chen directly wore the Amulet of Destiny on his body while binding the Blood Archon. The Blood Archon's own blood growth is relatively high, and after the first bloodline awakening, the talent is strengthened so that every time he kills a unit, he gains 10 points of life cap. With the 2 phases stacked on top of each other, his blood grew frighteningly fast, and even when compared to the same legendary level undead wreckage demon statue, he was still more than 30,000 blood higher. After a brief respite, the blood descendants continued to make their way, and the group found the entrance to the 3rd floor of the dungeon and the secret room behind the main dungeon on the 2nd floor. Compared to dungeon levels 1 and 2, level 3 is less complicated. After going down the stone steps, there was a spacious passageway stretching all the way into the darkness. Just halfway through the journey, a low hissing sound came from the depths of the darkness. Immediately afterward, 15 burly figures walked out with heavy steps. At the head of the group, there were 3 beast corpses holding huge hammers, covered in stitched wounds from beast and human skins, with a pair of eyes that flashed with bloodlust like wild beasts. Fey, Orcish Warlord. Rank, LV. 19. Life value, 75. 200. Attributes, Strength 198. Agility 183. Physique 192. Spirit 185. Skill I, Bone Crushing Blow. Skill 2, Hammer Trample. The level 19 Beast Corpse Warlord, a more advanced test body than the Beast Corpse War Soldier, has two skills of single burst and single control. According to the guide, Beast Corpse warriors were powerful and usually came in teams of 5, meaning that a team of Beast Corpse warriors would be able to release at least 5 control skills. This was a disaster for a normal team of professionals, and if they weren't careful, they would be forcefully controlled to death. And as soon as Gu-chan stepped into the third floor of the dungeon, he encountered 3 teams of Beast Corpse warlords. This luck, it's as bad as it gets. How did 3 teams come at once? Su Xia's face turned a little white for a moment. 3 teams, 15 Beast Corpse warriors, representing 15 control skills. It also means getting strong charged for 15 seconds in the nightmare level abyss. Su Xia instantly shivered and felt a chill down his back just thinking about it. Chapter 58, a sharp turn in the situation. 4 Elite Fae. Gu-chan certainly knew that the Beast Corpse Warlord possessed powerful control skills, so he didn't let the Blood Tribe Archon and the Nightmare Lord take the lead in charging up. Descendants of the Blood, besieging the Beast Corpse Warlord. With a command, the 80 Blood Descendants did not hesitate for a moment and launched an attack around the 3 teams of Beast Corpse Warlords. The Blood Scion's charge is really just going up there to cheat skills. Don't you have power control? 15 seconds of hard control? Come on, 80 Blood Descendants. You can control them all you want, any way you want. The scene was a mess and very anxious. The level 19 Beast Corpse Warlord wasn't weak at all, yet it wasn't easy to kill the Blood Descendant. In the end, it was only when the Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Lord joined forces that the chaos was completely suppressed. Kill Beast Corpse War General LV. 19. Experience plus 3080. Kill Beast Corpse War General LV. 19. Experience plus 3060. Kill Beast Corpse War General LV. 19. Experience plus 3090. Just as these Beast Corpse warriors were dead or wounded, a loud boom was heard, and 2 low figures covered in hideous scars came from the darkness. It was dwarves, one with a heavy black hammer and the other with a huge black axe. If one ignored those centipede-like stitches on the dwarf's body surface, this was the most human-like dwarf Gu-chan had ever seen since he entered the buried bone dungeon until now. However, in the next second, Gu-chan's eyelids jumped steeply, only to see these 2 dwarves who gradually came out of the darkness, surprisingly with green-faced and fanged orc heads, animal head and body. Otherworldly, Beast Corpse Commander Elite. Rank, LV. 20. Life value, 185,200. Attributes, Strength 368. Agility 293. Physique 372. Spirit 295. Skill I, Bone Crushing Blow. Skill 2, Gathering of Corpses. Elite Fae. Beast Corpse Commander. And there were 2 of them at once. Along with its appearance, densely packed Beast Corpse warriors surged out in all directions, madly rushing towards the direction where Gu-chan was. At the same time, the ground trembled slightly, and a dull sound came from the darkness. Behind the Beast Corpse Commander, 2 monstrous giants with huge, floridly muscled bodies slowly stepped out. Their skin is a dark green color, covered in veins, and looks like twisted tree roots snaking across the surface. A ferocious light appeared in his muddy eyes, and his huge mouth was filled with jagged, sharp teeth, with yellowing mucus dripping from the corners of his mouth, emitting a pungent stench. Alien, Beast Corpse Mutant Elite. Rank, LV. 20. Life value, 236,600. Attributes, Strength 378. Agility 223. Physique 392. Spirit 205. Skill I, Appendage Grabbing. Skill 2, Disease Fog. Skill 3, Berserking. It's 2 more Elite Fae. Gu-chan's brows furrowed slightly. Together with the 2 beast-headed dwarven commanders, there were now 4 Elite Fae on the field. Luckily, however, the Beast Corpse commander's blood level was relatively low, and apart from the monster gathering skill, there was only 1 single attack skill. Compared to these 2 Beast Corpse aberrations that appeared behind them, the Beast Corpse commander was considered relatively weak. Facing the 4 Elite Fae, Gu-chan didn't hesitate for a second and launched the Displacement Swap skill at the first opportunity, switching the undead wraith statue that was stacking statuses at the entrance to the 3rd floor. As the black light swept across the battlefield, many of the foreigners, including the Beast Corpse commander and the Beast Corpse aberrations, were inflicted with mitigating statuses. Blood Descendants. Go kill the Beast Corpse warriors, and the Blood Archon unleashes the mirror image to kill the Elite Fae with the Nightmare Lord. Gu-chan immediately issued a command. He hadn't taken over the previous battle because the strength of the summoned beasts could completely crush the Fae. But now, at the last stage of the Buried Bones dungeon, it's clear that it's starting to go up in difficulty. The blood descendants stared at the beast corpse warriors that kept charging from the periphery of the battlefield as per Kerchen's instructions, and did not hesitate to rush forward to launch an attack. A flash of blood light illuminated on the blood archon's ring, and on its left and right sides, two mirror image figures instantly appeared. I can't say it's a likeness, it's exactly the same. Swish! The Nightmare Master's figure flickered and appeared behind a beast corpse aberration, and the Nightmare Servant transformed into a dark shadow that instantly wrapped around the massive body. Roar! The beast corpse aberration let out a roar, emitting a large green mist around its body. Disease fog? Similar to the undead wreckage demon statue's skill, Black Death Epidemic, it was capable of inflicting viral damage that continuously dropped blood. However, the virus emitted by this green mist was useless to the Nightmare Juggernaut because the Nightmare Juggernaut was a conscious energy body and not a living creature. Something like a virus can't hurt it at all. It was as if the Dwarf King Stone statue was immune to Black Death Epidemic damage. The green mist spreads and the black mist spreads with it. The Nightmare Juggernaut itself was a spell spike type summoning beast, and when 10 Nightmare Servants wrapped around it, it instantly unleashed its skills. Sensing the intense crisis coming, the beast corpse aberration roared and immediately dodged to the side in an attempt to get away from the Black Fog's attack. However, at this moment it realized that its body was entangled in place by a black shadow, and there was no way to escape. Disillusionment instant kill. Launch! In an instant, the dense black mist invaded the beast corpse aberration, bursting out with powerful damage under the benefit reduction effect, emptying its blood in an instant. Kill beast corpse aberration elite LV. 20. Experience plus 9312. Acquired trophy. Heavy injury gloves, rare grade, LV. 20. Acquired loot. Scroll of teleportation, rare. Loot obtained. Life restoration potion *3. At the same time, witnessing the death of his kind, the other beast corpse aberration steeply let out a roar, and his body suddenly swelled up. Berserking. It landed on all fours. Thick animal hair sprouted from its body, and sharp nails grew from its hands and feet. Just like a ferocious beast that had lost its mind and entered a state of frenzy. Just then, deafening gunfire exploded. The blood archon appeared in front of the berserked beast corpse aberration like a ghost, bullets pouring down like a torrent of steel, blowing one bloody hole after another in that huge body. The other two beast corpse commanders didn't have it easy either, and were beaten by the mirror image of the blood race archon. Even though the mirror image only had 80% of the body's full attributes, 80% of a legendary summoned beast, that was still legendary. Just as the beast corpse forces were lopsided, a ghostly green energy suddenly emerged from the darkness. Those energies surged into the bodies of each of the three elite alien races, completely restoring their lost states in an instant. At the same time, a dense poisonous mist swept in from the darkness, violently spreading outwards, directly knocking the two mirror images to the point where their blood levels dropped wildly. Immediately after that, another purple energy flew out of the darkness and instantly landed on the corpse of the beast corpse aberration on the ground. Roar! The beast corpse aberration steeply opened its cloudy eyes. Its flesh and blood was eroded beyond recognition by the sudden poisonous fog, and its huge body was hung with rotten flesh and white bones, looking no different from a zombie. In the next second, the huge zombie-like body directly stood up. Alive? Gu Chen's eyelids fluttered as he looked toward the zombie-like beast corpse. Alien, beast corpse mutant elite. Level, 20. Life value? Attributes? Skill? Another elite Fae? The beast corpse mutant is all question marks except for the name and level. What the hell is this? Chapter 59, all attributes are question marks. Terrifying as hell. Returning from the dead, the beast corpse aberrant became a beast corpse mutant. A level 20 elite Fae with no life value. 4-dimensional attributes or skills visible. There are about 3 possibilities for not being able to see the attributes. 1 is blocked, 2 is the opponent's level is too high, and 3 is that there are no values. The beast corpse mutant is clearly the third case. In the end, it was just a corpse that had been resurrected, so naturally it had no life value or attributes. And from another perspective, it was considered an invincible state. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the difference between that and invincibility? Lin Yuan's eyelids fluttered as he looked at the zombie-like figure and only felt his scalp tingle. How can we beat this? It doesn't even have a numerical value. Even if Gu Chen's summoned beasts exploded in damage, they still can't beat it, right? Lin Xingxing and Su Ran's faces turned slightly pale. Every elite alien that dies will be transformed by the voodoo shaman into a beast corpse aberration that can exist for 1 minute. They are undefeatable, but they will simply die when the time is up. Su Xia hurriedly shouted from the side. After resurrecting, the zombie-like beast corpse variant let out a berserk roar and launched a frantic attack on the Nightmare Master. An appendage suddenly sprouted from under its ribs and violently grabbed towards the Nightmare Lord. If this was an ordinary summoned beast, once it was grabbed, it would immediately be entangled by the beast corpse mutant. but the nightmare juggernaut had no entity at all, and the sharp appendages easily pierced through the black mist on the nightmare juggernaut's body, pulling violently, but pulling blankly. The beast corpse variant didn't seem to realize this, or rather, having come back from the dead, it simply had no sense at all, and was still launching an attack on the nightmare sovereign regardless of some. On the other side of the battlefield, the battle had also reached a white-hot stage, and the three elite Fae had become bloodless, only to see blood-colored dragon scrolls erupting from the circumference of the three blood race arch-rulers at the same time, raging energies surging out like furious dragons as they rushed towards the three elite foreigners who had already been crippled. Scarlet Feast. Boo! 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 With three loud bangs, the three elite Fae were hit by the skill, and their blood levels suddenly decreased by a large amount. Immediately after that, the Scarlet Feast's second damage determination took effect, adding another 20,000 or so damage based on 30% of the Blood Archon's maximum life value. In an instant, all three elite foreigners were dead. Almost the instant the three corpses fell, three purple energies flew out of the darkness and landed on top of the three corpses. Immediately after that, just like before, the three elite Fae instantly became like zombies and stood up from the ground. Beast Corpse Mutant. Level 20. There is no life value, no four-dimensional attributes, and no skill information. Swish! A Beast Corpse Mutant extended its appendages and stabbed at the nearest Blood Archon with incredible speed. After all, the Blood Archon was a legendary level, with superb awareness and reaction. His figure flickered and almost dodged the appendage's attack by brushing against it. However, the other mirror image reacted a little slower and was instantly struck by the appendage of the Beast Corpse Mutant. The Blood Archon was flesh and blood, and its mirror image was also flesh and blood. As a result, the appendage piercing inflicted solid damage, instantly piercing a bloody hole in the mirror image's body. Immediately after that, the appendage pulled violently, pulling the mirror image to the front of the Beast Corpse Mutant, and deep purple poisonous mist erupted from its body, directly corroding the mirror image into a ghastly white bone. Kala! A pile of skeletons crumbled to the ground, and the mirror image didn't even have time to fight back, dying instantly. Gu Chen, who witnessed this scene, steeply jumped his eyelids. That hurt? Are you kidding me? The mirror image, even if it was slightly weaker, still had 80% of the full attributes of a Blood Archon, and surprisingly, it was turned into withered bones by the Beast Corpse Mutant in an instant. The four-dimensional attributes are question marks, which is horrible as hell. When the mirror image died, that Beast Corpse Mutant didn't go to kill the other mirror image or the Blood Archon, or the Nightmare Lord, but instead charged directly towards the undead demon statue, with extreme speed. No, with such a terrifying attribute, even the undead demon statue that has already stacked 10 times its defense probably won't be able to carry it. Undead wraiths at rest can stack defense and recovery, capped at 10x, but even so, Gu Chen didn't dare to easily let the undead wraith statue get into danger. If this summoned beast died, it would be equivalent to losing an ace in his hand. His face changed slightly, and he hastily activated his skills. Displacement interchange. In an instant, the undead wreckage demon statue switched places with one of the outermost blood descendants, and the blood descendant that had been switched over almost as soon as he appeared. He was smashed into a cloud of blood mist by the Beast Corpse Mutant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's a level 21 blood descendant, and it just got run over like that? Lin Yuan said incredulously. This is still just the nightmare level. If it's the hell level, how terrifying would it be? Lin Qingqing's voice still had a few tremors in it. It must be delayed. The Beast Corpse Mutants can only exist for 1 minute, so if we drag them out long enough, we can end them. Su Xia frowned. 1 minute? Sounds short, but with the speed of the Beast Corpse Mutant, it's enough to kill us several times. Su Ran's eyes trembled slightly. After crushing a blood descendant, that Beast Corpse Mutant didn't stop and continued to charge in the direction where the undead demon statue was. The descendants of the Blood Clan and the Beast Corpse warriors on the way were hit by it, and all of them were turned into a mist of blood and spilled all over the ground. No sense. Indiscriminate attacks, ruthless enough to kill even his own people. At the same time, the other mirror image could not withstand the attack of the Beast Corpse Mutant, and was reduced to a mass of broken flesh. Gu Chen didn't dare to be careless at all. And in the face of these 4 elite foreigners whose attributes were all question marks, he immediately summoned the Blood Archon and Nightmare Lord back. Immediately after that, he activated his displacement skill, swapping the position of one of the blood descendants beside him with the undead demon statue, causing it to appear beside him. Subsequently, all the blood descendants on the battlefield also quickly contracted to this side, surrounding Gu Chen and the 3 summoned beasts with stars. All the summoned units are converging around? What is he going to do? A distinctly puzzled look surfaced on Su Xia's face. Old Gu, you're confused. Isn't this letting all the beast corpses wrap you up in dumplings? Lin Yuan yelled anxiously. Don't you wah 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 here. Lin Qingqing pushed Lin Yuan. Right. When a great god does something, it definitely won't be as simple as we think. Su Ran nodded in agreement. At this moment, the summon units that were originally scattered all over the battlefield converged around Gu Chen, looking as if they were caught in a siege. And this change caused all of the Beast Corps warriors to turn their spears and charge inward. The 4 elite Fae did not hesitate either, turning around in unison and charging frantically amidst roars, aiming directly at Gu Chen and the 3 summoned beasts. At the same time, Gu Chen lightly snapped his fingers. Ta-da! With a soft sound, the Nightmare Master's black mist flourished around him, building a deep dream world centered on his current location. In an instant, the 4 Beast Corps mutants that rushed in, along with the dozens of Beast Corps warriors around them, all fell into a deep dream state. The dream energy was like an unseen quagmire, causing their speed to plummet and their blood levels to drop wildly. Chapter 60, Sacrificial Set. 5 times damage rate. The persistent damage dealt by the deep dream caused the blood levels of all the beast corpses to drop continuously. The beast corpse warriors stagnated in their actions, as if they were deep in the mire, and were knocked around by the impact of the dream energy. Only the 4 beast corpse mutants, with purple-black energy lingering around them, got rid of the interference from the dream world and charged in the direction where Gu Chen and the summoned beasts were. Can't suppress it? Gu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. This was the first time he had encountered an alien race that wouldn't be disturbed by deep dreams. The beast corpse mutant could only exist for a minute, which was short, but in the midst of a life and death battle, it would seem extremely long. Luckily, after the last bloodline awakening, Deep Dream had gained another enhancement. Not only had the damage been increased, but there was also an additional control ability. These Beast Corpse warriors had first had their full attributes halved, and now that they were being attacked by the dream energy, their blood levels were dropping rapidly, and in just 2 breaths, they were already dying in pieces. Along with the death of the Beast Corpse warriors, the Beast Corpse mutants that were charging towards Gu Chen and the summoned beasts abruptly stagnated, and all of them stood frozen in place. For each target that dies within Deep Dreams, it inflicts a 1-second stun on all targets. Gu Chen and the group of Bloods were also in a deep dream, but they weren't the target of the Nightmare Master, so they wouldn't be affected by the stun effect. Next, the 4 Beast Corpse mutants were under the influence of the stun effect, as if the screen was stuck in frames, moving and stopping, moving as slow as a turtle. In this way, the Beast Corpse variant was considered to be temporarily controlled. There were also Beast Corpse warrior soldiers and Beast Corpse warrior generals constantly rushing to kill in all directions, rushing into the deep dream realm like moths to a flame, roughly estimating that there were 80 to 90 of them at least. Each death of a target would cause a 1-second stun for the whole group, and following this trend, it was entirely possible to control the 4 Beast Corpse mutants until they died. At the same time, a large area of black mist suddenly dispersed within the deep dream, and densely packed death tentacles appeared out of thin air, slapping violently at all of the Beast Corpse warriors. This is the effect of the Fallen Orb, which generates a death tentacle next to the target each time the skill is used to hit the target. The death tentacles could only exist for 2 seconds and deal 6,000 damage, but it couldn't be helped by the sheer number of beast corpses. 6,000 damage to 1 beast corpse is 480. 000 damage to 80 beast corpses, dealing 480. 000 damage in 2 seconds is also extremely explosive. Without the threat of the Beast Corpse mutant, Gu Chen no longer restrained the Blood Race Archon and the only remaining mirror image. Go on, kill them all. Whether it was a Beast Corpse war soldier or a Beast Corpse war general, they all became living targets under the weakening of the mitigating effect, and this was a good opportunity that could not be missed. The 2 led a group of blood descendants to kill the Beast Corpse warriors, and under the influence of the negative effects and the deep dream, the scene had turned into a lopsided slaughter. Kill Beast Corpse warrior LV. 17. Experience plus 2,199. Kill Beast Corpse warrior LV. 17. Experience plus 2,250. Kill Beast Corpse war general LV. 19. Experience plus 3,080. Kill Beast Corpse warrior LV. 17. Experience plus 2,120. Aside from the undead skeleton demon statue, the Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Lord had already turned on their reaping mode, madly slaughtering all the foreign races present. The priest set on Gu Chen's body bloomed with a bright red aura. Ritual set effect activation. Set effect: perform a sacrificial ritual on a target unit. The sacrificer will receive a damage multiplier of the number of sacrifices *10% for the next period of time. Without hesitation, Gu Chen bestowed the set effect on the Blood Race Archon, and as for the one being sacrificed, it was naturally the Blood Race descendants present. 80 blood descendants, and he sacrificed 50 of them in one breath. 50 radiant lights quickly surged into the blood race Archon's body, and the latter's figure steeply surged as scarlet blood flames erupted from his body, blazing around him. Damage boosted 5 times. With a stomp of his feet, the blood Archon transformed into a flash of blood-red residual shadow and rushed out of the deep dream realm, launching a furious storm of attacks towards the beast corpses charging from the periphery. Scarlet blood flames spewed out from above the twin guns, and the blood-colored bullets shot out one after another without stopping, each shot hitting the beast corpse's head right in the middle. Bang! 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 One by one. As soon as the ferocious beast corpses approached, their heads were blown off and turned into headless corpses that fell to the ground. Punt. No skills were used at all. It was all poke. Sacrifice state. Damage skyrocketed 5 times. Output directly exploded. There are no beast corpses that can't be taken care of with one shot. And if there are, then 2. The swarming beast corpses fell one by one like they were made of clay. Hiss. Lin Yuan and the others who watched the battle from the sidelines could not help but suck in their cool breaths, making a huge contribution to global warming. Although he was used to Gu Chen's summoned beasts erupting with superb damage, he hadn't expected it to be so outrageous. A level 17 Beast Corpse Warrior is already sick with one shot. A level 19 Beast Corpse Warlord was even one shot? What's going on? The abyssal aliens are giving away their heads en masse? Gamesi kills. It's so cool. Awesome. Lin Yuan was trembling with excitement. Gu Chen was in charge of messy kills, and he was in charge of wow. Among the 4, the one who was the most out of sorts was Su Xia. After all, he had the most thorough understanding of the buried bone dungeon, and at this moment, seeing the terrifying killing power of the blood race Archon, the shock in his heart had reached a point of no return. The worldview collapsed. A level 15 summoned beast can blast the Beast Corpse Warrior soldiers and Beast Corpse Warrior generals of the Nightmare level abyss with just a punch. This was something he would have been locked up in a mental institution as a lunatic if he had told anyone. But that's the truth. One by one, the beast corpses present died, and Gu Chen sat in the middle of the field, his experience climbing higher and higher. Soon, a minute was up. In the deep dream world, the 4 beast corpse mutants collapsed to the ground one after another, completely losing their signs of life. The experience and loot had been taken back when the beast corpse freak was killed. The 4 elite Fae, directly contributing 36,000 experience with 6 pieces of equipment, were a blast. The big picture was set, and there were no more beast corpses charging around. As the last beast corpse present was killed, a mournful and piercing scream resounded steeply in the darkness. Lin Yuan, Su Xia, and the others immediately covered their ears, while Gu Chen had a look of excitement on his face. This scream had finally triggered the conditions for the appearance of the final boss. The sound of whistling winds steeply resounded within the crypt, like the wail of a complaining spirit constantly echoing in the ears. Lin Yuan's 4 people and the remaining 30 blood descendants' bodies trembled tremendously, and they were instantly immobilized by a powerful force. It's a psychic attack. Gu Chen also felt dizzy, but he wasn't immobilized because his full attributes had already broken 1,000 and he had the highest spirit among the 4-dimensional attributes. Finally, Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed towards a strange silhouette that was vaguely visible in the depths of the darkness. The final boss of the First Order Abyss. Buried Bone Dungeon, Nightmare Level, Voodoo Shaman. Chapter 61, Don't get me wrong. I just want to kill you. The Voodoo Shaman showed up. More than 4 hours had passed since he entered the abyss. Gu Chen's face revealed a look of relief. The record-breaking reward was definitely secure now. Next, simply kill the Voodoo Shaman to successfully clear the Nightmare Level abyss. The gloomy wind in the dungeon seemed to have weakened by a few points, and the mournful sounds of grieving spirits dissipated, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. A figure dressed in a dark animal skin coat stepped out of the darkness. It wore an adornment carved out of withered bones, and on its head was a gas mask that made it impossible to see its true face. In its hand was a hideously shaped staff with a crystal set at the top of it, in which flickered an eerie light. Fae, Voodoo Shaman, Boss. Rank, LV. 20. Life value, 283,100. Attributes, Strength 330. Agility 310. Physique 290. Spirit 360. Skill I, Pure Light Curtain. Skill 2, Death Thunderstorm. Skill 3, Corrosive Poison. The Voodoo Shaman stepped forward, his dark eye windows reflecting the beast corpses all over the ground. His mask turned to Gu Chen and the others. A low, hoarse laugh resounding from within the mask. Jia. To think that you can kill all the experimental subjects. Do you, too, want to gain power beyond death? An oozing laughter, which was permeated with a sense of coldness and evil. The Voodoo Shaman is like a fanatical scientific pioneer, keen on mind-boggling biological experiments such as sewing dwarven corpses to orcs, or transforming orc corpses into aberrations. In short, his aim was to transform dead bodies into monsters. A monster that, in his opinion, was a power beyond death. Gu Chen was unimpressed by this. Don't get me wrong, I just want to kill you. A level 20 boss. This was the most powerful alien he had faced so far. If it was any other team of level 15 professionals that came, they would definitely die as many times as they came. The death rate of the Buried Bone Dungeon could be ranked at the top amongst the second order abyss. It was definitely not a joke. However, compared to the Blood Archon who dealt 5 times the damage, it was a completely different matter. Kill me? Humph. Human, do you know what you're talking about? The voodoo shaman grunted coldly, his body expanding so steeply that his animal skin coat was bursting through, revealing a lanky body inside that was greenish-black and full of explosions. His body was covered with densely stitched scars, and he looked like a corpse with 1,000 holes. Swish! Suddenly, a pair of gigantic bone wings stretched out from its back like a life-threatening scythe, which was covered with jagged bumps and sharp bone spikes, as if it was capable of tearing everything apart. Roar! The undead wreckage demon statue let out a low roar, and thick black light burst out from its body surface, like 2 black meteors flying towards the voodoo shaman. Exhausted. Black Death. Regardless of whether it was an elite or a boss, as long as these 2 statuses were applied, at least half a life would be lost first. The voodoo shaman directly raised its hand, and the crystals on its staff bloomed with a piercing light, forming a curtain of light in front of it in an attempt to block the 2 skills. Pure Light Curtain. This is a protection skill that effectively counteracts skill damage, but unluckily, all the skills of the undead Wraith Fiend were non-immunizable. Only 2 black lights were seen piercing through the light curtain like meteors, instantly landing on the voodoo shaman's body. In the next second, the mitigating effect takes effect. The voodoo shaman's aura stagnated around him. His full attributes were suddenly halved. The effects of the damage he received were doubled, and he began to continuously lose blood while in the plague state. Sensing the strange change that had occurred in himself, the voodoo shaman was instantly furious as he let out a roar and several black lightning bolts coalesced around him. Death Thunderstorm. The Blood Race Archon immediately struck out, not dodging and rushing straight forward. The black lightning erupted with a shocking might, accompanied by gusts of booms that landed on the Blood Race Archon's body. If placed before, this one skill could completely kill a level 15 Fae. However, right now, the Blood Archon's blood level had only dropped by a quarter. The voodoo shaman gave a slight lurch, as if he hadn't expected his damage to be so low. However, it didn't care too much. After all, it was in a poor state right now, and it was understandable that a random skill didn't deal damage. Immediately afterward, an intense black light erupted around its body, and as it raised its hand and pointed toward the Blood Race Archon, a large swath of purplish-black poisonous mist spread across the sky, invading toward the Blood Race Archon. Corrosive poison. Like the Beast Corpse aberration before it, it is highly toxic damage, but the poisonous mist cast by the voodoo shaman was more than 10 times stronger than the Beast Corpse aberration, almost as solid as a substance, like a storm of poison that came blasting towards the kill. As soon as the Blood Archon came into contact with the poisonous mist, his blood level dropped wildly, and he immediately flew backward while aiming his dual guns at the voodoo shaman and directly pulling the trigger. Fatal shot. The silver light bullets wrapped around the blood flames, instantly piercing through the poisonous fog, breaking the light curtain, and hitting the body of the voodoo shaman. Bang! 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 At the same time, 6 death tentacles were rapidly generated around it. The voodoo shaman's body trembled tremendously and was knocked back repeatedly, and his own blood level plummeted, falling rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is that possible? Inside the mask's eye windows, the voodoo shaman's eyes exploded violently as if he were experiencing the end of the world. A level 15 summoned beast, a casual skill had knocked out 150,000 of its blood. How can you do such horrible damage? You know, it's a boss. Not only does it have a bonus for blood, but also for attack and defense. So how could it become so weak? Undead Wreckage Demon Statue. It's practically a monster-killing weapon. This damage looked like Gu Chen's heart was blossoming. Although the Blood Archon's damage was quintupled, it wasn't enough to deal such a high amount of damage against the voodoo shaman alone. After all, it was a level 20 abyssal boss, and the defense bonus was no small feat. The reason why it could deal such explosive damage was that the main voodoo shaman was standing in a position that happened to be less than 10 meters away from the undead wraith statue. Irresistible. When the undead wraith is at rest, defense is increased by 1% per second, recovery is increased by 1% per second, and targets located within 10 meters of the undead wraith will have their negative effects increased by 100%. In other words, the voodoo shaman had just taken 200% damage due to his standing position. A mere 2x damage is a minor hit for an abyssal boss. But let's not forget that the Blood Archon was still in the sacrifice state at the moment, and the damage multiplier was quintupled. In this way, The mediocre skill that had just landed on the voodoo shaman's body exploded with 10 times the damage directly after it landed on the voodoo shaman's body. 10 times. It was also fortunate that the voodoo shaman was an abyssal boss with a high defense bonus. If it was replaced with other level 20 fae, it would have died a dozen times. Why? You're only level 15. How did you do such horrible damage? The voodoo shaman hissed in agony, his body badly damaged by the bullets. Even the bone wings on his back were broken off, and the scales of victory had tipped. The great lord of the blood clan is not nagging. So what if it's an abyssal boss? If you can't kill it with one skill, then you can kill it with two. Scarlet Feast. The raging blood flames swept out in a spiral shape, like a destructive storm, carrying the terrifying power of destroying the world and charging straight at the voodoo shaman. This was the strongest strike of the blood race archon, and it was simply unavoidable. Boom! The blood flames turned into a raging storm, blasting the voodoo shaman into 1,000 pieces, instantly reducing him to a crippled blood. Immediately after that, the additional damage ruling takes effect. A scarlet, blinding light blossomed violently on the voodoo shaman's body, and huge amounts of damage suddenly erupted as damage overflowed. The voodoo shaman let out agonizing screams as he frantically struggled in the midst of the blood flame storm, and its blood bar, which had been completely emptied. Chapter 62. Quickly. I want to see Chenner now. Pro City. City Hall. Inside the city lord's office, Su Lai stood trembling next to his desk. Ever since he saw that message about Gu Chen entering the abyss, he knew that Gu Qinfeng would definitely come looking for him. It was just that he didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. Generally speaking, when a professional entered a duplicate or entered an abyss, the professional trading platform wouldn't pay too much attention to it, much less push the news of Gu Chen's entry into the abyss to all the professionals, as it had done this time. But why had so many professionals received the news that Gu Chen had entered the buried bone dungeon? Don't ask. Asking means he's spending money. The professionals trading platform has discounted packages that allow you to push a message to professionals all over the Northland for only $100,000. Messages are limited to 30 words, not counting punctuation, and can only be tweeted once. In fact, this package wasn't a good deal at all, but Gu Chen bought it anyway, with the purpose of punching the Li family in the face. It was just that he hadn't expected that the Lin Changli family had been completely obliterated by a single word from Gu Qinfeng. Your Majesty, I really didn't expect that Prince Gu Chen would mistakenly enter the First Order abyss. I'm guilty. I deserve to die. Su Lai's voice trembled slightly, a layer of cold sweat seeping out from his forehead. Su Lai was only the city lord of a small border town, while Gu Qinfeng was the king of the northern realm, and even a casual word from the other party could determine his career path and life and death. Such a disparity caused him to feel an unprecedented sense of suffocation. No one knew why Gu Chen wanted to enter the buried bone dungeon. After all, he was only a level 10 professional. There is only one reason that can be identified for this behavior to the outside world, and that is to vent anger, to die to make a point. And why did he die to make a point? Just because you're being hunted by the Li family? No, not at all. Being hunted down and then dying to make a point? The only thing that would serve is to make it a little less difficult for the hater. So, this argument simply doesn't hold water. Next, after combing through the threads of events, some good people found a key point, which also allowed the public to understand why Gu Chen had killed the heir of the Lin Changli family. That is, Gu Chen cleared temple ruins, hell level, and got an SSS rating. This major news was surprisingly suppressed by the Li family. Not even the city lord's mansion had issued an announcement that the hell level copy had been cleared. What was even more irritating was that to this day, there were still many locals in Linchang who didn't know that the temple ruins hell level had been cleared. You know, if you put it in any other city, if a transfer student got an SSS rating in a novice copy, the city hall would definitely issue a citywide announcement within 10 minutes of the copy announcement. Immediately afterward, an announcement will be sent out from the urban area where the transfer student is located. This is followed by an announcement from the transfer student's school. Next, several important officials represented by the city lord would head to the replica plaza to take a picture with this genius and implement the guaranteed spot in public. After all, it's a show-your-face thing that no one would normally hide. But Prosperity's handling of this matter is just too counterintuitive. One has to wonder if there is a PY deal behind this. Soon, someone disclosed the inside story, and this person was no other than the live witness who had witnessed Gu Chen kill the heir of the Li family, Li Wenwei. In order for family head Li Snapdragon to get Li Renjie a guaranteed place in the Upper Beijing Academy, the first thing he did was to get through to City Hall and delay the process of guaranteeing a place for a few days. And these few days are the Li family's room to maneuver. As long as we let Gu Chen bring Li Renjie to get an SSS rating, the guaranteed spot can rightfully fall on Li Renjie's head. Gu Chen didn't give in the face of Li Snap's coercion, but directly killed Li Snap. This kind of courageous spirit of resisting power is worth learning from young people of my generation. I've told you all I know. Can you spare my life? I don't want to die. Oh. In order not to be killed by the War King's own guards, Li Wenwei explained all that he knew, without half a word of falsehood. For this reason, Butler Gu He was merciful and left his body intact, while Gu Qingfeng had been searching in the wilderness all morning. It was only after returning to the city that he learned of Gu Chen's entry into the abyss. Gu Qingfeng, who had nowhere to vent his anger, went to the city hall of Lin City and, with a gloomy face, appeared in the city lord's office. Gu Qingfeng looked at Su Lai, a hint of coldness showing in his eyes. Lincoln, you've cleaned up well. A short sentence, heard in Su Lai's ears, but it caused a cold sweat to break out on his back. Although he was the city lord of Lin City, in the end, everything in Lin City was up to Gu Qingfeng, because this man was the war king of the Northern Realm, the 7 cities of the Northern Realm, the only king, and also his master. It's just that the master's son has had an accident on his turf. Not only was he forced into the wilderness by the Li family, but more importantly, he was also stuck with a guaranteed spot. Now that the person had entered the abyss, why would a professional who had just reached level 10 want to enter the First Order Abyssal Burial Dungeon? It doesn't take much to figure out that it was forced in by the pursuers. There's no way out. Thinking of this, Su Lai's heart trembled violently, and his legs softened as he directly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I hereby make an oath that I will kill all the professionals who are chasing after your son, and I beg your Majesty to spare my life. Gu Qingfeng was about to speak when a rush of footsteps suddenly came from the office door. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Good news! Prince Gu Chen has cleared the nightmare-level abyss. He came out of the buried bone dungeon alive. Butler Gu He's voice came from outside the door, and with him, there was also Qin Yun. Only at this moment, Qin Yun's face looked a little unnatural. What? Is that true? Gu Qingfeng turned around in a hurry, his face filled with incredulity. Chen he really came out of the buried bone dungeon? Your Majesty, how dare my subordinate joke with you at this time? You take a quick look. Gu He didn't say much and directly turned on the television in the city lord's office, only to see a large message appear on top of the screen. Lin City SSS ranked professional Gu Chen, leading a team of professionals, successfully passes the First Order Abyssal Bone Dungeon, Nightmare level. Successfully cleared. Nightmare level Buried Bones Dungeon. Good. Worthy of being my Gu Qingfeng's son. The gloom on Gu Qingfeng's face was swept away. An intense joy erupted in his eyes. Gu Chen not only didn't die, but even passed the nightmare level abyss. This achievement, even if it was placed in the solid North City, it was still overshadowing a host of heavenly prides. To put it mildly, he had invested tens of billions of dollars worth of resources in his second son, Guru, over the past decade or so, but even so, Guru didn't dare to enter the First Order Abyss at level 10, not to mention successfully clearing the First Order Abyss like Gu Chen did and returning in one piece. Thinking of this, an undisguised excitement surfaced on Gu Qingfeng's face. Quickly, raise the floating battleship and head to the Bone Burial Dungeon. This king needs to see Chen'er now. Chapter 63 There is nothing wrong with repressive education. Hearing the news that Gu Chen had already cleared the nightmare-level buried bone dungeon, Gu Qingfeng's heart was in a state of anxiety. Never in his life had he wanted to see his son immediately as he did now. After returning from the wilderness, he deliberately went to Gu Chen's school, and also in the class teacher Jiang Songhua to understand Gu Chen's day-to-day life, which realized that his son has been through a lot of aggression, especially after figuring out the reason why Gu Chen had killed Li Renjie. Gu Qingfeng's heart was overwhelmed with remorse. If he had been able to understand his son's situation earlier, it wouldn't have resulted in Gu Chen being forced into the wilderness in a desperate situation. It was even more unlikely that the Lin Changli family would bully his son, even if he only needed to disclose Gu Chen's identity. Looking at the entire Northern Realm, who would dare to touch his Gu Qingfeng's son? But he didn't. It was his inaction that caused Gu Chen to go through so many trials and tribulations as a child. Now that Gu Chen had not only survived, but had also managed to clear the nightmare-level buried bone dungeon, it was nothing short of a miracle. Gu Qingfeng couldn't wait to see Gu Chen now, and he had already made up his mind to make up for everything Gu Chen had missed out on over the years by doubling down on him. However, right at this moment, Qin Yun suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, don't be in a hurry, you can't go over yet. Gu Qingfeng turned his head to look at Qin Yun, his face steeply cold. What? Don't you want me to get Chen'er back? No, Your Majesty, I don't mean that. Right now Chen'er has just come out of the abyss and should be planning to return to Lin City. If we leave the city at this time to look for him, I'm afraid that we'll just pounce on him. Moreover, I don't know if he's gotten over his anger now, so if we approach Chen'er and he doesn't want to see us, would that not be a joke? Your Majesty, think about it. Chen'er would rather be hunted down by the Lin Changli family and flee into the wilderness than disclose his identity. As I see it, he still has some grievances in his heart. Gu Qingfeng's face changed slightly. The main reason why his son had been hunted down by the Lin Changli family was because he hadn't announced Gu Chen's identity to the public, and the responsibility for that lay with him. But taking a step back, if he hadn't announced it to the public, wouldn't Gu Chen have announced himself? If Gu Chen told the public about his birth, the Li family would definitely not dare to act rashly even if they didn't believe him. At this thought, Gu Qingfeng's face sank slightly. Madam, what do you think should be done then? Qin Yun said wistfully. Your Majesty, it's a great thing that Chen'er was able to successfully pass through the buried bone dungeon. As I see it, let's set up a celebration banquet for him in Linchang. Firstly, to receive him, and secondly, as an apology to him. In the first half of the sentence, Gu Qingfeng expressed his approval, but in the second half, he was directly offended. Apologize? Gu Qingfeng's face instantly darkened. Under the sky, where in the world would a father apologize to his son? If this matter were to spread, how would the world look at me? Gu Qingfeng? I've treated Chen'er poorly, so naturally I'll make it up to him twice as much. As for apologizing, humph, this matter, I don't want to hear about it again in the future. Gu Qingfeng was the war king of the northern realm. For the king, the might of the four seas, how could he be willing to bow down so easily? He knows his mistakes and can correct them, but will never admit them. Qin Yun revealed a look of difficulty. Then what do you say? Chen'er was forced away by you. If you don't take a stand, how can he be willing to come back? Butler Gu he heard Qin Yun's words and silently rolled his eyes beside him. That kneeling of yours that day forced people to leave, but now you're being wicked instead? The Big Dipper, right? Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed slightly, and although he was desperate to see Gu Chen in his mind, he was able to compose himself after learning that Gu Chen had no worries about his life. He hadn't closed his eyes for a day and a night in order to find Gu Chen, but through Qin Yun's words, he suddenly realized something, and that was that Gu Chen had no intention of going home. Does this kid still hold a grudge against him? Recalling all the things Gu Chen had said to him that day in the hall of the Gu family, a few moments of anger suddenly rose up in Gu Qingfeng's heart. His son, who would rather be hunted down and killed, who would rather live in exile in the wilderness, who would rather risk his life into the abyss, than come to him as his father? Is this a complete break with him? Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel annoyed in his heart. Even though he had been a bit harsh on Gu Chen over the years, it was for Gu Chen's own good. As the saying goes, 100 refinements make steel. Although Gu Chen had suffered for 18 years, but look at his current achievements. Which person of his age could do as he did? Just ask the entire Divine Summer Empire. Which level 10 professional was able to pass through the nightmare level abyss by himself alone without using the resources of guilds and lineages? Throughout history, only Gu Chen. And this just proves that his educational philosophy is right. There is nothing wrong with his repressive upbringing. If it wasn't for those sufferings that allowed Gu Chen to be metamorphosed, I'm afraid that the current Gu Chen would have long been dormant. Thinking of all this, Gu Qingfeng's heart suddenly rose with a few moments of anger. It was his education that allowed Gu Chen to reach the heights he was at today. But not only did Gu Chen not have a sense of gratitude, he was even holding a grudge against him. Humph, this kid grew up hanging around outside, died with a gangster spirit. Good and bad can't be distinguished. If we don't take advantage of his youth to suppress him severely, we might have to break into some kind of mess in the future. Qin Yun laughed lightly. I think you're just being too strict with Chen'er, suppressing and oppressing. Resignation is also your son. How come I don't see you suppressing resignation? Qin Yun's words were ostensibly to help excuse Gu Chen, but the mention of Gu Ji strengthened Gu Qingfeng's resolve. The second son, Gu Ru, grew up by his side, and was a man of good character, gentle and thrifty. He could be sure that the same thing put on Gu Ru would definitely not be like Gu Chen, who wanted to make a scene to the point of severing ties with him. Resignation was brought up by me, always honoring his parents, never caused any trouble. Where is the need for suppression? Speaking here, Gu Qingfeng snorted coldly. On the contrary, it's Chen's son. I've neglected to teach him about his heart over the years, although he's made a little achievement at the moment. If he doesn't rectify it in time, he's bound to be a scourge to one side in the future. After discussing with Qin Yun for a few moments, Gu Qingfeng had already made up his mind in his heart. Gu Chen is the first eldest son of the Northern Realm's royal family. This nature must be suppressed ruthlessly. Otherwise, how will he take charge of the Northern Realm on his behalf in the future? On the side, Butler Gu he listened to the conversation between the two, and the more he listened, the more he felt his heart chilling. No wonder Gu Chen would rather enter the abyss than return to the Gu family. Just this kind of suppressive education was suffocating to think about. Going home? Go back to accepting blame and suppression? But I'm afraid no sane person would choose such a life. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and drank in a low voice. Su Lai. Su Lai's body trembled and he bowed hurriedly. Your Majesty, I'm here. Gu Chen's guaranteed spot. What's going on? Please forgive me. Your Majesty. I will immediately issue a citywide announcement and implement the guaranteed spot on Duke Guchen's head as quickly as possible. No need. Guchen is my son. He doesn't need to take up your place in Linchang. Go tell Guchen that if he still wants a guaranteed place in the Upper Beijing Academy, let him meet me in solid North City. Yes, I will definitely bring the king's words to Prince Guchen. Gu Qingfeng stopped speaking, flung his big sleeves and turned to leave. Chapter 64, Guchen's Talent. Wancheng wants it. First Order Abyss. Buried Bones Dungeon. The moment the voodoo shaman's blood was cleared, a series of messages popped up in front of Guchen's eyes. Kill voodoo shaman boss LV. 20. Experience plus 15,317. Acquired loot. Buried bone robe LV. 20. Rare. Loot obtained. Eternal source crystal, rare. Level up. Rank, LV. 16. 3789/211500. Power, 477. Agility, 476. Body mass, 478. Spirit, 689. Summoned beasts, Blood Archon LV. 16. Legendary, Nightmare Lord LV. 16. Epic, Skeleton Wraith LV. 16. Legendary, Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Congratulations, you have cleared the Buried Bone Dungeon, Inferno level, and have received the following rewards: Professional Experience plus 50,000. Abyssal Treasure Chest *1, Rare level. Exiting the Abyss. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Plaza was crowded with professionals looking to form a group. Yang Lin found a more spacious place on the outskirts of the square, sat on the ground, and was polishing the long sword in his hand. He had just come out of the ordinary level Abyss with his teammates, and although the trip was not very rewarding, he had finally grabbed some experience. Based on this progress, he would be able to rise to level 13 with just one more pass through the normal level Abyss. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but think of the two oddballs from the morning. A level 6 swordsman and a level 10 summoner. How dare they team up to go down the Abyss with this lineup? It's like coming to get killed. Yang Lin looked around the square and didn't see those two figures from the morning at all. So it seems that those two must have died in the Abyss. After all, the Buried Bone Dungeon was one of the few highest difficulty levels amongst the First Order Abyss, and it was definitely a dead end for a level 10 or lower professional to enter. Good words are hard to persuade the ghost of that death. In the beginning he had already persuaded those two people, but that other party did not listen to him, and he could not do anything about it. Right at this moment, an announcement was suddenly released on the big screen of the Abyssal Plaza. Congratulations to the professionals team for successfully setting a new record for passing the Bone Dungeon, Nightmare level. Clearance time, 4 hours, 32 minutes, 31 seconds, passing team information. Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman. Lin Qingqing, Warrior. Su Ran, Assassin. Su Xia, No Profession. Reward, Professional Experience plus 50,000. Personal Achievement plus 1. Record-breaking gift box *1, Rare grade. Evaluation of this clearance, SSS. Yang Lin looked at the announcement on the big screen and couldn't help but rub his eyes. What the hell? Buried Bones Dungeon in 4 hours and 32 minutes? This was more than 2 hours faster than the record that Wancheng City Lord Liang Yi had beaten at level 19. What was the origin of this captain named Guchen that he was so powerful? Yang Lin subconsciously looked at the screen that recorded the historical records of the Abyss, only to see that Liang Yi, the original record holder of the Nightmare level Abyss, had become Guchen. Ha! The name, why does it look familiar? The captain is a summoner? There's also a swordsman in one of the crew. Impossible. Yang Lin's eyelids jumped and he subconsciously let out a cry of alarm. The professional next to him was taken aback and rolled his eyes impatiently. Stop howling. The announcement of the Abyss is not wrong. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. Yeah, it's been a couple years since we've had any movement, and it's about time for a copy of the Buried Bone Dungeon to be a broken record. I checked. That team was full of transfer students, and the captain's level was only 10 when they entered the Abyss. It's unheard of for this kind of lineup to break records. I can't believe it's them. I saw that team in the morning. It was very eye-catching. After all, none of the entire team was above level 10. I remembered. There's another ordinary person on their team. I think it's that non-professional inside the announcement. I was laughing at them in private this morning. I can't believe the smack in the face came so fast. The young people nowadays are really getting stronger and stronger. I should have known that I should have gone to mix things up in front of Guchen back then, while the few professionals beside him were chatting furiously. Yang Lin on the side was looking ridiculous. How can a summoner, a swordsman, and the average level of the team was no more than 10? Weren't these the same two people we had seen in the morning? With that level and that lineup, they could even set a new all-time record for the Nightmare class Abyss? Yang Lin felt his worldview collapse. While the people next to him were regretting not going to Gu Chen to mix things up, he was completely missing out on a great opportunity to be taken flying by Gu Chen. Once there was an opportunity to take off and place in front of him, he did not cherish, until after the loss of regret. The most painful thing in the world is not more than this. Sinning. Yang Lin covered his face, so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Every day, he got up early and stayed up late to stand on the street in the Abyss Plaza, just to find a few powerful teammates. But when a great god sent him an invitation to team up, he simply refused. Not only do they refuse, but they advise people to never go down into the abyss and die quickly. What's this? God rewarded him with a meal, and he hardened himself and smashed his bowl. 2 words, deserved. The other side. Wancheng City Hall. After the nightmare level record of the buried bone dungeon was broken, Wancheng, which was the closest to the abyss, received the news at the first time and held an emergency meeting at the same time. City Lord Liang Yi looked at the several pages of information in his hands, and an undisguised excitement appeared on his face. Gu Chen, clearing the temple ruins and getting an SSS rating, and now refreshing the record I beat in the buried bones dungeon back then. This kind of genius, to be suppressed by Su Lai and the Li clan jointly in Lin City? The Li family has already been exterminated, and up until now, the guaranteed place has not materialized on Gu Chen's head. What exactly is this Su Lai's plan? No matter what his intentions are, Gu Chen, this talent, Wancheng wants it. Liang Yi slapped the table with an imperative stance. Isn't Wancheng's guaranteed place just vacant? Let's settle for Gu Chen. Let's see. One is a guaranteed spot. The second is a reward for clearing the hell level copy. And the third is a reward for clearing the nightmare level abyss. Secretary Li, there is no need to apply upwards. Directly from the city lord's mansion, within 3 minutes, prepare 3 points of rewards and come to my office. Also, arrange for a teleportation array. Within 5 minutes, I want to arrive at the Abyssal Plaza in the buried bone dungeon. This, Secretary Li was a bit confused for a moment. City Lord, isn't this a bit inappropriate? It's already been rumored over in Lin City that Gu Chen is the son of the Northern Battle King. So what? The fact that Gu Chen would rather go into exile in the wilderness than report Gu Qingfeng's name shows that he has no sense of belonging to the Gu family at all. So just do as I say. Then, if Gu Qingfeng is held accountable, how will we in Wancheng respond? Accountability? Gu Qingfeng is the Northern Realm Battle King, and I, Wancheng, am affiliated with the Eastern Continent. Can he ask for it? Besides, the Eastern Continent has a royal family sitting on it as well. I'm not even afraid of that. So what are you afraid of? Cut the crap and get ready. If you delay the main event, I'll transfer you to guard the abyss. Chapter 65. No matter how much Su Lai gives, he definitely doesn't give as much as I do. Between professionals, the competition is for levels, equipment, props, spots, etc. Instead, the major cities compete with each other for rankings, resources, talent, etc. Although Lin Chang and Wan Chang were neighboring each other, one was classified as the Northern Realm and the other was under the Eastern Continent. And with the wilderness separating the two cities, there was basically no conflict of interest. But this time it was different. The buried bone dungeon was one of the most difficult of the first order abysses, and it happened to be situated right near Wancheng, and was known as the abyss at the doorsteps of the people of Wancheng. However, the difficulty of this abyss was too high, resulting in a large number of Wancheng professionals being unable to clear it, or even losing their lives in it. Over time, the vast majority of Wancheng professionals would subconsciously avoid this abyss. And invariably, this resulted in a massive loss of Wancheng professionals. The loss of professionals and the severe lack of talent delivery has led to Wancheng's ranking in the Eastern Continent falling year after year, and a great deal of resources have been missed as a result. This year is the 3rd year that Liang Yi has taken over as the Lord of Wancheng, and as in previous years, Wancheng still hasn't sprouted any good seedlings. It gave him a huge headache. He had a premonition that if Wancheng continued like this, not only would the city be finished, but even his career would be finished. Especially after he heard the news that a transfer student who had gotten an SSS rank evaluation had appeared in the next door Pro City. Why is it that good talent never comes to Wancheng? Soon, however, he realized again that things weren't as bad as he thought. Who would have thought that not only did Pro City not pay attention to this SSS-rated transfer student, but instead, they were teaming up with the Li family to suppress it. What's a peasant boy whose parents died early to do when he's being suppressed by the city lord in conjunction with a family? There was no choice but to concede. Upon smoothing out what happened, Liang Yi thought that this was an opportunity. After all, it's a transfer student who got an SSS level evaluation. You Lin Cheng don't want it. Well, I, Wan Cheng, want it. However, the next thing that happened was that Gu Qingfeng appeared in Lin Cheng and announced Gu Chen's birth, which caused Liang Yi to sigh secretly. Gu Qingfeng's son, Even if he's not from Lin Chang, he's still from Gubei Chang, so it's not his turn anyhow. He had wanted to give up, but when he learned that Gu Chen had been forced into the wilderness by the Li family, a few moments of hope rose in his heart. Gu Qingfeng's son would be forced into the wilderness by a tiny Li family? No way. The only explanation was that Gu Chen didn't recognize the Gu family's identity, which was why he didn't report Gu Qingfeng's name from start to finish. That makes things so much better. Since Gu Chen is being suppressed in Linchang and doesn't recognize the Gu family, the people of Wanchang welcome you. Immediately afterward, the news that Gu Chen had cleared the nightmare-level buried bone dungeon was announced. This made Liang Yi, who was still in the midst of tangling, make up his mind straight away. He's going to rob people. After all, Gu Chen was a transfer student who had gotten an SSS rank evaluation, and had set a new record for clearing the first order abyssal buried bone dungeon. This kind of genius might not be able to come out for decades. It's a shame to just let him go into exile in the wilderness. The natural talent and battle prowess that Gu Chen had displayed alone was worthy of making him the City Lord. Treat him with respect. City Lord, the 3 rewards are ready. Secretary Li Feng's voice reached Liang Yi's ears along with the knock on the door. Also, I found out that Gu Chen has just risen to level 16. Usually at level 15, summoners are able to add new summoning bit slots. He just came out of the abyss. He shouldn't have the time to contract a new summoning beast yet. Therefore, I applied for a level 15 summoning skill book in the middle of the Wancheng treasure trove, which is one of only a few rare level summoning books in Wancheng. Only rare level? It can't be helped. A small place like our Wancheng doesn't produce summoners at all. And if you want an epic summoning book, you can only buy it from some central cities. Not to mention the high price, and you can't make it in time. Liang Yi got up from his seat and nodded. Well, that's it for now then. The big deal is to compensate him later. Li Feng wiped away the sweat on his forehead. City Lord, what if Gu Chen is unwilling to come to Wancheng? Liang Yi glanced at him. We are going to rob people. Robbing people. Understand? It's his business if he doesn't want to. None of my business. Moreover, since Gu Chen was able to kill Li Renjie, it means that he's not the character to hold back. This kind of person, he would continue to stay in Linchang? What if Su Lai apologized to him and took out more resources as compensation? We can't rule out this possibility. If Su Lai gave enough, maybe Gu Chen could really endure it. But now that we, Wancheng, have intervened, Gu Chen definitely won't choose to reconcile with Linchang. Because, no matter how much Su Lai would have given, he certainly didn't give as much as I did. Liang Yi got up from his desk and walked towards the teleportation hall with big strides. Li Feng held 2 treasure chests with 2 gift boxes in his hands and immediately followed. The treasure chest and gift box could have fit perfectly into the carry-on space. But he didn't. It's not a bad idea to have a lot of gifts. At this moment, the Abyss Square was packed with people. The historical record of the Nightmare class Abyss was broken, and this kind of scene was very rare, and the professionals who were able to witness this scene with their own eyes were also honored. As the bout of vertigo ended, Gu Chen and the others were teleported to the Abyssal Plaza. The crowd around them erupted in laughter. Look, Gu Chen is out. That's Gu Chen? I heard it's still a transfer student. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Save your breath. Even if you don't have it, it's not your turn. Do people figure you're older or lower in rank? To break the all-time record for Nightmare class Abyss at such a young age. I'm so envious. So envious that my chicken is purple. Gu Chen is from Linchang. He broke the all-time record. And no one came to Linchang City Hall? Come to what? Gu Chen's guaranteed place hasn't come down until now. And the people from Linchang City Hall still have the face to come? Look, isn't that the guy from City Hall? I didn't expect them to arrive so soon. After all, it's the genius who refreshed the Nightmare class Abyss. So it seems that the Pro City Hall is in a hurry. Several men in suits stepped out from the teleportation array in the Abyssal Plaza along with a blinding light illuminating. The first one was wearing a dark gray jacket, with an upright figure, and underneath the thick, heavy eyebrows were a pair of stern eyes that were scanning the surroundings. Isn't that Liang Yi? The city lord of Wancheng? Don't tease. Gu Chen is from Linchang. How could Liang Yi be? It's really Liang Yi. Liang Yi is now level 50. The highest leveled professional in Wancheng. What is he doing here? What else could it be? Look at those attendants behind him, with their treasure chests and gift boxes. Of course they're robbing people. Robbing someone? Gu Chen is the son of the Northern Battle King. He's the crown prince in Solid North City. How could he go to one city? You don't know anything about that. It's all over the place now that Gu Chen has long since severed his relationship with the Northern Battle King. What did I say? He's been hunted by the Li family for so long and would rather flee into the wilderness and into the abyss than report the name of the Northern Battle King. So there's a big melon here. Just watch. I reckon Gu Chen will soon become one of us in Wancheng. And by then, all the professionals in Wancheng will benefit from it. There's still this going on? Gu Chen joining Wancheng is his business. What does it have to do with us? Chapter 66, sincerely invite you to join Wancheng. With the strength that Gu Chen had displayed now, no matter which city he joined, the professionals in which that city was located would benefit from it. There is certainly no doubt about that. Why does the Divine Summer Empire train professionals? Because whenever an abyssal achievement is achieved, the invasion of abyssal forces into this world can be curbed. Although abyss achievements are not as easy to get as personal achievements, once you get an abyss achievement after clearing it, the difficulty of that abyss drops and the reward for clearing it increases accordingly. The reason why the difficulty of clearing the Buried Bones dungeon remained high was because there had been very few professionals who had achieved the abyssal achievement. To get the abyss achievement, you must enter the hellish abyss. Although Gu Chen was not qualified for the time being, no one would question his potential. After all, in the eyes of the world, he was an uncompromising genius. An abyssal achievement was only a matter of time for such a genius. It wasn't until this moment that someone finally figured out why the person who was the first to rush to the abyssal plaza would be the city lord of Wan City. Because for the current Wancheng, there was too much of a need for a genius like Gu Chen to help them achieve abyssal accomplishments. Although the Buried Bone dungeon was a first-rank abyss, the difficulty was too high, causing a large number of newbie professions to have to give up on this abyss. You can't beat the abyss on your doorstep, so it's inevitable that you'll have to head for the big city. In this way, a large number of Wancheng's professionals were lost in such a subtle way. The loss of fresh blood dooms the city to begin its decline, and once it begins to decline, it is caught in a vicious cycle. At this time, some of the professionals from Linchang suddenly realized a fatal problem. No, absolutely not. If Gu Chen is snatched away by Liang Yi, he'll be a Wancheng man from now on. And even if he achieves an abyssal achievement next, we won't get half the benefits. How can this be? It's not easy for Linchang to produce a talented professional. It definitely can't be snatched away by Wancheng. No, don't you know what your Linchang's attitude towards Gu Chen is? How long have people been getting SSS level evaluations? And where are the guaranteed places? That's not right. Why would you people from Linchang come to the Buried Bones dungeon? This is the abyss of Wancheng. Good. If Gu Chen can drive the rise of Wancheng, I'll rent my balcony for $1,000 a month in the future as well, each with his own mind. Some of the people from Linchang who had chased after Gu Chen in order to rub off on his hotspots couldn't sit still at once. At first, they didn't care too much about the matter itself. At most, they just followed over to eat a melon. And in the meantime, see how the legendary prince of the royal family was different from ordinary people. After all, Gu Chen wasn't even on the same level as them, and there wouldn't be any connection in the future. But it's different now. With the natural talent that Gu Chen had shown so far, capturing the abyssal achievement would only be a matter of time. And it was almost predictable that in the near future, the difficulty of clearing the Buried Bone dungeon would surely fall, while the rewards would be even more lucrative. In this way, in the future, none of Wancheng's professionals would have to leave their homes in order to upgrade. After Gu Chen cleared the abyss, all of Wancheng's professionals could follow suit and get a piece of the action. It could be said that Gu Chen was the thigh of all the professionals in Wancheng. What's going on in Linchang? The people from the city hall don't come until now? The professionals from Linchang were in a hurry as they saw that Liang Yi was leading people in the direction where Gu Chen was. Son of a, Liang Yi is too shameless. Who's got someone at Linchang City Hall? Quickly shake someone. Wait, I'll call the city lord now. Big brother you even have the phone number of the Linchang City Lord? Isn't there a city hall hotline? Oh, then you fight, and I'll lose if I get through. At this moment, Gu Chen had just finished sorting out the harvest from this abyss when he saw several middle-aged men with extraordinary auras appear in front of him. Liang Yi stood in front of Gu Chen without much nonsense and opened the door. Gu Chen, how are you? I'm Liang Yi, the Lord of Wancheng City. On behalf of the people of Wancheng, I sincerely invite you to join Wancheng as a dash. Okay, I'm in. Gu Chen agreed in a straightforward manner. For no other reason. The identity of Wancheng City Lord was put aside first. Liang Yi obviously came with sincerity. Those four people behind him were holding 2 treasure chests with 2 gift boxes. First of all, regardless of what was inside, after coming to this world for so long, no one had ever made such a generous offer to him. Hearing Gu Chen's one-bite promise, Liang Yi's face revealed an undisguised excitement. Li Feng, who was standing behind him, on the other hand, his cheeks twitched. Just 4 words, directly drying up the 3 sets of sayings he had racked his brain to come up with. Totally out of order, right? Behind Li Feng, the 3 negotiators glanced at each other, and the corners of their mouths rose with extreme tacit understanding. Done and dusted. Never had such an easy job in my life. Just at this moment when all was happy, Another middle-aged man in a dark gray jacket came up with several people. No way. The people from Lincheng City Hall are just coming now? The yellow flowers have gotten cold. The one leading the team is City Lord Su Lai. I've seen him before and he was on the news a while ago. 5 people in total. How come they all came empty-handed? This attitude. Does it really not care about Gu Chen? Putting aside the status of a royal prince. That's also a genius who cleared the nightmare class abyss. My god. Luckily I'm from Wancheng. I'm sure that Lin Chang will definitely be destroyed in the hands of this city lord called Su Lai. Mr. Gu Chen. Su Lai saw Gu Chen's figure and jogged all the way to the near side. Your Excellency. On behalf of Lin City, I congratulate you on successfully clearing the First Order Abyssal Buried Bone Dungeon. Now that the Li family has been exterminated, you should quickly return to Lin City with me. The people of the entire city are waiting to celebrate you. As for the matter of the guaranteed quota, it is indeed the City Hall of Linchang that did the wrong thing. Don't worry, I have already prepared a set of resources that is no less than the reward for a hell level clearance. As a compensation for you, Su Lai spoke very quickly, and gave a brainwave of what his secretary had prepared for him to say, but did not mention the implementation of the guaranteed places. Hearing this, Liang Yi beside him instantly laughed. City Lord Su, Gu Chen is an SSS ranked evaluation recipient, cleared the temple ruins hell ranked copy, and refreshed the buried bone dungeon nightmare ranked abyss. And this is your compensation? How about sending out the barkers? Su Lai snorted coldly and ignored Liang Yi as he continued to say to Gu Chen, Your Excellency, you're from the Northern Realm, so it's better to go back to Lincheng first. What did you just say? Gu Chen directly interrupted Su Lai. Su Lai froze, thought for a moment, and spoke. I say we go back to Lincheng first. No, the previous sentence. You are from the north. Who told you I was from the north? You are the son of the Northern Kingdom's royal family. City Lord Su should have recognized the wrong person. There is no name of mine in the genealogy of the royal family. Please return. Su Lai's expression was stunned, and he was directly silenced by this dry sentence. After a moment's reprieve, he opened his mouth and said, My lord, the king has already made arrangements, and as long as you return to Solid North City, he will definitely implement a guaranteed place for you. Chapter 67, Not even giving me a piece of justice. Su Lai had come with a message from Gu Qingfeng, thinking it was just a matter of running an errand, but he didn't expect Gu Chen to have the slightest intention of returning to the north. In desperation, he could only relay Gu Qingfeng's meaning. Before Gu Chen could say anything, Liang Yi next to him grabbed the lead and said, What do you mean? Are you trying to threaten Gu Chen with the name of the Northern Battle King? Su Lai had a hard look on his face. No. What about the guaranteed spot? The king said that as long as Gongzi returns to Solid North City, the guaranteed place will be implemented immediately. Isn't that a threat? Gu Chen looked at this scene and did not say anything. He knew very well that Liang Yi was intensifying the conflict. Su Lai was also clear about this and directly ignored Liang Yi, saying to Gu Chen, My lord, if you follow Liang Yi to the eastern continent, how will you still face the northern realm subjects in the future? Gu Chen smiled. It's not impossible to not let me go to eastern continent, but you have to promise me 2 conditions. A few moments of joy surfaced under Su Lai's eyes. Please speak, Your Excellency. I will definitely do my best. When Liang Yi next to him heard this, his face changed abruptly. No, we just agreed. Why did you change your mind all of a sudden? First, how did you collude with the Li family and how did you try to take my guaranteed place? Make the whole process public and apologize to me. Su Lai's face immediately surfaced a difficult color. If this is announced, then his career will stop here. My lord, it's fine to disclose the whole process, but I really didn't collude with the Li family. Okay, so let me ask you, did I get the SSS rating? Yes. Then why didn't City Hall release the guaranteed spots in time? Su Lai fell into silence. No talk? Then there's no talking, and it looks like I don't have to say anything about the second condition. Su Lai's brows furrowed, and he was speechless for a moment. Publishing the inside story about him colluding with the Li family in an attempt to snatch Gu Chen's guaranteed spot. Was that too much of an offer? For Gu Chen, the victim, it was not excessive at all. But Su Lai was the city lord after all. How could he do such a thing as destroying his own foundation? Not talking? That's fine. I've given you the chance anyway, and there's nothing I can do if you don't say yes. Gu Chen looked at the crowd of professionals around him and shrugged. As you can all see, I just want a fair share. Yet he won't even agree to such a trivial matter. Without even giving me a fair share. Ask, my place, my resources, will he give them to me? Definitely not. So it's not that I'm leaving prosperity. It's prosperity that's forcing me to leave. Su Lai's cheeks twitched. Speechless. It's falling apart. In fact, there was no need to negotiate about this matter at all. because Su Lai would not publicize his collusion with the Li family as long as he lived. He was the lord of Lin City, a fifth-ranked professional, and since Gu Qingfeng wasn't even pursuing him, he certainly wouldn't do anything that would destroy his own foundation. Even if Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son, that wouldn't be enough to make him pay for his future in future to publicize his dark information. After all, he had been ordered to come here just to bring a message to Gu Chen. If Gu Chen was willing to go back, he had naturally accomplished his mission. And if Gu Chen didn't go back, as Gu Qingfeng's subordinate, could he not still tie Gu Chen up and take him to solid North City? It's not possible. Now that the Li family and Lin Chang had been exterminated, there was no evidence at all of his jamming Gu Chen's guaranteed place. It was precisely because he had stuck this quota that he gave Gu Qingfeng a handle to pin down Gu Chen. But no one expected that Liang Yi's arrival directly brought an optimal choice. North doesn't give him a guaranteed spot? I'm sorry, but the Eastern continent has already sent it over, and brought a lot of resources as compensation. Which one to choose? Of course Gu Chen was as clear as a mirror in his heart, so he agreed to Liang Yi in one breath. Su Lai nodded and spoke in a tone of regret. I've already brought the king's message, and since your excellency is unwilling to return to Gubei City, then I can only say what I have to say. As for the guaranteed spot, it's not that I, Lin Chang, am unwilling to give it to you, but the king has already made arrangements for it. If you want to get a guaranteed place, please head to solid North City earlier, so as not to keep the king waiting. After saying that, Su Lai bowed, turning around with his men to leave. Liang Yi looked at Su Lai's back as he left, and with a strange expression, he looked at Gu Chen and said, he stuck you with a guaranteed place, and you just let him go? Doesn't fit your style of doing things? Ha! Gu Chen smiled faintly. Su Lai's heart is in awe of the Northern Battle King, not me, and even if I asked him to kowtow and admit his mistake, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit remorseful. So, to deal with this kind of person you have to hit him where it hurts with one blow. Let him float for a little while longer, and when he is rebuked and abused by all the people of Lin Chang, he will regret that he should not have let me go today. For this person, Su Lai, Gu Chen certainly had no intention of letting him off the hook so easily, and since the other party had struck out at him, he naturally had to pay the price for it. After all, he holds a grudge. Returning to Lin City through the teleportation array, Su Lai walked into his office at the first opportunity while speaking to the secretary behind him. All right, the message has been brought, and since the Duke is not willing to go back, it will be reported to the king as it is. Next, in the name of the City Hall, release the news that all copies belonging to Pro City will have their fees reduced by 20% for a month. In the end, this male son of ours is nothing more than a talented professional. So how much damage can his departure cause to Lin City? Now that I'm giving all the city's professionals a reduced copy fee, as long as we hype this up, people will stop holding on to this Gu Chen thing. As for the future, humph, in 2 more years I won't be serving in the north, so even if he's a royal prince, what can he do to me? Got it. The secretary jotted down a few key words in the notebook in her hand and turned to go out to make the arrangements. In the final analysis, Su Lai was only afraid of northern border warlord Gu Qingfeng. As for Gu Chen, although he maintained politeness and respect, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Genius? What's a genius? None of those who could hold the position of city lord in the Divine Summer Empire were mediocre. Basically they were all amazing geniuses. A mere genius who hadn't grown up yet had no weight at all in Su Lai's eyes. In his opinion, if Gu Chen wanted to call his bluff, he would have to at least become a 5th-ranked professional before doing so. However, it was unfortunate that Gu Chen had switched to the summoner profession, and even if he was strong in the early stages, he couldn't change the fact that he had no power in the later stages. The development of the professional system had been hundreds of years old, yet the profession of summoner had never had a 5th-ranked professional born. They say that nobles are invincible in their class after switching to summoner? Yes, but that's only limited to the 2nd through 4th orders, and that's still with a huge amount of resources invested. With one summoning slot opening every 5 levels, no summoner can afford the training resources required for the 5th rank. This was the reason why Su Lai despised Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen was no ordinary summoner. Within a few days, Su Lai would surely regret this slight. Chapter 68, 100,000 Experience. After negotiating with Liang Yi, Gu Chen received all the resources Liang Yi brought with him. A guaranteed transfer agreement from the Shangjing Academy, a level 15 rare quality summoning skill book, a rare quality duplicate treasure chest, and a rare quality abyssal treasure chest. Liang Yi made a statement on the spot. If Gu Chen could clear the Hell Great Abyss next, he would be allowed to pick any piece of legend-grade equipment amongst Wanqing's treasure trove. There's a small condition, though, which is that you have to clear the hellish Buried Bones dungeon. Gu Chen readily agreed to this. He had just unlocked the Hell level difficulty of the Buried Bone dungeon. and he definitely wouldn't enter another abyss next time. If you switch to any other first-order abyss, you'll have to start over from the nightmare level again, and it's not worth the effort. Regarding this offer from Liang Yi, Lin Yuan and the others beside him revealed undisguised envy. To pick a piece of legendary grade equipment in the middle of the treasury of Wanqing City, even the son of the city lord didn't have such a permission. It was enough to see how much Liang Yi valued Gu Chen. After everything was agreed upon, Liang Yi arrived at Wanqing through the teleportation array with Gu Chen and the others. Along with them were Lin Yuan, Lin Xingqing, and Su Ran, all of whom were planning to continue following Gu Chen into the hell level abyss, and of course would not go back to Lin City at this juncture. Of course, among them was also Su Xia. The Su clan was originally the #1 family in Wancheng. In order to show her gratitude to Gu Chen, Su Xia had invited Gu Chen and the others to the Su family manor and organized a celebration banquet. The material Su Xia needed before was the eternal source crystal that had dropped after killing the voodoo shaman. The two men paid the agreed price and delivered the goods with one hand. The price of the materials was 800,000, and bringing the abyss once was 1 million, totaling 1,800,000. Su Xia asked for Gu Chen's account number, and without saying anything, directly hit $5 million over. Gu Chen, who received the transfer information, thought he had misread it. What's the situation? Isn't it $1,800,000? You transferred me $5 million? Su Xia said with a straight face. The extra is considered a deposit, and count me in next time you enter the hell level abyss. And if you hit an epic level eternal source crystal, sell it to me as a priority. No problem. Gu Chen agreed in a single breath. After the wine and dinner, Gu Chen received separate transfers from Lin Xingqing and Su Ran, totaling $2 million. Actors enter the first-order nightmare level abyss at a market price of around $1 million. Lin Xingqing then took the opportunity to ask, "Great God, I don't think you'll be switching teammates when we enter the hell level abyss, right? Give us an hour. Su Ran and I will go borrow money now." Gu Chen thought for a moment. No problem. $3 million a game for a hell grade abyss. Shouldn't be too expensive, right? Not expensive, but not cheap either. Lin Xingqing hurriedly nodded her head, and after saying goodbye to the crowd, she pulled Su Ran out to borrow money. From having nothing before they met Gu Chen to being in debt, Lin Xingqing and Su Ran never imagined that one day the two of them could owe millions of dollars, but they were very happy to. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a powerful god like Gu Chen to follow the next abyss simply by paying the market price. How many female professionals might have given something back to a high-level professional in order to be able to quickly upgrade? This kind of thing had been commonplace for a long time. Compared to those female professionals, Lin Xingqing and the girls were already very lucky. At least at this stage, the initiative is in their hands. As long as they wanted to continue following Gu Chen would continue to bring them. That's it then. I'll give you 2 hours. That should be enough to borrow the money. At 4 p.m., we'll meet at the entrance of the teleportation hall in Wancheng. Good. After the two women left, Gu Chen gave Lin Yuan his ID card. There are still some procedures that need to be done for him on the Wanqing City Hall side, which usually require a personal visit in person. But with Liang Yi giving the green light, Lin Yuan managed to get an errand job. Next, Su Xia arranged a quiet room for Gu Chen within the manor while Gu Chen began to count his harvest. 2 rewards from the abyss. One was a pass reward, which contained 50,000 pro experience, and a rare grade abyssal treasure chest. The other was a record-breaking reward, also 50,000 pro experience, a personal achievement, and a rare tier record-breaking gift box. 2 professionals experience, totaling 100,000 experience. Although it was ridiculously high, there was no excuse for it. After all, from start to finish it was entirely Gu Chen alone who was fighting his way through the nightmare level abyss. As for Lin Yuan and the others, both rewards were 15,000 experience each, far less than Gu Chen, but 30,000 total experience also brought them up to level 11. It could be said that the current Lin Yuan and the others had completely crushed 90% of the transfer students in this session. After all, today was only the 3rd day after the transfer ceremony, and the vast majority of people hadn't even reached level 10 by now. Comparing intuitively, if Li Wenwei was still alive, it is estimated that he would have only managed to rise to level 11 by today. Imagine that Lin Yuan and the others were just commoners, yet they were able to reach the same level as Li Wenwei, who came from the #1 family in Lin City. This was enough to prove how swiftly they had risen in rank. It wasn't hard to imagine that even if they couldn't keep up with Gu Chen after the 2nd stage, they could still have a bright future. Next, Gu Chen first received 100,000 professional experience. Experience plus 50,000. Experience plus 50,000. Level up. Rank, LV. 17, 4123/321500. Power, 487. Agility, 486. Body mass, 488. Spirit, 709. Summoned beasts, Blood Archon LV. 17, Legendary. Nightmare Lord LV. 17, Epic. Skeleton Wraith LV. 17, Legendary. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Another upgrade. Guchen subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Just one abyss allowed his level to soar by 6 levels. Level 11 enters the First Order Abyssal Burial Dungeon with 4 actors, one of whom does not eat experience. It's the equivalent of one person soloing a 5-man abyss and breaking the all-time record. In less than 5 hours, he had risen from level 11 to level 17. If this was heard by any brittle professional, he would probably be scared alive. He was still 3 levels away from becoming a second-ranked professional, and as long as he managed to clear the nightmare level Buried Bone Dungeon next, he would be able to rise to at least level 19 as well. In other words, he could pick another First Order Abyss to brush up on his experience before level 20. The wilderness around Wancheng only had the Buried Bone Dungeon, a First Order Abyss, and Gu Chen didn't intend to repeat it. There was no point. I heard that there should be good first-rank copies within Wancheng, so maybe I can have Liang Yi arrange for it when the time comes. Next, Gu Chen placed everything on the table in front of him. A rare-grade duplicate treasure chest, 2 rare-grade abyssal treasure chests, a rare-grade record-breaking gift box, and a summoning skill book. Which one to open first? Chapter 69 Unpacking. Warrior-type summoning beasts. You've opened the rare class treasure chest. Acquired Shadow Dagger LV. 20, rare. Obtain a teleportation scroll *1. Get strengthening stone *15. Obtain large life restoration potion *10. A rare grade equipment. A teleportation scroll, and some materials and consumables. The Shadow Dagger is the equipment of an assassin professional, capable of increasing strength and agility, and comes with a stealth skill, and the first attack after removing the stealth state is bound to trigger a bludgeon. Simply an assassination weapon. The equipment was good, but it didn't suit him, so Gu Chen took out his cell phone and looked on the professional trading platform, and among the rare level equipment, the level 20 Shadow Dagger was selling for around 3 million. The number made his heart swell with joy to see. You can't use it yourself, but you can sell it for a good price. Gu Chen put the equipment into his carry space and put a for sale tag on it. Gu Chen thought of Su Ran, who seemed to be an assassin as well, and wondered if she wanted this Shadow Dagger, and if she did she could sell it to her at market price. Although Su Ran and Lin Qingqing had been borrowing money, they would also receive treasure chests and gift boxes after each clearance, and since the difficulty levels that Gu Chen had cleared were all very high, the equipment that was opened out wasn't bad. So for them, by selling 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, they would soon be able to pay back the huge amount of money they owed. Next, Gu Chen's gaze fell on the second treasure chest. You've opened the rare abyssal chest. Acquired medium cloak LV. 20, rare. Get strengthening stone *15. Acquire spiritual recovery potion *5. Obtain large life restoration potion *10. Medium cloak. Don't be another equipment from another profession, Gu Chen said, picking up the cloak and looking at the equipment properties. Medium cloak. Quality, rare. Rank, LV. 20. Occupational limit, summoner. Attributes, physique plus 50. Spirit plus 50. Effects, choose a summoned beast skill as the medium. Both the summoner and the summoned beast can use the skill. Exclusive equipment for the summoner profession. This is good stuff. With this cloak, it was equivalent to having an additional skill and being able to switch back and forth between the skills of several summoned beasts. His battle power would be greatly increased. Gu Chen put the medium cloak into his carry-on space and opened the third treasure chest. You've opened the rare abyssal chest. Acquired Echo Necklace LV. 20, epic. Get strengthening stone *15. Get purification scroll *1. Acquire spiritual recovery potion *10. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, and this time, he actually opened an epic equipment. Opening epic equipment from amongst the rare grade treasure chests was a 1% chance, and Gu Chen didn't even expect his luck to be so overwhelming. Echoing necklace. Quality, epic. Rank, LV. 20. Occupational restrictions, none. Attributes, spirit plus 300. Speed plus 300. Cooldown reduction plus 45%. Recovery speed plus 45%. Echo set, Echo necklace / Echo ring / Echo amulet. Set effect, immediately restores 10% of your energy after each target kill. After obtaining this equipment, Gu Chen almost looked at it with straight eyes. This turned out to be one of the sets, and the set effect was to restore 10% of energy immediately after a kill. If this were to be worn by the Nightmare Master, wouldn't it be possible to extend the duration of a deep dream indefinitely? Powerful. It's simply too powerful, based on the attributes of the Echo necklace. If the set takes shape, It will produce a significant increase in several key attributes such as lifesteal, damage, defense, and recovery. Not bad for an epic set. Pity. There are still 2 other pieces of equipment missing and they won't be available until level 20. Looking at the eye-catching set effect, Gu-chan was depressed. It is now 3 levels short of level 20, from level 17 to level 20, which was a difference of 400, 000 to 500, 000 experience. It would take at least 2 more entries into the high difficulty first order abyss to clear it. Gu-chan helplessly put the echo necklace into his carry-on space, then turned his gaze to the only remaining record-breaking gift box. Generally speaking, the gift boxes will open equipment or props corresponding to the professional. Gu-chan rubbed his hands together and opened the gift box. You've opened the rare class record breaker gift box. Acquired skill book LV. 17, rare. Skill books? A flash of color flashed in Gu-chan's eyes, and he hurriedly picked it up to check it out. Skill book, spiked turtle summoning. Rank, 17. Qualification, rare. Effect, sign a contract with the spiked turtle. Since they are opened in a gift box, they match the level and type of the professional who opens the box. The spiked storm turtle was known for its defense, though it was not a tank-type summoned beast, but rather a warrior type. I can't believe I opened a rare grade summoning skill book. Gu-chan was a bit surprised, as the summoning skill book Liang Yi had given him was also a rare tier. With that, he took the summoning book in his hands as well. Skill book, spectral cat summoning. Rank, 15. Qualification, rare. Effect, signs a contract with a ghostly cat. Spectral cat. Known for its speed and burst, assassin-type summoning beast. Gu-chan glanced at it and lost interest in the summoning book. After all, the Nightmare Juggernaut was an assassin-type summoning beast that could not only explode in a single burst, but also had powerful group attack skills. If the 4th summoned beast then contracts the spectral cat, it will have a greater impact on the battlefield. Therefore, Gu-chan put the spectral cat summoning book into his carrying space, intending to hang it on the profession trading platform to see if he could sell it. If it was a rare grade weapon, the price would definitely be around $3 million, but change it to a rare level summoning book and you'll be thankful if you can sell it for $1 million. After all, this level of summoned beasts was only an entry level for summoners, and the price would be low and not good for bidding. Otherwise, Zhang Songhua wouldn't have casually given him the Bloodthirsty Bat summoning book in the first place. After organizing all the resources, the medium cloak and the echo necklace were both good equipment, but had a level restriction of level 20 before they could be used. The only thing that could be used right now was the summoning skill book. Thinking about this, Gu-chan couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude, thanks to the fact that he had opened a suitable summoning book from the gift box. Otherwise he would have to worry about the choice of summoning beasts now. Almost didn't have any summoned beasts to use. Looks like we'll have to head to the big city from now on. Whether it was Lin City or Wancheng, it could only be considered a third-tier city in the Divine Xia Empire, and the resources available to the summoner profession were pitifully small. Liang Yi had also explained to him before that there were only 3 level 15 skill books in the Wancheng treasury, and this underworld cat summoning book was the highest growth among the 3 rare levels. Liang Yi also said that if this book is not satisfied, he can also help to look for it in other cities, and his attitude is too good to be true. To be able to achieve this level, it was already many times better than Su Lai of Linchang. Right now, among Gu-chan's summoned beasts, the Blood Archon was a long-range output and burst, the Nightmare Juggernaut was an instant burst and sustained output, and the Undead Wraith statue was a mitigating weakening, which was exactly what was missing from a warrior-type summoned beast. As it happens, the Spiked Storm Turtle is the warrior type. Chapter 70, Killing Machine, Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle. From level 14 to level 17, Gu-chen's divine talent had never been activated, and right now was the best time to do so. He picked up the summoning skill book and learned it directly. You have successfully signed a contract with the Spiked Turtle. Summoned animal, Spiked Turtle. Qualification, rare. Rank, 17. Life value, 11,220. Attributes, Strength 235. Agility 200. Physique 230. Spirit 195. Talent, Spiked Heavy Armor LV. 20, rare. Skill, Stampede Charge LV. 20, rare. A dull roar emanated from within the summoning space, and a large turtle with spiked and heavy armor appeared out of nowhere. Gu-chen didn't take a closer look at the summoned beast attributes. After all, he had to empower the Dark Bloodline to advance next. Unleashing his talent, he gained 4 Dark Bloodlines in succession. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline Primordial. You have acquired the Dark Bloodline Descendant. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline Primordial. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline Primordial. It wasn't known if it was an illusion, but Gu-chen felt that as his level increased, the frequency of the Descendant Bloodline appearing became lower and lower. Before level 10, it appeared almost every 2 levels, and this time it appeared only once after 4 levels, but it was a bit of a shame that the king's bloodline didn't appear. Next, Gu Chen bestowed the primordial bloodline on the spiked tyrant turtle, followed by using the descendant bloodline for a bloodline awakening, and then another primordial bloodline for a star ascension. Dark bloodline, first generation fusion successful. Summoned beast advancement. Spiked storm turtle, rare. Dark hunt dragon turtle, epic. Summoned beast bloodline awakening successful. Summoned beast startup successfully. Dark hunt dragon turtle, epic. Dark hunt dragon turtle, epic. Rank, LV. 17. Life value, 76. 220. Attributes, strength 380. Agility 350. Physique 360. Spirit 320. Talents, battle stop gothic, epic. Counter-strike armor, epic. Skill I, crushing blast LV. 20, epic. Skill 2, mockery of fury LV. 20, epic. Skill 3, dragon blood boiling LV. 20, epic. Boom. With a muffled sound, the originally dark brown large turtle shed its body and soared in size, looking like a tall hill. Its tortoise shell was hard and rough, edged with a ring of jagged teeth, as sharp as a knife, and its surface was covered with irregular protrusions, like a thick spiked armor that shimmered with a metallic sheen in the light. Its eyes were like 2 brilliant sapphires, sharp fangs sprouted from its upper and lower jaws, and its body was covered in hard, horny scales that shone like daggers. The sharp claws were like hooks made of steel, incomparably sharp, and the thick limbs were like huge stone pillars, with bone spurs protruding outward from the joints. From head to tail it was like a foreign beast born for killing. Compared to the previous spiked tyrant turtle, the dark hunting dragon turtle's aura was even more powerful, and a hideous killing intent of bloodlust and frenzy permeated through its body. Stop battle gothic. Dark hunter dragon turtle receives a 10% damage bonus for each damage dealt to it. The bonus effect lasts until it exits the battle state. Revolting spiked armor. When taking melee damage, return 50% of the amount of damage to the opponent in the form of true damage, and every 20 points of physique boosts the revolting damage percentage by 1%. Crushing shock, ejects and charges forward, dealing massive damage and slowing down targets in its path, and causing a flying effect on targets at the end of its path. Taunt of wrath, taunt a target in a certain area, forcing the target to attack itself, gaining a 1% bonus to attack speed for each attack taken. Dragon's blood boiling. When life value is below 30%, defense is increased by 300% and life recovery speed is increased by 300%. 76k blood. Anti-armor. Damage bonus. Taunt. With output. Defense. Taunt. And control. It's a complete hexagonal warrior. Can carry and fight. Born to kill machines. Simply unbeatable. This positioning was the position that Gu Chen had been missing. Only if the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle was held frontally, the Blood Archon and Nightmare Lord could deal higher damage. This time, the Summoned Beast lineup had taken basic shape. The afternoon passed quickly, and the news of Gu Chen joining Wancheng became a hot topic between Lincheng and Wancheng. It's not even just those two cities, but even a few surrounding cities that are closer have attracted a lot of attention. At 4 p.m. there was once again a firestorm of news from Wancheng. Update. Gu Chen has led a team of professionals into the Buried Bone Dungeon, Hell Level. For a time, there was a scramble for coverage on all the major media platforms, triggering unprecedented heat in pushing Gu Chen's movements onto the hot list in one fell swoop. Gu Chen is confused. He only cleared the Nightmare Level Abyss in the morning and then enters the Hell Level Abyss in the afternoon. Who does he think he is? Really thinks that Abyss is run by his family. I think he's completely drifted. If I were Gu Chen, I'd have to set aside at least a day to recuperate, or else I wouldn't be in any shape to pass. Disappointed. It's too disappointing. I had thought that City Lord Liang Yi had recruited a hope for us in Wancheng, but now it seems to be an empty joy. I was counting on Gu Chen to get the abyssal achievement in the Buried Bones dungeon. And this? He's here to give away his head, isn't he? I say you guys are going a bit overboard. Gu Chen is a genius invited by City Lord Liang Yi, and just you losers who can't even pass through the ordinary abyss. You have the nerve to point the finger? The news of Gu Chen's entry into the Hell Level Abyss began to spread like fire on the short video platforms, especially Wancheng and Lincheng, which had almost exploded. For Lincheng, the vast majority of professionals did not wish to see Gu Chen continue to pass through the Hell Level Abyss. After all, from their perspective, Gu Chen had betrayed Lincheng. On Wancheng's side, there were those who were jealous, those who were watching for fun, and those who hoped that Gu Chen would become famous in one battle with the Hell Level Abyss. Basically all the hot topics in the two cities began to center around Gu Chen. However, these conversations didn't last long before they ended. Just after 8 o'clock in the evening, the announcement that Gu Chen had cleared the Hell Level was posted in the Abyssal Plaza of the Buried Bones dungeon. Congratulations to the professionals team for successfully setting a new record for passing the Bone Dungeon, Hell level. Clearance time, 4 hours, 02 minutes, 56 seconds. Passing team information. Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman. Lin Qingqing, Warrior. Su Ran, Assassin. Su Xia, No Profession. Evaluation of this clearance, SSS. For a time, countless topics flooded the major media platforms, expressing intense shock and doubt about Gu Chen's passage through the Hell level abyss. Immediately afterward, the professionals began a fiery discussion. This time, Gu Chen had set a new all-time record for the Hell level buried bone dungeon. Did that mean that from now on, the records for this abyss would stop here? If that was the case, then Gu Chen had merely set a new record for the Hell level abyss, and had not met the expectations of Liang Yi as well as the people of Wancheng. After all, countless Wancheng people were looking forward to Gu Chen obtaining the abyssal achievement of the buried bone dungeon as a way to lower the difficulty of the abyss. If he tried his best and still didn't get the abyssal achievement, wouldn't Liang Yi have tossed away so many resources for nothing? Soon, just as the populace was buzzing with discussion, a video number silently sent out a message. 4 hours and 02 minutes isn't the limit clearance time for the buried bone dungeon's Hell level, and if it wasn't for the abyssal achievement, we should have been able to clear the level half an hour earlier. This video number has a simple line in the credentials field. First Order Abyss Achievement winner, Gu Chen. Chapter 71, Abyssal Achievement. Apologize to Gu Chen. Passing the Hell level buried bone dungeon in 4 hours and 02 minutes. This doesn't leave any room for others at all. Can someone tell me what the point of Gu Chen refreshing the Hell level abyss is? Yeah, you can only claim the record-breaking reward once. It's not like it's going to be given out over and over again. The buried bones dungeon was already difficult, and with him doing this, he's completely blocked the path for other professionals. That's right, how can anyone else get a record-breaking reward in the future? Gu Chen is a villain. I'd like to ask, do none of you have eyes? Didn't you see Gu Chen mention the abyssal achievement? The abyssal achievement? Are you sure he got it? Right after Gu Chen sent out that graphic just now, a stream of comments quickly poured out. At the same time, the Abyssal Plaza of the Buried Bones Dungeon once again sent out an announcement. Notice, professional team successfully passes the Hell level bone dungeon and obtains the Abyss achievement. From today onwards, the difficulty of passing the first level Abyss bone dungeon will be reduced by 25%, and the reward for passing the dungeon will be increased by 25%. 5 members of the professional squad earn the Abyssal Achievement Badge. Boom! A single announcement caused the major media platforms to directly explode, and both the professionals in Wancheng and Linchang were plunged into unspeakable shock. Who just scolded Gu Chen? Hurry up and come out and apologize. Apologize. An apology must be made. No apologies will be accepted. I'm warning you. Apologize to Gu Chen immediately or I'll humanize you. Head of Gu Chen's fan support group. Applying to fight. I told you. A great god like Gu Chen will definitely get the abyssal achievement. How could the city lord's vision be wrong? The difficulty of the Buried Bones dungeon has been reduced by 25% and the reward for clearing it has been increased by 25%, which includes the 4 difficulties of normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell. So it seems that Wancheng's professionals will be blessed in the future. Sabo, Gu Chen is from our Linchang. Why is this kind of good thing not Linchang's turn? Correction, Gu Chen is already from our Wancheng. Thanks to the fact that we have a good city lord in Wancheng. Ha ha ha, it's still thanks to the city lord of Lin City. If it weren't for him, how would Gu Chen have come to Wancheng? Why aren't the people of Lincheng talking? I guess 10,000 grass mudhorses must be whizzing by in their hearts. I'm so angry. I'm going to write the word miserable on Su Lai's leg. Ha ha ha. The people of Wancheng were jubilant, actively sharing the sudden joy on all the major platforms, and judging by the posture, they were determined to build their joy on top of the pain of all the professionals of Pro City. After Liang Yi, who was sitting in his office at City Hall, learned of the news, he almost jumped straight up from his chair. Abyssal achievement. It was only the first time Gu Chen had entered a hell level abyss, and he had gotten the abyss achievement. This was far beyond his expectations. In his plan, he would at least wait for Gu Chen to level up to 19, like he did back then, before trying to see if he could get the abyssal achievement in the Buried Bones dungeon. It was unthinkable that Gu Chen had done without a word what no one had been able to do for so many years. No one knew better than him how much of a boost Gu Chen's move would bring to the professionals of Wancheng. Even he could imagine that in the next few years, Wancheng's urban warfare power would see a blowout. Reward. There must be a reward. Gu Chen. This floor is the residence that the city lord has set up for you. After coming out of the Buried Bone dungeon abyss, Li Feng brought Gu Chen and the others to a luxurious apartment building located in the center of Wancheng City. Are you saying that this entire floor is my residence? Gu Chen didn't react for a moment. That's right. A large flat apartment with an area of 518 square meters, luxuriously decorated. Furniture and household items have been placed properly. Turnkey. Li Feng responded with a smile. He's serious like a real estate agent. Gu Chen nodded and went to the wide and imposing Zimmer gate, entering his face into the face recognition system. The door snapped open automatically. Gu Chen waved at Lin Yuan and the others, and then a few people walked into the house. The moment the crowd stepped into the house, the smart home devices entered the work program at the first time. The house lights came on, the curtains automatically tucked in on either side, and the window opener opened the window to its maximum angle, with a cool breeze and clear windows. Walking through the entrance, the living room was decorated in great detail, and many of the materials were ones that Gu Chen couldn't name, showing low-key luxury. This set of large flats must be tens of millions of dollars at least, right? Lin Yuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room overlooking the bottom. This was the 33rd floor, enough to take in the night view of the city. To be precise, it's 15,544,000. Although Wancheng is a third-tier city, a large flat located in the center of the city is not cheap. Li Feng responded. Gu Chen nodded. A feeling of extreme unreality arose in his heart, and at this moment, that dilapidated hut in the outskirts of Linchang that he remembered abruptly surfaced in his mind. The place where I lived before was a sewer compared to the luxurious apartment in front of me. Sure enough, no matter what world it is, the sense of disparity between people is always so strong. Before he came, he already had a mental expectation that Liang Yi would definitely give some more generous conditions in order to continue pulling him in, and he could not fall easily. But now, he realized he was wrong. Poverty limits the imagination. And I didn't expect the other party to give him a large flat worth more than $15 million. It simply turned his worldview upside down. This apartment is already considered a top mansion in Wancheng. Both the lighting and orientation are the best. What do you think? Li Feng asked. Not bad. Gu Chen nodded, suppressing the shock in his heart. When he was downstairs, Lin Yuan told him that no matter what Li Feng came up with, he had to keep his composure and must not be looked down upon by others. It's okay, it's just like that. Next to him, Lin Yuan crossed his arms and nodded in a cloudy manner. Within seconds, however, he couldn't pretend anymore. Is it too late for me to join Wancheng? Lin Yuan turned his head to look at Li Feng, revealing a companionable smile. You're joining Wancheng too? Don't get me wrong. I'm not in it for the resources or the mansion. I mainly respect City Lord Liang Yi's character, and also the local customs of Wancheng, which gives me a sense of closeness as if I'm going home. Li Feng was amused and spread his hands. I can't be the master of this kind of thing. When you get into a higher education institution, you can focus on the talent introduction policy of Wancheng. Okay then. Later, Lin Yuan rubbed his nose, and as if he had noticed the laughter in Lin Qingqing and Su Ran's eyes, he added another sentence. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Lin Chang, but Wancheng is more sea and sky for me. Chapter 72. Su Lai's fire is very strong. Unlike the jubilant atmosphere of the Wancheng professionals, after learning that Gu Chen had obtained the abyssal achievement, the back teeth of the pro-city professionals were about to clench. On the Temple Ruins Duplicate Plaza, Gu Chen's name was still hanging on the hell-ranked duplicates clearance record, piercing his eyes to the core. The place was filled with people who knew Gu Chen, people who had once mocked him, people who had once envied him, and some of them were also his classmates. Of course, it doesn't include Wu Zi. He hadn't shown his face in the novice replica square since he defected from the team in the replica. Smacking of shame. Among the novice professionals right now, basically all of them were discussing topics related to Gu Chen. Have you heard? Not only did Gu Chen join Wancheng, he also got the abyssal achievement for the buried bone dungeon. Envious. After Wancheng's transfer students pass the novice copy, there's a high probability that they'll choose the normal level buried bone dungeon, right? After all, the difficulty has been reduced by 25%. Don't forget that not only has the difficulty been lowered, but the reward for clearing the buried bone dungeon has been raised by 25%. Alas, Wancheng has a good city lord. Liang Yi scooped up Gu Chen and benefited all the low-ranked professionals in Wancheng. What did Lin Chang's city lord give us? I heard that Su Lai lowered the copy usage fee for Lin Chang. There is no use. The difficulty of the replica is not lowered. We low-level professionals still have no way out. Su Lai is a villain. It looks like he's giving out benefits to the professionals of Pro City, but he's only cheapening the nobles and the rich, and doesn't care about the deaths and lives of the bottom-class professionals. It's hard to imagine how much of a boost Wancheng's professionals will get because of Gu Chen. It's all Su Lai's fault. If it wasn't for him and the Li family teaming up to suppress him, Gu Chen wouldn't have left at all. This guy Su Lai, he really isn't a human being. Lincoln City office. Su Lai sat in his office, listening to his secretary's report. his face so gloomy that it was almost dripping. City Lord. The people of Pro City are venting their dissatisfaction with City Hall on all the major media platforms. The negative news is on the verge of hitting the hot seat. Our credibility is seriously lacking. Block the news. Suppress all negative news about City Hall. Do I have to teach you that? Can't seal it. It's all mainstream media platforms. And it's not just Linchang, but several neighboring cities including Wancheng are also involved, saying they want to seek justice for Gu Chen. Su Lai didn't say anything, and his face clouded over a few more times. We've also received word that a large number of students are organizing a demonstration aimed at getting the city lord to apologize to Gu Chen. A few moments of anger surged on Su Lai's face. Go on. Solid North City has sent a message that from this month onwards, Lin City's various taxes will be raised by 15%, and for the next 3 years, the North Realm's various subsidy policies will not be implemented for Lin City. Go on. After the Li family was exterminated, the 3 major families in Lin City had many firefights in order to seize the various properties of the Li family, causing an extremely serious impact on the security of Lin City. All to screw me? On purpose. They're all out to get me, aren't they? Su Lai let out a roar, both fists slamming hard on the table, his eyes filled with blood, his spirit already on the verge of collapse. Damn it, all of them are giving me at this juncture. If you can't block the news online, block the relevant media platforms for me. I'll make them all go out of business. Demonstration? Forcing me to apologize? Suppress it for me. Suppress it hard. All participants will be disqualified from school and sent to factories for labor reform. And Solid North City. How dare they raise the tax of Pro City by 15%, and removing the subsidy policy? Retaliation. This is absolutely naked revenge. Good. The several great families are all dishonest, right? Arrest all those who are causing trouble for me. If Solid North City wants to bleed from me, then don't blame me for taking it out on them. Su Lai roared angrily, as if he was trying to vent all the anger in his heart. At first, he didn't put this downtrodden prince who had severed his ties with the royal family in his eyes, but he didn't expect that one negligence would lead to one trouble after another. He thought that after the Li family was exterminated, those hookups between him and Li Snapdragon would disappear forever, but he didn't expect that everything would be blown out of proportion. For a while, chagrin, anger, regret and other emotions all came out. His fire was so great that this time, he rarely failed to maintain restraint. He wants to vent. Su Lai was, after all, a city lord, and did not completely let himself be controlled by his emotions. After a minute had passed, he had regained his composure. Taking a long breath, he could no longer see any anger on his face. He had already thought it through. Those miscellaneous voices in the outside world were nothing at all, and even the position of the Lin City City Lord was nothing more than a job to him. There were still 2 years to go before his term expired, at which time he would be transferred to the western region or the southern border. The prince of the northern realm royal family. Humph. I can't afford to look down on you. I can't afford to mess with you. Can I still not afford to hide from you? Su Lai thought this way, his eyes showing a few moments of helplessness. He had long planned to swing for the fences. Solid North City. War King's residence. The news that Gu Chen had left the northern realm and joined the eastern continent had already traveled back to the royal residence. Gu Qingfeng was incomparably enraged by this incident, and if it wasn't for Qin Yun pulling the strings, he was planning to mobilize his troops to kill Wancheng. Your Majesty. Resignation called from Shangjing. The special enrollment test for the Shangjing Academy has all been completed, and we're just waiting for the start of the school year next. Qin Yun's tone carried a strong sense of joy and pride. Rhetoric will be back this afternoon. Really? Good. The boy is still hung up on his parents after all, and says he's going to be busy after school starts, so he's taking advantage of the time before school starts to spend more time with us again. Well, Resignation Child has been obedient and understanding since he was young. It's enough for him to have this heart. Since this is the case, you quickly go and ask the butler to arrange for a banquet to be set up in the hall tonight to receive Resignation Child. Qin Yun nodded, revealing a few difficult colors between her complexion. Your Majesty, if you leave for the eastern continent now, if Resigned Son comes back and can't see you, I'm afraid he'll have regrets in his heart. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's face showed a few difficult colors. Whether it's Gu Chen or Gu Ji, both are his sons. As a father, you can't lose sight of one or the other. Traveling to the eastern continent, a round trip plus dealing with Gu Chen would take at least 2 days, and this time Guru came back probably won't stay long. Once he thought of this, Gu Qingfeng's brows revealed a few more shades of exasperation. Gu Chen was clearly his firstborn son. Why did he always have to cause trouble outside? As an elder brother, why couldn't he be as heart-saving as his younger brother Guru? It seems that his previous idea was right. Gu Chen grew up living outside nature is too wild. Must be suppressed. Otherwise it will be difficult to become a great man in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng let out a long sigh. Just as well. Leaving the northern realm is that rebellious son's choice. Even if he joins the eastern continent, he won't be able to cause any trouble for a while. I'll stay with you mother and son in solid North City for the next 2 days. And then I'll settle the score with that rebellious son after resignation leaves the northern realm. Xinyan nodded her head and let out a hum, her tightly frowning willow brows suddenly stretching. Chapter 73, Wancheng Treasure Trove. Unyielding Black Armor. The day after clearing the hell-level buried bone dungeon, Liang Yi honored his promise. Li Feng led Gu Chen to the outside of the Wancheng Treasure Trove. The Wancheng Treasure Trove contained the greatest wealth of the entire city, which contained countless equipment, props, and rare materials. Apart from the city lord, only those who had made outstanding contributions to the city were allowed to enter it to select treasures. Gu Chen had made an outstanding contribution to Wancheng by getting the abyssal achievement in the Buried Bones dungeon. Gu Chen had gotten a gold card from Li Feng, and with the gold card, he could pick any piece of legendary equipment in the treasure trove. Gu Chen, go in, you can pick any equipment of legendary grade and below, but this gold card can only be exchanged for one piece of equipment. Li Feng's tone was filled with undisguised envy. Gu Chen nodded his head and took the gold card and walked through the treasury door. Within the treasure trove was like a large exhibition hall, in which all sorts of equipment and props were placed, with the lowest being of rare grade. The surfaces of the equipment and props were emitting various colors of brilliant light, a glittering scene before them. There are so many treasures, I don't know how to pick them. Gu Chen looked at the many treasures in front of him, rather like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, and was dazzled for a moment. After browsing around, Gu Chen realized that perhaps it was because summoner professions were rare in small cities, so there wasn't much equipment that was suitable for summoner professions. But he wasn't discouraged. Although there wasn't much equipment he could use, there was quite a lot of equipment that the summoned beasts could use. After looking at the legendary grade equipment section for half a day, he eventually picked out a piece of defense, the unyielding black armor. Indomitable black armor. Quality, legendary. Rank, LV. 20. Occupational limitations, melee occupations. Attributes, physique plus 500. Life value plus 6000. Effect, inflicts real damage of 5% of the wearer's own maximum life value to surrounding targets every second. This effect does not work on long-distance professions. After careful consideration, Gu Chen finally decided to take this armor. Although the plus 500 constitution and plus 6000 life value were considerable, they were only secondary, and Gu Chen was mainly interested in the effects of this armor. The target is the enemy unit. If you equip this unyielding black armor to the dark hunting dragon turtle, 76. 000 blood plus 6. 000. The maximum life value rises to 82. 000. In doing so, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle can deal over 4,000 true damage per second to surrounding targets in combat. Look closely, it's per second. Mockery of Fury can force surrounding targets to attack themselves, and Crushing Shock slows down targets in the path of the attack while dealing damage. Coupled with the effect of the unyielding black armor, it was conceivable that once the dark hunting dragon turtle was allowed to enter the abyss, it would surely kill like crazy. Not bad for a legendary. That's you. Exchanging his gold card for the unyielding black armor, Gu Chen took the equipment and left the treasury with great satisfaction. Outside the treasure trove, Li Feng was still waiting outside. Looking at your expression, you should have picked a very satisfactory equipment, Li Feng said with a smile. Well, thank the city lord for me. Gu Chen nodded his head. Next, you have another chance to enter a first-rank copy or abyss. What are your plans? Li Feng asked. Gu Chen was now level 19, and this time, he had only increased his level by 2 levels by clearing the hell-level buried bone dungeon. The upgrade speed has become much slower compared to before. The first is that due to leveling up, the amount of experience gained after killing an alien is reduced. In the beginning, a level 11 summoned beast killed a level 13 beast corpse chimera and gained around 1500 experience. Right now, the experience gained by a level 17 summoned beast killing a level 15 beast corpse warrior was not even 800. Straight to the waist. Secondly, the experience required for upgrading has become much higher. When he entered the nightmare level buried bone dungeon, Gu Chen was only level 11, and it only took 20,000 to 30,000 experience to level up. And when he entered the hell level buried bone dungeon, he was already level 17, and it took more than 300,000 experience to move up a level. And the record-breaking bonus can only be taken once, and you don't get that experience bonus when you pass the hell level again later. It's inevitable that as you level up, the upgrades get slower and slower. Therefore, while it was still possible to enter a first-order copy once more, Gu Chen was certainly unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Does City Lord have any plans? Gu Chen asked. Since Li Feng took the initiative to bring up the topic, He must have come prepared. There was a new first rank copy built in Wancheng some time ago, so if you're interested, the city hall can allocate a quota directly to you. The direct allocation of slots also eliminates the copy usage fee, which saves millions of dollars in one fell swoop. A first order copy? How's the experience reward? Gu-chan was a bit perturbed. How can I put it? Although it's an artificial copy, if you beat the hell difficulty, the experience reward is not weaker than the abyss at all. It's just that it's much more difficult than a normal copy. That's not the point. It doesn't matter how difficult it is as long as the payoff is high enough. Gu-chan didn't care about this. After all, it was only a first order copy. How much more difficult could it be? That would be no problem. I can send you some copy information if you agree. Wait a minute. Gu-chan didn't rush to agree and said in a hurry, since we're going into a copy, can we ask for a small favor from the city hall side? You say. I've heard that the difficulty level of the artificial replica is adjustable. I want to play the hell level directly. After all, I'm already level 19. If I unlock it step by step from the difficulty level, I guess I'll already be second ranked before I can play the hell level. Once you become a second order professional, you can no longer enter a first order copy or the abyss. It might not work for others, but since you can get the abyssal achievement, it wouldn't be wrong to open up a hell-ranked copy to you directly. Good. Then I'll trouble Secretary Li. After the discussion, Li Feng sent some copy information to Gu-chan, and then went to operate the copy quota with the opening of the hell level difficulty. After Gu-chan returned to his large flat apartment, he called Lin Yuan and the others out. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were not from Wancheng, so for convenience, the three of them were staying in Gu-chan's apartment. After all, it's a large bungalow with lots of rooms, so accommodation isn't a problem at all. The team personnel for this replica remains the same as the previous lineup. Xiao Hai is also among the team members. The last time he was in the middle of the hell-grade buried bone dungeon, Gu-chen had struck an epic-grade eternal source crystal, which was bought by Su Xia for $5 million. According to him, with this material, he could develop a new generation of Mark 21 battle armor. The reason why he wanted to follow Gu-chen into the replica was because he wanted to try out the combat capabilities of the new generation of battle armor. In response, Gu-chen directly agreed. Su Xia could make up the numbers without sharing the experience. And besides, Gu-chen was curious about that new generation of Mark 21 battle armor. This is a world of universal transmigration. Is Iron Man coming? Chapter 74, First Order Copy. Spider Cave. A first-rank copy of Spider Cave. Is it difficult? Lin Yuan sat down on the floor of the living room, placing the PS5's controller to one side, and looked at the information on the copy on the TV screen. It's difficult. There are a bit too many foreigners in there. Lin Qingqing said. A bit much? Saran asked, cocking his head. Lin Qingqing thought for a moment and changed to a more appropriate word. Very much. Even a huge amount. That's a spider cave. Does that mean that there will be a lot of experience as well? Lin Yuan asked. That's not really true. Even if we were to open up a hell-level copy directly, the experience we'd end up reaping would just be at the same level as a first-order abyss. Even if it's more, it wouldn't be too much. If that's the case, why don't we keep brushing the buried bone dungeon since it's a first rank anyway? Lin Yuan asked. This kind of question. Didn't your high school teacher talk about it? You don't even listen in class? Ha! I would not listen to the lecture? Here, you go ahead and I'll add anything you missed. Lin Qingqing gave a blank look, but still patiently explained. The abyss has a self-protection mechanism. If one repeatedly brushes the same abyss, the professional's own attributes will be suppressed by the abyss and the amount of experience gained will be reduced. Lin nodded farther. Well, that's what I thought. So, it would be best if the Wancheng City Hall could approve the quota, or at least exempt us from the millions of copy usage fees. Su Ran sighed from the side. Speaking of money, ahem. Gu-chen cleared his throat. The price of a first-rank copy is the same as a first-rank abyss. 3 million a person. No problem? Lin Qingqing had a face of flesh. No problem. Give us a little time to sell our equipment. We're in too much debt right now. Several online lending platforms won't give us a loan. Gu-chen suddenly remembered something and looked at Su Ran and asked, by the way, I've opened a level 20 dagger. Rare grade. You can sell it to you at market price if you want. Well, I happen to be short of a level 20 weapon, but I have to wait until I sell a few pieces of equipment for some money. Su Ran scratched his head in embarrassment. Alright then, today you guys will rest for a day and make preparations on the way. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., we will enter the first rank copy of the Spider Cave. Gu-chen nodded his head and slapped the copy on the table. He had received a message from Li Feng that the copy quota had been approved, and it directly unlocked the hell level, sparing him no small amount of trouble. After making sure, Lin Yuan sat down on the living room floor to play PS5 again. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran went out to sell their equipment. It's possible to go through the pro trading platform, but the process is too slow, and if you go down to your copy tomorrow, you'll probably be too late. So they went straight to the equipment recycling store in the center of Wancheng. Su Xia volunteered to take care of all kinds of preparations before the copy, such as cheats, consumables, food, and so on. Gu Chen wasn't idle either, organizing the equipment on his body. In the midst of the hell-level buried bones dungeon, he had obtained a total of 3 epic items, 2 of which were the Ring of Echoes and the Amulet of Echoes. The third piece was the Eternal Source Crystal sold to Su Xia. Even Gu Chen hadn't expected that he'd put together the Echo set in just one hell-level copy. The attribute bonuses of the set were also impressive, providing him with a total of 600 points of spirit, 500 points of speed, and 300 points of constitution and strength. The most powerful thing was Gu Chen's heartfelt set effect, which immediately restored 10% of his energy after each kill of the target. One more level up and the Nightmare Master will be able to wear the Echo set. An epic second rank set, though not yet starred, was enough to make one's heart pound. Early the next morning, Li Feng sent an MPV to send Gu Chen and the others to the Spider Cave's replica square. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, and there weren't many professionals in the replica plaza. But when Gu Chen appeared, there were still quite a few people who recognized him. Great God, Gu Chen! What a coincidence! You also go down to the Spider Cave? Great God! You are my idol! Gu Chen! The people of Wancheng welcome you! In response to the greetings around him, Gu Chen nodded politely as a response to the greetings from the crowd. Ever since he had gotten the abyssal achievement of the buried bone dungeon, he didn't know how many low-ranked professionals in Wancheng were willing to call him a righteous father from the bottom of their hearts. After all, this operation of Gu Chen's had directly allowed the vast majority of them to win at the starting line. As for the few who really couldn't be brought up, they had no complaints in their hearts and were even grateful to Gu Chen, because now, they can also rent out their narrow balconies for thousands of dollars to the out-of-towners who come to their homes in admiration. Without delay, Gu Chen led Lin Yuan and the others through the replica plaza to the entrance to begin operations. Identity authentication is successful. The current copy has unlocked hell-level difficulty for you. Please choose carefully. Gu Chen told Lin Yuan and the others to get ready, and without hesitation, he chose the Inferno level. The average level of the current team is too low. It is recommended to reorganize the team. No. Entering first level copy of Spider Cave, Inferno level. Please wait. The spatial vortex representing the entrance to the replica abruptly turned blood red, and immediately afterward, an intense aura of terror swept through the area, entangling Gu Chen and the 4 people behind him. Feeling the oppressive aura of the hell-level copies, the professionals in the square quickly looked over, their expressions filled with shock and amazement. It's Great God Gu Chen. He's actually entered a hell-level copy. What? How did he do that? How did he manage to go straight into a hell-level copy? What's all the fuss about? Gu Chen is the red man beside City Lord Liang Yi, so what's the big deal about unlocking a copy difficulty? Ugh. Envy. Obviously they're all the same age. They've already scored a hell-level copy, while I can't even pass the normal level. I don't envy. I'm tired of envy. It's too hard to be a professional. It's better for me to go into the factory and hit the screws. That said, the record for the fastest passage through the hell-level Spider Cave is 7 hours and 32 minutes. Do you guys think Great God Gu Chen will set a new record this time? You're from the abyss? What's the point of asking such a question? No more entering the factory. From now on I'll be living in Abyss Plaza. I'm going to start a live broadcast. Families, come and guess how long it'll take for Great God Gu Chen to clear the level. Ouch, I'm going. You kid kind of got the live streaming figured out. As the heat in the replica square gradually rose, Gu Chen was already standing in the middle of a dark and cold cave. At the same time, a flurry of copy information appeared in his line of sight. You have entered the hell-level copy of the Spider Cave. Deep in the cave there is a ghost-faced king spider contaminated by the power of the abyss. Please make sure you stop the ghost-faced king spider from unleashing a plague of worms. Otherwise the power of the abyss will completely erode this place. A clan of bugmasters lives outside the cave. If you can convince the chief, all the bugmasters will be your helpers. Chapter 75, Old Gu. You have a plan, right? Once their eyes had adjusted to the darkness, Gu Chen and the others began to look around and survey the area. As far as the eye could see, there were traces of spider-covered silk everywhere. These spider silks looked like layer after layer of tulle, hanging crisscrossed on the surrounding rock walls and the top of the cave. And on top of them were some grayish-white spiders the size of grains of rice crawling around. The ground was littered with a jumble of debris, from insect shells to dried skeletons, scattered amongst the spider silks that littered the ground, emanating an aura of decay. Lin Yuan took a few steps to the side, looked at the dense spider silk above the cave wall, and subconsciously reached out to the side. For a while, a large amount of dust rustled down. making him grimy. This touch, this dust. It's actually just like the real thing. Lin Yuan's tone was filled with marvel. First time on a copy? Look at your lack of talent. Lin Qingqing gave him a blank look. Hey, the first time I've played a copy that requires money. This copy doesn't look like it's much different from the Abyss. The replica is artificially created, but everything here is infinitely closer to the real Abyss. Otherwise, why charge so much money? There were charges in the duplicate plaza, and the price for a first-order hell-level duplicate was a ridiculously expensive 1 million per person per time. Initially in the Divine Summer Empire, copies were monopolized by the noble class, and ordinary people were not qualified to enter the copies at all, and if they wanted to upgrade, they could only risk their lives by entering the Abyss. It wasn't until the current lord of the country came to power and initiated a series of reforms, purging many of the recalcitrant nobles, that ownership of the copies was nationalized. Subsequently, the empire issued a new policy that allowed ordinary people to enter the replica by paying a usage fee. At the same time, in order to allow more professionals to have the opportunity to upgrade, the empire began to engage in a major infrastructure project, spending almost 10 years before and afterward to build teleportation arrays in every abyssal plaza. In this way, the number of professionals in the Divine Summer Empire had only ushered in an era of spurt. Even Xiao Nanfeng, the number one person in the Divine Summer's military and known as the Shura war god, had only risen strongly after the release of the new policy. Therefore, ordinary professionals can have a chance to excel nowadays, all thanks to the series of new policy reforms implemented by the Divine Summer Kingdom Lord. At this time, Su Xia stood next to Gu Chen and asked, "Brother Chen, according to the guide, the periphery of the spider cave is inhabited by a clan of sentinel insect masters, so if we can obtain their help, we'll be able to clear the level at the fastest speed. However, in order to obtain the help of the Imperial Bugmaster clan, you must first convince their clan leader, and this is not a small difficulty." Lin Yuan pretended to nod and came up as well. "Old Gu, you have a plan, don't you?" At those words, the gazes of the crowd couldn't help but look over. Gu Chen thought briefly and nodded. Yes. Lin Yuan was instantly overjoyed, waiting for the word Gu Chen. It seemed that this time it was definitely a sure thing. Lin Qingqing's beautiful eyes lit up as she hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Great God, then what's next? We've just entered the copy and happen to be located on the outskirts of the spider cave. Should we go to the territory of the Imperial Bugmaster clan to persuade them first? I've also read some of the rundown about the spider cave, and the Sentinel clan's patriarch is very arrogant, to the point where even the entire Sentinel clan believes that they're gifted, and are not too willing to help ordinary people like us. If you want to convince the patriarch, you have to take out 2 pieces of epic level equipment, and every time you kill a foreigner, you have to share half of the experience gained with them. It doesn't have to be that complicated." Gu Chen waved his hand, directly interrupting Lin Qingqing's words. "My plan is very simple. First kill all the Royal Insect Master clan, then kill all the Spider Fae in the cave, and finally kill the ghost-faced King Spider." Lin Qingqing's face was stunned, almost as well as she had heard wrong. She subconsciously looked at Lin Yuan, Su Xia, and Su Ran, and realized that all 3 of them had unspeakably complicated looks on their faces. Lin Yuan scat his tongue and opened his mouth to advise. "Old Gu, the ones we want to kill are foreigners, not the Imperial Bugmaster clan. You shouldn't confuse these 2 things." Gu Chen shook his head and said in a deep voice, "In this copy, the ghost-faced King Spider is about to unleash an insect plague, and the Royal Insect Master clan lives on the outskirts of the Spider Cavern, so it can be said that it's at a critical moment of life and death. Yet they have no intention of resisting in the face of the invasion of the foreigners. Instead, they are deliberately making things difficult for us professionals. In that case, what's the point of having them?" Hearing Gu Chen's words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nod. Makes sense. Although the main mission of the professionals was to stop the ghost-faced king spiders from unleashing an insect plague, it was also considered to be a disguised attempt to save the Royal Insect Master clan. However, the group of insect masters, including the patriarch, were overambitious and did not even look at the professionals who entered the spider cave, not only demanding equipment and props, but also sharing the experience equally. Even hell-level copies are not bound to produce epic equipment. The clan leader of the Imperial Bugmaster clan reached out with 2 pieces of epic equipment and had to share the experience equally with the professionals. The good things were almost all taken up by them. Lin Yuan was playing PS5 in the living room yesterday, playing Tiger Vanguard all day, and didn't read the strategy guide much at all. By the time Lin Qingqing and the girls sold their equipment at night to gather enough money to come back, Lin Yuan hadn't played Tiger Vanguard yet. Su Ran went up with a puzzled face and asked, "What is this game you're playing? How come the monsters inside all look the same?" A light sentence had directly made Lin Yuan break his great defense. He was riveted until the latter part of the night. so he had even less time to read the raiders. Now that he knew about the situation concerning the Imperial Bugmaster clan, he directly spat on the ground and angrily said, "Fine, just listen to old Gu and kill those Imperial Bugmaster traitors first." Killing the Imperial Bugmaster clan seems to be much more difficult. Su Xia was all out of breath in his heart. Prior to this, professionals were essentially going in two directions in the spider cave. One was to kill directly into the cave and eventually kill the ghost-faced king spider after breaking through a bunch of spider aliens. Of course, this practice is more difficult and must be done with complete certainty. Otherwise, there were spider fae everywhere within the cave, and a single oversight would result in being eaten by the overwhelming fae to the point of leaving no crumbs. After all, the spiders here are fae, and cannibalism is all part of the base area. As for the second, it was to seek help from the Imperial Bugmaster clan. The Bugmaster clan was gifted, and their skills had an innate restraint on the spider fae, and with their help, the difficulty of clearing the level would be greatly reduced. But accordingly, the pass rewards will be taken away from them a lot. Yet Gu Chen's choice was unprecedented. Killing the Imperial Bugmaster clan first, and then killing the ghost-faced king spider meant that the difficulty of the copy directly skyrocketed. After all, that's a herd. Although Gu Chen's decision was a bit hard to accept, Su Xia still chose to cooperate. A hidden glow flashed across his spatial ring. Boom! A mechanical battle armor with a very technological shape appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The cool appearance of red and gold, with smooth and powerful lines, is simply a perfect combination of technology and art. Su Xia quickly put on his battle armor, and the eternal source crystal located on his chest blossomed with bright blue light, just like the dazzling stars in the radiant universe, illuminating the dimly lit cavern with a bright light. Let's set off then. Target the Imperial Bugmaster clan territory. I'll lead the way. Chapter 76, Outsiders. You are not welcome in the Insect Master's territory. Su Xia's battle armor had a built-in navigation system that, according to him, was more advanced than the last one in the Buried Bone Dungeon. After putting on the battle armor, he displayed amazing mobility and flexibility, and his speed of movement was no less than Lin Yuan's level 12 professionals. Since the crowd had just entered the copy, it wasn't far from the territory of the Imperial Bugmaster clan. Didn't go long. Snort! A giant spider suddenly leapt out from the top of the cave and jumped violently towards Gu Chen and the others. Careful! Su Xia turned around at the first opportunity, and a blinding beam of energy erupted from the palm of his mechanical arm, instantly striking the spider's head. However, this giant spider was covered in a hard carapace, and the energy beam struck by the battle armor slammed into its body, causing pitifully little damage. Luckily, Gu Chen had prepared for this, and the Blood Race Archon at his side had already launched an attack. Bang! 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 Silver bullets whizzed out, and the giant spider was blown up in mid-air before it could even land. Boom! The giant spider's body slammed into the ground, its hard shell riddled with cracks, green blood splattered from its shattered body, and its sharp stepping feet twisted and snapped. Killblade Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1050. That's too low of an experience. Gu Chen was already mentally prepared for this. There were numerous foreigners in the spider cave, but their individual combat power was on the low side, and thus their experience was low. A single poisonous spider wasn't difficult to deal with. What was difficult was that the poisonous spiders in the caves basically appeared in groups. In this way, the experience is higher, but so is the difficulty. That's why many professionals would rather pay some price and choose to ask for the help of the Imperial Bugmaster clan. Right after the first sharpshooter poison spider was killed, a cacophony of voices resounded in the darkness, and soon, more than 24 giant spiders appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Shrink the formation. Gu Chen let out a low gulp and called Su Xia back, then released the Nightmare Master. A single sharp blade poison spider only had 1,000 or so experience, but more than 20 of them could be more than 20,000 experience. Gu Chen glanced at the experience bar. It still needed more than 500,000 experience to rise to level 20. It seemed like it was still cool to be at a low level. If he was level 11 right now, these foreigners in front of him alone would be enough for him to upgrade. The Nightmare Juggernaut charged up, and these normal level 20 Fae were basically a giveaway to the epic summoner beasts. One could only see the Nightmare Sovereign's figure flickering away, instantly appearing amongst those poisonous spiders, and immediately after, it directly unleashed its skills. Deep Dreaming. Although they were a group of level 20 sharpshooter poison spiders, they were just ordinary Fae, and the Nightmare Master's skills were completely explosive damage to them. The illusory dream energy instantly enveloped the surroundings, inflicting sustained damage on the poison spider as its blood level fell rapidly. Tens of thousands of injuries per second. The 20 or so sharp blade poison spiders trapped in the deep dream realm couldn't carry such high damage, and in a flash, they were torn to shreds by the dream energy. The Nightmare Juggernaut had collected his skills, and the back and forth was only about 2 seconds, with a pitifully small amount of energy being expended. Killblade Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1050. Killblade Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1030. Killblade Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1080. Killed them all and earned over 24,000 experience. Guchen had a satisfied look on his face. It's cool. No wonder so many people like to play lawn mowing games. Previously, whether it was killing the sinking guards or the beast corpse warriors, it was necessary to maintain the deep dream for sustained damage, and the consumption of energy was relatively high. But for the Spider Fae, basically 2 seconds in the middle of a deep dream and they would be torn to shreds by the dream energy, and it wasn't much of a drain on their energy. This feeling of euphoria is truly unprecedented. In the blink of an eye, all of the sharpshooter poison spiders were dead, and Su Xia stood in place in his battle armor, watching with straight eyes. Good. So strong. His energy beam could only knock out the sharp-edge poison spider's 600 plus blood, but Guchen's summoned beast directly wounded over 10,000 in seconds. The difference is outrageous. Let's go. Keep leading the way. Guchen spoke indifferently. Soon, the crowd arrived at the territory of the Imperial Bugmaster clan, saying that it was a territory. In fact, the word stronghold should be more appropriate, with patrolling guards on the periphery, just like an ancient army camping. When they saw Gu Chen and the others approaching, a team of Imperial Bugmasters in white trench coats immediately stepped forward. At the head of the group was a withered, bald man with an icy face who reached out to block the way. Outsiders, you are not welcome in the Imperial Bugmaster territory. If you're here for help, then show enough sincerity first, or I won't let you in. The bald man squinted at the crowd, his tone of voice revealing undisguised condescension and indifference. Guchen did not care about the offense in the other party's tone and looked at the bald man's attribute panel. Fae, Insectologist's Guards. Rank, LV. 18. Life value, 10. 500. Attributes, Strength 240. Agility 245. Physique 240. Spirit 250. Skill, Insect Storm. Just over 10,000 blood? It's still pathetically weak. With a calm face, Guchen spoke. I want to see your clan leader. Tell him to come out. Hearing the undisguised contempt in Guchen's tone, the Imperial Bugmaster guard's face sank as he angrily shouted. Daring. The matriarch's status is honored. Is he not a person? Before the words fell, a series of bullets came whizzing in like lightning, instantly knocking the bald man as well as those Imperial Bugmaster guards behind him into a sieve, with their corpses falling to the ground in a heap. The Blood Archon let out a low gulp and unleashed his skill, his blood level instantly dropping by a small amount. Blood Legacy. In the next second, the corpses on the ground were enveloped by a blood-colored glow, and one by one, they stood up, with a bloodthirsty light blossoming in their eyes that took the hearts of the people. There are 5 more blood descendants in the group. At this point, Lin Yuan and the others' bodies trembled before they reacted. Even though it was already known that Guchen was going to kill the Imperial Bugmaster clan first, this was too stiff. This is murder. How did you do it so neatly? Even before that bald Imperial Bugmaster could finish his words, the group of guards were already dead. Kill Imperial Bugmaster Guard LV. 18. Experience plus 788. Kill Imperial Bugmaster Guard LV. 18. Experience plus 809. Kill Imperial Bugmaster Guard LV. 18. Experience plus 796. With a bashful face, Guchen glanced at the barely moving experience bar and headed directly within the Imperial Bugmaster's territory. Murder? No. In his eyes, it's all just experience. Guchen's tactics were also simple, pushing all the way across. It was very complicated within the Imperial Bugmaster's territory. There were many passages. If it was in other copies, it might still be very troublesome to go to the foreigners one by one. But here, there is no such concern at all. After killing a few teams of guards, the alarm of an enemy attack sounded within the territory, and immediately after, more than 50 Imperial Bugmasters dressed in white trench coats aggressively killed their way out. These were just ordinary guards of the Imperial Bugmaster clan, and were not considered a major defense force at all. Outsiders, how dare you kill people in the Imperial Bugmaster's territory? You're really looking for death. Hearing the other party's angry shout, Guchen raised his eyes and looked at the Blood Race Archon. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Chapter 77, Killing you will be the best thing that can happen to me. The Blood Archon's eyes were filled with murderous aura, and he directly cast Deadly Shot, without saying a word. With the skill effect, a single bullet could deal tens of thousands of damage, and the tongues of fire spewing out from the twin guns were unstoppable. The Blood Descendants then rushed towards those Imperial Bugmaster guards and launched a fierce attack. The Nightmare Master transformed into a flash of black mist and appeared in the depths of the Imperial Bugmaster's territory in the twinkling of an eye, opening the deep dream realm at the same time. Those Imperial Bugmaster guards that rushed to kill were like moths that fluttered on fire, and were torn to shreds just as soon as they entered the dream world. As Gu Chen and the others watched from the side, it was a completely lopsided massacre as their experience rose miserably. There were over 50 guards in total. That's over 40,000 experience. What a blast! The experience came. It was so easy to get it standing up. Perhaps these ordinary guards died too quickly. And next, a group of more powerful Imperial Bugmaster warriors appeared, and in somewhat greater numbers than before. However, even so, it couldn't withstand the powerful strikes of the two summoned beasts. The Nightmare Lord attacked in groups deep within the territory, while the Blood Race Archon and the Blood Race Descendants struck down on the periphery. Some Imperial Bugmasters with a little bit of brains directly abandoned the Nightmare Master and charged towards Gu Chen's side, only to be killed by the Blood Archon with a single shot and then turned the corpse into a Blood Descendant. The group of Blood Descendants was growing, and the territory was like a slaughterhouse. The smell of blood was thick to the extreme. The Imperial Bugmaster clan, which was powerful in the eyes of other professionals, was just a wave of experience for Gu Chen. Kill Sentinel Warrior LV. 18. Experience plus 1026. Kill Sentinel Warrior LV. 18. Experience plus 998. Kill Sentinel Warrior LV. 18. Experience plus 1010. Just as his experience was slowly rising, Lin Yuan beside him suddenly spoke up. Old Gu, there seems to be an Imperial Bugmaster Elder coming up ahead. Elder Bugmaster? Gu Chen raised his eyes and looked. I'm afraid that too many guards and warriors of the Imperial Bugmaster clan had died, and a group of Imperial Bugmasters wearing grey trenchcoats appeared in the middle of the battle. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a hideous scar on his face. His body was shrouded in a wide grey trenchcoat, and wherever he passed, the ground was crawling with tiny black insects the size of grains of rice. Fei, Elder Sentinel Elite, rank, LV. 19, life value, 106, 600, attributes, strength 278, agility 223, physique 292, spirit 205, skill I, alien insect splitting, skill 2, insectization. A level 19 elite Fei can exist as a final boss when placed in a nightmare level copy. 2 skills, one is a summoning-like skill and the other is ranged damage. If it's against an ordinary team of professionals, this is a disaster. Su Xia said from the side. The first thing the Elder Bugmaster noticed about Gu Chen was that he looked over, a look of intense hatred surfacing on his face. Weak humans, scum who are not even as good as bugs, how dare you attack my Imperial Bugmaster territory? I will kill you all. In the face of the anger of the Imperial Insect Master Elder, Gu Chen was unconcerned, and didn't even have the intention of taking over the battle. He took a few steps back and directly handed this Imperial Bugmaster Elder over to the Blood Race Archon. Swish! A subtle air-breaking sound rang out, and the figure of the Blood Race Archon appeared in front of him like a ghost. The Imperial Bugmaster Elder was startled. Even if he was a level 19 elite Fei, he couldn't keep up with the divine speed of the Blood Archon. In the next second, the shock on his face was replaced by a flash of pain, only to see the Blood Race Archon exuding an icy killing intent. A series of silver bullets shot out from the muzzle of his gun, erupting with an appalling might like thunder and lightning. Fatal shot. The high explosive bullets beat the body of the Imperial Bugmaster Elder to a bloody pulp, spilling blood all over the ground. Ah! The Imperial Bugmaster Elder let out an agonizing scream. Even though he was an elite Fei, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the Blood Archon, and his blood level directly dropped by a third. At the same time, the last bullet with a skill effect grazed the body of the Imperial Bugmaster Elder and blew out the head of an Imperial Bugmaster Guard. Boo! Kill Imperial Bugmaster Guard LV. 18. Experience plus 826. Trigger kill reset. Skill refresh. The figure of the Blood Race Archon flickered and cut through a stump, appearing behind the Imperial Bugmaster Elder. Fatal shot. Another series of bullets came, and the Imperial Bugmaster Elder didn't even have time to cast his skills before a bloody hole appeared on his body, shocking to the eyes. If there weren't those guards, it's not likely that this Elder could still go a few rounds against the Blood Race Archon. However, now that he had become bloodless, he looked at the Blood Race Archon with a face of shock and anger and roared. Impossible! Why aren't your skills on cooldown? In shock and anger, a large black fog erupted from his body, xenomorphs splitting. No, not black fog, but densely packed black alien insects. If one looked closely, one would realize that one of these bugs turned into two turned into 4, and their numbers were skyrocketing at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the oodles and oodles of foreign bugs flew up into the air, like a large dark cloud, heading straight in Gu Chen's direction, killing the summoner first. It seems that this elder also has a brain. However, what the Bugmaster Elder didn't expect was that when that large number of foreign bugs had just flown halfway, the 5 blood descendants stomped their feet and their bodies rushed up like cannonballs. Then, self-destruct. Boo! The explosions rang out at almost the same time, and a small mushroom cloud rose from the horrifyingly loud blood flames. The ranged damage instantly devoured the uncountable xenomorphs. Kill Xenomorph LV. 19. Experience +3. Kill Xenomorph LV. 19. Experience +3. Kill Xenomorph LV. 19. Experience +3. What? Seeing this scene, the Bugmaster Elder violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock. 5 level 18 blood descendants blowing themselves up. The total damage is 15,000. More than enough to kill just a bunch of bugs. The exploding blood flames quickly dissipated, and all the xenomorphs were all reduced to ashes in the explosion. The Elder Bugmaster had a complicated look on his face, originally thinking of casting a bug wave to gnaw the summoner into a skeleton, but he didn't realize that the bug waves he released were all killed by the explosion. At that moment, the Blood Race Archon's gaze once again looked over. The Bugmaster Elder's face tightened. This feeling was like being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately released his skills. Worming, accompanied by a roar of pain, his body quickly became deep and hard, like a rough layer of armor growing rapidly. At the same time, his limbs began to twist and his bones reshaped themselves in a toothsome crunch, his arms and legs becoming thick and powerful, sharp spikes protruding from his joints. In the blink of an eye, the Elder Imperial Bugmaster turned into a humanoid xenomorph. With that, he let out a sharp hiss, his sharp limbs flashing with an icy metallic luster as he pierced towards the Blood Race Archon in front of him. Insectification of the human body. This was undoubtedly the strongest skill of the Elder Imperial Bugmaster. However, the Blood Race Archon looked at him with an icy gaze, not flickering or avoiding, and as that sharp limb pierced through, he held it against his body with one hand, making it unable to inch in any further. At this moment, the insectoid face of the Imperial Bugmaster Elder revealed an obvious look of shock. With this strike, he was supposed to pierce the body of the Blood Race Archon, but I didn't expect it to be blocked so easily. Terrible. Everyone is level 19. Why are you so horrible? The Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch's body trembled, and he directly gave up his resistance, pleading toward Gu Chen. Humans, don't do it. I'll take you to the matriarch. As long as the clan chief nods, the Imperial Insect Master clan can help you kill the ghost-faced King Spider. Hearing this, Su Xia and the others were astonished. That's a vote? The Elder Bugmaster's desire for survival was really not that strong. However, Gu Chen shook his head with an indifferent expression. Killing you all would be the best way to help me. As the words fell, a blood-colored storm erupted from the Blood Race Archon's body. Scarlet Feast. The body of the Imperial Bugmaster Elder was impacted by the blood-colored storm, and his insectoid body was deflected and shattered. And in the blink of an eye, his blood was emptied. Chapter 78 The Devastating Blow of the Black Death Epidemic. Kill Sentinel Elder Elite LV. 19. Experience plus 8,212. Acquired Loot. Bugmaster's Vest LV. 19. Rare. Acquired Trophy. Bugmaster Boots LV. 19. Rare. Just like before in the Buried Bone Dungeon, the Elite Fae were also divided into strong and weak, and undoubtedly, this Imperial Bugmaster Elder belonged to the weaker category, but after all, it was an elite, and the experience of killing it was still considerable. The 2 pieces of rare-grade equipment that dropped were clothes and boots, but they were limited to professions, and had to be worn by an Imperial Bugmaster. Bugmaster was a rare profession, so I thought that these 2 pieces of equipment should be able to fetch a decent price when they were listed on the professional trading platform. Inside the Imperial Bugmaster territory, the group of Imperial Bugmasters on the battlefield were demoralized as they watched the Elder being killed in the battle. In particular, the grey-clothed Imperial Bugmasters who had appeared after the Elder saw the situation and pulled their legs out to run. Just kidding, even the Elders were killed. They still have to fight. With this, the group of Imperial Insect Masters collapsed and fled deeper into the territory. The Blood Race Archon led more than 30 Blood Race descendants to chase after him. The Nightmare Lord also withdrew his deep dream realm, directly consuming nearly half of his spirit and summoning more than 30 Nightmare Servants. The Nightmare Servants flew out as black shadows, entangling a portion of the fleeing Imperial Bugmasters in place before being killed one by the Nightmare Master. Gu Chen led a group of summoned beasts in pursuit within the territory, killing all the Imperial Bugmasters along the way. Kill Sentinel Warrior LV. 18. Experience plus 1026. Kill Sentinel Warrior LV. 18. Experience plus 998. Experience is growing slowly, but it's climbing. Making their way to the deepest part of the room, the group came under a sculpture of a xenomorph piled up on a mountain of rocks. The xenomorph sculpture was roughly 3 meters tall, about the size of a heavy truck. As Gu-chan and the others approached, above the sculpture, a woman in a black trenchcoat slowly stepped out. This woman had a demonic appearance and a hot body, wearing a fishing net-like lining under her open trench coat, her sexy parts protruding out without the slightest hint of avoidance. "Humans, have you not come to seek my help? How dare you attack my noble clan of insect masters?" A cold and condescending voice rang out, echoing in the empty crypt. Fae, Insectologist Patriarch Elite, rank, LV. 20, life value, 155,200, attributes, strength 338, agility 263, physique 342, spirit 265, skill I, Insect Wave Rampage, skill 2, Bug Master Enhancement, skill 3, Complete Insectization, a level 20 elite Fae, and the strongest existence of the Imperial Bugmaster clan. This could be considered an irresistible disaster for ordinary professionals. However, to Gu-chan, it wasn't as powerful as the beast corpse aberration that he had killed earlier. In the clan of Imperial Insect Masters, the main skill was to summon foreign insects to launch attacks. However, for a group of Bloods, the attack and scraping of the xenomorphs was undoubtedly the same. And for the Nightmare Juggernaut, it's not even a scratch. Listening to the tone of the Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch, Gu-chan couldn't help but frown. From the other party's haughty tone, there was an undisguised arrogant stance. It seemed that in her eyes, humans were no different than ants on the ground. "Noble?" Gu-chan said in a cold voice. "Then die here with your nobility." Hearing the killing intent in Gu-chan's tone, the Imperial Bugmaster Matriarch was furious as she let out a cold cry, and uncountable foreign bugs flew out of her palms, transforming into a ray of black light that surged into the surrounding Imperial Bugmasters. Bugmaster Enhancement. Along with the black light blooming, all the Imperial Bugmasters looked like they had entered a state of berserkness. Their bodies erupted with a strong aura, and their bodies swelled up extremely fast, turning into half-human, half-insect forms. The level didn't increase, but the four-dimensional attributes directly skyrocketed by 45%, becoming even more powerful. Immediately after that, the Sentinel Bugmaster Patriarch let out a sharp, stern whistle. Insect wave raging, the entire hole in the ground appeared to vibrate significantly, and the ground and walls erupted into large cracks under this tremendous force. Densely packed black foreign insects crawled out from among those cracks, emitting ear-piercingly thin chirps as they surged towards Gu-chan and the others in an all-encompassing manner. Retreat! Gu-chan made an immediate decision and led the crowd to quickly retreat backward. The number of these xenomorphs was too terrifying. Lin Yuan and the others were all ordinary professionals. Once they were surrounded by the wave of insects, they would only be chewed up to the point of no crumbs in a few breaths. The Blood Archon took the opportunity to activate the effect of the mirror ring. Its figure blurred for a moment, and two cold figures in dark red gowns appeared next to it. The two mirror images stomped their feet and appeared in front of Gu-chan and the others, bullets whistling out, smashing the charging xenomorphs into pieces and covering them as they retreated backward. Instead, the Blood Archon's main body rushed towards the Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch and engaged in a fierce battle. At the same time, the Nightmare Master did not hesitate to unfold the deep dream realm, and countless alien insects crawled out of the hole in the ground before being crushed to pieces by the dream energy. Kill Xenomorph LV. 20. Experience plus 5. Kill Xenomorph LV. 20. Experience plus 5. Kill Xenomorph LV. 20. Experience plus 5. Countless messages of experience rolled in and out of sight, dazzling the eye. Gu-chan didn't even bother to look at it. Killing a xenomorph only had 5 points of experience. If he were to point to this for upgrading, he would have to wait until the monkey years and months. With a thought, the skill glowed brightly and a looming demonic statue appeared in the middle of the cave. Roar! Immediately afterward, a large black light bloomed from the rock-like body, applying 2 mitigating effects to the Imperial Bugmaster 1. Exhausted. Black Death. With the 2 skills released, all the foreigners including the Imperial Bugmaster clan chief were all weakened, and the Imperial Bugmasters who had just seen their battle power skyrocket due to Bugmaster reinforcement, became weak in the blink of an eye. The Black Death epidemic is also beginning to spread on a wide scale. After the last bloodline awakening, the Black Death epidemic had been strengthened again, and the more the number of infections, the more life values the infected target would lose per second. The Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch had summoned an overwhelming number of foreign bugs, and instead of causing much damage to Gu-chan and the others, he had pushed the damage of the Black Death epidemic to its peak. One passes on to the next, while Deep Dream can only deal damage to a target within a fixed area. Black Death epidemic skyrockets in damage along with an increase in the number of infections. It's an epidemic that drives out all the people. and it's devastating to any community. After a few breaths, the xenomorphs died in large numbers, and a thick layer of insect corpses piled up on the ground before being stomped to smithereens in the battle between the Blood Descendants and the Imperial Bugmasters. Seeing this scene, the Nightmare Juggernaut simply withdrew his skills. It hadn't been expected that a mitigating skill like Black Death Epidemic would explode with such terrifying damage in this situation. Gu Chen didn't expect it either. Just now, he summoned the Undead Wreckage Demon statue just to suppress the Imperial Bugmaster clan, and even the Black Death Epidemic was inflicted only on the Imperial Bugmasters. It was only later that the infection spread to the xenomorphs, and then flew between the waves of insects, which led to countless xenomorphs being killed by the epidemic. Totally kind of a surprise. When the Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch saw the scene, that pair of icy eyes abruptly contracted, and an unspeakable look of shock appeared on his face. Impossible. What kind of skill is this? Surprisingly, he was able to exterminate thousands of xenomorphs in a few breaths? Humans? How can they have such terrifying battle power? Chapter 79, Killing the Imperial Bugmaster Clan Chief. Epic 5 stars. The Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch was completely unprepared for the fact that the xenomorphs he was so proud of had just inexplicably died out. Even the Black Death Epidemic damage after infecting thousands of xenomorphs skyrocketed, causing her blood level to plummet. At this moment, facing the Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch who was in shock, the Blood Race Archon shot out bullets as dense as a storm, causing a large mist of blood to explode from his body. Seeing that her skills did not cause any damage to Gu Chen and the summoned beasts, the Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch bellowed out a loud cry, and a powerful wave of energy emanated from her body. Immediately afterward, a huge alien insect silhouette appeared behind her. Snort! The Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch's figure skyrocketed, and his torso changed in a flash, turning into a gigantic 3-meter-tall xenomorph in the blink of an eye. Fully insectized. This was not a half-human, half-insect form like the elder Imperial Bugmaster, but a complete transformation of the human body into the form of an alien insect. Moreover, after his body was fully insectized, the Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch's body surface grew hard armor, and his attack and defense were greatly increased, gaining a high melee combat bonus. For a moment, the Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch's battle power increased greatly, seeming to have truly turned into a giant foreign bug from the abyss, with a furious aura surging up around him as he rushed towards the Blood Race Archon without fear. However, she had forgotten that even though her battle power skyrocketed after being fully insectized, her full attributes not only didn't increase under the reduced benefit state of exhausted to the core, but they were also drastically reduced. Not only that, but the damage taken is also a 100% bonus. In the face of the giant xenomorphs that rushed to kill, the Blood Archon lifted his gun to fight, and the bullets poured out like a raging storm, shattering that hard armor inch by inch. The sharp knife-like limbs became fragile under the attack of the Blood Archon. The legs and feet of the giant xenomorph were broken one after another, and the armor on its body was even more broken in large swathes, with green blood splattering everywhere. Sigh, the giant xenomorph let out an agonizing hiss, and without even touching the corner of the Blood Archon's coat, it was already seriously injured and became greatly disabled. The Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch let out a hiss of pain. Impossible! Why is this happening? In a single glance, the ultimate skill she was proud of was shattered by the Blood Race Archon. At this moment, where did she still have the heart to fight? She hastily turned back and ran towards the direction she came from. You want to run away if you can't beat me? How can it be that easy? The Blood Race Archon's figure flickered as he dashed forward as a stump. The Bugmaster Elder only felt a strong wind coming from behind her, and she didn't even have time to look back before she saw a silhouette appear right in front of her, blocking her retreat. The Imperial Bugmaster Elder roared incredulously. Human! The Imperial Bugmaster clan is the nemesis of the ghost-faced King Spider. If you kill us, the ghost-faced King Spider will summon an insect plague to destroy everything here, and even you won't be spared. A cold smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. You threatened me? No! Spare me! I'm willing to help you kill the ghost-faced King Spider. Just you? Gu Chen smiled disdainfully and gave the Blood Archon a look. The latter understood and directly unleashed Scarlet Feast. A blood-colored storm swept out, followed by additional damage, and without any surprise, emptied the Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch's blood bar. Kill Sentinel Master Patriarch Elite LV. 20. Experience plus 11. 290. Acquired loot. Bugmaster Skill Book LV. 20. Rare. With the death of the Patriarch, the remaining Imperial Bugmasters completely turned into a scattered mess, fleeing desperately towards the stone caves in all directions. How could Gu Chen let go of this opportunity? The one who escaped wasn't an insect sentinel, but an experience. With a thought, dozens of nightmare servants transformed into black shadows and wrapped themselves around those Imperial Bugmasters, and the Nightmare Master flickered away. naming the fleeing Imperial Bugmasters one by one. The mirror images of the two Blood Race Archons then took this opportunity to unleash Blood Race Inheritance. The corpses that fell to the ground reared up under the baptism of blood-colored energy, launching a frantic attack on the freshly alive Imperial Bugmasters. The Blood Archon wasn't idle either, and after taking care of the Patriarch, it delved deep inside the Sentinel Master territory and turned on its killing mode against the Sentinel Masters who were dressed in white or gray. Gu Chen's order was to leave no one behind, and no Imperial Bugmaster would be able to escape from under this calamity. Kill Sentinel Warrior LV. 18. Experience plus 1026. Kill Sentinel Mage LV. 19. Experience plus 1326. Kill Grey-Clothed Imperial Bugmaster LV. 19. Experience plus 1302. Soon, the clan of Imperial Bugmasters was driven to extinction. These Imperial Insect Masters, who were so blind to the world that they viewed humans as humble ants, died forever with their nobility and pride. In response, Gu Chen did not have the slightest bit of pity in his heart. According to the plot of the copy, if the professional could not kill the Ghostface King Spider, everything here would be destroyed after the eventual insect plague broke out. At that time, the Imperial Bugmaster clan would also be annihilated due to their arrogance. People have a certain death, so it would be better to die a good death, and it would be best to become Gu Chen's experience. Level up. Rank, LV. 20, 3126/651500. Power, 517. Agility, 516. Body mass, 518. Spirit, 769. Summoned Beasts, Blood Archon LV. 20, Legendary. Nightmare Lord LV. 20, Epic. Skeleton Wraith LV. 20, Legendary. Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle LV. 20, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Finally the second rank. Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh. After entering the replica this time, the upgrade has become significantly longer. Not to mention killing a large number of sharp blade poison spiders along the way. He had now killed all of the Imperial Bugmaster clan, which had finally leveled up. When this copy goes out, it will have to go into the Second Order Abyss. However, before that, Gu Chen planned to boost the summoned beasts a bit more. The primordial bloodline obtained at level 17 hadn't been used yet, and the last time I entered the Hellish Buried Bone Dungeon I ascended to level 19 and obtained 2 more primordial bloodlines. Gu Chen's heart was vaguely looking forward to it. This time, even if it was his turn, it should be the King's Bloodline's turn, right? Unleash the gift. You have acquired Dark Bloodline, First Generation. Hatsune Miku again? Gu Chen's face was filled with depression. Was the King's Bloodline so rare? Forget it, it's better to use it first. There's nothing wrong with the Primordial Bloodline. At least it can still star up the Nightmare Juggernaut and the Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle. With that thought in mind, Gu Chen directly bestowed all 4 Primordial Bloodlines to the Nightmare Lord. Summoned beasts start up successfully. Nightmare Juggernaut, Epic. Nightmare Juggernaut, Epic. Life value, 11,290. Attributes, Strength 390. Agility 396. Physique 395. Spirit 480. Gaining a new talent. Shadowkill Arcane, Epic. Shadowkill Arc, when Nightmare Master launches a skill attack from behind the target. If it directly kills the target, it deals equal damage to the target entangled by the Nightmare Servant. Gifts are reinforced. Dreams come true. Nightmare Master's skill cooldown is reduced by 80%. Skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effects are reduced by 80%. Skills enhanced. Nightmare Haunting, summon a Nightmare Servant for every 5 spirit points. The target attached by the Nightmare Servant will receive multiple damage, up to a maximum of 20 times. Chapter 80, Shadow Killing Arclight. Instant Reaping. Epic 5 stars. Added an epic talent. Shadow Kill Arc? By using the skill to kill a target from behind, you can deal equal damage to a target entangled by a Nightmare Servant. That's something. The Nightmare Haunting skill had just been strengthened. Not only had the damage multiplier increased to 20 times, but it only required 5 spirit points to release a Nightmare Servant. The Nightmare Juggernaut spirit was 480 points, and with its current spirit attribute, it could release 96 at once. In other words, originally, Phantasmal Instant Kill was only a single burst skill, but after obtaining the talent of Shadow Killing Arclight, this single skill directly became a group attack skill. This is great. The Nightmare Master no longer needs to name them one by one. Not only that, another talent, Dreams Come True, was also strengthened, with skill consumption, energy consumption, and the effects of negative effects all reduced by 80%. In doing so, not only did the Nightmare Juggernaut's attacking ability get a boost, its continuous navigation ability followed suit. After raising the Nightmare Juggernaut to Epic 5-star, Gu Chen couldn't wait to take out the long-awaited Echo set. They are the Echo Necklace. Echo Ring and Echo Amulet, placing the suit into the Nightmare Juggernaut's equipment bar. Its four-dimensional attributes surged up, increasing a total of 600 points of spirit, 500 points of speed, and 300 points of constitution and strength. The equipment effects are also impressive, with plus 45% cooldown reduction, plus 45% recovery speed, plus 35% attack, and plus 30% defense. The various bonuses have been very striking for a set of effects. However, what Guchen was most looking forward to was the set effect after putting together the three-piece set. Set effect, recover 10% of energy after each kill. A simple statement so powerful that it doesn't even need to be explained. This set effect coupled with the Ye Dreams Come True talent directly allowed Nightmare Juggernaut to turn on Infinite Fire mode. Guchen looked at the various data on the panel and nodded in satisfaction. Although the Nightmare Master was still an epic level summoning beast, it was already comparable to a legendary level summoning beast. Moreover, there was only a mediocre primordial bloodline between the epic 5-star and the legendary summoned beasts. Even if he still couldn't get the king's bloodline at level 21, Guchen would be able to advance the Nightmare Juggernaut to legendary level through the primordial bloodline. In that case, among the 4 summoned beasts he had contracted, there were at least 3 legendary ranks as well. Looking at the entire Divine Summer Empire, there had never been any second-order summoner that could boast such a powerful lineup. Moreover, Guchen was now level 20. Once he got out of the Spider Cave copy, he could contract a 5th summoned beast, and in doing so, his battle power would be increased by another leap. Summoner with a godly talent is really scary as hell. After sweeping through the Sentinel Bugmaster's territory, Guchen's team expanded extremely quickly, and the level 20 Blood Archon transformed 200 Blood Descendants, advancing vastly deeper into the Spider Caverns. More than half of the 200 Blood Descendants were second-order blood races, and their battle power was definitely more powerful than ordinary foreign races of the same level. The most important thing was that a second-ranked blood clan could inflict 5,000 points of ranged damage by self-destructing. 10 self-destructs would be 50,000 damage, and 100 would be 500,000. If he were to let all of these 200 Blood Descendants blow themselves up, Guchen was worried about whether he would directly blow up the copy. In front of us is the nest of the Sharp Blade Poison Spider. There is a Sharp Blade Poison Spider elite in there. As long as we kill it, we will be able to travel to the next nest without any problems. Su Xia's voice resounded in the hole in the ground. There were multiple nests within the Spider Cave, each of which contained an elite Fae. And furthermore, each of these elite Fae could summon many ordinary spiders. Okay, moving on. Guchen nodded and ordered the Blood Descendants to charge forward. Swarms of Sharp Blade Poison Spiders would pop up along the way, but they were no match for the Blood Descendants at all. Each Blood Descendant only needed to take turns launching one attack to kill those ordinary Spider Fae cleanly. Soon, a large number of Blood Descendants entered the nest of the Sharp Blade Poison Spider. Almost as soon as he stepped in, a thin cacophony of voices rang out from the surrounding caves. Immediately afterward, a large amount of spider silk hung down from the top of the cave like a curtain, and one after another Sharp Blade Poison Spider fell down the silk and appeared in the sight of everyone. It's so big. I can't stand it, Lin Qingqing exclaimed. Only to see the Sharp Blade Poison Spider jumping out of this nest was even more massive than a car. The 6 scarlet eyes were exceptionally eye-catching in the darkness, and at first glance, there were at least 50 to 60 of them. They were all level 20 Sharp Blade Poison Spiders, their scarlet eyes all staring over, emitting sharp, stern whistling sounds, rustling. In the blink of an eye, the spiders swarmed up in groups, and looking at the bloodlust that welled up in those scarlet eyes, they completely treated Guchen and the others as food. If this scene was encountered by an ordinary professional, the only thing left to do would be to die. However, to Guchen, it was still almost interesting. Nightmare Juggernaut. Up. At Guchen's command, the Nightmare Master dissolved into black mist and dissipated around him. With that, a large number of black shadows traveled around in the middle of the nest, and in the blink of an eye, they wrapped themselves around the group of Sharp Blade Poison Spiders that rushed up. More than 50 Sharp Blade Poison Spiders were trapped in place, struggling hard but unable to move the slightest bit at all. 8 legs. Froze and couldn't take a step. The spiders let out a stern whistle filled with anger. However, right at this moment, behind a sharpshooter poison spider with 5 black shadows wrapped around its body, wisps of black mist silently appeared. Before it could react, the dense black fog completely enveloped that hideous body. Nightmare Stalker, plus, Phantom Kill, plus, Shadow Kill Arclight, with 5 times the damage bursting out. This Sharp Blade Poison Spider merely let out an ear-piercing wail before its blood level was completely emptied. Immediately after, all of the Sharp Blade Poison Spiders entangled by the Nightmare Servants let out ear-piercing cries in unison, and 5 times the damage instantly erupted on the bodies of the 50 or so Sharp Blade Poison Spiders through the Shadow Slaying Arc talent. Wow! The huge bodies of the sharp blade poison spiders fell to the ground in unison. No injuries could be seen on the surface, but their blood levels were all cleared. Kill Blade Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1023. Kill Blade Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1065. Kill Blade Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1042. In an instant, the experience prompts in Gu Chen's line of sight began to scroll at a rapid pace again, and in the blink of an eye, he had harvested over 50,000 experience. All dead? This is the Nightmare Master's skill? Su Xia's voice was filled with astonishment. Impossible. I must be dreaming. How could there be such an outrageous skill? Lin Yuan was directly dumbfounded. After all, it's a great god skill, so what's wrong with being a bit outrageous? Lin Qingqing said in a pretense of relaxation. It's good that the spiders are all dead. Su Ran quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the crowd was astonished, the ground suddenly arched up into a huge mound of earth. Immediately afterward, a giant spider that was similar in appearance to the sharp blade poison spider, but was covered in red and green patterns crawled out from the ground. This spider's head was even more hideous, twice the size of the sharpshooter poison spider, and it lifted up the debris on the ground, rushing at Gu Chen and the others and letting out a sharp, piercing roar, declaring its territorial sovereignty. Fei, sharp-bladed venomous spider elite, rank, LV, 20, life value, 165,200, attributes, strength 328, agility 253, physique 332, spirit 245, skill I, poison spider armor, skill 2, corrosive poison web, skill 3, regeneration. Chapter 81, encountering the dark hunting dragon turtle is a kick in the scales. This sharp blade poison spider elite in front of him only had a blood volume of 165,000, and from the values alone, it didn't appear to be that powerful. But those professions who had taken it lightly had all died under its sharp blade. Because of its third skill, the regeneration ability, it had a superb recovery speed and was also unaffected by the negative effects of the forbidden healing class. As a result, the fighting ability of the elite sharpshooter venomous spider was terrifying, harder to kill than a cockroach. Even if it burst all 8 of its bladed feet, or even chopped its body into several pieces, it could quickly regenerate and regain its fighting ability in a short period of time. Moreover, it carries its own hard and sharp armor in the form of a highly corrosive poisonous net. It could be said that apart from its low blood count, this elite alien had no drawbacks in combat and was born to fight. An elite Fey born for battle? Isn't that a coincidence? Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle. Go! A flash of battle intent erupted from the bottom of Gu Chen's eyes. And instead of summoning the undead demon statue, he summoned the dark hunting dragon turtle, a warrior-type summoning beast that he had just contracted. Roar! Shocking roars echoed through the cavern as the dark hunter dragon turtle, clad in spiked armor like a heavily armed and heavily armored warrior, stepped out from the summoning spell. Its eyes were filled with intense battle intent. To it, fighting and killing was the greatest pleasure. A terrifying might swept out in all directions, causing the sharpshooter poison spider elite to feel an unprecedented threat. Snort! Seemingly sensing the powerful aura emanating from the dark hunting dragon turtle, the sharp blade poisonous spider elite steeply stormed up, emitting a sharp and ear-piercing harsh whistle. This cave was its lair, and no creature that could threaten it was allowed to exist in the midst of its territory. The dark hunting dragon turtle's eyes were eager for battle. Facing that strong hostility, its thick legs stomped on the ground and directly launched its skills. Crushing shock, ejects and charges forward, dealing massive damage and slowing down targets in its path, and causing a flying effect on targets at the end of its path. Boom! The ground beneath his feet shattered, and the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle was like a heavy artillery shell, catapulting forward with an unstoppable momentum. Swish! The sharp blade poison spider elite also unleashed their skills at the same time, spewing out dark purple corrosive poison webs that cleaved towards the dark hunting dragon turtle. At the same time, the armor on its body blossomed with a scarlet pattern, becoming even harder, and its sharp-edged feet were like spears as they stabbed at the huge figure that was attacking at breakneck speed. Snort! The poison net with strong corrosive properties covered the body of the dark hunting dragon turtle, and it was unable to stop its ferocious attack. Instead, it was torn to pieces by the spiked armor in a single glance. Immediately afterward, that huge figure crashed into the sharpshooter poison spider elite. Boom! A large area of shattering appeared on the sharp blade poison spider elite's body, its sharp-bladed feet shattering into several pieces, and its entire body was slammed into mid-air, directly knocked out of the knocked-away state. 1 skill, 80,000 plus damage. Explosion. It was a total blast. However, such explosive damage didn't even knock out a single drop of blood from the sharp blade poison spider elite. Venomous spider armor. The sharpshooter poison spider elite stood up trembling. The broken armor on his body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This armor of its wasn't just as simple as defense. It could also function as a shield. As long as you don't completely destroy the armor on its body, you can't do real damage to it. It's no wonder that a level 20 elite alien only has 165,000 blood. Although the blood is low, the shield is high. 80,000 damage didn't even break the shield. Gu Chen glanced at the sharpshooter poison spider elite's blood bar, and the damage from earlier had only taken up half of the shield value. That means the shield is at least 160k. No wonder so many people would die here at the sharp blade poison spider elite. With a blood volume of 165,000, coupled with a shield that's almost the same as the blood volume, I'm afraid that most of the people were hardened and ground to death here. Actually, this sharp blade poison spider elite doesn't have any powerful attack skills, and the only strong point is the high shield. When it breaks this shield, it also has superb recovery. To put it bluntly, it's stalking on the basis of not being easily killed. However, for the sharpshooter poison spider elite, it had kicked the scales when it encountered the dark hunting dragon turtle today. Roar! Only hearing the dark hunting dragon turtle bellowing, a piercing orange halo blossomed around his body. Taunt of Wrath, taunt a target in a certain area, forcing the target to attack itself, gaining a 1% bonus to attack speed for each attack taken. The sharp blade poison spider elite who was taunted immediately erupted with intense anger and charged up towards the dark hunter dragon turtle, swinging his newly recovered bladed foot to slash out. Bang! The sharp bladed foot slashed at the spike-filled armor, erupting in a trail of stinging sparks. There's no armor breaking, no blood loss, and the damage is completely negligible. Even this attack triggered the dark hunting dragon turtle's talent, causing the aura emanating from its body to steeply skyrocket by a fraction. Stop battle Gothic. Dark hunter dragon turtle receives a 10% damage bonus for each damage dealt to it. The bonus effect lasts until it exits the battle state. In the next second, the dark hunting dragon turtle swung its arm, and its sharp claws swept out, cutting the air with an ear-piercing cracking sound, slicing through the hard armor without any hindrance. The sharpshooter poison spider elite didn't dodge and directly counterattacked, starting to spar with the dark hunter dragon turtle. Bang! 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 Although the size of the sharp blade poison spider elite was huge, it was still smaller in front of the dark hunter dragon turtle, and it was even weaker in terms of its aura. However, in a few rounds, the sharpshooter poison spider elite was completely suppressed and was no match at all. The anger in its heart lusted for more, and with its own superb recovery ability, it began to counterattack even more frantically. This scene, however, made the dark hunting dragon turtle's heart even more energized. It also has another talent, reverse stabbing armor. Revolting spiked armor, when taking melee damage, return 50% of the amount of damage to the opponent in the form of true damage, and every 20 points of physique boosts the revolting damage percentage by 1%. After putting on the unyielding black armor, the dark hunter dragon turtle's constitution was raised to 730 points, and the anti-damage ratio skyrocketed from 50% to 86.5%, which could be considered terrifying. The sharpshooter poison spider elite kept counterattacking. However, the injuries on its body were getting heavier and heavier, but in a few moments, not a single part of that body armor was intact. Even with the powerful regeneration ability of the sharp blade poison spider, it was too late to recover this broken body. Boo! With a claw strike from the dark hunting dragon turtle, the armor completely shattered. The sharpshooter poison spider elite's shield was completely knocked out. The dark hunting dragon turtle roared, its battle power and battle intent climbing to the peak at this moment, a biting cold aura erupting from above its claws. Bear! Sharp claws like knives, chopping forward, directly cutting open the bulging abdominal cavity of the sharp blade poison spider elite, and pieces of flowery internal organs spilled out all over the place. The sharp blade poison spider elite screamed in pain and directly gave up on counterattacking, retreating backwards in an unprecedented manner. Chapter 82, Self-Blow, Blood Spider. With the sharpshooter poison spider elite retreating, the battle was clearly starting to come to an end. The dark hunting dragon turtle was made for battle, and as long as it got into a fighting state, it would get more and more brave and unbeatable. Dark hunting dragon turtle? What kind of summoned beast is this? It's as terrifying as this. Lin Yuan was shocked and couldn't stop sucking in cool air. Generally speaking, as the level rises, the cultivation of summoned beasts becomes more and more difficult. I don't understand. This is the fourth summoned beast. How can it still be so terrifying? Su Xia's eyes were round, almost skeptical. If great god Gu Chen can stay this strong, I dare not imagine how terrifying it will be when he becomes an army all by himself. Lin Xingqing sighed for a moment in shock. For the average summoner, due to limited resources, the quality of summoned beasts decreases as the quantity rises, but based on the current situation, Gu Chen's summoned beasts were stronger than one another. This is completely contrary to the perception of the crowd. While the dark hunting dragon turtle was chasing down the elite sharpshooter poison spiders, the blood race Archon, with a group of blood race descendants, and the nightmare sovereign were killing the ordinary poison spiders that had been summoned to the outskirts of the lair. Although the number of ordinary poisonous spiders was very high, the 200 descendants transformed by the blood Archon weren't too far behind, plus the nightmare lord who had obtained the shadow-slaying arc. Summoning a team of beasts to harvest these ordinary fae was a complete piece of cake. More and more sharp-blade poison spiders died in the middle of the nest, and seeing that there was no way to retreat, the sharp-blade poison spider elite erupted with a harsh roar and frantically killed the dark hunter dragon turtle. The dark hunting dragon turtle was completely unflattering. This elite alien was already at the end of its strength in its eyes and could not become a climate. It unleashed its skill once again, its feet crushing the ground, its body like a cannonball, catapulting out towards the front with an irresistible momentum. Boom! The sharpshooter poison spider elite was already bloodied, and now that it had taken a hard hit from one of the dark hunt dragon turtle's skills, the little blood it had left was directly cleared. Even that tattered insect body directly became a pile of fuzzy fragments under this ferocious impact. Kill sharp-bladed poison spider elite LV. 20. Experience plus 9216. Acquired trophy. Poison spider blade LV. 20. Rare. Acquired trophy. Poison spider heavy armor LV. 20. Rare. Obtained loot. Enhancement stone asterisk 20. Trophy. Poisonous spider silk asterisk 5. The experience gained from killing the elite fae was still considerable. And as for the two pieces of rare great equipment, one was for the assassin profession and one was for the warrior profession. If it was placed on the professional trading platform, it could also be sold for a few $1,000,000, which would also make a big profit. An elite fae provided almost 10,000 experience, and killing the regular fae on the periphery racked up more than 80,000 experience, which was not a bad return. Gu Chen was full of anticipation for the next spider nest. Just then, there was a sudden buzzing in the darkness around them. Immediately afterward, densely packed sharp-blade poison spiders poured out, even more in number than before. Again? How come so soon? Su Xia was surprised for a moment. According to the guide, after the death of the sharpshooter venomous spider elite, a small insect wave will erupt in this spider nest. I just didn't think it would come so soon. Just in time. Gu Chen had a smile on his face. The experience of a single sharpshooter poison spider was small, but if the bug wave came, it would be a splash of riches. Catch! It has to be caught. He can't wait. Blood descendants. Go! At Gu Chen's command, dozens of blood descendants directly rushed up. They directly launched a self-destruct attack against the raging tide of incoming insects. Boom! 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 1 blast is 5,000 damage. 10 blasts is 50,000. And they're all ranged. The dimly lit cavern was illuminated by the blazing blood flames, while a single sharpshooter poison spider was completely engulfed by the explosion. Within a few breaths, 15 blood descendants blew themselves up, killing over 40 sharp blade poison spiders. The mirror images of the two bloodlords took the opportunity to unleash their skills, transforming 15 sharp blade poison spider corpses from the ground full of them to replenish the blood descendants' attrition. The transformation skill was not limited to the type of target. Previously it could transform beast corpses, now it could transform poisonous spiders as well. As long as they were corpses, the transformed blood venomous spider was not much different from the sharp blade venomous spider in general, only that it was well recognized by the rich blood-colored energy that was wrapped around its body. Gu Chen didn't care what form the blood descendant was in, regardless of whether it was humanoid or insectoid. The damage from self-destruction was the same. As a result, a large number of transformed blood poison spiders surged outwards to meet those charging sharpshooter poison spiders to launch their self-destruction. If that sharpshooter poison spider elite wasn't dead yet, the scene in front of it would definitely send it into a frenzy. Thinking through its head, it couldn't imagine that the corpse of a dead poison spider would still be able to explode with such terrifying damage in Gu Chen's hands. All the foreigners killed by the blood descendants were all considered the fruits of the blood archon's kills. After all, blood descent was the skill of the blood archon, and to be killed by blood descent was to be killed by the skill of the blood archon. In this way, for every sharpshooter poison spider killed by a blood descendant, the blood archon's life value would increase by 10 points. As the self-detonation continued, the blood archon's blood level cascaded up, and in Gu Chen's line of sight, the experience prompts kept scrolling. Kill blade spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1056. Kill blade spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1029. Kill blade spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1045. The sound of explosions echoed continuously in the hole in the ground. and other than Su Xia, whose body was covered in battle armor, the other 4 consciously covered their ears. The sharp-edged poisonous spiders seemed to have gotten fewer. It wasn't long before Su Xia realized that the sharp-blade poison spider was decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. This means that the wave of bugs has come to an end. Looks like we've successfully busted the first spider nest, Lin Yuan said excitedly. Then let's head to the second spider nest next. Gu Chen spoke. After clearing out the last sharpshooter poison spider, Gu Chen took a short break. Afterwards, Su Xia continued to navigate and the group began to head towards their next destination. The 2 mirror images of the blood archon had disappeared, and the maximum time a mirror image could exist could not exceed 15 minutes. Before the final time limit, Gu Chen converted all the blood of the 2 mirror images into blood poison spiders to replenish the team. By now, the blood descendants transformed by the Imperial Bugmaster had exploded, and the 200 blood descendants had turned into clear blood poison spiders. The 200 blood poison spiders followed the navigation to open the road, and after killing several batches of xenomorphs in the middle of the cave, the group finally arrived near their destination. This is the second spider cave. Su Xia pointed ahead. After the group walked through a one-man cave entrance, they came to a nearly oval-shaped hole in the ground. Looking up, the stone walls around them were covered with spider eggs larger than a human head, in swarms that the naked eye couldn't even count. Spider eggs? That's like thousands of them. Su Xia, Lin Yuan, and the others' faces blanched slightly, and for a moment, they only felt their scalps tingle. Chapter 83, Nightmare Master Advancement. Chaotic Yuan Spirit. The scene in front of him caused Gu Chen's face to change slightly, subconsciously revealing a few shades of gravity. Thousands of spider eggs instinctively made one feel a strong sense of discomfort. The sense of oppression was too strong. I had only read about it on the guide before and didn't really feel much of anything, but now that I was there, it was instinctively mind-numbing. That's right, these should be the spider eggs of the Tarsus evil spider. Su Xia signaled the crowd to back off, then lowered his voice and said, "Keep quiet. Once we make a commotion here, the Tarsus evil spider will crawl out from within the spider egg and attack us." As the words fell, Lin Yuan and the others backed up. Looking at the uncountable spider eggs within the nest, everyone felt a chill. The strategy guide said that there is an elite Tarsal evil spider around the nest, so if you kill it in the cave outside, you can pass through the nest without disturbing the spider's eggs. So, we can totally pull out first dash. Halfway through his speech, Su Xia suddenly stopped speaking as he saw that the densely packed blood race poison spiders had already rushed into the cave. He turned his head and subconsciously looked at Gu Chen, only to see that the latter's eyes were flashing with undisguised excitement. Pull out first? Thousands of spider eggs in the middle of a cave? No, that's thousands of hours of experience. It's a gift from nature. In just a moment's time, 100 blood race poison spiders had already spread out in the nest, and with his command, these blood race poison spiders blew themselves up in unison. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound that shook the sky and cracked the ground, a raging blood flame erupted from the nest, illuminating the entire nest with a blinding flash. The damage of 1 second order blood clan blowing itself up was 5,000, 10 was 50,000, and 100 was 500,000. In the midst of this near-confined space layer, the damage of the blast was pushed to its peak. The blood flames turned into a sea of fire, stirring more than just in the middle of the nest, and the scalp-numbing countless spider eggs were instantly engulfed by the explosion, turning into ashes amidst the terrifying blood flames. There's still this kind of operation? Lin Yuan was so surprised that his jaw dropped to the ground. Although he had known for a long time that blood descendants were capable of self-destructing, he had never thought of using self-destructing in this scenario, much less that Gu Chen could self-destruct 100 blood descendants at once. It's too terrifying. This damage. It's simply more explosive than an elemental mage's forbidden spell. No, a second-rank elemental mage simply cannot cast such a terrifying forbidden spell. Su Xia's eyes rounded, completely bowled over. Not horrible, but outrageous. Lin Qingqing spoke. Don't forget that only 100 blood poison spiders entered the nest just now, which means that with an explosion of this magnitude, great god Gu Chen can still release it once more. This Su Ran was dazed, her cherry mouth slightly open, not knowing what to say for a moment. Gu Chen's current mood was one of euphoria, and his body radiated a refreshing sense of permeability. As the saying goes, if you're poor, you're alone, but if you're rich, you're bombing for the old man. He had wanted to use this tactic when he was in the Buried Bones dungeon, only that the number of blood descendants at that time was limited, and the self-destruct damage wasn't very high. Now not only are the numbers up, but so is the damage. Kill Tarsus Evil Spider LV. 19. Experience plus 789. Kill Tarsus Evil Spider LV. 19. Experience plus 813. Kill Tarsus Evil Spider LV. 19. Experience plus 829. Experience is low, but wave after wave is rising and climbing. Soon, the power of the explosion diminished. After the blood flames were extinguished, the entire lair was almost completely disfigured, and the ground was covered with the corpses of the Tarsus evil spiders, piling up like mountains. However, there was still a small portion of tarsal evil spiders that survived the explosion, and even from some hidden corners, a large number of tarsal evil spiders emerged again. Instead of fleeing, these spiders were so frantic that they rushed toward Gu Chen and the others outside the nest. Have these foreigners gone crazy? Lin Yuan was astonished, surviving a devastating blow and then brazenly charging back up. That's a total suicide attack. These low-level foreign races should have no thoughts and only have attack instincts left, trying to consume us with their huge numbers. Su Xia said from the side. That's just right. The more they come, the more experience we'll have. Gu Chen was very satisfied with this. For the Spider Fae, numbers were their advantage, but against Gu Chen, this advantage was gone. The more Spider Fae that came, the faster Gu Chen could upgrade. After killing 400 to 500 tarsal evil spiders, Gu Chen's level increased to level 21. Level up. Rank, LV. 21, 2129/801500. Power, 527. Agility, 526. Body mass, 528. Spirit, 789. Summoned beasts, Blood Archon LV. 21, Legendary. Nightmare Lord LV. 21, Epic. Skeleton Wraith LV. 21, Legendary. Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle LV. 21, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Finally upgraded. Gu Chen exhaled with a sigh of relief. In fact, the current upgrade speed was also much faster than that of an ordinary professional, but due to the fact that the previous upgrades were too smooth, resulting in this current upgrade speed being as slow as a tortoise speed for him. Without much ado, the talent was directly activated. You have obtained Dark Bloodline, First Generation, Primordial Bloodline, another First Generation Bloodline. Gu Chen is very depressed, so depressed that he is about to spit out blood. So we are saying that the king's blood vein has been discontinued, right? Why is it so hard to want a king's bloodline? Luckily, though, even though it was another primordial bloodline this time, the Nightmare Master was already an epic 5-star, just in time to advance to legendary level along the way. With that, Gu Chen bestowed this primordial bloodline on the Nightmare Lord. Summoned beast advancement successful. Nightmare Juggernaut, Epic, Chaos Primordial Spirit, Legendary. Rank, LV. 21. Life value, 36,350. Attributes, Strength 350. Agility 596. Physique 325. Spirit 680. Summoned beast qualification is raised from Epic to Legendary, gaining attribute feedback. Summoner's full attribute plus 100. Talents, Unnameable, Legendary. Dreams Come True, Legendary. Shadow Kill Arc, Legendary. Unnameable, the body of a chaos spirit is connected to nothingness, capable of devouring a certain level of magical and physical attacks, and can travel between nothingness and reality at will. A Dream Come True, Chaos Spirit's skill cooldown, skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effects are reduced by 90%. Shadow Kill Arc, when a Chaos Genin skill directly kills a target, all targets entangled by the Chaos Shadow will receive equal damage. Skill I, Sub-Zero Assault LV. 30, Legend. Skill 2, Chaos Entanglement LV. 30, Legend. Skill 3, Return to the Ruins Ultimate LV. 30, Legend. Secondary attack, open the secondary space, ignore the terrain and distance, inflict fatal damage on the designated target. If the target is killed directly, the damage of the skill will be increased by 2% permanently. Chaos Entanglement, every 5 points of spirit can release a Chaos Shadow, which can entangle the target in place and inflict multiple damage, with a maximum damage multiplier of 30 times. Return to Ruin Ultimate, open a chaotic field in an area. The field has a pulling effect on the surrounding targets. The targets caught in it will receive sustained damage, and for every death of a target, the other targets in the field will be stunned for 1 second. Chapter 84 Tarsus Evil Spider Elite who was counter-injured and died. Legendary level Summoning Beast, Chaos Yuan Spirit. This advancement was a huge boost for the Nightmare Sovereign. First of all, the 4-dimensional attributes skyrocketed. The average attribute of level 21 directly soared to about 487. What concept? Even for a level 30 professional, the average attribute was usually around 460. The average attribute of a level 21 was higher than that of a level 30 professional, which meant that it could completely crush a level 30 professional based on its attributes alone. Next, both talents and skills were all advanced to legendary level, and the talents were all upgraded to full level at the current stage. The first is Unnameable. which allows the Chaos Genin's body to be connected to nothingness, allowing it to devour a certain level of physical and magical attacks. That is to say, the previous Nightmare Lord only had a high level of immunity to physical attacks, whereas now, the Chaos Yuan Spirit had a certain level of immunity to both physical and legal attacks. Dreams Come True was also strengthened, reducing several of its own consumptions to 90%, and although the boost from this progression was on the small side, the effect was very powerful. Shadow Kill Arclight has also been improved, with the previous qualification that the skill must be used to kill the target behind their back in order for other entangled targets to receive the same amount of damage. There is no more behind the back kill qualifier after the progression, so you can share the damage out as long as you use the skill to directly hit the target. Next up are the skills. Sublime Assault Kill is an advanced version of Disillusionment Instant Kill. Previously, the Nightmare Juggernaut had to move to the target in order to unleash his skills for an assault. Now, by directly opening the subdimensional space and claiming the enemy through space, he could kill his target from 1,000 meters away. Dealing lethal damage to a target does not mean killing the target outright, but there is a high probability that it can be done in one hit. But that's good enough. Not enough for the Nightmare Servants. Nay, the Chaos Shadows. Nightmare Entanglement advances to Chaos Entanglement, which allows you to release a Chaos Shadow for every 5 spirit points. Chaos Shadow is pretty much the same as the previous Nightmare Servant, except that the damage multiplier cap has been raised to 30x. 30 times. That's scary. Let's just say that the spur lives up to its name. The last skill, Return to the Ruins Ultimate, was to unleash the Chaos Domain. Unlike Deep Dreams, the Chaos Field can pull surrounding targets into it and consistently deals high chaos damage and applies a 1-second stun to the remaining targets for every target that dies. After combing through the details of the Chaotic Yuan Spirit, Gu Chen nodded in relief. However, there was another pity that the Chaos Yuan Spirit's maximum life value was only over 36,000 points, only a little stronger than a level 13 Black Robe Deacon Elite. It couldn't be helped. After all, it was an assassin-type summoned beast, and the blood count bit was a hard hit, but it would do. After all, the Chaos Yuanling's body was connected to the void, and a large portion of the damage inflicted on it would be swallowed up by the void. Just then, a sharp, piercing growl suddenly came from the distant cavern. A hideously shaped spider alien jumped out of the darkness, coming from far and near, appearing in the crowd's line of sight in the twinkling of an eye. Bang! The 8 thick and spiky bladed feet were like twisted sharp knives, piercing deeply into the stone walls of the cave. The giant spider was revealed, with a hideous and gruesome head, 8 eyes blossoming with an eerie green light, and fangs as sharp as daggers, tainted with purple-black toxins. Its body was covered with bizarre lines, extending from its head to its bladed feet, like some kind of mysterious spell emitting an ominous aura. Alien, Tarsal Spider, Elite, Rank, LV, 20, Life Value, 196,700, Attributes, Strength 368, Agility 293, Physique 352, Spirit 274, Skill I, Armor Piercing, Skill 2, Evil Gaze, Skill 3, Berserk State. Nice guy. This Tarsus Evil Spider Elite was surprisingly an elite Fae that could enter a brutal state. Nearly 200,000 blood. Say less. Say more. For a level 20 elite Fae, it's just average. The 4-dimensional attributes were also on the lower side of medium, and at this level, they were simply not qualified to be opponents of the Chaos Yuan Spirit. Roar! The dark hunting dragon turtle let out a battle-intention roar, and with a stomp of its legs, it directly catapulted out. Crushing impact. Whoosh! The Tarsus Evil Spider's bladed foot flung out, and a row of chilling armor spikes shot out. Armor piercing. Facing the skill attack of the Tarsus Evil Spider, the dark hunting dragon turtle was strong and unmatched, and the spiked armor on its body directly crashed into it. Bang! 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 In the past, the armor spikes that could pierce gold and shatter stone hit the dark hunting dragon turtle, but it was directly smashed into smithereens and dissipated into nothing, not causing any damage at all. And at this moment, the dark hunting dragon turtle had already rushed to the front of the Tarsus Evil Spider Elite. Bang! Only a loud bang was heard, and the Tarsus Evil Spider was directly knocked out, with a large piece of its armor shattering and bursting out a large amount of green blood, more than 80,000 injuries. The Tarsus Evil Spider's blood level directly dropped by a large amount. Taking advantage of the knocked away state, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle didn't hesitate for a second, swinging up its sharp claws and sweeping them up, and with a single claw, it chopped off the bladed foot that was as sharp as steel by the roots. Sigh. The Tarsus Evil Spider Elite let out an agonizing scream and didn't hesitate to counterattack. Yet before he could make a move, the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle's sharp claws swept over again, easily throwing a huge hole in that bulging abdomen. 20k damage. In the blink of an eye, the 196,000 blood level directly dropped by more than 100,000. The Tarsus evil spider elite became bloodless and deeply realized the terror of the dark hunting dragon turtle. In the next second, those bizarre patterns on its body bloomed with an eerie purple light, instantly entering a berserk state. Snort, accompanied by an angry roar, a powerful aura erupted from the Tarsus evil spider elite's body, and a layer of ghostly black ebony light escaped from its body. The ebony light converged into an energy blade foot, compensating for the cripples on the Tarsus evil spider's carapace, and unprecedented spiritual fluctuations abruptly erupted from within those greenish eyes. Evil gaze, thousands of spider pupils appeared out of thin air, blossoming with cold ghostly light, instantly causing the dark hunter dragon turtle to fall into a stunned state. It was a rare mental attack and very powerful. Gu Chen frowned slightly as this skill instinctively made him feel a great threat. Immediately afterward, before Gu Chen could make a move, the Tarsus evil spider elite leapt up, and its 8 sharp-bladed feet carried a terrifying might as it mercilessly chopped down on the body of the dark hunting dragon turtle. Bang! Terrifying damage erupted on the body of the dark hunting dragon turtle, and that huge body shuddered as its blood level dropped steeply by a fraction. Immediately afterward, raging anti-injury power suddenly erupted from the surface of the dark hunt dragon turtle's body, blasting towards the body of the Tarsus evil spider elite. Before that Tarsus evil spider elite could react, it was struck by a wave of devastating damage, and its hideous body instantly shattered into a field of broken limbs. As an elite Fae, after entering a berserk state, the Tarsus evil spider struck its strongest blow without mercy. Then, it was countered by the dark hunt dragon turtle's counter damage. It's a terrible death. Chapter 85, Final Boss. Ghost-faced King Spider. Kill Tarsus evil spider elite LV. 20. Experience plus 13,880. Acquired trophy. Poisoned blade LV. 20. Rare. It was only after the death of the Tarsus evil spider elite that the dark hunting dragon turtle slowed down from the evil gaze's mental attack. Roar. The dark hunting dragon turtle erupted into a roar, subconsciously about to counterattack. However, in the next second, a few moments of bewilderment appeared in the pupils of those hideous eyes. What's the situation? The Tarsus evil spider elite is dead? How did you die? Nima. This is an elite Fae? Being counter-injured and dying? Lin Yuan somewhat couldn't believe his eyes. Quite suddenly, Su Xia didn't even know how to answer. A great god deserves to be a great god. I really want to see his summoned beast attributes, but it's a pity that he's wearing the black deacon coat of arms. Lin Qingqing said. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Su ran. Why don't you go and steal the black deacon's crest from the great god? Saran was stunned. Ha? I'll steal it? Yeah. Aren't you an assassin? After the elite foreigners died, the remaining Tarsus evil spiders weren't even a dish, and were easily killed by several summoned beasts altogether. Although a lot of them were killed, the experience bar didn't go up much due to the relatively low experience of these spider aliens. On the contrary, it was the Blood Archon who had benefited the most from this battle, killing nearly 10,000 spider eggs in the middle of the cavern, which directly increased his blood count by more than 100,000. The Blood Archon's maximum life value had now skyrocketed to over 199,000 and was about to break through the 200,000 mark. In this way, Gu Chen was even happier, because the amulet of fate he wore was bound to the Blood Archon. After the life value fell below 30%, all the damage taken would be passed on to the Blood Archon. In this way, his survival was greatly assured. The average level 21 professional had a maximum life value of just over 10,000. Gu Chen's life value was almost twice that of a professional of the same level due to the attribute fruit he had taken before, plus the fact that the summoned beast attribute feedback had made his attributes far superior to those of his level. Now, coupled with the Blood Archon's nearly 200,000 blood quantity, he could definitely stand up to death in a battle. Next, the blood evil spiders and blood poison spiders that had been transformed launched a carpet sweep around the nest, and every alien was mercilessly killed, with nowhere to escape. After about 5 minutes, the last Tarsus evil spider in the nest was killed by the Blood Race Archon, and the cacophony of voices within the cave fell completely silent. This kind of efficiency is unimaginably fast. After a short rest, Gu Chen and the others passed through the nest of the Tarsus evil spider and continued to push deeper into the cave. Facing the next alien spiders, the summoner's killing efficiency was still the same as before. All the kills were done while traveling, and the advancement speed was not affected in any way. Kill Demon Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1150. Kill Demon Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1160. Kill Demon Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1180. Through the second layer, the group had proceeded to the second half of the spider cave. The ghost-faced demon spider encountered on the road was the descendant of the final boss, the ghost-faced king spider. In addition to Guchan releasing all of his summoned beasts, in doing so, the speed of the kills increased quite a bit more. Deep in the cave, the army of summoned beasts was like the scythe of the god of death, mercilessly harvesting the life of every ghost-faced demon spider. This advance was so overwhelming that no obstacles could be felt at all. Soon, the blood army killed all the ghost-faced demonic spiders in the caves and arrived at the last nest. Next, it's time to face the final boss, the ghost-faced king spider. Guchen glanced at the experience value. It was pitifully low. The experience he had accumulated from killing like hell along the way only managed to meet 1/10 of the upgrade requirements. It was from the current situation. Even if you killed the final boss, you wouldn't be able to move up another level. After all, the ghost-faced king spider was only a level 20 boss, and it was impossible to provide hundreds of thousands of experience to him. Within the cave, the strange rocks were jagged, and the vast majority of the place was covered with white spider webs, making the entire cave eerie, dark, and extremely depressing. In the corner of the dark cave, a demon, like one from hell, lay silently on top of a huge spider web. Its huge body loomed in the darkness, its pitch-black body covered with spots, so treacherous that it outlined a ghostly face that looked like a cry or a smile. The ghostly face was located right in the middle of its abdomen, as if it were a sealed curse, emitting a haunting aura. Ghost-faced king spider. Upon discovering Guchan and the others, its hideous body abruptly burst into flames. Its sharp mouthparts pointing towards the crowd as a piercing roar emanated from its mouth. Alien, ghost-faced king spider boss. Rank, LV. 20. Life value, 214,650. Attributes, strength 300, agility 350, physique 240, spirit 350. Skill I, plague of spiders. Skill 2, abyssal power. As the final boss of a hell-level copy, the ghost-faced demon spider only had 2 skills. It's small, but not to be underestimated. The first skill, demonic spider plague. Is the insect plague mentioned when entering the copy? The main quest of the hell-level copy was to stop the ghost-faced demon spider from unleashing an insect plague. And once the spider cave was flooded by the plague, everything in this cave would be destroyed. The second skill, abyssal power, was similar to an enhancement skill. Once the ghost-faced demon spider unleashed the skill, its full attributes would be increased by several times, which meant that the insect plague would be even more ferocious. The strategy guide said that the key to killing the final boss is to get stuck in the right moment and interrupt the ghost-faced king spider's skills before it unleashes the power of the abyss. Su Xia spoke from the side. The strategy was correct. However, this method of clearance was not what Guchen wanted. At the order of the Blood Race Archon, a large number of Blood Race demon spiders surged into the nest, like carp in a river, rushing towards the ghost-faced king spider in the center of that huge spider web. Final boss, ghost-faced king spider? Blow it up and it's over. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon spider came to the ghost-faced king spider's side and directly exploded itself without saying a word. Boom! 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 Violent explosions erupted one after another around the ghost-faced king spider, and raging blood flames spread over its body in the blink of an eye. Each explosion rang out, accompanied by a strong impact, and the body of the ghost-faced king spider was blown out in a large area of scorched blackness, with wisps of green blood seeping out from its body surface. Snort! The ghost-faced king spider let out a roar filled with anger. It was the king of the spider fae. How dare a group of small spiders offend its majesty? The ghost-faced king spider erupted with intense fury, and on its body surface, a layer of bright red light abruptly bloomed. Immediately afterward, a huge black vortex appeared at the top of the cave. Tarantula plague. The skill was activated, and a large black shadow jumped in the black vortex. Hundreds of ghost-faced demon spiders appeared in the middle of the cavern in a black mass, and they continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, the ghost-faced demon spiders spread throughout the entire nest, surrounding Guchan and the others. Chapter 86. The strategy is right, but I don't want to pass the level according to the strategy. Surrounded by hundreds of ghost-faced devil spiders, the cavern echoed with shrill and broken cries. This is so overwhelming. A pairs of ghostly green pupils stared at Guchan and the others in death, their icy pupils filled with tyranny and murderous intent. Above the cave, the black spatial vortex still existed, and a steady stream of ghost-faced demonic spiders fell from it. This was the terrifying aspect of the ghost-faced king spider. The difficulty in clearing the hellish spider cave is resisting a wave of insects and then interrupting the ghost-faced king spider when it is on the verge of death to unleash its second skill. Once it failed to seize the moment and let it successfully activate its skill. As time passed, the ghost-faced king spider would summon a steady stream of demonic spiders until the outbreak of the insect plague. To that point, it would be an absolute unimaginable nightmare for the ordinary professionals who had come to the boss after all the hard work. Prior to this, many professionals had been surrounded by hundreds or thousands of ghost-faced demon spiders because they had failed to interrupt the final boss's skills in time, and thus had been consumed alive. This past focus wasn't something that could be known by just reading a few guides. Su Xia had utilized the channels of the Yongxing group and spent a large sum of money to buy this secret. It's just that he didn't realize that it didn't apply to Gu Chen. At this moment, Gu Chen looked at the increasing number of ghost-faced demon spiders in the cavern with an undisguised excitement on his face. He had just finished killing all the spider fae outside and was worried that he didn't have enough experience to upgrade, when in a flash the ghost-faced king spider summoned several hundred ghost-faced demon spiders. What a generous offer. How? It felt like just dozing off and immediately someone came and delivered a pillow. Could anything be more timely than this skill of the ghost-faced king spider? Is that a plague that was summoned? No. That's all living experience. Divine technique. This summoning skill is absolutely divine. Snort. Those ghost-faced demon spiders in the cavern let out noisy, shrill cries, and rushed towards Gu Chen's side in an overwhelming manner. At the same time, almost 200 blood demon spiders rushed up without fear and launched a frantic self-detonation against the dark shadow in the cavern. The Blood Archon stood guard over Gu Chen and the others, and directly activated the Mirror Ring skill, as two mirror images with 80% of the body's full attributes instantly appeared by its side. Whoosh! The two mirror images surged forward and attacked the overwhelming swarm of demonic spiders. Immediately afterward, the ground lit up with summoning spells, and a mountainous, gigantic demonic statue appeared in front of Gu Chen and the others. Roar! The undead wreckage demon statue roared at the countless demon spiders around it, like a dull thunderous sound exploding in the middle of the cave. The air hummed as the black light escaped in all directions, creating ripples visible to the naked eye and covering the entire cavern. Mordor Forbidden Zone. The dead skeleton statue centers itself on a forbidden zone. Damage to targets within the forbidden zone increases by 10 times, and all consumptions increase by 10 times. 10 times the consumption plus 10 times the damage. Once the skill came out, all the ghost-faced demon spiders all became brittle with only one skill. At the same time, the black vortex at the top of the cave was suddenly disorganized, and the number of ghost-faced demonic spiders that were summoned out plummeted. Within the range of the skill, the ghost-faced king spider was also affected, and even the demonic spider's plague skill could barely be maintained. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen's eyes revealed a few moments of urgency. Spare the ghost-faced king spider. At his command, the undead wraith statue eliminated the ghost-faced king spider from its target. Gu Chen nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction on his face. If he accidentally interrupted the ghost-faced king spider's summoning skill, his loss would not be a single star. Next, the Chaos Yuan spirit and the dark hunting dragon turtle also rushed up, launching an attack against the black pressurized swarm of demonic spiders. No skills, all poke. Under the effect of 10 times the damage, these ordinary minions couldn't carry the summoned beast's attack at all. Even the dark hunting dragon turtle didn't need to do anything. The magic spiders around him died in large swathes. After equipping the unyielding black armor, it could deal more than 4,000 damage per second to surrounding targets. And in the middle of the Mordor Forbidden Realm, this damage became more than 40,000 damage. Although the ghost-faced demon spider was level 20, it simply couldn't withstand such horrific damage and died in pieces like mowing grass. Kill demon spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1050. Kill demon spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1060. The ghost-faced demon spider died and wounded a large number of people, and Gu Chen's experience slowly began to rise again. On the other hand, the final boss ghost-faced king spider was still lying in the center of that huge spider web, maintaining the black vortex at the top of the cave. I don't know just how much more skill bonus that ghost-faced king spider had, but the summoning skill had lasted until now and had not disappeared, and a steady stream of ghost-faced demon spiders were popping out. The cave was densely populated with black demonic spider figures. Can't kill enough. It's simply too much to kill. Although the summoned beasts were powerful in battle. As the battle continued, the number of demonic spiders surrounding each summoned beast continued to climb, from a few to a dozen to 20 or even 30. The number of magic spiders was increasing, and instead of feeling tired, the summoned beasts were killing with vigor. Kill crazy. I can't imagine that a hell-level copy would be so terrifying. With this countless number of demonic spiders, how did all the other professionals manage to clear the level? Su Xia's brows furrowed. At this moment, he vaguely realized how desperate those professionals who failed to pass the level were when they faced the overwhelming number of ghost-faced demon spiders. In this situation, there was no way to use a teleportation scroll, and no matter where one escaped to, they would not be able to get rid of the large number of ghost-faced demon spiders. If you can't hold out, the only end is death. Lin Yuan and the others didn't say anything. Although they weren't threatened, the overwhelming demonic spiders caused them to instinctively feel fear. Not long after a bloody massacre, the corpses of the demon spiders piled up and their numbers began to gradually decrease. It looks like the summoning skill is almost over. At the same time, the ghost-faced king spider lying in the center of the huge spider web steeply erupted with an unprecedented aura, and in its abdomen, the oozing ghostly face suddenly blossomed with deep purple energy. When Su Xia saw this, a look of urgency appeared on his face. According to that key cheat he had bought, wasn't this scene in front of him the precursor to the ghost-faced king spider unleashing its second skill? Brother Tatsu, quick, have the dark hunting dragon turtle use crushing shock. As long as it hits the knockoff status, it can interrupt the ghost-faced king spider's skill. Gu Chen twisted his head to look at Su Xia, a light smile appearing under his eyes. Interrupting a ghost-faced king spider's skill? Are you kidding me? Tatsu, come on, that's what the guide says. Su Xia's eyes eagerly urged. Well, Raider was right. Gu Chen nodded and smiled faintly. But the problem is, I don't want to follow the strategy to pass the level. Chapter 87, this way you'll die with more dignity. Precisely as the two were speaking, the body of the ghost-faced king spider abruptly skyrocketed, and a hideous and ghastly ghostly face silhouette appeared behind it. The hideous body rose upright from the center of the spider web, sending a sharp roar towards Gu Chen and the others as an unprecedentedly powerful aura exploded. At the top of the cave, a hauntingly evil aura was suddenly released from the black vortex. Immediately afterward, a large number of ghost-faced demon spiders drilled out of the vortex and appeared in various parts of the cave. With the power of the abyss, this batch of ghost-faced demon spiders had more than doubled in size, and whether it was in attack or defense, it appeared to have drastically increased compared to before. In the blink of an eye, the ghost-faced demon spider, which was empowered by the power of the abyss, rushed up and launched a ferocious attack on the group of summoned beasts. Gu Chen looked at the killing in the field indifferently and did not make any response. After all, this lair had already been covered by the skills of the undead wreckage demon statue, and although the number of ghost-faced demon spiders was high, they had no resistance at all under the suppression of 10x damage and 10x consumption. Even with the power of the abyss, a lawn mowing game is still a lawn mowing game, and nothing essentially changes. The main quest of the hell-level duplicate was to stop the ghost-faced king spider from unleashing an insect plague, so the vast majority of professionals would do their best to stop the ghost-faced king spider from casting the second skill. But in Gu Chen's opinion, wasn't killing all the summoned demonic spiders also stopping the insect plague? The results are the same, but he clearly gets more experience out of his approach. Why not? The Blood Archon, the Chaos Yuan Spirit, and the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle all rushed out, and the three summoned beasts were secretly competing as if they were competing for the number of kills. A 21st level Blood Archon can transform 220 blood descendants. The blood demon spider with a scarlet glow emanating from its body burrowed into the surrounding spiders and launched itself into self-destruction without hesitation. After blowing himself up and continuing to transform, there were two mirror images next to him anyway, bringing the total blood available for transformation to 320,000, and transforming a second-order descendant only required 3,000 points of blood, and with the Blood Archon's superb recovery ability, it was completely possible to keep up with the speed of self-destruction. Every time an explosion sounded, it could take away 5-6 ghost-faced demon spiders that were enchanted with the power of the abyss. The Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle was not weak either. That spiked armor gave it super high defense, and with the unyielding black armor's continuous damage to the surrounding units, it didn't even need to attack deliberately. Rampaging through the spiders, basically wherever he went, patches of ghost-faced demon spiders would die. As for the chaotic Yuan Spirit, it directly flickered and appeared right below that black vortex. With that, the skill is activated. Ruin's ultimate. In an instant, a dark golden halo centered on the Chaos Yuan Spirit and rippled out in all directions, forming a chaotic domain twice as large as the black vortex. A large number of ghost-faced demon spiders had just come out of the black vortex and fell into the chaos realm, and they barely even had time to scream before they were disintegrated by the powerful chaos force into a field of debris. Obviously a spell spike, but he also had unrivaled group attack skills. Nearly 70% of the ghost-faced demon spiders all fell into the chaos domain as soon as they appeared, and immediately afterward, they were reduced to pieces in the chaos domain. Moreover, the power of chaos also condensed into dark golden translucent tentacles, constantly dragging the surrounding ghost-faced demon spiders towards the inside of the domain. This scene was a sight to behold as the Blood Race Archon and the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle parted their eyes. It's so good to kill. It makes my blood boil a little bit just watching it, Lin Yuan said as he clenched his fists. This attack power is too outrageous. Su Xia sighed from the side. I just want to know. Other than Great God Gu Chen, how should ordinary professionals react when faced with this situation? Lin Qingqing suddenly snapped. You absolutely cannot turn around and run away in the face of an insect plague of this scale. Even if you wanted to, you wouldn't be able to run. The only thing to do is to launch your skills to attack at the first opportunity. Lin Yuan said directly. And then? Su Ran hurriedly asked. For ordinary professionals like us, even if we attack first, we can't beat such a ferocious insect plague. That's true, but at least do as I say and you'll die with more dignity. Su Ran rolled her eyes and stopped paying attention to Lin Yuan. Kill Demon Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1050. Kill Demon Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1060. Kill Demon Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1080. Ghost-faced demon spiders died one batch after another, and although the experience of a single one was less, it was expensive in that it was densely packed and countless. Gu Chen was in a good mood as he watched his experience continue to rise. Right at this moment, a flash of black shadow suddenly erupted among the spiders, catapulting out and charging in the direction of Gu Chen and the others. Surprisingly, it was an elite Fae. Gu Chen's eyes were slightly surprised, but he stood his ground, pleasantly unafraid. A layer of translucent shield appeared in front of him, directly blocking the attack of that ghost-faced demon spider elite. The sacrificial robe could provide a full attribute *10 shield, and with Gu Chen's current full attributes, the shield value had reached 22,200. That level 20 elite alien didn't do much damage, merely knocking off only 18,000 shield value. There is no broken defense. Although he was close to the limit of the shield, Gu Chen did not take it too seriously, because even if the shield was broken, he could still dodge the attack through displacement swap. Even if he couldn't dodge it, his physique had reached 528 points, and he was definitely able to resist this wave of damage. Taking a step back, even if he couldn't carry it, when his blood level dropped to 30%, the Amulet of Fate would transfer the subsequent damage onto the Blood Archon's body. The Blood Archon had over 200,000 blood now. Even if this ghost-faced demon spider elite used its strongest skills, it wouldn't be able to pose any threat to the Blood Race Archon. At that exact moment, the Blood Race Archon turned his head. An unprecedented killing intent erupted from those ice-cold eyes. Any unit that tries to attack the summoner will be met with the summoner's strongest killing intent. The Blood Race Archon was the closest to the ghost-faced demon spider, and without saying a word, a layer of scarlet light directly erupted from its body. Scarlet Feast. The blood-colored storm surged out and swept out towards that elite foreigner. At the same time, a chaos shadow wrapped around the body of this elite Fae, and the Chaos Genin, despite being the furthest away, launched Sublime Assault at the first opportunity, ignoring the terrain and distance to decimate. Immediately after that, the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle charged. Crushing impact. That huge figure was like a hideous cannonball, crashing into this elite alien race. Almost at the same time, the skills of the three summoned beasts simultaneously landed on this ghost-faced demon spider elite. Only a boom was heard. The ghost-faced demon spider elite directly exploded in place and was smashed into a pile of crumbs. Kill ghost-faced demon spider elite LV. 20. Experience plus 11,369. Acquired trophy. Ghost Mask LV. 20. Rare. Chapter 88. What will happen if you don't kill the ghost-faced king spider? The ghost-faced king spider could even summon an elite Fae? This was greatly unexpected by Gu Chen, but it wasn't of any use. Even the elite Fae were no threat under the influence of the end of the Forbidden Realm. Even with the power of the Abyss, the infestation couldn't develop on a large scale. It wasn't long before a hint of disorder appeared in the black vortex representing the demonic spider plague, and the number of ghost-faced demonic spiders summoned from it began to diminish. This is almost over. The power of the Abyss can no longer support the ghost-faced king spider's summoning skill. A look of surprise appeared in Su Xia's eyes. It's pretty impressive. A summoning skill that lasted close to 20 minutes. Lin Qingqing let out a heartfelt exclamation. Then next, as long as we kill the ghost-faced king spider on that spider web, we'll be able to pass the level, right? Su Ran's tone lightened up a few points. No, it's not over. Gu Chen interrupted the crowd's longing with a single sentence. Have you ever thought about what would have happened if you hadn't killed this ghost-faced king spider? Not killing? The ghost-faced king spider is the final boss. Why don't you kill it? Lin Yuan asked in disbelief. Is there a possibility that if we give that ghost-faced king spider a chance to recover its status, it can release its skill once more? Gu Chen's face showed a look of eagerness. Hiss. Lin Yuan and the others' faces were stunned, completely shocked by these words. Even so, all four of them changed the way they looked at Gu Chen. Restore the ghost-faced king spider's status so it can cast its summoning skill again. and then you can continue to kill it? This is to completely drive the ghost-faced king spider clan to extinction. No, you're the devil, aren't you? Is it possible for a human being to come up with such an evil trick? It doesn't seem to be impossible. Su Xia's face revealed a tangled look. But will it hurt the peace of heaven? There's harm to heaven and peace, but not harm to peace. Gu Chen returned. In the next second, he took out a primary recovery scroll from his carry space. Seeing this scene, Su Xia revealed a look of dawning understanding. It seemed that Gu Chen hadn't acted on a whim, but had had this intention for a long time. On second thought, though, this approach was a bit extreme, but it wasn't a bad way to brush up on monsters. After all, Gu Chen was now level 21, and after this clearance, he would never be able to enter a first-level copy again. So of course he had to take advantage of this last opportunity to eat up as much experience as he could. Awesome! Worthy of being my brother. To have this kind of operation. Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up and 5 thumbs up. Gu Chen walked forward with the primary recovery scroll in his hand. The scrolls were used in much the same way. They were probed with spiritual power, activated, and then exerted their effects. He set the ghost-faced king spider as the healing target of the primary healing scroll and then activated it. Only a burst of dense golden light erupted from the surface of the scroll, falling like a curtain of light onto the body of the ghost-faced king spider. In the next second, a hint of incredulity appeared in the pupils of the ghost-faced king spider's eyes. It could feel that along with the golden light continuously surging into its body, the energy it had previously expended was rapidly recovering, which was an experience it had never had before. On the other side, Gu Chen's face also erupted with excitement. The scrolls really work. If it's in the game, healing scrolls are not available for bosses. But what Gu Chen was in now was a gamified world. Ghost-faced king spiders were not cold data, but living, breathing aliens. Therefore, a recovery scroll can certainly work against it. Only, if such a thing as using a recovery scroll on a boss were to spread, I don't know how many professionals' worldviews would be shattered. A moment later, the golden light of the recovery scroll gradually faded, and the casting of the recovery skill was completed. Under the effect of the scroll, the energy that the ghost-faced king spider had previously consumed had been completely restored to full capacity, and incidentally, even the small amount of damage that some of the blood demon spiders had inflicted on it earlier had been restored as well. At this moment, the ghost-faced king spider had climbed to the edge of the spider web, and condescendingly, was scrutinizing Gu Chen and the others with an icy gaze. In the end, the ghost-faced king spider was nothing more than a bug among the foreigners. With its mind, it simply couldn't figure out why these humans in front of it wanted to help it kill. Gu Chen didn't explain. His help for the ghost-faced king spider hadn't come from a place of goodwill. With a command, the blood demon spiders that had been waiting for a long time rushed up, not hesitating to launch an attack on the ghost-faced king spider. Under the onslaught of the siege, the ghost-faced king spider's life value began to drop. In the midst of this ferocious attack, the ghost-faced king spider's body shook tremendously and let out an angry roar. Snort! With a long leap, it broke through the siege of the blood demon spiders and jumped back to the center of the huge spider web. Immediately afterward, a bright red aura abruptly blossomed from its body. It's a done deal. It was a prelude to unleashing his summoning skill. A flash of joy erupted from the bottom of Gu Chen's eyes, and he immediately ordered the group of blood demon spiders to withdraw back. In the next second, a huge black vortex appeared at the top of the cave. Black shadows clumped in the vortex, and one after another ghost-faced demon spider jumped out of it. In the blink of an eye, the cavern was crawling with a large number of ghost-faced demon spiders again. Behind Gu Chen, the 4 of them, Su Xia and Lin Yuan, glanced at each other, their expressions filled with incredible excitement. It's a done deal. The ghost-faced king spider is summoning again. Surprisingly, it really can. According to this method, doesn't that mean that as long as you prepare enough recovery scrolls, you can keep killing in the copy? Once the ghost-faced king spider enters a state of exhaustion, give it a recovery scroll. When its status is back up, it can activate the summoning skill again. This results in a steady stream of kill experience. The solution is a good one. It's just that capitalists have to weep when they look at it. As a large number of ghost-faced demon spiders appeared in the cavern, the 3 summoning beasts' gazes condensed, and strong battle intent erupted in their eyes. They bellowed, directly rushing into the dense cluster of spiders, setting off another fight. Kill ghost-faced demon spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1030. Kill demon spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1050. Kill ghost-faced demon spider LV. 20. Experience plus 1070. The experience message popped up again. An annoying smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. Lin Yuan and the others were even more overjoyed. As long as they could ensure the state of the ghost-faced king spider, they could sit back and enjoy the experience. The experience was as good as it's ever been. By the way, old Gu, how many recovery scrolls did you bring with you? Lin Yuan suddenly asked. Not much, I only brought 3. Gu Chen's tone revealed a few moments of regret. The reason why he only brought 3 with him was because before entering the copy, he was only taking a test drive. At the time, it seemed that 3 primary recovery scrolls should be about right, but I didn't expect that this kind of operation could actually restore the status of the boss. Only 3? Wouldn't that be a big loss? Lin Yuan had a face of flesh pain. Chapter 89, Passing the Pass. The passionate Wancheng people. Not only Lin Yuan, even Lin Qingqing and the others showed a look of flesh pain. Gu Chen was now level 21, and after this clearance, he would be able to enter the second stage abyss. The second stage abyss was much more difficult, and the conditions of entry were much more demanding, so Gu Chen was definitely able to enter. But whether or not it would still be possible to bring the 3 of them in with it was a question mark. Therefore, this time's hell-level copy was likely to be the last time they would hug Gu Chen's thigh, and it was understandable that they wanted to maximize their benefits. 3, that's almost enough. Gu Chen thought about it. Even if he could use the recovery scroll to use the ghost-faced king spider as an experience extractor, killing it would take time. The spider cave is inherently inexperienced to kill, and it's mostly about winning by sheer numbers. That is, the longer you spend here, the less cost-effective it is. Next, the army of summoned beasts launched an onslaught of attacks on the ghost-faced demon spider, and the experience began to grow rapidly again. Seeing the large number of demon spiders being killed and retreating, the ghost-faced king spider did not hesitate to launch its second skill. The result was the same as last time. Even with the power of the abyss, the dense swarms of demonic spiders were unable to resist the summoning army's attack. Soon, along with the ghost-faced king spider letting out a breathless wail, the black vortex showed a hint of disorder, and the summoned demonic spiders began to decrease. Gu Chen once again stepped forward and activated the scroll. The golden light representing the recovery technique surged into the ghost-faced king spider, and the status was quickly restored. The ghost-faced king spider once again regained its peak, storming up from the center of that spider web and letting out a sharp, stern whistle, its icy pupils staring at Gu Chen and the others in death. The army of summoned beasts did not stop and continued to attack the large number of demonic spiders, and there were even some blood demonic spiders that rushed in front of the ghost-faced king spider and initiated self-detonation. After more than 10 minutes, the ghost-faced king spider's state was not supported again. Gu Chen stepped forward and used the last recovery scroll. A moment later, the ghost-faced king spider's status once again returned to its peak, and after a short cooldown time, it began casting its summoning skill again. Only, this time, what was summoned wasn't a ghost-faced demon spider, but instead turned into a ghost-faced demon spider larva. Alien, ghost-faced tarantula larva. Rank, LV. 15. Life value, 8,360. Attributes, Strength 120. Agility 173. Physique 142. Spirit 175. Skill, Evil Gaze. How did it turn into a larva? Isn't this even less experience? Lin Yuan's eyes revealed a look of surprise. It seems that even if you bring plenty of recovery scrolls with you, it's impossible to keep gaining experience from the ghost-faced king spider. Gu Chen realized the problem. Facing a level 15 larva, the blood archon didn't even bother to use his skills, and a series of pummeling bullets struck out. Bang! 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 Kill demon spider LV. 15. Experience plus 548. Kill demon spider LV. 15. Experience plus 533. Kill demon spider LV. 15. Experience plus 569. That's an experience that's ridiculously low. Gu Chen instantly ran out of patience and directly ordered the summon army to charge up again, unleashing a massacre without mercy, until the third wave of demon spiders were killed off. This time in the middle of the replica also only harvested more than 600,000 experience, more than 200,000 short of upgrading. Gu Chen shook his head. It was time to end it, only to see the blood race arch-ruler give an order. All the blood race demon spiders rushed towards the ghost-faced king spider at the top of the cavern regardless of whether they were dead or alive, and initiated self-detonation without hesitation. Amidst the earth-shattering explosions, the blood level of the ghost-faced king spider was eventually completely cleared. Kill ghost-faced king spider boss LV. 20. Experience plus 13,890. Acquired loot. King spider bow LV. 20. Epic. Obtained trophy. King spider armor LV. 20. Rare. Get loot. Teleportation scroll *1. Obtained loot. Enhancement stone *20. Obtained loot. Abyssal heraldry *1. Congratulations. You have cleared Spider Cave, Inferno level. and have received the following rewards: professional experience plus 100,000. Duplicate treasure chest *1, rare level. Copy ends. Exiting current scene in progress? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spider Cave Replica Square. An announcement suddenly popped up on the screen, causing the countless professionals present to stop. Congratulations to the professional team for successfully setting a new record for clearing the Spider Cave, Inferno level. Clearance time, 3 hours, 22 minutes, 15 seconds. Passing team information. Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman. Lin Xingqing, Warrior. Su Ran, Assassin. Su Xia, No Profession. Reward, professional experience plus 100,000. Personal achievement plus 1. Record-breaking gift box *1, rare grade. Evaluation of this clearance, SSS. It took less than 3.5 hours to clear the hell level copy. The professionals waiting in the duplicate square were all shocked. It's a first-order hellish copy. Under normal circumstances, the fastest it would take would be more than 7 hours to clear the level. But Guchen had directly shortened that time by more than half, which was simply unbelievable. Shocked as they were, however, no one questioned the clearance time, because the person who cleared this hellish copy was Gu Chen. Before Li Feng sent Gu Chen and the others to the replica plaza, Wancheng City Hall had already drafted Gu Chen's clearance announcement. Once the news of Gu Chen entering the Spider Cave replica was spread out, the staff at the replica plaza had already made banners in advance to congratulate Gu Chen for successfully clearing the level. Even the major media platforms were speculating on just how far in advance Gu Chen would set the all-time record for hell-level copies. All indications were that no one in the entire city of Wancheng felt that Gu Chen couldn't clear a hell-level copy. After all, Gu Chen was the one who had taken the abyssal achievement in the hell-ranked buried bone dungeon. So a hell-ranked copy of the district would not be a smooth task? The office of the city's owner. After receiving the news of Gu Chen's clearance, the corners of Liang Yi's mouth became completely suppressed, and he took Li Feng with him to get up and head to the teleportation hall at the very first moment. After arriving at the duplicate square, the person in charge of the duplicate square was already waiting by the side. Where's Gu Chen? Has he come out yet? Li Feng looked at the person in charge and asked. Lord City Lord. Secretary Li, the two of you have arrived just in time. Gu Chen has just come out of his copy. A smile piled up on the person in charge's face. Liang Yi nodded and looked in the direction that the person in charge was pointing to, only to see that the entrance of the replica plaza was already surrounded by excited people. The staff of the replica plaza had already unfurled the banners. The crowd was full of professionals with cell phones and flowers, and reporters from major media platforms had already set up their long guns and short cannons. This specification, grand as it is, those who don't know would think that a high-level abyss has been cleared. Gu Chen, you're my idol. Gu Chen, I love you. I want to give you a monkey. Honey. Gu Chen and the others, who had come out of the copy, all froze when they saw this scene. They just cleared a copy. How come there's a conference in the square? Old Gu, look, there's a guy there calling for your husband. Lin Yuan had a bad smile on his face. Gu Chen also cried and laughed a little for a while. Too enthusiastic. He's just a summoner. Why does he make it look like he's a star? It seems that the people of Wancheng can place. They really welcome themselves. Chapter 90. Do you know about the dragons? In the end, Liang Yi and Li Feng went up and rescued Gu Chen. Lin Yuan and the others were pushed up to deal with the enthusiastic people of Wancheng, while Gu Chen followed Liang Yi and Li Feng to the city lord's office located in the Wancheng City Hall. Ha ha ha, this battle, it's even more enthusiastic than when I was there. Gu Chen, feel the passion of our Wancheng people, right? Liang Yi laughed out loud. His mood today was very beautiful. It really caught me off guard. Gu Chen was sweating for a while. Luckily Liang Yi and the others came in time. Otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to leave. Gu Chen, what would you like to drink? Li Feng brought a teacup to Liang Yi's hand. Coke, please add some ice. Thanks. Gu Chen said with a smile. Li Feng was slightly stunned. There didn't seem to be any Coke in the refrigerator of the city lord's office. One moment, please. After Li Feng went out, Liang Yi said with a happy face. Gu Chen, congratulations. The novice copy has only just been opened for 7 days. And the vast majority of transmigrants have only just risen to the first rank. And you're already at the second rank. An upgrade speed like yours, not to mention in the eastern continent. Even if you look at the entire Divine Summer Empire, it's still in existence like a phoenix feather. Gu Chen said a word of thanks. City Lord came to me in such a hurry. It shouldn't just be to congratulate me, right? Well, I just like dealing with smart people. Simple and efficient. Liang Yi's face straightened. Then I'll get right to the point. Gu Chen, have you ever thought about joining the Jinyuan army? When Gu Chen heard this, an odd look appeared on his face. I've already gotten a guaranteed place at the Shanjing Academy. And you're asking me to become a soldier? Maybe I didn't express myself very accurately. Whether it's the Shangjing Academy or the Jinyuan Army, it's not as simple as you think. There are different forces involved. A look of incomprehension appeared in Gu Chen's eyes, while Liang Yi continued. For second rank or higher professionals, not all abysses can be entered casually, and some high-yield abysses are basically in the hands of major powers. To put it simply, if you haven't joined this power, then you basically don't have a chance to enter the abyss controlled by this power. So, the abyss above the second rank is actually more like a resource. And to get those resources, you have to choose a power to join it. Just for example, the school lineage represented by the Upper Capital Academy, the military department represented by the Jinyuan Army, and the guilds formed by the major lineages, and so on. So, before you're about to enter the Shangjing Academy, I hope you'll carefully consider if you're willing to join the Jinyuan Army. Gu Chen didn't reply and fell into deep thought. To be honest, before this, he had always thought that getting into the Shangjing Academy was the highest achievement for a professional. But through what Liang Yi had said, both the Shangjing Academy and the Jinyuan Army were both forces within the Divine Summer Empire, and different forces controlled different abysses. One didn't need to think about it to know that within the Divine Summer Empire, the Abyssal Suppression Army definitely controlled the most abysses. Perhaps not getting a response from Gu Chen, Liang Yi continued. To put it simply, the Shangjing Academy controls the largest number of copies, while the Abyssal Suppression Army guards nearly 80% of the Divine Summer Empire's abyssals. In comparison, the cost of entering a copy is higher. Even if you join the schoolhouse forces, you have to pay a high usage fee every time you enter a copy. And the advantages, as you know, are that the difficulty is controllable and safer. As for the abyss, the difficulty is even higher than the replica. There are unexpected dangers occurring at any time, and tens of thousands of Imperial soldiers die on the battlefields of the abyss every year. Gu Chen frowned slightly. Since it's so dangerous, you're still letting me think about it? Liang Yi waved his hand. You can completely rest assured on this point. I'm suggesting you to join the Jinyuan Army. Definitely not for you to casually become a big-headed soldier. As I'm sure you've guessed, the power I'm in is the Imperial Military Ministry, and I happen to have a recommendation slot that will allow you to enter the most elite organization among the Jinyuan Army. What organization? Confidentiality regulations are involved, so you can't know yet. Liang Yi sold the idea and took a sip from his teacup, his eyes looking Gu Chen up and down. By the way, you're already second rank. Have you contracted your fifth summoned beast yet? Just got out of my copy. Not yet. That's good. That's good? What do you mean? That's obviously something in the words. Gu Chen's expression moved slightly. You don't suggest I contract a fifth summoned beast? Is there something to say? A mysterious and enigmatic smile appeared on Liang Yi's face. Let's put it this way. If you are able to join the most elite organization amongst the Jinyuan Army, then the fifth summoned beast that you contract will definitely be extremely powerful. Oh, how powerful? Stronger than ever. Gu Chen couldn't help but follow up. Can you be more specific? Liang Yi's voice lowered a few points. Do you know about the dragon race? The light-hearted sentence caused Gu Chen's pupils to abruptly shrink. Dragons. That was a terrifying existence at the very top of the biological hierarchy. Packed dragons. It makes your blood boil just thinking about it. Are you saying that if I can enter that organization of the Jinyuan Army, I can contract a dragon as a summoned beast? Liang Yi put down his teacup and said smilingly, I told you. Dealing with smart people is simple and efficient. Gu Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and asked, what are the conditions for joining that organization? And what are the restrictions? That's a good question. And even though I'm from the military forces, I'm only acting as a recommendation to give you a chance. Only if you pass the Jinyuan Army's examination yourself will you be qualified to join it. As for restrictions, well, as long as you don't commit treason, the War Department won't restrict your personal freedom. Even more, if your performance in the abyss is particularly good, you can also gain military honors and privileges, such as priority access to some very high-yielding abyss. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Gu Chen's eyes lit up as he listened. The Jin Abyssal Army sat on nearly 80% of the abyssals in the Divine Summer Empire, and that meant that if he joined the military forces, he would have the first choice of abyssals. Also, it's possible to contract a dragon. That's a good thing you can't find in a lantern. As for that test from the Jinyuan Army, who was it looking down on? If even he couldn't pass it, then no one in the Divine Summer Empire's current class of transfer students would be able to pass it. Thinking of this, Gu Chen suddenly looked at Liang Yi again. Right. Although the dragon race is rare, if I join the Shangjing Academy, I should be able to have the opportunity to contract the dragon race as well, right? Liang Yi did not hide it and nodded his head. Not bad. With your natural talent, if you enter the Shangjing Academy you can also contract the dragon clan. However, You have to wait until at least next year. Next year? Gu-chan was slightly surprised. Not bad. Your younger brother Guru has been accepted into the Shinjing Academy, and he is a rare profession dragon battle knight, which means that the Academy lineage's quota has already been taken. You should understand this explanation of mine, right? Chapter 91, the best way to solve a problem is to do it. As the name suggests, a dragon warrior knight is a profession that is able to harness dragons for battle. Like the summoner contracted summoned beasts, the dragon warrior knights have to sign a contract with the dragons in order to maximize their combat power. It was just that Gu-chan hadn't expected that amongst the forces of the academy, that spot for the contracted dragon race had already been taken, and the person who occupied this spot was surprisingly still his half-brother genius, Gu Shi. At this moment, Liang Yi continued. The dragon race, one of the abyssal foreign races, boasts that the noble dragon god bloodline flows in their veins, and treats humans as bedbugs. Even for the vast majority of dragons, they would rather be killed by humans than sign a contract with them, because it is nothing less than a disgrace to them. Therefore, for the human race, signing a contract with the dragon race is definitely a chance to be met, and the only thing that will allow you to obtain this opportunity is to join the Jinyuan army. If you can successfully pass the examination, you can become a junior officer, with a basic salary of $30,000 per month, and the 6 insurance and 3 bonuses will start to be purchased the month you join. If you enter the abyss, the military department will also issue additional subsidies, and the military merits gained from killing foreigners can be exchanged for equipment, props, materials, and so on. In addition to that, the officer status of the town abyssal army can also bring you some privileges. Besides the abyssal preference mentioned just now, there is also the right to command in wartime as well as the unconditional cooperation of the local departments. What else is there to say? The Jinyuan army was able to provide him with an opportunity to contract the dragon race. His officer status gave him social status and privileges, and killing foreigners would also earn him military honors, which in turn could be exchanged for resources amongst the treasury of the military department. Thinking of this, Gu-chan said without hesitation, I am willing to join the Jinyuan army. There's no way around it. The war department gives too much. Hearing Gu-chan's reply, the corners of Liang Yi's mouth rose visibly, and even with his strict training, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. According to the regulations of the military department, if the newcomer he recommended passed the examination of the Jinyuan army, then he would also receive a corresponding reward. Judging by the talent Gu-chan had shown, he would definitely be able to pass the Jinyuan army's examination, and even joining that organization wouldn't be out of the question. At that time, as a recommender, he would be able to obtain a considerable amount of resources as a reward. The excitement in Liang Yi's heart was indescribable, and he couldn't wait to bring Gu-chan to the Eastern Continent military region immediately. However, he still gave Gu-chan 2 hours, as he also needed time to submit his application to the Jinyuan army. Gu-chan also had a casual dinner with the 4 Lin Yuan. In 7 days, they had followed Gu-chan through a hell-ranked abyss, a nightmare-ranked abyss, and 2 hell-ranked copies. In addition to leveling up, there is a high gain in resources. In the future, even without Gu-chan, they would be able to easily deal with first-order abyssals below the hell rank by forming a team on their own. Of all the people, only Su Xia was the most reluctant to see Gu-chan leave. According to him, every time he followed Gu-chan through the levels, his physical fitness could gain a certain degree of improvement. It wouldn't give him the battle power to slay the Fae, but a strong physical body would be able to harness a more powerful battle armor. Gu-chan could feel that Su Xia should also have some sort of unavoidable hardship. Otherwise, how could he, as the core figure of the Forever group, have to run to the abyss or a copy every now and then? Gu-chan didn't ask, and with Su Xia's character, even if he did ask, the other party might not be willing to talk. After saying goodbye, Liang Yi led Gu-chan into the city hall's teleportation hall. Bright silver light blossomed from above the arcane and complex patterns of the spell formation, dazzling, blazing, and engulfing the two of them in the blink of an eye. The scene in front of them suddenly changed, and Gu-chan subconsciously looked around, realizing that at this moment, they were already within a base in the wilderness. The base is located in a valley, and while the outside is filled with gray fog, the inside is unaffected by it. Gu-chan's eyes showed curiosity as he followed Liang Yi to a hall to register his information, and after answering some questions, he was brought to a closed elevator door. Well, you're on your own for the rest of the way. Liang Yi's eyes revealed a few complex emotions. He knew that from this moment onwards, this teenager in front of him and him would be people from 2 worlds. Liang Yi was about to leave when he suddenly turned back and barked out a sentence. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the ones who can come to participate in the examination are all talented professionals from Wancheng and several neighboring cities. If there's a conflict here, getting your hands dirty, that's the best way to solve the problem. Gu Chen nodded and walked into the elevator, which went all the way down, and didn't know how many floors it went to. After the latter door opened, a young soldier in military uniform led him around the base and eventually to the examination venue. The venue was roughly the size of 2 basketball courts, in which there were 40 to 50 transfer students standing sporadically. Gu Chen swept a glance and realized that the vast majority of these people were in rare professions and were also wearing shielding props, making it impossible to perceive levels and attributes. Thus, he also shielded information about his level, attributes and such, leaving only his occupation to be perceived. Walking into the venue, a whispered conversation came to his ears. There are quite a few geniuses who have come to participate in the Jinyuan Army's examination this time, and I wonder who will be able to pass successfully. Zhou Xiaotian from Wancheng is considered one, transmuting the rare profession Demon Hunter. He's already level 16, and he also has epic weapons and gauntlets, so as long as he's around, those of us can only be considered to be accompanying the runners. I think so. Lin Cheng's Zhang Shuran isn't bad. Level 15. Rare profession Space Mage. Both survival and output are strong to the point of explosion. Listening to the discussion around him, Gu Chen only felt a pang of familiarity. He himself had grown up in Linchang and was naturally no stranger to the name Zhang Shuran. It could be said that Zhang Shuran's family was the biggest family in Lin City besides the Li family. As for Zhou Xiaotian from Wancheng, before entering the spider cave, Li Feng had mentioned this name to him. In fact, he was asking if he could get Zhou Xiaotian to join him in his team, but at that time, Gu Chen's team was already full, so he didn't agree. Right after Gu Chen entered the examination venue, a single gaze looked at him. Summoners also come to participate in the Jinyuan Army examination? Isn't this looking for death? It should be here to accompany the runners, just to make up a number of people, and it's estimated that it's not even level 10. Wearing a shielding prop, can't see the rank, but I bet this dude has the lowest rank out of everyone. Gu Chen's appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Zhou Xiaotian and Zhang Shuran, who were standing in the center of the venue, looked his way. Chapter 92 Jinyuan Army Examination. What's with the summoner again? Zhang Shuran was surprised for a moment, looking at Gu Chen's handsome face. She always felt like she had seen it somewhere before. Zhou Xiaotian merely glanced in Gu Chen's direction, then withdrew his gaze with a look of contempt. He didn't put this summoner who suddenly appeared in his eyes at all. Don't worry about him. A summoner still dares to come to the Jinyuan Army examination. Is this treating himself as the protagonist of the world? When fighting against a summoner, kill the summoner first. Watch. As long as the examination starts, he will definitely be the first to be eliminated. Zhang Shuran didn't pick up on this conversation, but asked, do you have the feeling that this person looks somewhat familiar? Familiar? Zhou Xiaotian had a disdainful smile on his face. Forget it. I'm not interested in wasting my time on a nobody. For someone like this who can't figure out the situation and dares to come to the Abyssal Suppression Army examination, I can only say that he doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, and if this kind of person dares to enter the abyss, he'll definitely be the first to die. The words were unceremonious and unapologetic as they reached Gu Chen's ears. Gu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Having entered the Jinyuan Army's examination venue, there were still such idiots? I came to take the Jinyuan Army examination. What's in his way? And saying that he doesn't know the heights of heaven, and that he's definitely the first to die when he enters the abyss? Gu Chen raised his eyes to look, and as it happened, that Zhou Xiaotian also looked over. Only, it was with a glance filled with contempt. That posture, tugging as if it were $2.5 million. The inexplicable sense of superiority almost overflowed the screen. Gu Chen was not a generous person. His gaze steeped in coldness as he directly unleashed the skill of Chaos Yuan Spirit through the medium cloak. Secondary attack. In an instant, a terrifying spatial fluctuation appeared above Zhou Xiaotian's head, and a palpitation flashed across his face, and before he had time to react, his body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Shuran, who was next to her, hurriedly went up to help Zhou Xiaotian up. However, when she looked at Zhou Xiaotian, a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly shrunk. Dead. Zhou Xiaotian was actually killed. Zhang Shuran's pretty face was pale. Looking at the corpse in front of her, she only felt her scalp tingle. Murder? How dare he? This is the examination venue of the Jinyuan Army. The others also noticed that Zhou Xiaotian had been killed, and they all looked at Gu Chen with eyes full of scorn. For a time, the gossip within the venue completely disappeared, falling into a deathly silence. Swish! Dazzling golden light blossomed from Zhou Xiaotian's body as he resurrected. At this moment, his face was pale, and he had only 30% of his life value left, entering a weakened state. Resurrection cross? Zhou Xiaotian's eyes were filled with horror. If he hadn't been carrying a resurrection cross, then he would have become a corpse by now. He looked at Gu Chen, his face filled with anger and suffocation. I just said a few wrong words, an unintentional mistake, and you're actually laying a hit on me? A few wrong words? An inadvertent mistake? Do you want to hear what you're saying? What kind of a man thinks he's farting when he talks? Gu Chen didn't care and said, "Oh, you just said the wrong thing? Then you'd better learn a lesson. Next time, you won't have any resurrection props. If you're wrong, you must admit it. If you're beaten, you must stand up straight. What? You don't like it? If you don't, I'll kill you again and blow you up." Gu Chen had one advantage, which was that he listened to advice. Zhang Songhua suggested that he slaughter Li Renjie ruthlessly, and he did. Liang Yi said that getting his hands dirty was the best way to solve problems, so he did. He had intended to teach a lesson, but Zhou Xiaotian was too weak and was seconded. What could Gu Chen do? Can you blame him for that? Zhang Shuran turned her head with an ugly face. Aren't you going too far if you do this? Gu Chen raised his gaze slightly. You want to stand up for him? How many resurrection crosses did you bring? Zhang Shuran's face changed and immediately suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart, not daring to say a single word. She couldn't stand to see what Gu Chen was doing, but what could she do? She hadn't even seen how Zhou Xiaotian had died just now, and if Gu Chen had made a move on her, she would have ended up with seconds. Fighting between candidates is forbidden. The test will begin in 10 minutes. Please get ready. Mechanical-like beeps sounded around the venue. Gu Chen didn't pay any more attention to those two and casually found a place to sit on the ground. The others subconsciously moved away from Gu Chen and lowered their voices in discussion. This is a true god. I didn't even see how he struck. And he secured Zhou Xiaotian with a single skill. Just how many levels is this big guy? This is too terrifying. This person is indeed a bit capable. He is just too arrogant. He kills with his hands when others say one wrong word. He doesn't put other people in his eyes at all. Just shut up, or you'll be the next to die. Fear not. He may not be able to kill us all before his energy runs out. Uing. To the side. Zhou Xiaotian's face was pale and his body was still trembling slightly and uncontrollably as he looked at Gu Chen with a look of scorn in his gaze. He was wearing an epic gauntlet. Surprisingly, he was beaten by a single move. Thinking of this, the scorn in the bottom of his eyes directly turned into deep fear. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to think of retaliation. Gu Chen's icy gaze looked like the gaze of death to him. Before that, he was arrogant and didn't put any of his peers in his eyes at all. Rare profession demon hunter. Epic weapons, epic gear. However, everything he relied on was tantamount to dirt and dogs in front of Gu Chen. Unbeatable. Now although not dead, but has entered a state of weakness, and this weakness after death cannot be dispelled, only through time to slowly recover. It could be said that from now on, this examination was no longer relevant to him. Examination will begin soon. After a period of waiting, a huge vertical eye made of golden nebulae appeared abruptly on the ceiling of the venue. An unadulterated voice suddenly resounded, as if it came from far away, and as if it was ringing in the ears, full of power and majesty, causing people to involuntarily give birth to the intention of subjugation. The secret eye. The heavy people in the meeting hall looked up. Their faces changed slightly, and their bodies couldn't help but tense up. It turns out that the examination is conducted in a secret realm. Gu Chen retracted his gaze, feeling an unprecedented spiritual impact from within that golden vertical eyes. The huge vertical eye was full of grandeur, and the golden nebulae in it moved slowly, as if it contained some kind of heart-stoppingly terrifying power. In the center of the vertical eye, the pupil composed of thousands of stars was so deep and infinite that just looking at it was mesmerizing. The emotionless voice rang out again. All candidates on command. The rules presentation will now begin. The difficulty of this test is categorized into normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell levels, and the higher the difficulty, the more points you get. The results of this examination will be ranked according to points, and the points earned by the candidates can be converted into military merits at a later stage. In order to achieve the purpose of the examination, the use of recovery props is not allowed in this grand examination. And if any candidate is found to have used recovery props in the examination, she will be directly disqualified from the examination. The rules of the test have been read out. Now, all candidates prepare. The secret world will be open soon. After hearing the rules of the examination, the crowd of candidates in the venue stood in place, their expressions filled with gravity. Recovery props cannot be used. How could the Jin Yuan army's examination be so harsh? That doesn't give a damn. The eye of the secret realm was right above everyone's heads, and the powerful pressure emanating from it caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. A moment later, thousands of golden streams of light emanated from his pupils, shooting toward the crowd in the venue. The candidates were attached to their bodies by golden streams of light and their figures instantly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, the entire venue became empty. Immediately afterward, The light on the surface of the eye of the mysterious realm gradually faded away and hovered above the venue, no longer changing in any way. Only the golden nebula within it was still slowly flowing. Chapter 93, isn't it a bit outrageous? Jinyuan Army Base. Inside the command room, several middle-aged men in military uniforms with a heavy aura were sitting in front of a huge screen. These officers were all senior officers of the Eastern Continent military region and also served as examiners for this examination. General Ling, the summoner that Liang Yi recommended over, has also joined this examination. This is the relevant information. A clerical staff member came forward and handed a piece of paper to the middle-aged man sitting in the very center. Whether it was the position he was sitting in, or the pair of epaulets on both of his shoulders that represented a one-star war general, it all signaled that this person's status was extraordinary. And he, too, was the chief examiner of this examination, Ling Feng. Gu Chen, son of Gu Qingfeng, level 21, summoner. It's only been a week since the transfer ceremony, and this kid has risen from level 1 to level 21. Gu Qingfeng really gave birth to a good son. Admiral Ling, since Gu Chen's level has far exceeded the average level of the candidates this time around, I would suggest setting his secret realm to the hell level. Do you think it's feasible? May. Also, do a detailed evaluation report on him based on the exam data. I want to know how on earth he, a summoner, could have such a terrifying upgrade speed. Ling Feng instructed a few words and then looked down at the thick pile of materials on the table. The several officers next to them nodded their heads and tuned their observation view to the secret realm where Gu Chen was examining the secret world. As the golden light flashed, Gu Chen's figure appeared on a sandy field. In front of him at this moment was a humanoid demoness with blood-red skin, clad in animal skins and skeletons. In the banshee's hand, a staff crafted from animal bones was emitting a roaring flame. La Fei. Gu Chen was not ambiguous either, summoning the Blood Tribe Archon to block in front of him, and confronting this red-skinned demoness in front of him with each other. Examination Task I, Kill Bloodstained Banshee LV. 21. The moment the prompt appeared, the bloodstained banshee moved. The beast bone staff in its hand erupted with intense fire elements, and flames visible to the naked eye were converging in the air, instantly coalescing into a blazing fireball. Bang! 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 Before the opponent's fireball spell flew over, the muzzle of the gun in the Blood Archon's hand had already shot out a silver lightning bolt. Fatal shot. Next, the bloodstained banshee's body trembled. Her head was blown off by the bullet, and she died directly on the ground without even having the time to let out a scream. Seconds. Gu Chen's eyes were calm, and he was already used to this kind of scene in front of him. A level 21 ordinary Fae would be completely killed in seconds under a level 21 Blood Race Archon. The Blood Archon was Gu Chen's first legendary level summoned beast, and although his skills had never been much enhanced, the growth was very high after each upgrade. This way to kill ordinary foreign races of the same level were basically killed in a single blow under the Blood Race Archon's attack. Therefore, this scene in front of him was already expected by Gu Chen. Seconds? Inside the command room, several examiners' faces then showed intense shock. What kind of summon is this? How can it be so strong? No way. How can it be seconds? Check if the secret level was set incorrectly? Report. It's been checked. The level of the secret realm Gu Chen is in is hell level. There are no errors. And that bloodstained banshee's battle power is also level 21. The battle power matches the set level. Candidates who come to take the test will receive a prompt to choose a difficulty level at the first time they enter the secret realm. However, since Gu Chen was the highest ranked, he had no choice and was directly sent into the hell-ranked secret realm. The gap between the 4 difficulty levels is also very clear. Normal level secret realm. The base attribute of the alien race is the original attribute, without any bonus. For the difficulty level mysteries, the base attribute of the Fae is a 25% increase on the original attribute. Nightmare level secret realm. The base attributes of the Fae have been increased by 50%. Hell level difficulty. The base attributes of the Fae have been increased by 100%. This meant that what Gu Chen had just faced was a level 21 alien whose base attributes had been doubled. If Gu Chen had killed him, it would have been understandable. But seconds. Isn't that a little out of line? Chapter 94, Leading Off a Cliff. Appraisal scores are based on a range of performance in combat. This includes, but is not limited to, quick reactions, tactical usage, offensive techniques, weakness strikes, etc. Although a foreigner of the same level would be a bit stronger than a human. For a professional who had gone through systematic learning, as long as they kept up their normal play, they would definitely be able to kill them. In the process, the examiner is also able to identify and correct any remaining deficiencies in the professional himself. But now, Gu Chen hadn't even made a move, and just a single skill from the summoned beast had killed the bloodstained banshee in seconds. How should this be scored? Among the records of past examinations, there had never been such a precedent. What to do? A few examiners were torn for a moment, and they could not help but look at Ling Feng, who was sitting in the very center. He was a 5-star battle general of the Eastern Continent military region and the examiner in charge of this examination. He should be the one to make the call on how it should be rated. For a moment, the gazes of several examiners looked towards the figure sitting at the top. Sensing several gazes towards him, Ling Feng put down a piece of information he was reviewing in his hands and turned his head towards the young officer and asked, "What's the situation?" The young officer immediately played back the record from earlier. General Ling Guchen was arranged to enter the Hell-level secret realm and faced a level 21 bloodstained banshee with a 100% increase in his base attributes. But that foreigner was surprisingly killed in seconds by his summoned beast. The young officer explained from the side. Seconds. There's something about this little guy. Ling Feng's thumb rubbed the stubble on his chin as he watched the footage from the video with interest, and he narrowed his eyes slightly in a thoughtful manner. In that case, let's adjust the parameters and raise all the alien races in the Hell-level secret realm to level 30. Ha? Level 30? That's a third-ranked Fae. Wouldn't that be a bit too high? After all, Guchen has only just reached the second rank. There's no harm in it. This kind of genius isn't fit to be treated with common sense at all. I have a hunch that even if we face a third-order foreigner, it won't be hard for this brat. Well, what if he can easily kill even a third-order Fae? Another examiner immediately asked. The purpose of the test is to select outstanding talents for the Jin Yuan army, not to thwart the candidates. If he can still pass the test in the face of a third-order foreigner, then he's the talent we're looking for. How are the points counted then? Originally, killing a foreigner in the middle of a Hell-level secret realm was 10 points. Now, the examiner in charge of tallying a few points had a difficult look on his face. The emergence of geniuses naturally can't be viewed in silence and with common sense. I am the chief examiner of this examination, and may exercise the right of special treatment for special events during the examination. Here, I propose that for every third-order foreigner killed in the Hell-level secret realm, 5 points will be added to the original points. Ling Feng said, looking to the left and right in an inquisitive manner. Several of the examiners nodded in agreement without considering it. Although Ling Feng had made an inquisitive attitude, they all knew that it was not asking for their opinions. As a subordinate, just nod your head. In the normal level secret realm, each kill is worth 1 point. The full score for each kill in the difficulty level secret realm is 3 points. In the nightmare level secret realm, the full score for each kill was 6 points. As for the Hell level, the full score for each kill was 10 points. Note that this refers to a perfect score. That is to say, if there are some flaws in the battle, there is a high probability that you will not get this score even if you kill the alien. Ling Feng nodded, his tone resounding. Since there are no objections, I announce that Gu Chen's previous test results are nullified, and we will now begin to adjust the difficulty of the Hell-level secret realm and retest. Yes, the secret realm of examination. Gu Chen stood still and waited for the prompt after killing the bloodstained banshee, and did not make any further moves. At that moment, the alien corpses on the ground suddenly disappeared. In the next second, another bloodstained banshee appeared where the previous corpse was. Compared to before, the aura emanating from this bloodstained banshee was clearly several times more powerful. Examination task I, kill level 30 alien bloodstained banshee. The prompt appeared, and Gu Chen's eyes instantly revealed a look of surprise. Why assessment task I and not assessment task 2? However, he didn't think much about the sudden appearance of the level 30 alien. After all, it was the examination of the Jin Yuan army. If it was too easy, wouldn't it be like child's play? What the hell? Just do it. At Gu Chen's command, the Blood Race Archon directly raised his gun and fired. Although the bloodstained banshee's level had been raised to level 30, her four-dimensional attributes were still crushed by the Blood Archon, and she couldn't make a single ripple. After all, one was an ordinary Fae and one was a legendary summoned beast. This was an essential gap. How could it block? Bang! 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 The bullet turned into a silver-gray lightning bolt and instantly blew up the bloodstained banshee's head. No surprises. Seconds again. The eyelids of the crowd of examiners jumped hard, once again being shocked. You got spiked at level 21, and now you're still getting spiked at level 30. It's on, isn't it? Seconds again? What the hell is this summoned beast of his? With a summoned beast like this around, it's practically comparable to the Dragon Battle Knight's giant dragon. Summoner, when did it become so powerful? The examiners landed their gazes on Ling Feng, waiting for his decision. The examination continues. A majestic voice rang in the ears of the crowd as Ling Feng made a statement. With that, the first round of examination was declared over. The first round of tests is over. The number of persons assessed in this round is 54, and the number of qualified persons is 43. With the prompts popping up, everyone received a ranking of their results, though they were also limited to seeing their rankings in points. As for the others, they can only see the points. 1. Gu Chen. Points, 15. 2. Zhang Shuran. Points, 5. 19. Zhou Xiaotian. Points, 2. Gu Chen was in first place, and his score of 15 points was so striking that it was like a king bomb that made all the candidates' hearts pound. In second place was Zhang Shuran, and it seemed that the battle power of a space mage could not be underestimated. As for the third, fourth, and several other names further back, Gu Chen had never seen them and had no impression at all. If one looked closely at each candidate's points, one would realize that Gu Chen's lead was cliff-like. He had 15 points. Zhang Shuran, who was right behind him, had 5 points, which was only a fraction of his, and those candidates further back were not even a fraction of his. Points are rated not only in relation to combat skills, but combat time also plays a large part. Even if you kill a Fey, you will get the same low score if your battle time is not up to par. Damn, is that first place a pervert? Even in a hell-level secret realm, the full score for each kill is only 10 points. Where did he get his 15 points from? Is there a bug in the secret setting? There's definitely something wrong with these points. I wasn't blinking and got careless, otherwise I would have gotten 6 points just now for sure. In the secret realm, Zhou Xiaotian glanced at his ranking of 19th, his heart bursting with anger and suffocation. For this examination, he was running for first place. Unexpectedly, he was directly killed by Gu Chen in the meeting place, and this was only the first round of the examination. He was almost thrown out of the top 20, and it would definitely be even worse further down the line. This time he was a complete chaperone. At this point, the vast majority of candidates' first reaction after seeing Gu Chen's results was that the data was wrong. After all, in the history of the Jin Yuan Army's examination, no one had ever been able to get 15 points in the first round of the examination. Gu Chen's eyes were calm, with a breezy demeanor, unsurprised that he ranked first. He was already at the second rank. What was there to compare with these first-ranked brats? That's when the prompt reappeared. Examination Task 2, kill as many foreigners as possible within the time limit. Attention! This round of examination will refresh the foreigners within the stipulated time without limitation. If you have insufficient strength, you can give up the examination at any time. Chapter 95, Why don't you become an instructor? As the prompt for the second round of exams appeared, the faces of all the candidates quietly changed. What do you mean by unlimited refreshment of alien races for a set period of time? Meaning you can't kill them all? You can only kill until you run out of steam and then give up? Giving up means no more points can be gained from kills. It's not explicitly stated how long the specified time is, and that would be a real ordeal. For ordinary professionals, this was indeed not a small amount of consumption, but to Gu Chen, it didn't matter. 1 Fey is a kill. 1,000 Fey is a kill. It's not like he's doing it. Just do it and be done with it. In the midst of a hell-level secret realm, for every alien you killed, you would earn 15 points. A gain that was several times that of others. The more foreigners he killed, the more points he would receive and the higher his ranking would be. Among this examination, the vast majority of people chose the difficult level secret realm, and only a few chose the nightmare level secret realm. As for the hell level, no one dares to pick it at all. Although the higher the difficulty, the more points you get, no one dares to make a guarantee that you'll be able to clear the hell level secret world. After all, the selection results were ranked by points, and the higher the points, the higher the ranking. There's only one chance, and if you're eliminated in the middle of the process, there's no hope at all. And if you choose the next best nightmare level secret realm, you will have a high chance of passing all the selections and thus gaining the most points. Unlimited refreshment of the Fae? A touch of gravity surfaced above Zhang Shuren's pretty face. For a mage-type profession, she's actually better at quickly resolving battles with high amounts of damage, and a battle of attrition can be unappealing. However, she wasn't discouraged. In addition to her own uncommon strength, she also had an epic staff in her hands. The staff comes with a skill that allows for a certain amount of recovery after a kill, which will make her much less stressful. While the Fae hadn't been refreshed yet, her gaze subconsciously looked towards the first position on the leaderboard. Each candidate could only see their own name, so in Zhang Shuren's eyes, Gu Chen's name had been replaced by 2 asterisks. I don't know exactly who it is, but those 15 points look unusually striking. How is that possible? How could you get such a high score in the first round of examination? Even for the Inferno grade, the full score for the first round was only 10 points, so it was hard to believe that this person had broken some sort of examination record. Thinking of this, Zhang Shuren's mind subconsciously conjured up Gu Chen's figure. Is that him? No, definitely not. When she thought of Gu Chen's unceremonious threat to her earlier in the venue, Zhang Shuren dismissed the idea at first. Either way, it could be anyone, but she just didn't want the one in first place to be Gu Chen. Even though Gu Chen's appearance gave her an inexplicable familiarity. After a short preparation time, the second round of exams began. Opposite Gu Chen, the bloodstained banshee corpse had disappeared, and a spatial vortex appeared out of nowhere. Immediately afterward, black shadows flashed within the spatial vortex, and a humanoid monster whose body was covered with large swaths of withered bones walked out. The monster opened its eyes, and a strong bloodthirsty killing intent burst out from its ghostly green pupils, charging straight at Gu Chen. Bloodstained Bone Demon. Rank, LV. 30. Life value, 108. 500. Attributes, Strength 580. Agility 300. Physique 320. Spirit 330. Skill, Bone Blade Chopping. At a moment like this, there was no need for him to command, as the Blood Archon pulled the trigger at the first opportunity, and a series of bullets shot towards the alien's head. Whether it was the bloodstained banshee just now or the current bloodstained bone demon, although they were both ordinary level 30 Fae, their battle power far exceeded that of their class, stronger than a normal Fae, but weaker than an elite Fae. It seems that the foreign races in this secret realm have been adjusted, which means that these foreign races are not foreign races in the true sense of the word. The alien races in the examination mystery realm were like visible data. No experience would be gained after a kill. Alien corpses could not be transformed into blood descendants, and even blood archons did not gain a blood bonus after a kill. There is nothing to gain but points. It made Gu Chen feel that this was a data-driven test in its entirety, only to see a series of silver-white bullets whistling out, hitting the bloodstained bone demon's head with unparalleled precision. The bloodstained bone demon's main attribute was strength, which far exceeded that of its peers, almost nearly reaching 600 points, but speed, physique, and spirit were only at the beginning of 300, and its blood bonus was relatively ordinary, just over 100. 000. With this, how could it block the Blood Archon skills? Deadly Shot plus Scarlet Banquet. The two skills connected seamlessly, and with just a bang, the bloodstained bone demon's body was reduced to a pile of broken bones. The body fragments fell to the ground, faded, and then disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few breaths later, right where that body fragment disappeared, another bloodstained bone demon appeared out of thin air. The Blood Race Archon did not hesitate to attack. Just as soon as that bloodstained bone demon appeared and before it could even take a step, the Blood Race Archon's attack had already landed on its body. Deadly Shot is still on cooldown, but it doesn't have much of an effect on the Blood Maharaja's combat power, as the damage dealt by the punch is just as substantial. Soon, a storm of pummeling attacks coupled with the Scarlet Feast's chasing damage caused the second bloodstained bone demon to die on the ground as well. Next, the Blood Archon guarded Gu Chen's side with a wary face, and its attacks were crisp and clear, never dragging its feet. As long as a bloodstained bone demon appeared, it would be killed in just a few breaths. Gu Chen watched from the side. The scene in front of him was like a hangman's game. It was simply too boring, so he found an empty space next to him and sat down, perhaps to alleviate the pressure of the test. After the previous alien died, the next alien would appear roughly 10 seconds later. This is a user-friendly design that gives candidates just the right amount of cushioning time to take advantage of the lull to catch their breath a little. However, this was really a waste of time in Gu Chen's opinion. If he could speed up the speed at which the foreigners appeared, then it would be good. And if not, a few more foreigners at a time would be fine. He wanted to hit 10. Inside the command room, several officers watched Gu Chen's performance through the screen, and extremely strange looks emerged on their faces. What kind of summoned beast is this? Why is it so strong? The information says it's a Blood Archon. Never seen this kind of summoned beast before, and I don't know what the qualifications are. To use the alien race we designed as a living target, it's at least epic 3 stars or more. This kind of battle power, it's simply unprecedented. So far, Gu Chen is already riding high in the assessment with just one summoner, but normally, a level 21 summoner should have 5 summoned beasts. Are you saying that Gu Chen's current performance is merely the tip of the iceberg of his true battle power? As the words fell out of his mouth, several of the officers looked at each other and stared at each other in disbelief. This is the candidate? Even being an officer is more than enough. Chapter 96, it's definitely shady. Each candidate's examination was conducted in a separate secret realm, and as one alien race after another was killed, the status of all the candidates began to decline steadily, except for Gu Chen. At this moment, he was lying on a gentle slope with his hands resting behind his head, leisurely watching the battle between the Blood Race Archon and the blood-stained bone demon. The several examiners sitting in the control room, on the other hand, were furious at this scene. Too arrogant. This is the selection test of the Jin Yuan army. He's actually planning to pass it lying down? That's flouting the test. I'll have to mark him down. Is this genius? It really makes people angry. Hearing the conversation between several examiners, Ling Feng subconsciously raised his head to look at the screen, and when he got a good look at Gu Chen's situation, he couldn't help but flash an intriguing smirk on his hard-lined cheeks. After about 15 minutes or so, the first candidate announced that he was giving up the test, a swordsman, and the reason for giving up was physical exhaustion. This swordsman entered a nightmare-level secret realm with a total of 55 points, which was considered a stopping point. Gu Chen glanced at his points in boredom. 690 points. It was more than 10 times as much as that swordsman. If it wasn't for the slow refresh time of the Fae, he would have dried up his points past 1,000 long ago. Next, the number of people who gave up the test gradually increased. There were even a few candidates who were directly killed by the blood-stained bone demon due to their misjudgment and not being able to abandon the test in time. Death in the test was common, and all those involved in the test had signed a series of agreements, and Gu Chen was among them. The lack of a clear assessment time in itself psychologically causes a sense of anxiety, coupled with the unlimited refreshing of the alien race. This is an invisible test of every candidate's physical strength and mental endurance. You can also use props when you're low on status under normal circumstances, and rest in place without them. But this is clearly not applicable in the present situation. When you were tired, you grabbed the alien refresh time to catch your breath. And when you ran out of status, you could only fight hard. And every time you killed an alien, a new one would appear, one after the other, never ending. There's no end to the killing. There's no end to the killing. An hour later, the number of people in the test was already half of what it was at the beginning, and these remaining people were all showing fatigue, their eyes streaked with blood, and the despair and depression in their hearts were almost driving them crazy. The examination is over. Settlement will now begin. Candidates, please rest in place. Finally, an icy voice suddenly rang out, sounding like heavenly music in the ears of the crowd of candidates. So close. I was almost about to give up. Finally made it through. Hell, I don't know what I've been through. Phew. It's finally over. Along with the beeping sound, all the alien races instantly disappeared. The candidates sat paralyzed as if they were relieved, each of them looking slightly pale and panting heavily. Their physical and mental strength is suffering under such a cruel environment, and it is not easy for them to hold out until now. Zhang Shuren's pretty face was pale. With an epic staff in hand, her exertion had been minimized, but even so, the succession of foreigners still brought her intense depression and suffocation. It's both physical and mental torture. There was even a moment when she was planning to give up on the examination. Only when she thought of the humiliation of being scared off by Gu Chen in the meeting hall earlier, she braced herself to persevere again. Asterisk. It's finally over. If it doesn't end, I'm afraid I'm going to die here today. Zhou Xiaotian was already paralyzed with exhaustion. His face was as pale as paper. He felt like his entire body was about to be wasted. He didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. He lay on the ground panting violently, his body as limp as mud. Originally, he should have entered the nightmare-level secret realm like Zhang Shuran, but he was killed by Gu Chen into a weakened state and was forced to choose the difficult level. Plus, he was a rare profession demon hunter, who happened to have a talent that restored his status after a kill, and that's how he lasted until now. Otherwise, if it were any other profession, I'm afraid it would have been eliminated. But even so, Zhou Xiaotian was already exhausted. His battle strength was 1 in 10. And if he entered the third round in this state, he would undoubtedly be eliminated directly. It's over? Upon hearing the prompt, Gu Chen sat up from the ground with a relaxed and natural stance. In the second round of the test, he completely laid through. Although the Blood Archon had been killing monsters, under the Blood's recovery the depletion of the status was minimal. 43 persons in this round of assessment, of whom 26 were disqualified due to injury, death or voluntary abandonment. Warning that the difficulty of the next round of tests will continue to increase and that candidates may choose to voluntarily give up in order to avoid a high casualty rate. Seeing the hints, the candidates' faces immediately became grave. Someone has already died in this round of tests, and the difficulty of the next round of tests will increase. The chances of death will be greatly increased by continuing the test. It's hard to give up on this, but it's hard to do so. For a while, all the candidates' faces showed a struggle. I give up. After a few moments, one candidate finally made up his mind. As the words fell, his figure appeared on the outside training ground. Being able to go this far was already considered the limit. Even if he withdrew from the examination, after he went out he would be able to enroll in the Higher Learning Institute. There was no need to fight for his life. I quit. That's all. I tried my best. After this candidate, one after another, 6 more candidates chose to give up. The rest, with a determined face, chose to continue the examination. As a group of students made their choices, the number of people to be assessed in the second round of exams was finalized. The number of qualified persons is 10, successfully advancing to the next round of examination. Several examiners watched everything with expressionless faces, not praising those who stayed or despising those who gave up. After all, Everyone had the right to choose their own way of life. Immediately afterward, the results of the second round of exams were announced. 1. Gu Chen. Points, 1. 815. 2. Zhang Shuran. Points, 358. 10. Zhou Xiaotian. Points, 63. Gu Chen was at the top of the list, riding a long way ahead. How is it possible? First place has a whopping 815 points? Zhang Shuran's gaze was fixed dead center on the rankings of the results. A pair of willow eyebrows twisted together, her eyes filled with shock. If the first place winner in this round of the test is still the same person from the previous round, that means that person has earned a total of 1,800 points in the second round of the test. No way. It's also outrageous. Where's that? For a while, the candidates who had advanced to the third round of examinations showed strong resentment. That's a statistic that becomes clear with a little math. Even if the first place was a hell-level secret realm, killing a foreigner was able to get 10 points, and 1,800 points would mean killing 180 foreigners, and the test took exactly 1 hour, with a 10-second interval after each alien was killed. The total interval for 180 aliens would be 30 minutes. That means that the guy at the top of the rankings has only really been fighting for 30 minutes. 30 minutes to kill 180 Fae? 6 alien kills per minute? Kill an alien every 10 seconds? Isn't that bull asterisk? Shady. Definitely shady. Chapter 97, Spirited Zhou Xiaotian. It's not just shady. It's simply ridiculous. Everyone was a transfer student who hadn't graduated yet and was level 15 at best. Kill a Fae of the same class in less than 10 seconds? If you are gifted, you can do it once or twice, but over 100 times in a row. Isn't that bull asterisk? You're so good. Why don't you go to heaven? Why are you still here for the Jin Yuan army test? Damn. What's up with that first place points? There's definitely something wrong. Needless to say, that guy is definitely cheating. The Jin Yuan army examination even dares to play shady. Humph. Just wait. I'm going to report it to the Imperial Military Council. Retake the test. I demand a retake. One by one, the candidates broke into a rage, clamoring that the test was unfair. Zhou Xiaotian was the most energetic, roaring up to the sky in the secret realm, constantly shouting for a retake. At this moment, he firmly believed that the first place points must be shady, or else they were the sons of the Jin Yuan army's top brass. How else do you explain so many exaggerated points? In fact, not only Zhou Xiaotian, but the rest of the candidates had expressed strong dissatisfaction with the points that came in first place. After all, this score was beyond their knowledge. 180 Fae of the same level. All of them had to be killed within 10 seconds. Even if they had brought recovery potions, it was impossible to do so. What? Are you infinite energy? Seeing that a group of candidates were in a negative mood, not only affecting the normal examination process, but even having an out-of-control posture, the icy voice in the secret realm appeared once again. In order to ensure the fairness and impartiality of this examination and the normal conduct of the examination, it is hereby declared that Candidate Gu Chen, Summoner Profession, Level 21, entering Hell Level Secret Realm. Due to Gu Chen's level far exceeding the regular level, it has been decided by the examiner's research to temporarily raise the difficulty of the Prison Level Secret Realm Pro. Inside the Hell Level Mystery, all foreigners enter a berserk state. Level up to level 30, points plus 15 for each foreigner killed. All decisions have been reported to the Jin Yuan Army Examination and Deliberation Committee and have been passed by the Council. And those who have any objections may file a reconsideration with the Jin Yuan Army Examination and Deliberation Committee after the examination. Seeing the prompt, a group of candidates came to a realization. The difficulty of the Hell Level Secret Realm has been raised. It's full of level 30 Fae that have gone berserk. And you get 15 points for every Fae you kill? The points have only increased by 5 compared to before. But how much more difficult is it? Those candidates who complained about the injustice were all shocked beyond words by this fact. Level 21 Gu Chen had killed 123rd ranked Fae alone in an hour? How is that possible? They were all dumbstruck. And by this point, they were instead more inclined to think that Gu Chen was cheating. After all, it sounds a little more credible. Everyone was a talented professional from each city. And under that kind of physical and mental oppression, the difficulty would increase exponentially with each additional alien killed. How is it possible for someone to kill 123rd order Fae? Although the heart is heavy with doubts, but the discerning know that the assessment statement has been sent out. That means the truth is so. What's more, this was the examination of the Jin Yuan army. Whoever dared to cheat in the middle of the examination would definitely be dead. Shady? Not at all. Unless someone wants to be sent to the abyss. After the statement was sent out, individuals were not happy about it. Gu Chen's level is higher than others. That's his problem. Just raise the difficulty for him. What's the point of increasing the points? Isn't that widening the gap? Several candidates were quite vocal about this. However, they didn't make a sound. After all, even the Jinyuan Army Examination Deliberation Council had passed this decision. So what use were the opinions of them? The candidates? At this time, Zhang Shuran, who was in second place, changed his expression slightly. Gu Chen? Surprisingly, it's him. No wonder he got such high points. As a Lin Cheng person, how could Zhang Shuran not recognize this name? During this period of time, Gu Chen's name was simply thunderous in Lin Cheng. So much so that people's ears were getting cocooned from hearing it. Only, because of City Lord Su Lai, Gu Chen had already rebelled against Lin Cheng and turned to the camp of Wan Cheng. It's a pity. If Gu Chen hadn't rebelled against Lin City, just by virtue of the fact that we're all from Lin City, we could have asked him to step in and help teach that person who threatened me a lesson. Zhang Shuran sighed in her heart, and thought of the humiliating scene in the middle of the meeting hall earlier. Since she was a child, she had never been threatened like that. It was a revenge she remembered and had to be avenged no matter what. As she thought about it, the person's appearance came back to her mind, and with it, the earlier familiarity grew stronger. Abruptly, as if Zhang Shuran had thought of something, his eyelids jumped violently, his body trembled violently as if he had suffered a lightning strike, and his entire body froze directly in place. No, how can it be? He's actually Gu Chen? For a moment, Zhang Shuran's pretty face turned pale. When she thought of Li Renjie's death and the destruction of the Li family in Lin Chang, a coldness went straight from her back to the sky. Despair, or even collapse. Initially she just thought that the person who threatened her was a minor character, so her heart was filled with resentment and was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. However, when she realized that the person was Gu Chen, all of her resentment disappeared in an instant. The difference is too great. In the face of Gu Chen, she didn't dare to develop the slightest bit of revenge at all. All she had left now was fear. Fear. On the other side, unlike the terrified Li Shuran, when Zhou Xiaotian learned that the one at the top of the leaderboards was Gu Chen, he was all smiles. It's Gu Chen. The person at the top of the leaderboard was actually Gu Chen. Old-timers. Since Gu Chen had joined Wancheng, and he was from a famous family in Wancheng, this friendship could naturally be climbed. Thinking of this, a grim smile appeared on Zhou Xiaotian's face again. After the test was over, he would find Gu Chen and have a chat, then take out a piece of epic-level equipment as a meet-and-greet gift, and then ask Gu Chen to help him avenge himself. We're all from Wancheng. Isn't this trivial matter a matter of course? However, he had never dealt with Gu Chen, so when he got out of the secret realm of assessment, he still had to find someone to ask for Gu Chen's contact information first. That scumbag. I don't care who he is. To think that he would try to kill me. He must die today. Zhou Xiaotian's eyes erupted with an intense color of resentment. Right at this moment, in the sky above the secret realm, a golden stream of light descended from the sky and surged into the remaining candidates. After the golden light flashed, all the candidates' fatigue disappeared. Their status returned to full, and they completely recovered. At the same time, the voice in the secret realm resounded again. The number of qualified persons is 10, successfully advancing to the third round of examination. Examination Task 3, kill an elite alien. The one who takes the least amount of time gets the most points. First place plus 100 points. Second place plus 60 points. Third place plus 30 points. After fourth place, plus 10 points. If you fail to kill the elite alien within 30 minutes, you will fail the test. If you are killed by an elite alien during the test, you will fail the test. Chapter 98, it's not just a matter of having hands. Gu Chen's information was disclosed in the statement issued just now, naturally with Gu Chen's consent. Once everyone's status was back to full, the third round of examination began. This time, the elite Fae appeared, and once the word elite appeared, one didn't need to think about it to know that the difficulty had been raised several times compared to before. The only way to get 100 points is to kill the elite Fae in the shortest time possible. From fourth place onwards, candidates who kill an elite alien are uniformly awarded only 10 points. All the candidates were single-examined, which meant that the candidates could only kill the elite Fae single-handedly. Although the candidates who had persevered until now were all rare occupations, with their current battle power, how could they have the strength to single-handedly kill an elite Fae? Just hearing about this examination task, the crowd of candidates couldn't help but feel a chill in their backs. It seemed that this test was not only about extreme output ability, but also extreme survival ability. After all, the only way to do damage to the elite Fae is to stay alive. If he was accidentally killed by an elite alien, not only would he fail the test, he would even lose his life. Those who were previously jealous of Gu Chen snickered and laughed wistfully. Don't you have a high rank? There's a point bonus for hellish mysteries? Okay, no problem. If a level 30 elite alien appeared, how would your excellency respond? That's a level 30 elite Fae, with a life value that's definitely above 800. 000. I'd like to see if Gu Chen can still clear the level this time. It's too bad. If you can't kill an elite alien within 30 minutes, you'll be judged to have failed the test. Ha ha ha. That means Gu Chen has to deal at least 26,000 plus damage per minute to ensure that he won't be eliminated. How is that possible? Unless he can have unlimited firepower. In the command room, several officers watched Gu Chen in the secret realm through the screen with gloating smiles on their faces. A level 30 elite Fae, still in a berserk state. It's time to make this kid suffer a bit. Not bad. That's a good intensity up. Bar none. Not necessarily. Maybe this elite Fae can be easily killed by him as well. I think that summoned beast of his is a bit evil. Several examiners were divided in their opinions. Ling Feng was ambling around signing a military document, turning a deaf ear to the disagreements of the few people around him. Liang Yi had already reported to him in writing that Gu Chen's purpose for taking the test was to enter that most elite organization among the Jinyuan army. It would be disappointing if they couldn't even handle that intensity. On the other side, Zhou Xiaotian had a spirited look on his face at the moment. Luckily, I chose the difficult level secret realm, plus the golden light in the secret realm can replenish the consumption. So I think I can still last another round. The golden light just now only replenished the consumption and did not dispel his weakened state. However, he was a rare profession, so if he played steadily, he should be able to pass this round as well. Only, Gu Chen's side is a bit dangerous. How is it possible to knock out more than 800,000 blood of an elite alien in 30 minutes, dealing at least 27,000 damage per minute? Even if he was a level 21 battle power, he couldn't do it even if he drained his energy. Among the other candidates, there were not a few who had such thoughts in mind. In the opinion of the vast majority of the candidates, Gu Chen no longer had the possibility of turning the tables, and stopping at the third round of the examination was his ultimate end. Actually, no. Let's just say that these candidates are taking the issue too literally. The Blood Archon was a legendary summoning beast, and although it was only level 21, all four-dimensional attributes had broken the 600 mark. A level 30 elite Fae in the district. The main attribute hadn't reached 600. The secondary attribute was usually around 300, and the average attribute was at most 400 out. Take the pinch. In the secret realm, the space in front of them suddenly became distorted and shifted for a while, and then a huge tree demon with a dark red torso appeared in Gu Chen's line of sight. Fae, Bloodstained Tree Demon Elite. Rank, LV. 30. Life value, 831,000. Attributes, Strength 518, Agility 213, Physique 546, Spirit 375, Skill I, Life-Sucking, Skill 2, Siren Cage. After scanning the various attributes of the elite alien, other than the life value reaching more than 830,000 under the elite bonus, there was nothing else that was eye-catching. No wonder the third round of examination is asking candidates to single-handedly kill elite foreigners. So that's how it is. Although this Bloodstained Tree Demon's strength was as high as 518 points, its agility was only a little over 200. This value was not even a regular attribute of an elite Fae, let alone an elite Fae. It was even a bit lower than a normal Fae of the same level. This was still a level 30 elite alien in a hellish secret realm. If it was in other low-level secret realms, the agility attribute would only be lower. That is to say, although this elite Fae had high blood volume and high strength, it was very slow, far below the average level of its class. In this situation, as long as one was cautious and careful in the middle of a sparring match, there was a high chance that even the most ordinary professional would be able to dodge the attack of an elite alien. If it was replaced with an assassin or a shadow ranger type of professional that favored sensitivity and explosions, they would be able to completely use their own advantages to fight this elite Fae head-on. 830,000 life steal, 518 strength, 213 agility, plus 30 minutes of allotted time. Finding an elite foreigner with high offense and high defense that was slow to move to test the candidate's extreme output ability. Those people from the Jinyuan army had really gone through a lot of trouble. Gu Chen nodded slightly. He had already figured out the core points of the third round of exams. Then the next thing to clarify is just one thing. How do you kill an elite alien with over 800,000 blood in 30 minutes? Gu Chen had a breezy face. Isn't this just a matter of having hands? At that moment, the Bloodstained Tree Demon shook its huge body and walked over. A dark red light blossomed above its dense canopy. And then, the land around Gu Chen's feet suddenly flipped open, and a tree vine the thickness of an adult's arm broke through the ground, instantly forming a cage to trap Gu Chen in it. Skill, Tree Demon Cage. The Bloodstained Tree Demon managed to trap Gu Chen with its skill, and it roared in excitement as it moved its huge body forward extremely slowly. Inside the command room, It's over. Gu Chen was actually controlled by the tree demon cage without paying attention. How could he make such a low-level mistake? This tree demon cage is exceptionally tough. Even warriors of the same level can't break it. As long as the tree demon catches up with him, he'll definitely die. Alas, it's a pity. Gu Chen was also too gullible. I guess he won the previous rounds too easily, and was controlled by the bloodstained tree demon when he didn't pay attention. Several officers shook their heads and sighed when they saw the scene. However, Gu Chen was in the tree demon cage, but it was not like he was in danger. And his eyes were so calm that they did not have a single ripple. Since we have to kill this elite alien in the shortest time possible, it's Chapter 99, 4th round, 10 Elite Fae. With a thought, Gu Chen's dense black mist appeared around him, and the chaotic Yuan Spirit's figure was revealed. After advancing to the legendary level, the chaotic Yuan Spirit's spiritual attribute had broken through the 700 mark. For spell spike type summoned beasts, the higher the spirit attribute, the higher the attack power. It was no exaggeration to say that even without relying on any bonuses, a level 21 Chaos Yuanling could easily kill a level 30 Bloodstained Tree Demon Elite. However, in order to kill it in the shortest amount of time, the Chaos Primordial Spirit directly cast 30 Chaos Shadows to wrap around the Bloodstained Tree Demon Elite's body. 30 Shades of Chaos pulls the damage multiplier right up to 30. Next, the Chaos Yuan Spirit only needed to cast one of the most basic, Sublime Assault, to explode with an unprecedented amount of terrifying damage. The Bloodstained Tree Demon was still in the excitement of capturing its prey, and didn't realize that the scythe of the God of Death had already fallen on top of its head. In the next second, a pitch-black spatial rift appeared abruptly, like a deep and incomparably sharp blade, piercing into the thick tree trunk without any obstruction. At the same time, dense shadows spread over the Bloodstained Tree Demon's body, and an incomparably powerful damage blasted out, completely emptying its blood bar in an instant. The huge tree body suddenly stagnated, as if all of its vitality had been completely withdrawn in an instant, and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, never moving again. Dead? Inside the command room, several officers rubbed their eyes, almost thinking they had misread the situation. Even Ling Feng, who was sitting on top of the examiner's seat, showed a rare look of shock. Killed in seconds? That's an elite alien with over 800,000 blood. How could it be killed in seconds? What kind of skill is this? How can it explode with such terrifying damage? One skill dealing over 800,000 damage. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if it killed me. Several of the officers stared at each other, stiffening, and it took a small moment before the shock subsided. Originally, he thought that Gu Chen had been controlled by the tree demon cage and was already in danger. But who would have thought that one of his skills would kill the Bloodstained Tree Demon in seconds? That's a level 30 elite alien. In the place of any other professional of the same level, trying to break its defense would not be an easy task. How on earth did such a meaty elite alien get killed in seconds? Isn't this too much child's play? The faces of the several officers were complicated to the extreme, all of them looking incredulous, but they had to accept the reality that the Bloodstained Tree Demon had been killed in seconds. They frowned, stopped talking, and extremely tacitly turned their gazes to the other candidates' examination screens. Zhou Xiaotian dodged under the Bloodstained Tree Demon's attacks, relying on the Demon Hunter's speed advantage. He avoided the twitching of the vines with nimble positioning, then took the opportunity to circle back and strike at a weak point. With the added power of that epic weapon in his hand, every attack would deal at least thousands of damage. Zhang Shiran was a space mage, and she could utilize her professional traits to the extreme when facing the extremely low agility Bloodstained Tree Demon Elite. Every candidate was fighting the Elite Fae with all their might, except for Gu Chen. He was always so relaxed and casual, as if this test was like a child's game in his eyes. Inside the command room, the faces of several officers were bursting with depression. Even an elite alien with 800,000 blood had been killed in seconds, and they still hadn't put this kid on difficulty? Can't we just let him lie down and win? General Ling, this situation with Gu Chen is too unusual. Look at. Don't worry about it. The purpose of the assessment is to screen talents, not to thwart them. Ling Feng directly interrupted the officer who was about to speak. Gu Chen's performance was already exceptional enough. There was no need to make it more difficult because of his excellence. Seeing Ling Feng's attitude, a few other officers also stopped talking. Soon, the 30 minutes ended, and among the 10 candidates, some were killed, some voluntarily gave up, and 3 more were eliminated in this round. The number of persons assessed in this round is 10, and the number of qualified persons is 7. 1. Gu Chen, points, 1, 815. 2. Zhang Shuran, points, 418. 8. Zhou Xiaotian, points, 63. Zhou Xiaotian was eliminated, not by being killed or voluntarily giving up, but by failing to kill the elite Fae within the allotted time. For him in his weakened state, the difficulty of trying to kill an elite Fae that was known for its physique in half an hour was just too great. At this moment, the crowd had also noticed the information on the leaderboards, and the number one in points was still Gu Chen, 1815 points, a distant second. At this moment, everyone was numb. Damn, it's just a pervert. Even a level 30 elite alien can't kill him? Holy, that powerful? Why doesn't he go to heaven? I'm convinced. We're all professionals. Why is he so good? Forget it, this kind of pervert is not something I can compare to at all. The next step is the final examination. As long as I can make it into the top 5, I'll be able to join the Jin Yuan army without any problems. Whatever, let him be as strong as he is. At most he'll take up one spot. My goal now is to push into the top 5. The difference was too great, and no one was willing to give themselves the displeasure of comparing themselves to Gu Chen. Successful candidates readjusted their mindset, and one by one, their fists were pumped and their fighting spirit was renewed, warning that the difficulty of the 4th round of the examination will continue to increase and that candidates may choose to voluntarily give up in order to avoid a high casualty rate. The discouragement prompt reappeared. This time, no one chose to give up because everyone knew that their consumption would be replenished before the next round of examinations began. Sure enough, after making sure that no one had quit, a golden light descended from the sky, replenishing the crowd's consumption once again. Meanwhile, the queue appears. Examination Task 4, Counterattack under the siege of 10 elite alien races. Those who counterattack the most have the most points, and those who kill all 10 elite alien races will have their points doubled. First place plus 1,000 points. Second place plus 600 points. Third place plus 300 points. And after fourth place, plus 100 points. This round of assessment is limited to 120 minutes. Failure to kill an elite alien within the specified time will result in failure of the test. Those who are killed by elite foreigners during the test will fail the test. After reading the rules, Gu Chen's mind was already clear. The 4th round of assessment was also a test of extreme survival and extreme output, but it's not just a step up in difficulty. Under normal circumstances, it would be an absolute fool's errand to try to counterattack from a siege of 10 elite Fae. However, if it was replaced with an elite Fae like the Bloodstained Tree Demon, which had very low agility, it would be a different story. As long as one utilized this elite alien's shortcomings in attributes, there was still a lot of room for play. 10 elite Fae? It's fine for the others. They can probably complete the test even if they put their lives on the line. But Gu Chen will be miserable. A level 30 elite alien is more than 800,000 blood. 10 is more than 8 million blood. How can we finish killing them in 2 hours? It's impossible to kill more than 8 million blood in 2 hours and deal 70,000 damage a minute. Luckily I chose the difficult level. I didn't realize that a low level could be a good thing. I'm sure Gu Chen definitely won't be able to pass the next round of examinations. At the same time, after reading the rules of the 4th round of examination, Zhang Shuren's pretty face unexpectedly surfaced a touch of joy. In her opinion, perhaps Gu Chen had gotten lucky in the last round and killed that Bloodstained Tree Demon elite by fluke. But this round, with 10 elite Fae surrounding them, there was absolutely no more luck. Gu Chen would either die or be out of the game, and either way, it would make her well into first place. Therefore, this 4th round of examination is when she will rise. Chapter 100, come on, tell me who your backer is. The 4th round of assessment begins. In the secret realm, the space in front of Gu Chen continued to distort. Soon, 10 bloodstained tree demons revealed themselves from the void, waving their thick branches and moving slowly to kill this way. This round of assessment was mainly compared to the number of kills. If one could kill all 10 elite foreigners, not only would they be able to obtain the corresponding points, but they would also be able to receive the reward of doubling their points. Killing 10 elite Fae was going to knock out more than 8 million blood? The Chaos Primordial Spirit said that it didn't have to go through that much trouble, and that its new talent would come in handy just in time. Shadow Killing Arc. When a Chaos Genin skill directly kills a target, all targets entangled in the Chaos Shadow will receive equal damage. A Chaos Shadow quickly flew out and entangled the 9 Bloodstained Tree Demon elites in place. The one remaining Bloodstained Tree Demon elite hadn't realized what was happening yet, letting out a dull and prolonged roar as he dragged his heavy body forward. The chaotic Yuan spirit wouldn't spoil it. Only a series of chaos shadows were seen wrapping around that Bloodstained Tree Demon elite's body, pushing the damage multiplier to its maximum in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, the Chaos Yuan spirit unleashed its skills. Secondary attack. In an instant, 30 times damage erupted on that Bloodstained Tree Demon elite's body, completely emptying its blood level without any surprise. At the same time, the Shadow Killing Arc talent was triggered, and the remaining 9 Bloodstained Tree Demon elites entangled by the chaotic shadows wailed loudly, their tree bodies trembling violently. and all of them died in the blink of an eye. Boom! 10 huge tree bodies fell to the ground at almost the same time, completely motionless. In just a few breaths of effort, all 10 bloodstained tree demon elites died, a scene that left the instructors in the command room dumbfounded. A summoned beast killing 10 elite Fae in a row? How is that possible? Chaotic Yuan spirit. That's his second summoned beast? That's too terrifying. He's only just reached the second rank and he's this strong? Is this going against the heavens? Guchen sighed and shook his head as he looked at the corpses of the 10 elite foreigners. This is the Jin Yuan army test? Not challenging at all. With a thought, Guchen put the chaotic Yuan spirit into the summoned beast space and let it go back to recover. For the 2 rounds of examination, a total of 69 chaos shadows were consumed, almost hitting half of the chaos shadow reserves. While chaos shadows can increase the damage multiplier, it has a limitation of using 1 less. Under normal circumstances, the chaotic Yuan spirit could only recover an average of 1 every 3 hours within the summoned beast space, and could only recover 8 in a day. You can't just ho it all at once. Right after Guchen had killed all of the elite foreigners, a dazzling beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the secret realm of examination. Buzz! With a blur of vision in front of him, Guchen appeared in the previous examination venue, with several candidates who had been eliminated in the examination standing around him. It's out? He had only just killed 10 elite foreigners, and he hadn't even seen the results yet. Guchen's eyes revealed a few unexpected colors. Being sent out of the secret realm so quickly? However, on second thought, since it was an examination, it was definitely necessary to wait for all the candidates to finish before announcing the results. Having figured that out, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he had already killed 10 elite Fae, and not only would he receive 1,000 points, he would also double his reward, 3,815 points. This completely crushed all the candidates involved in the examination. In other words, the first place of the examination was not his. The next step is nothing more than waiting around the venue for more time. At that moment, Zhou Xiaotian, who was standing in one part of the venue, noticed Guchen's figure, and his eyes instantly lit up. The 4th round of examinations had only just begun when Guchen appeared in the middle of the venue, and it was obvious to him that he had been teleported out after failing the examination. Che, I thought this kid was so powerful. He was eliminated right at the beginning of the 4th round. He's simply far worse compared to Guchen, Zhou Xiaotian thought in his heart, a look of contempt on his face. At first, after being killed with 1 life, Zhou Xiaotian was filled with deep fear for this person who had killed him in seconds at the drop of a hat, and didn't even dare to give birth to any thoughts of retaliation at all. But not anymore. When he learned that Guchen was also in this examination, and saw that Guchen's ranking was way ahead on the leaderboard, his heart was filled with a powerful bottom. That's Guchen. With that level 21 battle power, he could sweep all the candidates present. Zhou Xiaotian was certain that among the group of candidates present, only Guchen could help him take revenge. Although he hadn't met Guchen, since Guchen had already committed to Wancheng, and the Zhou family was a well-known family in Wancheng, he believed that the other party would definitely be willing to help with this small favor. Moreover, just now, he had already asked for Guchen's contact information through his family's connections. So next, he only needed to wait for Guchen to come out of the examination mystery realm to be able to contact the other party. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaotian walked up with great strides, his temper incomparably arrogant. Kid, remember me? Zhou Xiaotian blocked in front of Guchen and drank coldly. You even tried to kill me before. Let me tell you, you're in trouble today. Guchen's gaze lifted slightly, and after seeing the visitor, he turned his head away, directly ignoring this jumped-up clown. Zhou Xiaotian's eyes immediately surged with a wave of anger. This feeling of being ignored caused him to feel a strong sense of humiliation. Don't think I'll let you go if you don't speak. If you're sensible, immediately take out a piece of legendary grade equipment and apologize to me. Otherwise you'll die an ugly death once my backer comes. A cold aura erupted from the bottom of Guchen's eyes. Disappear from my sight immediately. This is your last chance. Zhou Xiaotian is not only not afraid, the flames are instead more arrogant. Kid, do you know who my backer is? Speaking out, not afraid to scare you to death. My backer is a dash. Before the words were finished, Guchen kicked out. Zhou Xiaotian's body directly flew out horizontally, hitting the wall with a bang and being knocked into a folding screen. The last time the Nightmare Juggernaut advanced from epic to legendary, Guchen gained 100 points of attribute feedback, directly raising his average attributes to 655, which was on the verge of exceeding the initial attributes of a level 40 professional. Now to fight a level 15 Zhou Xiaotian, and still in a weakened state. Wasn't this like playing? Guchen walked forward and stomped on Zhou Xiaotian's face. Come on, tell me, who is your backer? Zhou Zhou Xiaotian felt an unprecedented humiliation in his heart as he was stepped on by the thick soles of his shoes on his face, and he glared at Gu Chen, his eyes glowing with undisguised resentment. Seeing this, Gu Chen directly increased the force under his feet, and the soles of his shoes rubbed hard against Zhou Xiaotian's face. Dare to glare at me? Come on, flash that look you just gave me again. Zhou Xiaotian only felt a sharp pain on his face, even as his head was about to be stomped on. He hastily braced his hands against the soles of Gu Chen's shoes and spinelessly began to beg for mercy. Big brother, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please let me go. Chapter 101 Dragon Invoking City. A city descending from the abyss. Just as Zhou Xiaotian begged for forgiveness, an upright figure walked into the middle of the venue, attracting the attention of everyone. The faces of the crowd of professionals watching from the side steeply changed, their eyes showing undisguised tension and excitement. Ling will come. Surprisingly, it's General Ling. Stand still. For Ling Feng, the group of candidates were certainly no strangers. After all, he was the examiner in charge of this examination, and he was also a 5-star war general of the Eastern Continent military region. Ling Feng walked into the venue at a steady pace without making any stops, and walked straight towards the direction where Gu Chen was. Seeing this scene, the crowd looked at Gu Chen with undisguised pity in their eyes. The venue has just prompted that fighting between candidates is prohibited. Not only did Gu Chen not follow the rules, but he instead ran into a gun and was caught by General Ling, so it seemed like he was really screwed this time. At the same time, Zhou Xiaotian, who had been stepped on by Gu Chen, also saw Ling Feng's figure. Zhou Xiaotian's face changed slightly, as if he had seen a savior, and he shouted without regard for his image. Admiral Ling, report to Admiral Ling. This candidate openly broke the rules of the venue and made a move on me in full view of everyone. Please do me justice. Admiral Ling. Shut up. Gu Chen gently stomped his foot and directly chipped a row of Zhou Xiaotian's teeth, causing him to cry out in pain and almost fainting. And this action of Gu Chen's caused the surrounding crowd to be shocked. Nima, crazy? Not to mention being caught by General Ling. How dare you hit someone in front of General Ling? Do you really think that the 5-star war generals of the Jinyuan army are vegetarians? The surrounding candidates had a gloating expression on their faces, as if they had already seen the miserable end Gu Chen would face next. However, he saw Ling Feng standing in front of Gu Chen with large strides, and a few rare moments of softness flowed out of his rigid facial lines. To introduce myself, I am the examiner of this examination. Ling Feng. Ignoring Zhou Xiaotian, whose face was covered in blood, Ling Feng stepped forward, a faint smile still hanging on that serious face. Gu Chen, congratulations, you have successfully passed the Jinyuan army examination. What? Gu Chen? Zhou Xiaotian's voice is clear. The speed of speech is calm. A short sentence in the ears of the surrounding crowd, but it is like a thunderbolt deafening. A gaze fell on Gu Chen's body, filled with an unbelievable expression. You're Gu Chen? Zhou Xiaotian seemed to have forgotten the pain, and his eyes were filled with shock and creepiness. Gu Chen didn't say anything and just stood there, looking down at him. The feeling of oppression hit instantly. The air around him seemed to have been drained, causing him to feel an unprecedented sense of suffocation. Zhou Xiaotian only felt a blackness in front of his eyes. Gu Chen's icy gaze was like a stare from the god of death, as if he was going to be cut down on the spot in the next second. Whoosh! Zhou Xiaotian rolled over and without hesitation, he rushed towards Gu Chen and knelt down. His forehead was pressed tightly against the ground. His clothes were already wet with sweat, and his entire body looked as if he had just come out of the water. He didn't dare to beg for mercy, much less say a word, fearing that Gu Chen would directly kill him in seconds with a single thought. About you, Liang Yi has already reported to me. Come with me. I have a piece of news that you will be very interested in. A message of great interest? Could it be related to the dragons? Gu Chen nodded, directly ignoring Zhou Xiaotian, who was kneeling on the ground, and followed Ling Feng towards the outside of the venue. Long after he's gone, Zhou Xiaotian slowly raised his head and looked at a nearby professional. You, come here and help me. I can't stand up. The professional rushed forward and helped him up. Zhou Xiao, are you alright? Nothing? You try it. Damn. It scared the out of me. Do you think it's okay? Zhou Xiaotian stood up with difficulty and wiped away the blood on his face. He's actually Gu Chen. Damn it. I really had a bad day today. Luckily Ling General showed up in time. Otherwise I can't even imagine what the consequences would be for me. With that in his mouth, Zhou Xiaotian's feet sped up a few more points and left the venue as if fleeing for his life. On the other hand, Gu Chen followed Ling Feng into a very spacious office. On an oversized screen, Gu Chen's assessment results were constructed in the form of a line graph, riding high and crushing all the candidates in this assessment. Ling Feng didn't babble, pointing at the data matched by the line graph. He said, for this examination, your total points are 3,185. No problem. Gu Chen nodded. He had already calculated this score, more than 3,000 points, which was equivalent to more than 3,000 military honors. It was considered a small fortune. Ling Feng rubbed the stubble on his chin with a few intriguing smiles on his face. Not bad. If that old kid Gu Qingfeng knew about your results, he would definitely regret it to the core. Gu Qingfeng had once been one of the war generals of the Divine Xia Empire, only that he was from the northern realm and rarely dealt with the eastern continent side. Although Ling Feng's status was not as good as Gu Qingfeng's, but who didn't have a bit of arrogance if they could become a 5-star war general? If he cowered at the sound of the 3 words Gu Qingfeng, how could he still gain a foothold in the eastern continent military region? The smirk on his face converged, and Ling Feng said with a straight face, "The test that you just participated in is the selection test set by the Jin Yuan army for transfer students, and once you pass it, you will be able to become a full-fledged Jin Yuan army. But Liang Yi told me that your purpose is not just as simple as joining the Jin Yuan army." Not bad. Gu Chen nodded. I know that there is another most elite secret organization among the Jin Yuan army. To become an elite, there are still more difficult tests. However, in the test just now, you've already shown your potential. So I sent a request to the military department to exempt you from the next stage of the test. Gu Chen's eyes revealed an unexpected color. So I have now? No, I'm not done yet. Ling Feng continued. Although the military department has already exempted you from the next stage of the examination. However, next, you will have to make a trip with me to Leader Dragon City. Lead Dragon City? What is that place? A city that has descended from the abyss to this realm. And there is something you want. Gu Chen's pupils abruptly shrunk, and then a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Could it be that there are dragons in that place? Not bad. Ling Feng nodded his head and said, this time, when we head to Dragon Drawing City, if you can successfully contract the dragon race, you will be considered to have gained access and be able to join the elite organization of the Jin Yuan army. If not, then you will have to start out as an ordinary Jin Yuan army. Gu Chen hummed, a flash of essence in his eyes. So, the test wasn't dispensed with, but rather changed to a different form. If I understand correctly, the difficulty of contracting a dragon race is more difficult than the original test, isn't it? Chapter 102, 5-Star Lieutenant. Invoking Dragon City, an invasion of this world by the Abyss. Every so often, the abyssal rift opens randomly around the world, and alien races descend upon this realm in this manner. It wasn't until 5 years ago that a city flew out of the abyssal rift and descended into the territory of the Divine Summer Empire. This city is the city of the Drawing Dragon. The reason why it was called Invoking Dragon City was because in the abyssal world, the city was located within the territory of the Dragon Clan. If the abyss was a closed period of time and space, then Leader Dragon City was the real abyss. A large number of foreign races of different levels resided within the Invoking Dragon City, and their descent was no less than a natural disaster for the Divine Xia Empire. Thus, after the Dragon Drawing City descended, the high-ranking powerhouses of the major forces also struck out. Over the past 5 years, the major forces had paid a considerable price and finally managed to kill the high-level foreigners within the Dragon Drawing City. By now, there were only a large number of low-ranked foreigners left in the city, and they were no longer considered a threat, even for the younger generation of professionals. Although Leader Dragon City was full of dangers, it was also accompanied by opportunities that allowed one to soar into the sky. A warrior extracted dragon's blood to quench his flesh after killing a dragon, and after his body absorbed a large amount of dragon's blood essence, he was secondly transformed into the rare profession Dragon Blood Warrior. There were also mages who found a large number of dragon tomes in dragon lairs, studied and learned them with great care, and later became rare profession dragon grammarians with their secondary transitions. This kind of thing was widely rumored amongst the professionals, causing countless professionals with mediocre talent to expect to make a second transfer when they rose to level 25 and soar to the heavens. However, the truth was that the vast majority of the professionals who entered the Dragon Drawing City ended up dying there. After all, it wasn't just any city, but a true abyss. Those who are able to get a chance and soar in it are always a small number of professionals who are favored by the god of luck. Therefore, as Gu Chen had thought, this trip to Leader Dragon City was going to be even more difficult than the regular examination. However, in order to be able to contract a dragon as a summoned beast, he was also very much looking forward to invoking Dragon City. By the way, it's just the right time to see what the real abyss really looks like. By the way, how are the points gained from the examination redeemed? Gu Chen asked. Points can be converted into military merits. As Liang Yi said before, with military honors, you can exchange equipment, props, and other items in the Jin Yuan army treasury. After clearing the 4th round of tests, he now had a small 4,000 points as well, and he still didn't know what to do with them. In terms of Care Chen's test scores, he could already be considered a member of the Jin Yuan army. Ling Feng directly said. Points and military merits are exchanged on a one-to-one basis. Your current military merits are less than 4,000 and can only be exchanged for items of rare grade and below. Want to exchange them? Gu Chen waved his hand. Forget it then. After clearing several hell-level copies and abysses, there were a ton of rare-level equipment that popped out, while epic-level equipment was pitifully low. It's better to save up another military honor and wait until later to exchange it for epic-level equipment. Next, Ling Feng took out a dark green box, and after opening it, inside was a dark green medal. This is the officer's medal of the Jin Yuan army. In addition to proving identity, it also has the effect of concealing attributes and rank, and if it is presented to the local authorities, it can gain the right to act cheaply. Cheap. Officer's medal. Gu Chen was first revitalized, and then a few moments of doubt appeared in his eyes. I've only just passed the selection test, and this makes me an officer? Ling Feng explained. According to the regulations of the examination, candidates who achieve first place in the examination and have more than 2,000 points can be directly awarded the rank of 5-star lieutenant. The officer system of the Jin Yuan army was divided into 3 tiers, from lowest to highest being lieutenants, school officers, and general officers. Although 5-star lieutenants were at the bottom end of the officer system, they could become colonels if they went one step further. Moreover, Gu Chen had only just joined the Jin Yuan army when he crossed over from being a soldier and directly became an officer, which was already a very rare situation. Those candidates with him, even if they passed the selection test, they were still slowly rising from the ranks, and it was simply impossible for them to rise to the top in a single step like him. Gu Chen nodded and put this officer's medal away. Gu Chen, today you go back and get ready. Tomorrow I will go to Wancheng to look for you. Gu Chen nodded. He also had this intention. After coming out from the copy, he followed Liang Yi and hurriedly rushed to the space. Up to now, he hadn't even unpacked the copy treasure chest yet. Wancheng City Hall, City Lord's office. Liang Yi, I want orders to call Gu Chen out immediately, no matter what method is used. Gu Chen has already signed up for the academy examination, so he's a member of the academy. Who gave you the guts to send him to the Jin Yuan army? Su Lai, the city lord of Linchang, stood in front of Liang Yi, crossed his eyes and spoke nonchalantly. Liang Yi didn't care and said with a smile, City Lord Su's news is really sensitive, but don't worry, I guess it won't be long before Gu Chen returns. Su Lai snorted coldly, intense anger surging on his face. Ever since Gu Chen had gotten the abyssal achievement and benefited Wancheng professionals with his own efforts, his reputation in Linchang was considered to be completely infamous. The people of Linchang endlessly bombarded and abused Su Lai on all major media platforms, even listing the top 10 sins Su Lai had to say and so on. Negative news about him is coming out of the woodwork and can't be suppressed. If you let things go on like this, I'm afraid that it will stir up public anger in Linchang, and by then, his career will be considered to be at an end. This caused Su Lai to go crazy in his heart. He had no choice but to personally come to Wancheng to look for Gu Chen. Who knew that as soon as he arrived in Wancheng, he learned that Liang Yi had sent Gu Chen to the Jin Yuan army base. What this represented, naturally, needed no further explanation. Gu Chen joined Wancheng. Then there was still a chance to return to Linchang, but if Gu Chen joined the Jin Yuan army, then he would be completely screwed. Su Lai suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, Liang Yi, you sent Gu Chen to the Jin Yuan army without the consent of the academy side. Are you trying to provoke a fight between the military department and the academy? I'm telling you, I have to take Gu Chen away within 10 minutes, or don't blame me for tearing down this city lord's mansion of yours. Liang Yi sneered without fear. Su Lai, don't put a label on me. Whether it's the military ministry or the academy, it all depends on Gu Chen's own will. What are you doing stumbling around here? As I said, Gu Chen has already signed up for the academy examination. He is a member of the academy and must return to Lin City with me. You privately sent him to the Jin Yuan army. This is a big taboo. Not to mention you. Even if a 5-star warrior from the military department came, he would have to bow down and apologize to me. Su Lai glared viciously at Liang Yi, a face filled with gloom. Just then, a resounding voice came from outside. Getting a 5-star war general to bow down and apologize to you? Humph. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to come here with your mouth full of? As the words fell, a middle-aged man in an officer's attire walked in, and above both shoulders was the rank of general, with 5 gold stars lined up in order. Su Lai subconsciously turned his head, and after seeing the visitor, his face abruptly changed, his anger instantly transforming into intense scorn and alarm. 5-star war generals? Chapter 103, Departure. Going to Dragon Drawing City. In an instant, the originally imposing Su Lai directly shriveled up. He was just saying it, but unexpectedly, a 5-star war general appeared behind him as soon as the words left his mouth. What could be more scary than that? General Ling. Liang Yi was also shocked, but not shocked, but surprised. Originally, he was still having a headache on how to send Su Lai away. In the end, after all, he was the one who was at a disadvantage. Now it's good that Ling Feng is here. Finally there's someone who can carry things. General Ling. I can't believe it's you who's come to visit. Quickly come in. Liang Yi hurriedly stepped forward, nodding his head and bowing his head in a doggy posture. A stark contrast to the towering image of the city lord in the past. Ling Feng walked into the office with great strides and kicked Su Lai against the wall, then unceremoniously sat down on the seat that symbolized the city lord. He was a 5-star war general of the Jin Yuan army and a core member of the military department. And in a small city like Wanchang, even if he was the city lord, he would be able to give orders directly. What's more, Liang Yi was originally the soldier he brought out. At the doorway, Gu Chen followed, sweeping Su Lai lightly in the process. It's him? What's he doing in Wancheng? Ling Feng seemed to be in a good mood and didn't pursue Su Lai's offense. Instead, he waved his hand towards Liang Yi. Liang Yi, this time you've recommended me a good seedling. Not bad, you're very good. With that, he looked at Gu Chen and smiled. Come, show it to your city lord Liang. Gu Chen understood and took out the Jin Yuan army officer's medal from his carry-on space and placed it in front of Liang Yi. Seeing this scene, Su Lai, who had just climbed up from the ground, also subconsciously stood up and looked over. Officer's medal. This is 5-star lieutenant? Liang Yi looked at the medal. His face was filled with disbelief. Gu Chen had only just taken the test, and in the blink of an eye he had become an officer? And a 5-star lieutenant? Could it be that Gu Chen had gotten over 2,000 points in the test? No way. This is outrageous. Who'd believe it? Liang Yi had once participated in the Jin Yuan army's selection test, so of course, he knew how high a level of difficulty 2,000 points represented. Over the years, he had never heard of any candidate who could get more than 2,000 points in the Jin Yuan army's examination. Seeing Liang Yi's incredulous look, Ling Feng laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Liang Yi, a 5-star lieutenant's medal is just a medal. You have one too. Why do you still look like you've seen a ghost? Liang Yi took a deep breath and looked at Gu Chen with a sigh of admiration in his gaze. Admiral Ling, I only got my 5-star lieutenant's medal when I was on the verge of being discharged, and Gu Chen got it on his first day. So there's a world of difference. After saying that, Liang Yi turned his head to look at Su Lai on the side, his eyes full of teasing. City Lord Su, didn't you just say that you must bring Gu Chen back to Lin City today? Su Lai's expression was stunned, and his face quickly clouded over. Seeing this, Gu Chen nonchalantly said, City Lord Su, there's no way I'm going to go to Lin City with you, so you'd better go back where you came from. For a while, Su Lai's face was unsightly. He was a peak 4th-ranked professional, and originally, in his plan, if Gu Chen was unwilling to go back to Lin City with him, then he would just make a move and forcefully take Gu Chen back. But now, with Ling Feng, a 5-star war general, sitting in Wancheng, he, a peak 4th rank, was nothing. No, I should say it's not even a fart. To be named a 5-star war general, he was definitely a 7th-order powerhouse, and if Ling Feng wanted him dead, he could scrape him to death by blowing a breath. Su Lai had no choice but to bite his teeth and walk away with a stifled face. Gu Chen then put away the officer's medal. Ling Feng, on the other hand, looked at Liang Yi and said, Get a certificate for Gu Chen. He'll take a special train to Leader Dragon City tomorrow. A special train? Gu Chen looked surprised. Don't you use a teleportation array? On the way here Gu Chen deliberately searched. Leader Dragon City was located in a wilderness outside of the eastern continent. The distance was not close, and it would take at least 7 or 8 hours if he took a special train. Liang Yi shrugged. The threat of Citation Dragon City has only gradually subsided in the past 2 years. The teleportation array is already in the planning process, and it is estimated that construction can begin next year. For now, we can only arrange for you to dabble in a special train for new recruits. A special train for new recruits. Okay, give me a separate compartment if you can. Gu Chen made a small request. 7 or 8 hours of traveling. Consider it a break. Don't worry, you'll definitely be treated much better than those new recruits. Early the next morning, after arriving at the high-speed train station, Gu Chen found the special train labeled with the logo of the military department. From the outside, the compartment was filled with Jin Yuan army recruits wearing brand new uniforms. Basically all of them were around level 15, with level 16 being the best. Gu Chen made his way forward and found compartment number 1, and after showing his officer's medal, he entered the compartment without any problems. The first half of the compartment was open, as in an ordinary train, and the second half was divided into compartments, and several separate lounges appeared. After walking into the carriage, Gu Chen's appearance instantly attracted a gaze from the surrounding area. All of these people were wearing military uniforms, except Gu Chen, who was in casual clothes and stood in the middle of the carriage like an alien. Asterisk 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 who is this? You can even get on a special military train without a uniform? Shut the up. If you offend the officer you're dead. Seeing as he's so young, there's no way he's a Jinyuan army officer. That would be the queen of the general's family. And even more so not to be messed with. The eyes of the crowd looked at it frequently, murmuring in private. Gu Chen didn't care about the gazes of these people. They were just some teeny tiny new recruits. What did he care about them? He glanced at the ticket information in his hand and made his way inside, into a separate compartment. After Gu Chen disappeared from the crowd's line of sight, the group of recruits began to have a chat. Although Gu Chen had entered the compartment, with his 700 plus mental attributes, he was easily able to listen to the sounds around him. To his surprise, it was him that these people were talking about. Bro, I'm from Jincheng. Where are you from? Coincidentally, I'm from Wancheng, not far from your place. From Wancheng? Then you must know Gu Chen? Why? That's a joke. I'm just a mediocre and rare profession. How could I know a genius like Gu Chen? That's right. For rare professions like us, clearing the nightmare level abyss would be a stretch. Gu Chen not only cleared the hell level, he also got an SSS rating. From my point of view, I don't think there's anyone in this class of transfer students in Eastern Continent who can be stronger than Gu Chen. Hearing this, a level 16 mage next to him immediately interjected. That's not necessarily true. I know someone that's way better than Gu Chen. Have you guys heard? Yesterday at the Wancheng Examination Center, there was a candidate who killed it in the test and was directly spotted by General Ling. Chapter 104, although Gu Chen is powerful, he is still far from a great god. What? A candidate is being looked at by General Ling? That's a 5-star war general of the Eastern Continent military region. This mustn't take off in place? That's for sure. The mage recruit nodded. I heard that candidate killed 10 elite foreigners in the last level. His total points definitely broke 2,000. Hearing this, the few people beside him immediately revealed shocked expressions. To an ordinary recruit, one elite alien was hard enough to kill. What kind of great god was it that had killed 10? Killed 10 elite fae? That's a bit of a stretch. The ranger recruit who had started the conversation bristled. The ones taking the test are all transfer students. How could anyone possibly kill 10 fae? Don't believe it even if you don't believe it. My brother is the one who passed the exam in Wancheng, but unfortunately his mouth is too strict. I asked several times who that candidate was. He didn't say anything. I see. No wonder several buddies who took the test in Wancheng said that they met the king of soldiers. So there really is such a thing? Right. You've heard about it. Killing 10 elite foreigners in a row and not being able to use recovery props during the battle. This is definitely higher than the difficulty of a hell level abyss. So, although Gu Chen is strong, compared to this great god, that's still a bit short of meaning. The mage recruit's tone was characterized by strong admiration. That's not necessarily true. The ranger recruit directly shot back. Gu Chen's kind of genius definitely can't be speculated on by common sense. In my opinion, it's not certain that Gu Chen can easily kill 10 elite fae as well. The mage recruit waved his hand in succession. Impossible. The test can be much harder than the abyss. Gu Chen can pass the hellish level abyss, but he won't necessarily be able to pass the test. The two of them quickly got into an argument, leading several of the surrounding recruits to poke their heads in and follow suit with their own opinions. I admit that great god is strong, but compared to Gu Chen, who has taken the abyssal achievement, he's still a younger brother. That's right, it's just the elite fae. It's not like Gu Chen hasn't killed them before, but that great god shouldn't have taken an abyssal achievement, right? Smaller? Dude, you have a smaller pattern. Remember what the reward for killing 10 elite foreigners is? Double the points. Right? Oh, I forgot if you didn't tell me. 10 elite fae is 1,000 points. And doubling that is 2,000. What's wrong with 2,000 points? I have 680 points and I didn't pass the examination? Buddy, don't talk casually. It's easy to reveal your intelligence. There's a clause in the examination regulations that if the candidate has more than 2,000 points, he can be directly promoted to a 5-star lieutenant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Doesn't this mean that great god is no longer a recruit, but has become a 5-star lieutenant? As the words fell, the few recruits who had previously supported Gu Chen were directly silenced by the dry lieutenants, and 5-star lieutenants at that. The rank was too far out of reach for a group of recruits. In the Jinyuan army, after a year of service, a new recruit could be promoted to a 1-star private. There are 5 ranks of soldiers, the highest being 5 stars, and 5-star soldiers can be promoted to 1-star soldiers. Soldiers are likewise divided into 5 ranks, the highest being 5 stars, and only 5-star soldiers can be promoted to 1-star lieutenants. That was why Liang Yi showed disbelief after seeing Gu Chen's 5-star lieutenant's medal. To Gu Chen, it was just an officer's medal, but to Liang Yi, it was a path that took him more than a decade in the military to complete. The ranger recruit was silent for a moment, his face filled with complexity. Just passed the examination and is a 5-star lieutenant? Really? The mage recruit laughed. How can this be false? What kind of person is General Ling? How could an ordinary genius be in his eyes? Even geniuses like Gu Chen have never heard of being personally received by General Ling. With such a comparison, the eyes of the crowd of recruits changed. The crowd marveled continuously, and several recruits even directly took that great god as their life goal. Even the ranger recruits who had been touting Gu Chen stopped speaking. For a moment, the mage recruit's heart was greatly satisfied, as if he was the great god who had been awarded the 5-star lieutenant's medal. Look, although Gu Chen is powerful, he's still far from that great god. How many people can't be an officer for the rest of their lives? And their starting point is already more than the end of the line for the vast majority of people. Shut up, all of you. No noise above the military line. Just then, a tall, thin figure in a straight uniform stepped into the carriage. The crowd of recruits subconsciously looked over and judged by their clothing that this person should be the conductor of this military train. The conductor has no rank and is treated as a lieutenant because he drives a military train. Don't underestimate this. It's the equivalent of a ceiling for the average soldier. For a while, the faces of the recruits changed steeply, and they all sat upright in their positions, with their eyes and noses closed. The conductor stood in the compartment, his gaze as sharp as a falcon sweeping over the faces of a group of recruits before turning in the direction of the compartment. Knock knock. After knocking on the door, the conductor's tone became much more respectful. Mr. Gu Chen. Excuse me, I am Wu Feng, the conductor of this military train. As the conductor's words fell, intense shock erupted on the faces of the group of recruits in the carriage. Mr. Gu Chen? A gaze subconsciously looked toward the cubicle. The compartment door opened, and after seeing Gu Chen, the conductor, Wu Feng, immediately explained, I just received news that there is some restlessness among the foreign races near the tundra wilderness. But don't worry, the nearby Jin Yuan army has already been mobilized, so I believe that by the time we reach the tundra wilderness, there shouldn't be any accidents. Okay, then it's a hard day's work for the conductor. Gu Chen nodded. I should. City Lord Liang Yi has already instructed me. No matter what your needs are, you can contact me at any time. Wu Feng didn't want to bother Gu Chen too much and left after saying a few words. Before walking out of the compartment, he also purposely explained that the group of recruits should be more peaceful and not disturb Gu Chen's rest. For a while, those recruits who were just discussing it were on tenterhooks and looked at each other. The man in the cubicle was Gu Chen? Then wouldn't he have overheard the crowd's discussion just now? The faces of several recruits stiffened for a moment. Just now they were the ones who were the least optimistic about Gu Chen. Where could they have thought that the main man was right next to them? The mage recruit who had just spoken out to disparage Gu Chen was currently in a cold sweat. On pins and needles? Like a man's back? If there was a crack in the floor of the compartment, he'd hate to get in there right now. After waiting for a little while, there was no movement in the compartment where Gu Chen was, and only then did the mage recruit's face gradually return to normal. Perhaps out of curiosity, he came up to the ranger recruit next to him and lowered his voice. Dude, we're on a military train this trip. Why is Gu Chen on it? No way. The ranger recruit shook his head, and at this time, he suddenly ghosted a question. Do you think it's possible that the great god in the Jin Yuan army's examination is actually Gu Chen? You can pull it off. If that great god is really Gu Chen, he should at least wear a military uniform, right? The mage recruit nodded slightly. Well, that's right too. Chapter 105, New Skill. Forced Submission. Gu Chen didn't wear a military uniform because he was just dabbling in a car and wasn't traveling with this group of recruits to the Jin Yuan army base. After the conductor left, he closed the door to the compartment. It was not known whether it was because they had been reprimanded by the conductor earlier, or because they knew that the person within the compartment was Gu Chen, but those new recruits outside no longer had the same heated discussions as they did just now. Gu Chen was also happy to have a clean slate. After coming out of the spider cave, he first went to the city lord's mansion and then went to the Jin Yuan army examination. He didn't even have the time to open the copy treasure chest and the record-breaking gift box. Now just in time. You've opened the rare class treasure chest. Acquired spider robe LV. 20, rare. Obtain a teleportation scroll *1. Get strengthening stone *15. Get energy recovery potion *10. Spider robe, nice. Finally a legal profession equipment. Spider robe, quality, rare. Rank, LV. 20. Occupation restriction, legal profession. Attributes, life value plus 3000. Spirit plus 200. Effect, when wearing spider robe, you can gain spider sense. Dodge rate plus 30%. Good. For mage professionals, evasion rate is a good thing. But it wasn't good enough for Gu Chen. Right now, he was wearing a level 10 priest set. And although the attributes weren't as good as level 20 equipment, the set effect allowed him to make a single sacrifice to multiply the attributes of the summoned beasts. That's a lot more useful than increasing attributes with a 30% evasion rate. We have to think of a way to find a famous forger and see if we can forge the ritual set to level 20 or higher. Although this ritual set was a rare grade, it was dropped from a Temple Ruins Hell grade copy and was not available on the market at all. If it was placed on a professional trading platform, it would definitely be hard to find for $1,000, but Gu Chen couldn't afford to sell it. After all, the effect of the set was too powerful, and it would be best if he could find a forger to level up the set. I heard that some of the forging masters have a high status, and ordinary people can't invite them, and even if they can, they have to make an appointment in advance, in which case, they can only find Liang Yi to ask. Thinking of this, Gu Chen sent a message to Liang Yi, asking the other party to help him find a forge master who could raise the level of the set. Afterwards, he put the spider robe, which was of no great use, into his carry-on space, preparing to sell it later. You've opened the rare class record breaker gift box. Acquired skill book LV. 20, rare. Skill books? Another skill book? Gu Chen's eyes lit up. The gift box was really good, and he had already opened several skill books. Skill book, compulsory submission. Rank, 20. Qualification, rare. Effect, sign a master-servant contract with a foreign creature and take it as a summoned beast. Note, the lower the life value of the alien creature, the lower the sense of resistance, the higher the success rate of the contract. Timely. This skill couldn't have come at a better time. Gu Chen's face was so ecstatic that the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Originally, there was some lack of confidence in the indentured dragon race. After all, the dragon race was naturally arrogant and regarded humans as stinkbugs. Expecting a dragon to submit to humans was definitely as difficult as heaven. But now with the forced submission skill, things became easier all of a sudden. Dragons would rather die than submit to humans? Then fight to the death. The skill had already said that the lower the life value of the alien creature, the lower the sense of resistance, and the higher the success rate of the contract. Other professionals contracting the dragons, displaying battle power, displaying resources, persuading and cajoling, coercing and luring, and spending 9 oxen and 2 tigers may not be able to sign a contract with the dragons. Gu Chen contracted dragons. Fight to the death. As long as you don't get killed, you will definitely be able to contract a dragon. It's too simple and crude. How are summoner skills so powerful? Actually, no, it was mainly because Gu Chen was powerful. For summoners, forced submission is a must-have skill, and almost all summoners have mastered it. But before that, there had never been any summoner who dared to tough out the dragons. Gu Chen was the first, and although he hadn't done it yet, he was already on his way to do it. Next, Gu Chen claimed the 2 copies of the professional experience from the pass reward. 100,000 each, for a total of 200,000 experience. Rank, LV. 21, 794129/801500. Still 7,000 or so experience short of level 22. After entering the second rank, upgrading was really slow. Mainly because Gu Chen had entered a first rank copy last time. The experience of a first order copy naturally didn't match that of a second order professional, and it made sense that upgrading would be slow. However, the next trip to Invoking Dragon City would pretty much match Gu Chen's rank. After 5 years of continuous battles, the largest number of second-order foreigners in Leader Dragon City was the second-order foreigners, and the existence of third-order or higher-order foreigners could not be ruled out, but they were very rare. It could be said that the current Dragon Invoking City could basically be seen as a second-order abyss, but with a higher level of difficulty. It was because the foreign races inside were all foreign races that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. While Gu Chen was opening the box, this military train also started slowly and sped all the way in the direction of Citation Dragon City. After the train left the city, the ubiquitous gray fog completely obscured the line of sight. The light in the carriage was dim, and the atmosphere was much more depressing for a while. However, the group of recruits were not worried about this. After all, they were traveling in a military train, powered by advanced source crystals and extremely fast. Even a level 20 elite alien wouldn't dare to stop the car. Otherwise the terrifying impact would instantly smash the alien to pieces. 4 hours later, the train pulls into the tundra wilderness and there are some bumps in the road. Inside the carriage, the mage recruit looked out the window at the gray fog that covered the sky and couldn't help but show a worried look. By the way, just now the conductor told Gu Chen that the foreigners in the tundra wilderness are a bit restless. There won't be any foreigners attacking the military train, right? Although he is a rare profession and has passed the Jin Yuan army examination. but a new recruit is a new recruit after all, and without having walked in the wilderness a few times, he is naturally less worried. Ha ha, don't worry. We already received the news 2 hours ago that all the foreigners near the railroad have been dispersed by the Jinyuan army. A middle-aged man with a chubby build came over from the other carriage and calmed the mage recruit, then looked to the people seated and said, I am Su Hai, the crew chief of this military train. Please rest assured that the speed of the military train can reach thousands of kilometers per hour. Even the abyssal fae would not dare to approach easily. What's more, the military train is loaded with weapon systems, so even if a foreigner shows up, it's not. The powerful inertia came suddenly and unexpectedly. The crew chief, as well as the recruits in the compartment, leaned forward, and the sharp, harsh sound of the brakes rang in their ears. Snort! The train came to an emergency brake and plummeted in speed. It was fortunate that the compartments were filled with recruits who had successfully passed the examination, and both their attributes and battle power were above average, which prevented them from causing too many casualties. Still, there were a few minor injuries to those who did not respond in time. For a while, the carriage was a noisy mess. Chapter 106, Mr. Gu Chen, don't get off the car. The violent inertia caused Gu Chen to feel a strong discomfort, and he stepped out of the compartment and frowned when he saw the chaotic scene in the compartment. Just outside the car window, a huge figure loomed in the black fog, approaching at great speed. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out from among the recruits. What are those? Tundra giants, rock-armored giant rhinoceros, mud beasts. Didn't you say that the Jinyuan army had already cleared out? Why have so many foreigners suddenly appeared? A few recruits looked at the scene in the black mist, and for a moment, their faces turned pale with fear. Crew Chief Su Hei stabilized his stance, subconsciously turned his head to look, and his face changed abruptly, only to see dozens of black shadows crouching in the gray fog outside the car window. And among them, there were a few elite fae, all of which were level 30 existences. The military train was very fast, but if a few level 30 elite fae teamed up, they would be able to force it to a halt. Normally, the fae in the wilderness had their own territories and would rarely get together. But this situation today is clearly not right. A group of recruits looked out the window, shivering. Why are we slowing down? Speed up and break out of the alien encirclement. At the same time, the red alarms on both sides of the compartment lit up. The road ahead has been damaged by a bog beast. The train can't continue traveling. All hands on deck. Prepare for battle immediately. The road ahead has been damaged by a bog beast. The train can't continue traveling. All hands on deck. Prepare for battle immediately. The conductor's voice blared from the speaker. The crew chief's brow furrowed, his face ugly to the extreme. The road was destroyed by the mud swamp beasts? These foreigners are definitely premeditated. The military train was parked in the wilderness, surrounded by a crowd of foreigners, and if the rock-armored giant rhinoceros was allowed to launch a charge at the train, it would definitely topple the entire train right over. Gu Chen walked out of the compartment and headed this way toward the carriage, and Su Hai rushed forward to stop him. Mr. Gu Chen, don't move. The soldiers on the military train have been deployed and the attack system will be activated. Everyone must remain calm. The last words were shouted at the recruits who were in a panic. The next thing that could be seen was a large number of soldiers rushing down the train with their weapons, and the sound of clacking machinery resounded from the top of the carriages, which should be the start of the attack system. The crew chief guarded Gu Chen's side, not daring to make the slightest move. The conductor had just explained to him that Gu Chen was the red man beside the city lord of Wanchang, and if there was any failure, he would probably lose his establishment. Gu Chen didn't say anything, his eyes looking out the window, only to see that in the gray mist, led by the level 30 tundra giant elite, a huge black shadow surged forward, like an alien army was launching a charge. There was a loud bang from the top of the train as the energy cannons automatically locked on to the nearest alien and opened fire. The soldiers of the Jinyuan army accompanying the vehicle got out and fought to the death with the surrounding foreigners. These were all 3-star soldiers, wearing the standardized equipment within the Jinyuan army, and could almost be said to be armed to the teeth, with a very strong combat power. Led by a few third-rank officers, the soldiers managed to hold back the first wave of foreigners that came charging in. Mr. Gu Chen, the military train is not only loaded with weapons, it also has a defense system. This is the safest place. You must not get off the train. The voice of the crew chief rang in Gu Chen's ears. The reason why I say this is because after a short period of panic, a few of the recruits in the carriage were hot-blooded and were opening up to get off the train to kill the foreigners. Among them was the ranger who had just touted Gu Chen, because the Jinyuan army soldiers had already gone up top and were locked in a fierce battle with the foreigners. In their opinion, now was the right time to go up and help. However, just at that moment, a distinct sense of vibration came from the ground, and deep within the gray fog, A head of large-sized black shadows was charging towards the military column. When the recruits saw this scene, they couldn't help but blanch. It was a rock-armored giant rhinoceros that was a circle bigger than a heavy truck. Each of them was at the peak of the second rank, and the one leading them was still a level 30 elite. How's this for a fight? The highest level among them was only level 16, so going up was just looking for death. Seeing this scene, Gu-chen shook his head and walked directly toward the car door. Su-hai's face changed and he immediately stopped. Mr. Gu-chen, it's too dangerous outside. Getting off the bus now is a very unwise act. In his opinion, although Gu-chen was known as a genius and had a great reputation, but after all, he was only a transmigratory student, and at the end of the day, he was only at the second rank, so how could he possibly resist a third-ranked foreigner? Moreover, there were a few elites among those foreigners. Gu-chen pointed out the window. Crew chief, if you keep stopping me, those rock-armored giant rhinoceros are going to crash the military train. The stewardess turned her head to look, and was struck dumb. The soldiers of the Jinyuan army were caught up in excitement and were fighting the first wave of tundra giants. The empty door on this side of the military column was wide open, and after the rock-armored giant rhinoceros appeared, it came charging in despite some. Don't underestimate these charges. Those are the skills of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros. Once hit, with the defense system of the military train, it would not last more than a few times before it would be destroyed. Stop the rock-armored giant rhinoceros! A third-ranked officer who had been converted to a blood chi warrior shouted. His body exploded with blood chi, and one of them slashed at a rock-armored giant rhinoceros directly. Boom! The third-ranked officer was knocked backwards and flew out, his body hitting the surface of the military train like a cannonball, smashing a huge dent in the carriage. This scene caused the group of recruits in the carriage to reveal horrified expressions. Gu-chen didn't say much, took a step to bump off the crew chief and walked straight down the carriage. If he let those foreigners crash the military train, it would be a problem. Next to the door, the officer who had smashed a dent in the wagon managed to rise from the ground. When he saw Gu-chen step out of the car door, he let out a bellow. Stop! Gu-chen followed the sound and saw that the officer's tattered combat uniform was marked with the rank of lieutenant, and the 3 stars on it were still stained with blood. 3-star lieutenant. Gu-chen didn't pay any attention to it, but instead turned his gaze to the rock-armored giant rhinoceroses that were charging in. The leader was a level 30 elite, and the rest were ordinary Fey at the peak of the second rank. If this crashes the military train, I'm afraid everyone will be stranded in the wilderness. Get back! The officer shouted at Gu-chen, and carrying his long sword, he brazenly charged up towards the group of rock-armored giant rhinoceros. While courageous, this behavior is tantamount to a mantis. Even if a third-ranked Chi blood warrior exploded at full strength, it was impossible to block a rock-armored giant rhinoceros in a charging state. As a soldier, he did his best. Even if he died under the charge of the foreigners, he had to protect the ranks and recruits behind him. Just then, an unprecedentedly powerful aura suddenly came from behind him. Too late to turn back. A hideous figure not weaker than a rock-armored giant rhinoceros in the slightest violently rushed out from beside him, and the raging air currents pushed him hard to the side. Crushing impact. The Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle ejected like a giant cannonball and crashed into the leading rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite. Chapter 107, the highest rank in the field, taking over the battlefield. Only a loud boom could be heard, and the gray mist around them churned up like waves. With the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle and the rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite as the center, a raging storm suddenly swept out. The level 30 rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite let out a wail. The black unicorn horn on its head was broken by the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle's spiked armor, and the oppressive body fell back heavily under the terrifying impact. Although the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle was low in level, after rising to level 21, its constitution had reached 408 points, and with the 500 attributes provided by the unyielding black armor, the total constitution was pushed right up to 908 points. Along with that, the talent, reverse stabbing armor's anti-damage ratio was also increased to 95.4%, which was almost equivalent to 100%. It could be said that the reason why this rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite had taken such drastic damage from the charge was that it had almost crashed into its own charge skill. Taking advantage of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros elites falling to the ground, the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle poked out of its spiked armor and unleashed its skill, letting out a furious roar at the hordes of rock-armored giant rhinoceroses in the rear. Roar! The 20 or so rock-armored giant rhinoceros were subjected to the taunting effect, and the icy coldness in their eyes instantly transformed into a color of fury. They quickly turned their spears, abandoning their attack on the military column and instead launching a frantic attack towards the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtles. The Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle wasn't the least bit intimidated, and battle intent erupted from his eyes. The talent and skill were activated at the same time, and for every attack it received, It could boost its damage bonus by 10% and attack speed by 1%. And with its own nearly 100% anti-damage, its output ability directly crushed this group of foreigners. Inside the wagon, the recruits watched the battle over here through the windows, each with an intense shock on their faces. Whose summoned beast is this? Why is it so terrifying? What's the point of guessing? Isn't the answer obvious? There is simply no summoner profession amongst the Jin Yuan army, and the only summoner in the entire field is only one person, Gu Chen. Su Hai stood within the carriage, listening to the group of recruits talk, his face erupting with uncontrollable shock. How is that possible? This is Gu Chen? Although he had long known that Gu Chen was a genius, he had never expected that a student who had just switched jobs for less than 10 days would be able to possess such terrifying battle power. That's more than 20 third-order foreigners. Even the officers of the Jin Yuan army were no match for him, and he was able to block all of the foreigners with just one summoned beast. This is outrageous. The ranger recruit who had previously touted Gu Chen had a look of excitement on his face as he bragged to the few people around him. See, Gu Chen blocked more than 20 third-ranked foreigners with just a single summoned beast. His battle prowess is surely the strongest in this term. Refutation is not accepted. The mage recruit looked unconvinced, but could only nod silently. At this time, the officer beside the carriage also came back to his senses and looked at Gu Chen with a complex expression. Is that your summoned beast? I have to say, it's very powerful. But right now, it's not your turn to go up and fight for your life. A genius like you shouldn't risk your life. Only by surviving can you become a more powerful professional. Go on. The military column is where you should be. Even if you want to fight, at least wait until all of us veterans are dead. The officer's tone was filled with determination. Their mission was to protect all the new recruits to safely arrive at the Jin Yuan army base. If these Fey were to attack the recruits, they would have to step over their dead bodies. Not bad, courageous, but the situation at hand is far from requiring you to give your lives, Gu Chen said, taking out a medal from within his carry-on space and wearing it on his chest in front of the officer. The officer's expression was stunned. His face stiffened for a moment, and he subconsciously rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had misread the situation. The group of recruits in the wagon also saw the medal, and each of them looked dumbfounded and shocked beyond words. There was no one who was more shocked than the mage recruit who had never been optimistic about Gu Chen. Gu Chen ignored the shock in the other party's eyes and said to the officer with a bashful face, "Just leave this place to me. Go to your position." Officer's medal, and a 5-star lieutenant, highest rank in the house, bar none. In other words, when Gu Chen wore this medal, he took over all of the Jin Yuan army present and gained supreme command of this battle. Yes, sir. After a brief moment of shock, the officer snapped out of it and surprised Gu Chen with a standard military salute. There was no need for any explanation at all. 5-star lieutenant? It wasn't just as simple as a rank. In the Jin Yuan army it was a symbol of battle power. Being able to obtain this medal already proved that Gu Chen's battle prowess far exceeded that of all the Jin Yuan army present. Gu Chen turned around and said to the group of recruits in the compartment, "You guys guard the compartment. I'll go take care of the foreigners." With that, he took a step into the thin gray mist. Within the compartment, the crew chief, Su Hai, looked as if she had been petrified, her face frozen. The group of recruits next to him looked at each other with disbelief on each of their faces. In particular, the mage recruit who had earlier vigorously touted that great god candidate in the examination was in a trance, as if his worldview had been turned upside down. Such a young recipient of the 5-star lieutenant's medal. Looking at the entire Eastern Continent military region, there was only one person who fit the bill. That was the great god candidate who had decimated 10 elite foreign races with his own strength yesterday in the middle of the Jin Yuan army's examination. I can't imagine that Gu Chen is that great god. The faces of the recruits were a mixture of complexes, with as many wonderful expressions as they could muster. They had just argued for half a day in order to compare between Gu Chen and that candidate great god. But in the end, it turned out to be the same person. Simply, everyone was educated for 9 years as a professional, so how could Gu Chen excel to such an extent? At this moment, in the gray mist, dozens of figures were frantically attacking, and the battle was very intense. The dark hunting dragon turtle was in the middle of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros's siege, and relying on its own talents and skills, it counterattacked extremely fiercely. Even with its strong physique and defense, its blood was dropping fast. After all, the ones besieging it were a group of level 30 Fae, and not only was there a level gap between the two sides, the disparity in numbers was even greater. Even if each rock-armored giant rhinoceros skill could only deal 10,000 damage, the damage dealt by more than 20 of them launching attacks at the same time reached a terrifying level. In just a few breaths of effort, the dark hunting dragon turtle's life value had dropped below the half-blood line, and was still dropping at a rapid rate. At this moment, without needing any instructions from Gu Chen, The dark hunting dragon turtle roared, directly stimulating the power of the bloodline that was dormant within its body. Dragon's blood boiling. When life value is below 30%, defense is increased by 300% and life recovery speed is increased by 300%. The power of the dragon's blood that was hidden within the dark hunting dragon turtle exploded. Its body steeply skyrocketed. Dense and hard dragon scales grew all over its body. Its spiked armor became even harder and sharper, and its blood volume began to rise back up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Anon, the dark hunting dragon turtle roared, and the cry seemed to be laced with the slightest hint of a dragon's roar, which shook people's hearts. After taking so many attacks, its attack speed and damage bonus had stacked up to an extremely terrifying level. It stared at the rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite in front of it, and violently swung its front limbs. Its foot-long sharp claws flashed with a cold aura, just like the god of death swinging out his life-threatening scythe, fiercely slashing forward. Snort! The two sharp claws were in a cross shape and instantly cut off the neck of that rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite. A head with broken horns rolled to the ground, and the huge body fell heavily to the ground with it. Kill rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite LV. 30. Experience plus 39. 200. Chapter 108. I remember you. The rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite was killed, and instead of showing the slightest bit of timidity, the surrounding 24 or so foreigners launched an even more ferocious attack. The dark hunting dragon turtle was undaunted, and after stimulating the dragon blood latent within its body, it could completely single-handedly take on these third-ranked foreigners without losing. Under the high damage and attack speed bonus, the thick body of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros was like papier-mâché, and was split into bloody pieces by the sharp claws of the dragon turtle, collapsing to the ground head after head. The Jin Yuan army over there doesn't seem to be able to hold out any longer. Gu Chen gazed through the black mist, only to see that a dozen tundra giant figures had completely surrounded a group of Jin Yuan army soldiers. At first, both sides engaged in a fierce battle and fought hard, and several officers cooperated with each other to kill not only one tundra giant elite, but also 3 tundra giants. But this was the tundra wilderness, the home ground of the tundra giants, and as tundra giant after tundra giant continued to join the battlefield, the side of the Jin Yuan army gradually fell into a disadvantage. If it continues, after all these soldiers are killed in battle, the next target will be the military column. Without hesitation, Gu Chen directly summoned the chaotic Yuan spirit. Only a black mist-like figure flickered through the gray mist and appeared in the group of tundra giants in the blink of an eye. Placed in the middle of the surroundings of the foreigners, the chaos elemental spirit did not hesitate in the slightest and directly cast a group attack skill. Ruin's ultimate. The dark golden light centered on the chaos Yuan spirit and formed a vortex-like chaos field, incorporating all of the surrounding tundra giants and the Jin Yuan army. And a dark golden tentacle of light and shadow reached out from the field, dragging the Fae outside the range of the skill towards the center of the vortex. At the same time, the powerful chaos force erupted within the field, dealing high amounts of sustained damage to all targets within the field. Although the Jin Yuan army was also within the range of the skill, it was not regarded as an attack target by the chaos Yuan spirit, so naturally it would not be harmed by the skill. The tundra giant was wrapped in dark golden chaos power and was dragged towards the center of the vortex. The Jin Yuan army soldiers were suddenly under a great deal of pressure, and they all looked unbelievably towards the black mist figure in midair. Summoned beast, chaos spirit, rank, LV. 21. Although the officer's medallion had a shielding function, Gu Chen still released the name and rank of the summoned beast in order to prevent accidental injury. This is a summoned beast? Where did the summoner come from? Could it be this group of new recruits? Good. So powerful. A summoned beast that held back more than a dozen tundra giants. What are you all waiting for? Grab the kill. The officer from earlier thought of Gu Chen in the first instance and immediately commanded the Jin Yuan army soldiers to counterattack. Right at this moment, the surrounding gray mist violently surged, and a huge figure suddenly rushed into the battlefield. Another tundra giant elite. Compared to these surrounding foreign races, the aura of this elite foreign race was even more massive and powerful, and the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Grass. There's no way to kill all these foreigners. The officer's brow furrowed, and the long knife in his hand had killed and curled its edge. If the tundra giants were allowed to join the battlefield endlessly, all the soldiers would be hardened to death here. Gu Chen also realized the problem at this moment. After the dark hunting dragon turtle killed all the rock-armored giant rhinoceros, a large number of mud swamp beasts burrowed out from the middle of the land. Although they were not considered powerful, they were very troublesome to kill. These foreigners are not in the right state. They are obviously driven. There must be a mastermind hiding in this neighborhood. Gu Chen walked over to the officer from earlier. Sir, is there a plan? The officer asked in a hurry. You guys continue to deal with the tundra giants. I'm going to find out who's behind that. But, with just these soldiers of ours, We can't resist such a large number of foreigners. No harm done. I'll leave 2 summoned beasts here. Ha! A flash of shock appeared on the officer's face. If the summoned beast stays here, won't you be in danger then? In his opinion, the dark hunting dragon turtle and the chaotic yuan spirit were not only capable of fighting over the levels, but could also fight against one another. So they should be Gu Chen's most powerful summoned beasts. This was the wilderness. A summoner who dared to go deeper into the wilderness without a summoned beast would definitely die in 9 deaths. There's no harm in it. You guys just guard the military column. Gu Chen's tone was characterized by strong confidence. Seeing this, the officer didn't ask any more questions. His figure stormed up and slashed at a tundra giant in front of him with his sword. The superior had given instructions. Then he just had to follow orders. Gu Chen stepped away, his gaze looking in the direction from which the group of foreigners had come. Archon of the Blood Clan. Find out who that person behind the scenes is. In the next second, an upright figure shrouded under a black ceremonial robe appeared at his side. The Blood Archon hissed into the depths of the gray fog. The sound waves dense and sharp, a vaguely visible ripple spreading out through the gray fog. A moment later, those scarlet eyes looked in a certain direction deep within the gray mist, as if they had locked onto a certain existence. Found it? Go, lead the way ahead. The gray fog of the wilderness obscured its vision, but to the Blood Archon, even with its eyes closed, it could clearly detect everything that was happening around it. It's not a skill. It's a talent, blood instinct. I remember that summoners have a skill that allows them to gain mental feedback from summoned beasts, so if I learn that skill, I'll be able to gain vision through the Blood Archon's mental probes in the gray mist. If you have the chance, learn that spirit-sharing skill as soon as possible. Gu Chen followed the Blood Race Archon as he quietly traveled through the gray mist, and soon spotted a bizarre figure in the midst of it. Only, the moment Gu Chen had just spotted the figure, the other party seemed to realize his presence and turned around to run at the first opportunity. Want to run? It's too late. There wasn't the slightest bit of urgency in Gu Chen's tone. At the same time, the Blood Race Archon's figure disappeared from its original spot in an instant as if it were an instantaneous movement. Without even turning his head back, the bizarre figure turned around and ran. Yet just after running a few steps, his figure came to a violent stop, only to see a cold black shadow suddenly appear in the gray mist in front of him, 2 scarlet eyes blossoming with a demonic light, and an invisible sense of oppression causing a thrill of horror on his face. Surprisingly, it's a human? Gu Chen stepped forward and looked through the thin gray fog, only to see that the bizarre black shadow was actually a hunchback man with a short stature. The man's face was covered with strange black lines, like some sort of tattoo, and his face was slightly white as his pair of icy eyes stared at the Blood Race Archon for a moment before looking at Gu Chen, who was not far away. You actually managed to spot me. What a sharp mental power. With that, the hunchbacked man pressed his hands on the ground and steeply pulled upwards. Wow! The ground broke open into towering bundles of dirt, and 4 level 30 mire beasts burrowed out of the ground, covered in hard, scaly armor. The mire beast looks somewhat similar to a crocodile, but is much larger, with its feet on the ground, and moves upright like a human. The 4 mire beasts, their eyes glowing with ferocity, blocked the hunchbacked man behind them and let out a low growl at Gu Chen and the Blood Archon. The hunchbacked man looked at Gu Chen, a cruel sneer appearing on that pale face. Summoner, I'll remember you. I'll be coming for you. After saying that, he left the 4 mud swamp beasts behind the temple and turned around to run towards the depths of the gray mist. Chapter 109. Every law profession has a melee heart. As the hunchbacked man's words fell, a flash of ice burst from the bottom of Gu Chen's eyes. Targeted? And retaliation later? It's something he can't stand. Only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can there be 1,000 days to prevent a thief? Are you that confident? Escape? Gu Chen let out a cold cry and directly activated the effect of the medium cloak to cast the chaotic yuan spirit skill. Chaos winding. Only a black shadow flew out of his hand, disappeared into the gray mist, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on the hunchbacked man, entangling him in place. Without saying a word, Gu Chen directly chased after him. The 4 mud swamp beasts roared and rushed up, about to block his way, only to see a flash of the Blood Archon's figure. 2 identical mirror images appeared at its side and struck at the 4 mire beasts. Although the mirror image was only 80% of the main body's combat power, it was after all a mirror image of a legendary summoned beast, and it didn't fall into a disadvantage at all with 2 against 4. The Blood Race Archon, on the other hand, followed Gu Chen as he chased after him into the depths of the gray mist. The hunchbacked man's face was full of shock at the moment. Not only was he being controlled in place, but he could clearly feel that the 2 auras behind him were getting closer and closer. He really couldn't figure out how he could have messed with a summoner with such a strong battle power when he was targeting the Jin Yuan army's military column this time. Although the wilderness was gray and foggy and visibility was poor, he could see clearly that the man hadn't been wearing a uniform earlier. Isn't he from the Jinyuan army? Yeah, how did the Jinyuan army get a summoner? At this thought, the hunchbacked man hurriedly turned his head and shouted, "This brother, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Almost as soon as his words fell, Gu Chen's figure had appeared in front of him. The sound of breaking air rang in his ears, and he could vaguely see a heavy black iron hammer smashing down on his head with the momentum of a titanic pressure. And so on. A heavy hammer? Isn't that guy a summoner? The hunchbacked man's mind went blank. Unable to escape, he could only make a blocking gesture. A layer of crystal and white shield appeared in front of him. Boo! The shield crumbled under the violent blast, and the heavy hammer went unabated, smashing into the hunchbacked man's body with a devastating momentum. The hunchbacked man screamed miserably, only to feel as if he had been hit by a high-speed train. The powerful force directly smashed him out, heavily hitting a boulder. Both arms were beaten to the point that the tendons were broken and bloody, and even the internal organs were as painful as if they were carved by knives and axes. Are you kidding me? Summoner is a legal profession. What's the point of taking a melee profession's heavy hammer? The hunchbacked man's eyes were filled with horror as his blood level dropped by a large margin. Hammer you? Is it hard to hammer me? Gu Chen carried a heavy hammer in his hand, an unsavory smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he came to the side of the hunchbacked man. Every legal profession has a melee heart. Previously, when he fought the foreigners in the abyss, he didn't dare to be bold and had the summoned beasts do the work, but now it's revenge. So you have to do it yourself? The heavy hammer was previously fought out in the Hell Great Abyss. Its attributes were not very bright and it could not be sold, so it had been kept in the carrying space. It's not that French professions can't use the weapons of melee professions, they just can't get the attribute bonuses and effect bonuses of the equipment. The fine-grade heavy hammer was no different from an ordinary hammer in his hands. However, with Gu Chen's current strength of 627, which was higher than the base strength of a level 35 warrior, even if he took a hammer, the damage dealt would be extremely terrifying. Gu Chen half crouched down, and as soon as he removed the hidden coat of arms on the hunchbacked man's clothes, the other party's information was immediately revealed. Occupation, Beastmaster. Rank, LV. 25. Attributes, Strength 232, Agility 220, Physique 243, Spirit 384, Skill I, Mastery of Bestiality. Skill 2, Exotic Animal Driving. Skill 3, Fey Berserking. Beastmaster. 2, is a rare profession. But isn't it too arrogant to be level 25 and dare to let loose in the wilderness? Looking for death? How dare you threaten me with this much skill? You say, should I hammer you to death? Or hammer you to death? Gu Chen's tone revealed an undisguised killing intent. Hearing these words, the hunchbacked man's face revealed a look of horror, only feeling that the man in front of him was a madman. Which law profession uses a heavy hammer as a weapon? Is he going to die today at the hands of this madman? Suddenly, there was a churning of the gray mist around them, and a low, hoarse voice came from all directions. Little brother, where did you get such a big killing spirit at such a young age? How about letting go of this Imperial Beast Master as a way to sell our Abyssal Divine Hall face? The Abyssal Temple? Gu Chen hadn't heard of it. However, he looked at the hunchbacked man with an inexplicable smile on his face. So you're from the Abyssal Divine Hall. Told you so. When the hunchbacked man saw the scene, a flash of hope for life erupted in his eyes. Brother, there must be some misunderstanding between us. With that, the heavy hammer came crashing down, and the hunchbacked man only felt his eyes go black, and his head was smashed into pieces. Gu Chen shook off the red and white plasma on the heavy hammer, and swept his eyes around the empty gray mist, a light, unsavory smile on his face. I'm sorry, I haven't heard of any abyssal shrine. I accidentally shook my hand and broke your face. You should choose to forgive me, right, kid? You seek death. The low, hoarse voice was filled with anger. How about you come out and get me killed? Gu Chen was pleasantly unafraid. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement in the gray mist, not to mention silhouettes, not even a skill fluctuation. A flash of surprise flashed through Gu Chen's eyes. Logically, after he killed the hunchbacked man, that person who claimed to be from the Abyssal God's Temple would surely jump out to kill him to vent his hatred. Yet it's been a minute or two of waiting, and there's not even a soul in sight. Are all the Abyssal Temples so meticulous? Well, not bad. I can't believe I didn't scare you. Seeing as you have some guts, I'll spare your life today. Kid, the mountain doesn't turn. We'll meet again. Want to go? It's too late. The reason why he had waited so long just now was to stall for time for the Blood Race Archon to search for that person's location. If the other party had left at the beginning, it would have been impossible to find them. But now, it was too late, only to see the figure of the Blood Race Archon flashed, cut through a piece of static shadow, rushed toward the gray fog, double guns in the fire tongue spitting, bullets as a wild storm toward a certain area in the gray fog crazy pouring. The gray fog stirred and churned. Muffled grunts rang out, followed by a black shadow jumping out of the gray fog. Die for me! Gu Chen bellowed. And the Blood Archon directly unleashed his skills as a series of bright silver bullets sped out, striking above the black shadow like lightning. The previous stormy sweeping shots were just to force the opponent to show his face. But the current skill was the real killing move. Chapter 110, since you're a minor character, what's the use of having you? Only to see that black shadow being hit by the skill. He screamed miserably, and a dense sound of metal clashing rang out on his body with it. The gray mist dispersed to both sides, and the black shadow revealed itself. A middle-aged man in black armor with a shadowy face. Gu Chen looked over and couldn't read the information as the other party was wearing shielding equipment. However, based on the equipment on his body, it was 80% that he was a professional like a warrior or a swordsman. Although that armor blocked the vast majority of the skill's damage, the surface of the armor was also broken in large swaths and badly damaged. The man dropped to the floor, his face a shade paler, and a ragged breath escaped his mouth. Seeing Gu Chen walking towards him, he hastily revealed a hypocritical smile. Little brother, don't be in a hurry. The grudge between you and that beast master doesn't have anything to do with me. I'm just joining the Abyssal Divine Hall for a job. Why don't I take out an epic level equipment as a reparation and kowtow to you, and you'll consider me a fart and let me go, okay? Hearing about epic equipment, Gu Chen's eyes lit up with a bit of interest. What is it? Bring it out and I'll take a look. The man showed a face of embarrassment and hemmed and hawed. That equipment isn't on me yet. Seeing the coldness revealed in Gu Chen's eyes, the man's body trembled, and he quickly changed his words. Little brother, there's something to be said for that. That piece of equipment is being guarded by the people of the Abyssal God's Temple, and it's in a nearby stronghold, so I can take you there to get it. What the hell? Epic equipment. Ring of reproduction. This ring can reproduce one of the talents of its own unit and apply it to the user. Replicating the talents of your own units? A flash of surprise flashed under Gu Chen's eyes as he pursued. How far is it? Hooked. A few joyful looks surfaced on the man's face as he pointed out a direction into the gray mist. It's not far. Follow this direction for about 10 kilometers and you'll be able to find the Abyssal Divine Hall's stronghold. The beast master you just killed is one of the Abyssal God Temple's followers, and this gathering of foreigners to attack the military train was plotted by him to create an accident and attract the nearby Jinyuan army to come over and get killed. Gu Chen's gaze narrowed slightly as he stared at the man and asked, then what are you in charge of at the Abyssal Divine Hall? The man's expression was slightly stunned, and a flash of panic flashed under his eyes. I'm just a small character, working for the Abyssal Divine Hall. These matters have nothing to do with me. A flash of impatience flashed under Gu Chen's eyes, and without any nonsense, he directly activated the effect of the medium cloak. Secondary attack. Before the man could react, his body shuddered violently, and the life in his pupils quickly died out. Since you're a minor character, what's the point of having you? Go in peace. Although he didn't know what exactly the Abyssal God's Temple was, those who had the guts to attack the special train of the Jinyuan army were definitely not good people. Before traveling, these people would be terrorists. All of them would be dragged out and raided. People's hearts are too complicated. Gu Chen is too lazy to interrogate. There is nothing wrong with eliminating the roots, right? After all, that man had already seen his face, and there was a terrorist organization behind the other side. So if he wasn't afraid of thieves stealing, wasn't he still not afraid of thieves thinking about him? Taking down the hidden coat of arms on the man, the other man's information was then revealed. A level 30 ghost swordsman. Poor pussy. Bursting with equipment. The highest quality was a rare grade taijutsu, not as strong as that level 25 beast master. Well, at least it popped an epic spellbook. While Gu Chen was organizing his harvest, the blood race archon was not idle, transforming the two corpses on the ground into two blood race descendants. Among them, the ghost swordsman was a level 30 professional, and transforming him into a level 30 blood descendant directly consumed 5,000 life points. Although the consumption was a bit higher than before, the self-destruct damage was also higher, directly reaching 10,000 points. It's still the third order that's good. After waiting in place for a while, two mirror images approached with 4 Mire beasts transformed into blood descendants. The 4 blood Mire beasts were all third ranked, and with the addition of the blood ghost swordsman, a single self-detonation could deal 50,000 damage. Don't underestimate the damage. Humans aren't elite fae or bosses. There's no such thing as a blood bonus. Apart from the blood bowl professions, there were very few third-order professionals whose blood quantities exceeded 50,000, and at best, they were just wearing some high-quality equipment to boost their defense. Gu Chen and the Blood Archon traveled through the black mist, making their way to the direction that the ghostly swordsman had pointed to. Whether that person is telling the truth or not, just go over there and take a look. Gu Chen and his party traveled all the way through the wilderness and did not find any facilities similar to the Abyssal Temple's stronghold. Nor was he impatient, and after walking patiently for a while, he still found nothing. It seems that the ghostly swordsman was lying to me, and he died without complaint. Gu Chen cursed and turned around to turn back. Just then, a black shadow suddenly flashed out of the gray mist behind him and scurried at speed, only to see an arrow as black as ink break through the air, like a black lightning bolt, coming to Gu Chen's back heart in a flash. A cold color flashed under Gu Chen's eyes, and without making a move, he directly launched his skill, Displacement Interchange. In an instant, his figure was replaced by a blood mire beast, extremely thrillingly dodging the near attack. At his original position, it was almost as if the blood mire beast had been struck by a black arrow just as soon as it appeared. The black arrow was like a shadow, extremely silky and smooth as it disappeared into the blood mire beast's body. Roar! A wail resounded above the wilderness as skill damage erupted, and the hideous body of the blood mire beast directly turned into a puddle of filthy blood that spilled onto the ground. Destroy the body. Damn! I can't believe he dodged it. Somewhere in the gray mist, a shadow ranger shrouded under a black cloak looked resigned. Just as he was about to retreat, a sudden cold laugh sounded behind him. Finally found you. And what a way to hide. Who? The shadow ranger's body trembled, a face filled with shock. He hastily drew out his spare arrow, and without looking back, he stabbed behind him without hesitation. The air made a sharp popping sound and missed any targets. He subconsciously turned his head to look, only to see a series of silver lights like lightning striking and crackling on his body. The Shadow Ranger's equipment was a black leather armor, and although it was of excellent quality, it couldn't block the skill damage at all, and in a single breath, 30% of his blood was knocked out. The Shadow Ranger's face revealed a look of terror as he fled in haste, unable to raise any resistance at all in his heart. This leather armor on him was epic level, and he was even knocked down 30% of his blood. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the true damage of this skill should be. However, right at this moment, Gu Chen raised his hand and released a chaotic shadow, instantly entangling his opponent in place. Immediately afterward, he walked through the thinning gray mist to the Shadow Ranger, and without saying a word, he swung the heavy hammer in his hand, breaking the ranger's leg bone without mercy. Click! The sound of crisp bones breaking rang out. The Shadow Ranger was about to beg for mercy, but as soon as he opened his mouth it turned into a mournful scream, the excruciating pain that drilled through his heart causing his features to become distorted. Chapter 111 Duplicate Ring, Werewolf Talent. Ah! The screams rang out and ended abruptly the next second, only to see the blood archon pinch the Shadow Ranger's throat, and with a gentle force from his palm, he lifted his entire body up. The Shadow Ranger's face rose to a pig's liver color from the lack of oxygen, and his hand struggled desperately to try and wrench the blood archon's steel-like fingers away from his throat. Yet it was all in vain. Gu Chen walked forward, a cold color flashing in his eyes. Where is the replica ring? The Shadow Ranger didn't hesitate to point to where he had been earlier. Ground. Cave of the Earth. In the next second, the blood archon's 5 fingers lashed out, directly causing this Shadow Ranger's head to fall apart. Removing the concealment crest, the opponent's identity information was revealed. A level 30 ranger. Although the Shadow Ranger is a very famous and rare profession, it can only output remotely, and once it is close, it is basically a dead end. Not to mention that the Blood Archon was a legendary level summoned beast. Even if it was replaced with an epic level dark hunting dragon turtle, this Shadow Ranger would still have a hard time escaping death. The Blood Archon transformed the corpse of the Shadow Ranger into a third-order blood descendant. Once Gu Chen had picked up a few pieces of equipment, he led a group of blood descendants to the wasteland that the Shadow Ranger had pointed out. The grotto? Several blood descendants rummaged around on the ground for a while, and soon found a mechanism-like device. After triggering it, a 2-meter square entrance to the grotto appeared in Gu Chen's line of sight, and the interior was pitch black, so it was impossible to see what was inside. Gu Chen subconsciously took a few steps closer, and before he could get close, he smelled a fishy, pungent odor wafting out from the entrance of that underground cave. In this situation, Gu Chen would be unwilling to get any closer. He not only smelled the fishy odor, but also faintly heard a low roar like muffled thunder coming out of the darkness. Damn, that Shadow Ranger must be punking him. The Abyssal Pantheon, none of them good, all of them deserved to die. Just as he was about to turn around, a thin rattling sound came from the depths of the underground cave, and after a few breaths, the thin sound disappeared. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar rang out, like some kind of beast letting out an attacking roar. A huge black shadow scurried out from the entrance of the underground cave, so fast that it was impossible to see its shape. Gu Chen ordered the Blood Archon to attack at the first opportunity, and the bullets cut a torrent of steel through the gray mist and struck at the dark shadow. However, the black shadow suddenly erupted. Its speed soared, and with a few landings in succession, it easily dodged all the bullets. It then jumped onto a 3-meter-high rock, and the thin gray mist churned around, which revealed its form. Humanoid wolf body. What the hell? Surprisingly, it looked like a werewolf. This werewolf was over 2 meters tall, with thick black hair covering his entire body, broad shoulders and back, and his muscles were taut and bulging, full of wild and furious power. Gu Chen frowned slightly, a few moments of surprise appearing under his eyes. He was just looking for that replica ring. How did a werewolf pop up? And this werewolf was wearing a cloak of invisibility, so you couldn't see the message. Oddly enough, this was the first time I'd encountered a fae with a cloaking coat of arms. The blood archon blocked in front of Gu Chen, confronting the werewolf, and even in its eyes, it unexpectedly erupted with icy killing intent as if it had encountered a natural enemy. With a command, the 7 blood descendants rushed up in unison. This werewolf was very fast, but the blood descendant was no slower. After a few entanglements, the 7 blood descendants were soon in a closed circle, blocking off all of this werewolf's retreating paths. And this scene was exactly what Gu Chen wanted. With a thought, the 7 blood descendants blew themselves up in unison around that werewolf. The terrifying explosive fluctuations directly blew away a large area of gray mist, and the blood flames boiled, completely engulfing that werewolf's figure within it. Soon, the explosion subsided, and the werewolf was bruised all over. His entire body was blown to a bloody mess, and his blood bar, though not emptied, became a big wreck. At this moment, the werewolf's ghostly blue pupils revealed incredible shock and fear. Don't kill me. It opened its mouth, and an unmistakable human voice actually came out of its mouth full of sharp teeth. Gu Chen's eyes were ice cold, without the slightest bit of mercy. At the same time that the werewolf opened his mouth to beg for mercy, a blood-colored light blossomed around the blood race archon's body, and an intense energy storm erupted from its body surface, instantly sweeping towards the werewolf. Scarlet Feast. Boom! Skill damage erupted, and the werewolf's tall body exploded with large swathes of blood all over as if it had been torn apart. In the blink of an eye, the blood bar was emptied, and without even needing to adjudicate the second damage, the huge body fell heavily to the ground. Dead. 7 blood descendants self-destructing. Coupled with a section of damage output from Scarlet Feast, the damage dealt was definitely around 150,000. What's with the sudden appearance of a werewolf? Just as Gu Chen was puzzled, the werewolf corpse that had fallen to the ground suddenly changed. The tall body quickly diminished, and the pitch-black skin quickly faded, and in a flash, the corpse of a human man appeared in front of Gu Chen's eyes. At the same time, there was a flash of light, and several pieces of equipment and props burst out. Surprisingly, it's a human? Intense surprise appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. A professional who can transform. Is it possible that this person is a druid? A curious look appeared in Gu Chen's eyes as he looked toward the corpse. Once a professional dies, the props and equipment have no energy supply and lose their effect. The body's information was revealed to be not a druid or a demon hunter or any other profession that could transform. A level 25 martial monk. Mediocre. A martial arts monk who can transform? Never heard of it. A puzzled look appeared on Gu Chen's face. Subconsciously sweeping toward the ground, he was struck by a sudden shock, only to see that among the several pieces of equipment that burst out on the ground, there was actually one that emitted a golden glow. Gold! That's an epic symbol. No way? Gu Chen's face steeply erupted with a flash of joy. Could it be that the ghost swordsman hadn't lied to him? Look closely. Replica ring. Quality, epic. Rank, LV. 20. Occupational restrictions, none. Attribute, spirit plus 600. Effect, duplicates the talent of one of its own units and applies it to the user. Current talent, Dark Werewolf Bloodline, rare. Note, a 24H cooldown is required for each talent change. What a godsend! With an ecstatic look on his face, Gu Chen picked up the epic ring and put it directly on his hand. The most intuitive feeling was that the spirit was instantly raised by 600 points, and the mind felt unprecedentedly permeable and soothing. Replica ring. Replicates the talents of your unit. This outfit is literally made for summoners. Without hesitation, Gu Chen directly erased the Dark Werewolf bloodline from the ring. Rare? What a crap talent. He had 3 legendary grade summoned beasts and 1 epic grade summoned beast, and replicating any summoned beast talent would be an explosive boost to his own battle power. Only problem comes, can an epic replica ring replicate a legendary talent? Chapter 112 Abyssal Divine Hall, Resurgence of the Resurrection. The answer is yes. The effect of the Ring of Reproduction is to reproduce the talent of a unit of your side, and does not place a limit on the quality of the talent. It's the same with the medium cape. I also wonder if I can find a master caster. It would be perfect if I could make the medium cloak and replica ring into a set. After sending a message to Liang Yi on the military train earlier, The other party quickly replied to him that he could arrange a casting master when he returned to Wancheng next time. There was no need to make an appointment, no need to wait in line, and that master caster would put aside his work at hand and prioritize forging equipment for him. That's a privilege. He used to hate the privileged class because he couldn't enjoy it himself. Now, that smells good. After erasing the dark werewolf talent within the ring went on a cooldown and would have to wait 24 hours before the new talent could be reproduced. Gu Chen started to turn back with the blood archon and the two mirror images. When they returned to where the military train was, the dark hunting dragon turtle and the chaos yuan spirit were already waiting beside the train. After resolving that beast master, the source of the Fae was broken, and those remaining Fae were all without their berserk state, and their battle power was greatly reduced. The two summoned beasts didn't put in too much effort and easily killed the Fae, and the battle quickly subsided without causing too many casualties. The soldiers rested in place beyond the military column, and several soldiers of the priestly profession were treating the wounded. The 3-star lieutenant from earlier stood by the military column, waiting anxiously. After seeing Gu Chen's figure come out of the gray mist, he looked uplifted and hurriedly went forward to give a military salute. "Sir, has the man behind the curtain been killed by you?" "Aha." Gu Chen nodded and put away the officer's medal on his chest. "There are a total of 3 people, claiming to be from the Abyssal Divine Hall." "Abyssal Divine Hall?" The officer's complexion changed slightly, and his brows furrowed. "It seems you know about this power? Tell me about it." "Yes," the officer then said. "By and large, the people of the Abyssal Divine Hall are almost all crazy people who revere the abyss and consider its appearance to be a divine miracle, and even worship the Abyssal Fae as gods. The most detestable thing is that the Abyssal Divine Hall has secretly developed many professionals as believers, brainwashed these believers, and abetted these believers to go around killing professionals. An accident like today's attack on the military train isn't the first time, because the Abyssal Suppression Army guards the abyss, and these people from the Abyssal Shrine hate us with a passion." "Oh, why?" Gu Chen asked. "The believers who have joined the Abyssal Shrine have been brainwashed into believing that the appearance of the abyss is a divine miracle, and that the actions of the Abyssal Suppression Army are preventing the gods from descending. They kill professionals in the abyss, attack military columns, and even attack the Jin Yuan Army's strongholds in the wilderness, all in order to greet the gods from the abyss. Even more, all the believers are very firm in their belief that by allowing more people to die in the abyss, the process of the abyss descending into the world will be accelerated." "So arrogant? The Abyssal Temple? Isn't this a proper terrorist organization?" Gu Chen's face revealed a look of surprise. "Doesn't the Divine Summer Empire care? The Ministry of War doesn't care?" The officer shook his head. "How could it not care? The Abyssal Divine Hall was classified as a heresy by the Empire as early as 10 years ago, and a covert military operation was launched by the military ministry to deal a devastating blow to the Abyssal Divine Hall's 34 strongholds within the Empire. Since then, the Abyssal Shrine has disappeared within the Empire, and the rate of abyssal invasions has been effectively curbed. Only in the last 2 years has the force shown signs of resurgence." Gu Chen nodded and retrieved all the summoned beasts. Since the Abyssal Divine Hall had been classified as a heresy by the Divine Summer Empire, it was a death by sight, and this kind of petty fighting wouldn't need to be taken too seriously. He then walked towards the train, and as soon as he stepped into the compartment, all of the recruits in the train all set their gazes on Gu Chen. For a moment, the entire room fell into silence, and a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's eyes revealed an unconcealable nervousness and admiration, as if Gu Chen was not their peer, but some unattainable big shot. After watching Gu Chen enter the compartment, the recruits in the compartment looked at each other in dismay, and it was only when the military train started up again that they began to whisper. "Gu Chen's battle prowess is truly terrifying. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid we'd all have died under the alien race's attack. No wonder he can become a great god of examinations. It seems that killing 10 elite foreign races in an examination isn't his upper limit. Should we go over and mix things up? That's a 5-star lieutenant after all." "Thinking too much. The Jin Yuan Army honors battle power. If you don't have enough battle power, you won't be able to do it even if you have an officer to endorse you." The recruits spoke as you spoke, recalling how easily Gu Chen had stopped the attack of the foreigners, and they showed their admiration. "I've decided that my goal in life from now on is Gu Chen. If you don't want to get beat up, I suggest you'd better call the officer." Crew Chief Su Hai watched Gu Chen walk into the compartment, his face complex for a moment, recalling the scene of the alien race attacking the military train earlier. He still felt a pang of fear and trembling. Such an intense crisis had been easily resolved by Gu Chen. No wonder he could become a 5-star lieutenant of the Jin Yuan Army at such a young age. The future is unlimited. After returning to the cubicle, Gu Chen sorted through the equipment that had exploded from killing the 3 professionals. Aside from the replica ring, the highest quality was the epic spellbook that the Beast Master had exploded. The attributes were very eye-catching, increasing 560 points of spirit, increasing damage by 30%, and after equipping it, it could directly raise the user's skills by 1 level. Unfortunately, it was the exclusive equipment of the Beast Master profession. Gu Chen was a summoner, so he couldn't use it at all, and could only exist in his carry-on space to sell it later. The rest of the gear is nothing spectacular, so I won't waste any more time on it. The military train traveled at high speed through the wilderness, and was only halfway to Leader Dragon City. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away was the city of Gubei, the War King's residence. A noble young man dressed in white power suit holding a long gun. In the courtyard, gusts of wind sweeping strong grass, the tip of the gun cutting through the air, as if the popular soughing. Amazing momentum. Not bad. I can't imagine that Resignation's return from the Shinjing Academy this time around has already made him a second-ranked professional. With this kind of natural talent, it's almost hard to find an enemy amongst his class. Gu Qingfeng, dressed in fancy clothes, stood at the entrance of the courtyard, his eyes filled with relief. Xin Yun stood by the side, smiling and nodding her head, her beautiful eyes filled with pride and doting. This was her son, 1,000 times better than that Guchen. After a few breaths, Gushi collected his spear and stood in front of the couple with a happy face. Father, Mother, how well have you considered the fact that I'm traveling to Dragon Drawing City? Gushi asked with a hopeful face as he stepped forward. Chapter 113, Order 5. 000 iron floaters to set out with the king. Guru was going to lead the Dragon City. On the day he returned to the Northern Realm, he told Gu Qingfeng and Xin Yun about this idea. He had risen to level 20 in the middle of the special recruitment test of the Shinjing Academy, and as a Dragon Battle Knight, he had now reached the level of harnessing the dragons. For him, the top priority was to subdue a dragon before the academy opened. In this way, when he entered the Shinjing Academy, he would definitely be able to crush 99% of the professionals of the same rank. Seeing Guru's face of urgency, Xin Yun said in a doting tone, "This matter? I can't make the decision. I still have to ask your father." Guru sniffed and looked at Gu Qingfeng with a straight face. "Father, I'm now a second-order Dragon Battle Knight. I've already reached the rank of harnessing the dragons, so I'd like to ask father's permission to go and take in my own mount." Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly, the soft color on his face converging for a few moments as he shook his head with a solemn expression. Resignation. After all, the Dragon Drawing City is from the abyss, and there are many dangers in it, not to mention that you're only of the second rank. Even if you're a third or fourth ranked professional, there are many people who have been shipwrecked in it. Guru said unwillingly, "Father, danger and opportunity go hand in hand. Since someone was able to soar to the heavens in Leader Dragon City, then I can definitely do the same. Big deal. I'll bring 500 more iron floaters along. Now you can always rest assured, right?" Gu Qingfeng's expression was cold and hard as he said, "My mind is made up. You should stop thinking about Leader Dragon City. There is absolutely no room for negotiation on this matter. As for the matter of subjugating the dragon race, the Shinjing Academy has already made a statement to me that if you can rank in the top 3 amongst the end-of-the-year examinations, the Academy will open up a copy of the Dragon Valley for you. Entering a copy of the Dragon Valley will also allow you to take in the dragons, but it's safer than the Dragon Guiding City, which is what suits you best." Gushi sniffed and fell into silence, the unwillingness under his eyes turning into a touch of undisguised loss. Year-end assessment? Wouldn't that be another half year of waiting? He was already a level 20 Dragon Warrior Knight, yet he had to wait a small half year before he could take in the dragons? Although the ending was well arranged, the process, he was not satisfied at all. Just then, Butler Gu He walked into the courtyard. "Your Majesty, Lord Sulai of Wanqing City arrived in Gubei City this morning and is seeking an audience outside the residence." Gu He walked to Gu Qingfeng with a hasty face. "Sulai? Humph. If he doesn't stay in Wancheng, what's he doing coming all the way to Solid North City?" Gu Qingfeng said with his hands folded. "Your Majesty, Su came to report an important matter, related to the Grand Duke." Chener? Gu Qingfeng's face changed, and a few unfavorable feelings arose in his heart for no reason. "What exactly is it?" Su came to say that the Grand Duke Gu He wiped the sweat from his forehead. His heart hardened, and he said in a deep voice, he said that the Grand Duke joined the military department, and was enrolled in the ranks of the Jinyuan army by Lingfeng of the Eastern Continent military region. "What? Simply nonsense!" Gu Qingfeng abruptly stormed out. "The Gu family comes from a lineage of academics. That rebellious son rebelled out of the Northern Realm even if it's not enough, and now he's even joining the military department. Is this to completely break up with my Gu family? Asshole! That Lingfeng is so bold. How dare he abduct my son into the Jinyuan army?" Gu Qingfeng's eyes glared. "When did that happen?" "Yesterday." "Yesterday? CO came to report it today?" Gu He stopped talking. "Yesterday, In order to celebrate Guru's return from the Shinjing Academy, the royal family celebrated with a big feast, and he was busy until late at night, missing Su Lai's calls and messages. This is the kind of thing that he would certainly not voluntarily confess to. On the side, Qin Yun and Guji subconsciously glanced at each other when they heard this news, and there was undisguised surprise in their expressions. Guru, in particular, couldn't figure out what this was all about at all. His own half-brother, a loser, was not only arrogant enough to break with the royal family, but also stupid enough to join the military forces? Why don't you go to a good school in Shinjing and become a big-headed soldier? It's just plain stupid. Gu Qingfeng forced down the anger in his heart and grimaced. Eastern Continent Military Region. Ling Feng, if I remember correctly, this person should be a 5-star war general of the Jinyuan army. A 5-star war general. How dare you poach someone from my northern realm royal family, and it's even my king's son. Do you really think that I, Gu Qingfeng, am some kind of good guy? Gu He, send out the floating battleships and order 5,000 iron floaters to set off with this king to the Eastern Continent Military Region to demand people. Your Majesty. Wait. Gu He hurriedly opened his mouth to advise. Gu Qingfeng's eyes glared as he drank coldly. No need to persuade. This king's mind is made up. Just go down and pass the order. No, Your Majesty. What my subordinate is trying to say is that you're going to the wrong place if you're traveling to the Eastern Continent to ask for someone right now. Speak clearly. Word has come from Wancheng that the Grand Duke has already boarded this morning's military train and is traveling alone to Citation Dragon City. Dragon Drawing City? Gu Qingfeng's brow furrowed. He's just a summoner. What's he doing in Dragon Drawing City? As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately reacted, and anger surged in his heart. Nonsense. He's just a summoner. How dare he presume to contract a dragon race? It's simply nonsense. Even if he wants to contract the dragon race, he could have come to solid North City to find me. Joining the Jinyuan army. Isn't this a slap in my Gu Qingfeng's face? Also, what are those people in the Eastern Continent Military Region for? How dare they let my son go to Dragon City alone? If anything happens to that rebellious son, can they afford to take the blame? Gu Qingfeng cursed angrily, then looked at Gu He and gave orders. Gu He, pass on my order. Within 10 minutes, order 5,000 iron floaters to immediately board the floating battleship and follow me to Leader Dragon City. Yes. Gu He bowed and hastily retreated. Gu Qingfeng suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Gu Rui, who was standing by the side. Rui, don't you want to go to lead Dragon City? 10 minutes later. Set off with iron float. Yes, father. Guru nodded his head in response and sighed silently, a few points of displeasure inexplicably welling up in his heart. Going to Citation Dragon City was the thing he had longed for the most in the past few days, and now he had also finally received his father's permission. But how come it feels so suffocating? He himself pleaded with his father for days, never getting permission. However, when his father learned about Gu Chen, he led his army to lead Dragon City with great fanfare. His own desire for 500 iron floaters was flatly rejected, but his father had no hesitation in mobilizing 5,000 iron floaters to accompany him for the sake of Gu Chen. This sense of discrepancy made Guji's heart feel very bad. He was a rare profession dragon battle knight, and he was the proud son of the Northern Kingdom's royal family. Why did father go against the norm today and put all his focus on that punk summoner? This made him feel that the favoritism that should have belonged to him had all been snatched away by Gu Chen at once. Guru's heart was filled with pent-up frustration, and he couldn't help but ask in a cold voice, Father, I don't understand. Sending out floating warships and leading 5,000 iron floaters. With all this commotion, just for that punk Gu Chen? Resignation. Shut up. Qin Yun's face changed abruptly, and she scolded in a stern voice. Guji reacted violently, and a wave of remorse welled up in his heart, blaming himself for losing his temper in the heat of the moment. However, it was already too late. Snap. Guji didn't even react, and half of his cheek was imprinted with a reddish palm print, only to see Gu Qingfeng's gaze icy cold, his face completely gloomy. Gu Shi, that's your own brother. Even if you despise him in your heart, you shouldn't speak out of turn. This wasn't the first time Gu Qingfeng had gotten angry, but it was the first time he had made a move against Gu Ji. For a moment, Gu Ji was completely flustered in his heart. Father, I didn't mean it that way. Shut up. I don't want to hear your explanation, but remember this, what just happened. I don't want it to happen again. Yes, father, I know. Guru nodded obediently, feeling the fiery pain on her cheeks. A flash of hatred flashed through her heart. The slap filled his heart with resentment. He didn't understand why his father, who had always doted on him, suddenly started caring about that punk. Gu Chen, in what way is he comparable to himself? Chapter 114, Dragon Inviting City. Center Dragon Hall. This is the Dragon Drawing City? After getting down from the military column, Gu Chen followed the map's guidance and arrived before a ruin that was hard to see the end of. Lead Dragon City had turned into an incomparably huge deserted city. The original towering walls of the city had long been destroyed amidst the battles over the years, and from afar, the city that had descended from the abyss had become a massive ruin nestled in the wilderness. Walking through the crumbling walls, the pungent smell of burning was like invisible hands choking the breath, and underfoot was dry, cracked, hot, scorched earth, with deep fissures where red magma gurgled and sputtered out a few strings of sparks every now and then. Entering the city, where the scorched earth was, the gray mist was almost faintly invisible and became extremely thin. The view opens up at once. Looking up, the sky looked like a huge rotting curtain, a weird scarlet color in the middle of leaden gray, weighing down heavily. There were major forces strongholds stationed on the outskirts of Leader Dragon City, and after a few minutes, Gu Chen found where the Jinyuan army stronghold was located. As soon as he walked to the door, he saw two guarding Jinyuan army soldiers looking over with a wary face. Stand still. This is the Jinyuan army stronghold. Idle hands are exempt. Two soldiers blocked Gu Chen's path. Without saying much, Gu Chen directly took out the officer's medal and wore it on his body, and the two soldiers were slightly stunned, with incredulous looks on their faces. Good day, sir. A soldier was the first to react and immediately surprised Gu Chen with a military salute, while another soldier, who was half a beat slower to react, also followed suit and raised his hand in greeting. Gu Chen nodded and walked past the two men, going straight inside the camp. As they watched Gu Chen leave, the two soldiers couldn't help but sigh. Such a young 5-star lieutenant. Could it be that he's the descendant of some war general? It doesn't look like it to me. Unless the war general is out of his mind to send his descendants to a place like this. Entering within the camp, Gu Chen saw a group of professionals gathered here. Although it was a stronghold of the Jinyuan army, most of the people were dressed in civilian clothes like him, and only a few were in military uniforms. When Gu Chen walked in, the officer's medal on his chest was so bright that some of the people around him noticed his appearance and stopped to salute, then backed away to the sides, subconsciously giving him a lane. Gu Chen, welcome to Leader Dragon City. I am the person in charge of this stronghold. Ho Yu, a middle-aged man in military uniform walked up, the rank on his shoulder badge representing a 5-star lieutenant, equal to his rank. After greeting him, Ho Yu handed over a thumb-sized metal sequin and proceeded to explain. This is your identity nameplate. Be sure to carry it with you. The nameplate will record your performance within Dragon Drawing City, and if necessary, you can also call for help from the stronghold through the nameplate. Inside the Dragon Drawing City, the vast majority of them are second-order foreign races, and a certain number of third-order and fourth-order foreign races also exist. However, those middle-ranked foreign races usually move around in fixed areas, so as long as you don't trespass on their territory, you won't be attacked. At the very center of Dragon Drawing City lies a dragon palace, and General Ling asked me to convey to you that he will be waiting for you within the dragon palace. After saying that, Ho Yu's eyes sized up Gu Chen. Since Ho Yu was a 5th-order professional, his rank far exceeded Gu Chen's, so the shielding effect of the officer's medal didn't work, and Gu Chen's rank was seen through at a glance. It's only a 2nd-order professional? A look of surprise appeared in Ho Yu's eyes, almost thinking that he had misread the situation. A 2nd-ranked professional, traveling alone to the Dragon Palace located in the very center of Dragon Drawing City. This journey was full of crises, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a 9 deaths and 1 life. If it wasn't for Gu Chen's officer's medal that contained his basic information, Ho Yu would have wondered if he was the wrong person. Ho Yu couldn't help but sweep Gu Chen a glance. His heart slandered. It's hard to believe that this kid slept with the Ling Feng family's daughter? Otherwise, how could a 5-star war general of the Eastern Continent military region make things difficult for a 2nd-ranked professional in such a way? After mentally nonchalantly saying a few words, he briefly described the situation of Leader Dragon City. Gu Chen then obtained a map of Leader Dragon City and turned around to head outside the stronghold. Within Leader Dragon City, the vast majority of them were 2nd-order foreign races, and the closer to the Dragon Palace in the center, the more 3rd and 4th-order foreign races there were. But like Ho Yu said, as long as one doesn't actively enter the territories of those middle-ranked foreign races, one can avoid danger to a large extent. Leaving the stronghold and stepping onto the scorched earth, Gu Chen then summoned the Blood Archon and followed him in the direction of the Dragon Palace. It didn't take long before a one-man-tall dragon race appeared in front of them, with a small size, looking like a young dragon. The young dragon's head was hideous and sharp, and its eyes were cruel and vicious. The scales on its body were green in color, reflecting a dazzling luster. A pair of short fleshy wings flapped behind its back, and its tail was slender and flexible, as if it were a nimble whip. The alien, iron-winged hatchling. Rank, 23. Life value, 156,700. Attributes: Strength 368, Agility 233, Physique 262, Spirit 234, Skill, Piercing Claw Strike. A level 23 normal alien with a blood volume of 156,000 and a main attribute close to 370. This was already equivalent to the difficulty of a nightmare level abyss. Even the ordinary foreign races in the outermost part of Leader Dragon City were so powerful. How strong would the ones in the center area be? At Guchen's command, the Blood Race Archon raised his twin spears and launched his skills directly in the direction where the alien race was. The bullets traced out large swaths of silver light, like thunder and lightning interlacing with each other, and the power was horrifying. Bang! 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 Only a dense muffled sound was heard as a series of bullets with skill effects hit the iron-winged hatchling as much as they could, and the horrific damage directly sifted the alien into a sieve. The scale-covered body sprouted large bloody holes and let out a wail of pain as it fell heavily to the ground. Its blood level clearing. Kill Iron-Winged Young Dragon LV. 23. Experience plus 5,899. This damage. It's worthy of being a legendary summoned beast. A level 23 Fae was killed by a level 21 Blood Archon with a single skill. And, since the Blood Archon had the talent to hit reset, after the Iron-Winged hatchling died, his skills directly skipped their cooldowns. In the distance, a team of professionals was also besieging the Iron-Winged Young Dragon. Standing in the back row was a level 28 archer, and after he saw the scene just now, he was so scared that he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That level 21 summoned beast actually killed the Iron-Winged Young Dragon in seconds. What? Level 21 kills an Iron-Winged Young Dragon in seconds? Dude, you're looking at it wrong, aren't you? I'm an archer. You can doubt my combat prowess, not my eyesight, okay? But it's not realistic for a level 21 to kill a level 23 in seconds, is it? The archer's face was slightly stunned. Yes, oh yes, it was indeed a bit unrealistic. Could it be that he was hallucinating? At the thought, he couldn't help but twist his head around to look at it again. Who would have thought that this look would directly make him paralyzed with shock? Chapter 115, Picking Up a Bloodied Elite Alien. Only to see the Blood Race Archon probing his hand and flinging it. A streak of red light flew into the corpse of that Iron-Winged Young Dragon. In the next second, the Iron-Winged Young Dragon directly came back from the dead. A scarlet light lingering on its body as it slowly stood up from the ground. Live. Alive? The archer's eyes were round and his jaw dropped. At the same time, the several professionals behind him also noticed the situation over here and looked at Guchen with shocked faces. What's this occupation? Summoner? You're supposed to be a necromancer, right? Only to see that after that young blood dragon stood up, several bloody holes on its body were restored as before in the twinkling of an eye. The original green scales looked like they had been dyed a scarlet color, and a bloodthirsty light blossomed within a pair of icy eyes. Guchen ignored the shock of those people as the Blood Race Archon led the way with the Blood Race Young Dragons and continued to head deeper into the center area. Along the way, every few moments of walking, one or several iron-winged young dragons would jump out from amongst the ruins, all coming to deliver food. Guchen didn't summon any other summoned beasts. After all, this was only considered the outermost part of the dragon drawing city. The foreigners didn't appear very often, and the difficulty was at a minimum, so a single summoned beast of the Blood Race Maharaja was already more than enough. If there was another summoned beast, none of these Fae would be enough to share. With the gift of hit reset, the Blood Archon easily killed the foreigners along the way one by one, and then transformed them into blood hatchlings. After killing those foreigners triggered by the Abyssal Temple on the Tundra Wilderness, Guchen had already risen to level 22. The Blood Archon has been upgraded with this, and can now transform a total of 240 blood descendants. Each second-ranked blood clan can inflict 5,000 damage by self-destructing. If 240 blood clan young dragons are transformed, that's 1.2 million damage. 3 blood archons, that's 3.6 million damage. That's 3.6 million. That's a number that's scary to think about. A flash of excitement flashed under Guchen's eyes, and at this moment, he even had the illusion that even if the Dragon King came, he would have to be blown up by the blood descendants. Of course, it's just an illusion. Not to mention the Dragon King, even if an elite dragon clan came, they only needed to spit out a dragon's breath to cause these blood clan young dragons to die or be injured. If we really let these blood young dragons go to surround the elite dragons, I'm afraid that the vast majority of them wouldn't be able to get close enough, and the ones that could actually cause damage would be simply pitiful. As they pushed forward, they didn't have to go far before there were more than 10 blood young dragons in the open road. Guchen and the Blood Archon walked behind them, their postures casual, a stark contrast to the professionals who were fighting for their lives. It wasn't long before a foreign race that was even taller than the iron-winged young dragon appeared in Guchen's line of sight. Fae, Iron-Winged Hatchling Elite. Rank, 25. Life value, 16723/306700. Attributes, Strength 468, Agility 433, Physique 362, Spirit 334, Skill I, Dragon Scale Shield. Skill 2, Iron Wing Chopping. Skill 3, Dragon's Breath. An elite fae? Gu Chen's gaze lit up, and he couldn't help but glance at the blood volume of this alien race. Life value, 16723/306700. Stumped? And it's still a big wreck. It's outrageous that this could happen. It's like pie in the sky. There were a large number of professionals fighting in the middle of the Invoking Dragon City every day, and it wasn't uncommon to encounter bloodied fae. But it was a bit too much luck to encounter a bloodied elite fae. This elite alien's agility attribute wasn't low, so it was thought that it had been killed by other professionals to the point of being crippled, and had escaped here by chance. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth curled up in an arc. Never mind who was killing this foreigner, now that it was delivered to his door. Where was the reason not to kill it? With a thought, the blood race Archon immediately understood, and his body steeply erupted with blood-colored light. Scarlet Feast. An intense blood-colored storm swept toward the elite alien. Boom! The iron-winged hatchling elite was hit by the skill, and the remaining 10,000 or so blood was instantly emptied, and its hastily fleeing body fell straight to the ground. After all, it's a big handicap, and there's no doubt about the seconds. Kill level 25 Iron-Winged Young Dragon Elite. Experience plus 54. 800. Obtained loot. Dragon Spirit Hunting Bow *1, Epic. Obtained loot. Dragon Scale Boots *1, Rare Grade. Obtained trophy. Dragon Claws *4, Rare. Obtained loot. Hatchling Heart *1, Rare. Quite a haul. Killing a level 25 elite alien not only gained almost 55,000 experience, it also exploded an epic weapon, a rare grade boot, and a bunch of rare grade materials. It seems like you had an explosion of luck. Gu Chen was so happy in his heart that he was about to check the attributes of that longbow. Whoosh! An ice arrow emitting an intense coldness broke through the air like lightning. Gu Chen's face changed and he was about to displace out, only to see the blood Archon raise his hand and fire a shot, a silver-white bullet instantly slamming into the top of that ice arrow. Bang! The ice arrow shattered and exploded into a field of ice slag. The 13 blood race young dragons arched in front of Gu Chen, letting out low hisses as a bloodthirsty gaze stared dead ahead, their eyes filled with ferocity. Gu Chen looked forward, only to see two silhouettes walking out of the ruins one after the other. There was no need for mental perception at all, and at a glance, one could determine the other party's occupation through the equipment on their body. The one walking in front was a warrior, while the one behind was a mage. Kid, we've been fighting this elite alien for half an hour, and we've finally beaten it into a big cripple, and it's even been intercepted by you. You dash. The warrior, holding a large sword and looking furious, was about to step forward when he saw more than a dozen blood race young dragons swarming up to guard Gu Chen's side. The warrior's face stiffened, his eyes filled with scorn, and his voice weakened. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Little brother, according to the rules between professionals, it was you who robbed our elite fae. I'm afraid this matter can't be justified, right? The young man dressed as a mage stood on the opposite side, maintaining a safe distance. Gu Chen glanced at those two as if he was looking at two little cuties. Can't you tell? So what makes sense? It was his battle power that was high enough to kill that elite fae today. If it was an ordinary level 22 summoner, he would have been killed in a single glance. Can't kill the fae, only be killed by the fae? That's what you call it? Cut the crap. I'm just robbing your bloodied elite fae now. So what? Gu Chen's face sank slightly. If these two continue to be unkind, then don't blame him for not being polite. Humph. Playing rough? Ha? Think I'm a warrior for a living? That warrior bellowed angrily and glared at Gu Chen with his greatsword in hand, as if he was about to make a move at the drop of a hat. The mage came forward as well, with a cold look on his face. Little brother, your summoned beast is level 22, so you must be level 22 as well. Don't blame me for not warning you, we're both level 28. What happened just now was originally your fault, so all the loot that exploded out belongs to us, and if you come up with another $1 million as compensation, today's matter will be written off. How's that? The staff in the mage's hand blossomed with a chilling blue light and threatened nonchalantly. Chapter 116, Invincible Scroll, Woman in the Cave. Gu Chen's gaze was chilled. The other party had spoken to such an extent that they were obviously eating him up. In the world of professionals, human life is the least valuable thing, not to mention the fact that it was in the wilderness, and things like killing people to get rid of them were more than normal. Seeing the coldness in Gu Chen's eyes, the warrior's body steeply erupted in a burst of golden light, first sheathing himself in a shield of courage, and then raising the greatsword in his hand with a grimace on his face. I was going to let you live, but since you don't know what's good for you, Very well, then there's no need for you to live. Die for me. The warrior bellowed and raised his greatsword before charging at Gu Chen. In this kind of scene, there was no need for Gu Chen to command, as the group of young blood dragons arching around him let out a roar of fury and met them without hesitation. That mage in the back row cast a frost shock at the first opportunity, knocking over 8,000 blood off the several blood hatchlings that rushed ahead, and also applying a frozen status to the front row hatchlings. It works, but not much. Enhanced by the blood instincts, the attributes of these blood young dragons were higher than those of the foreign races of the same level, and even after the freezing effect was applied, it didn't have much of an effect on their movements. The 13 blood young dragons swarmed up and launched a ferocious attack, beating that warrior back and soon surrounding the two professionals. Then 10 of them lurched up and launched a suicide attack. Shrink the circle and blow yourself up. Boom! The two professionals were still fighting to defend themselves, and without any warning, they were engulfed in a violent explosion in the blink of an eye. Piercing blood flames rose into the air, and smoke rose in all directions. Gu Chen and the Blood Race Archon stood off to the side with the only 3 remaining Blood Race young dragons and watched with cold eyes. When the dust settled, it was only to see that a huge crater had been blown out of the place where the two professionals had originally been. The mage had been blown up. A bit of ice crystal armor remained on the mangled body, and there was a scattering of equipment on the ground. It could be seen that at the beginning of the explosion, he had also used his skills to resist, only that the shield of the ice crystal armor was unable to block the damage of the 10 blood hatchlings blowing themselves up. The warrior was also bruised all over. His blood was blown off by a large portion, but he didn't die. On his body surface, a shield formed by a golden halo was slowly flowing. It wasn't a skill halo, but a prop effect and invincibility scroll. After using the scroll of invincibility, you can gain ultimate defense for 3 minutes, and neither physical nor magical damage can pose any threat to the target. At this moment, the warrior turned his head to look at Gu Chen, an intense look of horror on his face. Without any hesitation, he turned around and fled, running for his life. The scroll of invincibility only lasted for 3 minutes, and beside Gu Chen, a blood archon, 2 mirror images, and 3 blood hatchlings. How do you fight? There is no chance of winning at all. He had already been injured in the explosion, and although he had gained a brief moment of extreme defense, he hadn't gained anything in terms of attack, and the 3 blood hatchlings alone would be able to slow him down. Chase! At Gu Chen's command, the 2 mirror images leapt out violently with the 3 blood hatchlings, even though the warrior's battle power was mediocre and did not pose any threat to him. But since he had already done it, he had to do it. If he didn't cut the grass, it would grow again in the spring. He didn't want to leave himself a hidden danger. Taking advantage of the 3 blood young dragons chasing them out, Gu Chen walked over to the mage's corpse and took a look at the equipment that had popped out. A field of garbage. Aside from the rare 5-star staff he was using, there was no valuable equipment at all. How dare you kill people with this level of skill? Gu Chen put away the rare grade staff, which could at least be sold for a few $1 million, but he didn't bother to look at the rest. He then chased after the warrior in the direction the warrior had fled in with the blood archon. With the senses between the blood race archon and his descendants, it didn't take long for Gu Chen to chase him within a hidden underground cave. The grotto was very empty, almost hundreds of square meters, and it should be a temporary stronghold for those two. When he walked to the deepest part, he saw that the warrior from earlier had been cornered by the blood hatchling. 3 minutes have long passed. The invincibility scroll has been invalidated. Now he is like a fish on the chopping board. Can only be slaughtered. Spare my life. The warrior looked toward Gu Chen and flung himself onto his knees. Click. As soon as the words left his mouth, his head was crushed by a bite from the blood hatchling. Gu Chen came after him just to kill people. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to spare him? Sweeping towards the ground, several pieces of equipment exploded, all of which were excellent grade except for a rare grade heavy armor. Collecting the heavy armor, Gu Chen turned around with the intention of leaving the cave. At this time, however, the blood archon seemed to have discovered something, and uncharacteristically walked to the deepest part of the grotto and knocked on one of the walls. 3 crisp sounds came from the darkness, especially clear in the still darkness. There's a dark room? Gu Chen's expression moved slightly as he hurriedly walked forward and realized that this wall was far flatter than the other walls in the cave. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out a heavy hammer from his carry space and slammed it out. Boom! The wall collapsed in response, and inside was a dark room of a dozen square meters, and on that wall, a crystal emitting a faint glow was embedded. On the ground, a flowery woman was bound hand and foot. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, with small, delicate features and a touch of sexiness in her showiness. Her figure was plump and delicate, and she wore a set of well-made leather armor that presented her front and back figure perfectly, with not a trace of extra fat from head to toe. The waves were raging behind the towering breastplate. full and inviting between the black armor and white skin, the peaks rising and falling, calling out for more. However, such a stunning beauty, at this time, was in a state of shock, and her watery eyes were red in color. That petite and seductive body shrank into a ball. Looking at Gu-chan in horror, Gu-chan's face was slightly surprised, not knowing what this was all about. How could there be such a sexy and charming woman in the middle of this barren and dilapidated grotto? A gift from nature? After a moment of silence, before Gu-chan could speak, the woman opened her mouth and asked, "Who are you? Why did you capture me here?" Gu-chan froze, caught off guard by the question. It seemed that when she saw that Gu-chan hadn't shown any mischief, and was even a bit of a hard-boiled handsome, the wariness under the woman's eyes subsided for a few moments. "My name is Luo Qingxue. I come from the northern realm Luo family, and I came to lead Dragon City 2 days ago, and I was killed by two. I don't want to hear nonsense. Get to the point." Gu-chan interrupted the other party with an impatient face. Luo Qingxue's expression was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect this man in front of her to be so rude and impolite. Since she was a child, how had she ever been treated like this? Thinking of this, a few more tears rose in those beautiful eyes, causing people to feel pity. Seeing this scene, Gu-chan was speechless, no longer paying attention to the woman in front of him, turning around and walking away. Chapter 117, Did you abduct the Luo family's little princess? Seeing this man turn away without a word, Luo Qingxue was instantly anxious. "Hey, don't go. I was captured here. Can you get me out? Don't look for me. I'm just passing through all the way," Gu-chan said without looking back. "I come from the northern realm Luo family. If you save me from going out, my father will definitely reward me heavily." Luo Qingxue immediately said, "A big reward? How much money can there be?" Gu-chan ignored it and continued to walk out. "Then you want equipment? No matter what quality of equipment, I can give it to you." Quite a mouthful. "What if I want legendary equipment?" "That's fine, but I can only give you one legendary equipment because I'm running out of pocket money this month." Gu-chan turned around and looked at the woman with a speechless face. "I'm almost out of pocket money for this month, and I can only buy one piece of legendary equipment? What kind of tiger wolf talk is that?" At this moment, he suddenly realized that this woman had just mentioned the northern realm Luo family. Is it that Luo family? The richest in the north? At that thought, he took another closer look at the woman. A level 18 assassin, a full set of epic level equipment, and a set at that. Quite the lady from a wealthy family. "Deal. One piece of legendary equipment, and I'll save you out," Gu-chan answered. Luo Qingxue sniffed and let out a long sigh of relief, patting her towering breasts as she stood up from the ground. "Help me untie me first." Luo Qingxue stood in front of Gu-chan, raising her head and chest. Gu-chan took a look, not to mention, this tying method, quite emotional. The chains were ordinary chains, but they were enchanted, which was why they were able to trap Luo Qingxue in this underground cave. Unlocking the chains and stepping out of the dark room, Luo Qingxue had just taken a step when a look of horror appeared on her face. "Fae! How can there be Fae in this grotto?" Her voice trembled as she pointed at the 3 blood race young dragons outside. "Shut up!" Gu-chan let out a cold shout. "It's not a foreigner, that's my summoned beast." Only then did Luo Qingxue calm down, and with a burst of embarrassment on top of her pretty face, she followed Gu-chan towards the outside of the underground cave. Not long after the two left, a middle-aged man shrouded under a black robe walked into the underground cave. Looking at the mess within the underground cave, a cold and angry voice resounded from beneath the black robe. "Humph! I just went out to run some errands, and that little girl was even rescued? This underground cave is already well hidden. How on earth was it found? The northern realm Luo family, they really do have some skills." Speaking here, the black-robed man laughed sorrowfully. "However, your Luo family's grudge against me won't end so easily." Gu-chan didn't turn back with Luo Qingxue, but continued to push towards the center of the city. At sunset, they arrived at the supply point, which was actually a dilapidated tavern, located on the outskirts of Citation Dragon City. The tavern's facade was covered in patches, the windows were crumbling, the exposed concrete was covered in battle marks, and the roof tiles were in pieces. It was clear that there had been more than 1 or 2 gruesome battles in this tavern. Gu-chan put the Blood Race Archon into his carry-on space and arranged for the 3 Blood Race young dragons to stand by in the vicinity, then brought Luo Qingxue inside the tavern. There weren't many people inside, and the tavern owner was a balding middle-aged man, a level 35 priest. He first glanced at Gu-chan, and when he saw that Gu-chan didn't care much about him, he smoothly looked at Luo Qingxue again. Immediately afterward, a flash of amazement flashed across his face. "What a big little girl. That's quite a sea change. This big. No. This beauty. What would you like to drink?" The tavern owner handed up a drink list. Help me contact the Northern Realm Luo family and have them send someone to pick me up from this tavern. Luo Qingxue said directly. The Northern Realm Luo family? Could it be that you are Luo Qingxue? The tavern owner was astonished. You know me? Luo Qingxue asked curiously. Hearing Luo Qingxue's words, a flash of surprise and excitement flashed across the tavern owner's face. More than recognizing you. After you disappeared this morning, the Luo family's people are going crazy looking for you. At least 3 groups of people came here this day to inquire about your whereabouts. With that, the tavern owner looked wistfully at Gu Chen. This little brother. Were you the one who abducted the Luo family's little princess? Gu Chen was speechless for a while. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Luo Qingxue explained. I was kidnapped, and it was him who saved me. The tavern owner nodded. So that's how it is. Little brother. It looks like you're going to be lucky. Please wait a moment. I'll contact the Luo family now. The tavern owner went to the other side of the bar and pulled out a call for help nameplate, speaking with an excited look on his face, apparently communicating what was happening here to the outside world. Lead Dragon City descended from the abyss and was located in the depths of the wilderness. Not even a teleportation array had been repaired to this place, let alone communication facilities. Cell phones were always out of service, and the only way to contact the outside world was through one of those special communication nameplates. After saying a few words, the owner of the tavern came over with gusto. Miss Luo, I've already had someone notify your family. I'm sure they'll be here soon to pick you up. Thank you. You're such a good person. Luo Qingxue said with a smile. The two of them found a seat in the tavern, and Gu Chen said in a deep voice, I've already rescued you from the underground caves, and your family will be coming over soon, so you'd better fulfill your promise, or don't blame me for flipping out. Luo Qingxue's heart tightened for no reason, and she said weakly, Little brother, don't worry, it's just a piece of legendary grade equipment. I won't make a big deal out of it. When my family arrives, I'll have them give you a treasure trove gold card, which you can use to exchange for a piece of legendary equipment in the treasure troves of the major cities. Treasure trove gold card. This he is familiar with. Unyielding black armor is to use the gold card in Wanqing treasure trove exchange. Fine, just do as you say. Gu Chen nodded. It didn't take long for it to get completely dark. At night, Citation Dragon City was cloudy. The temperature plummeted, and even the magma in the cracks of the earth rapidly cooled down. The earth was out of reach, and only this dilapidated tavern shimmered with a faint light, bringing a bit of smoke and fire to the dead ruins. Soon, there was a cracking sound in the darkness as a small flying boat descended from the sky, and 3 professionals stepped down from it. Coming! The tavern owner was the first to hear the sound, and his eyes looked out the window. Gu Chen also turned his head, only to see 3 middle-aged men enter the tavern from outside, led by a 3rd-ranked swordsman, followed by 2 warriors. Seeing this, Luo Qingxue walked quickly with an excited face. Uncle Qin, why are you picking me up now? Seeing Luo Qingxue unharmed, Qin Lianshan's face eased a few points. Miss, you can never be so capricious again. Do you know how worried the family is? Hearing the gravity in Qin Lianshan's tone, Luo Qingxue's pretty face revealed a few moments of embarrassment. He then hastily pointed at Gu Chen in the back. Uncle Qin, it's this little brother who saved me. I promised to give him a legendary grade equipment, so give him a treasure trove gold card.